Yifeng is an ardent fan of Dragon Ball, and by a twist of fate, he unexpectedly traverses into the Dragon Ball universe. However, this unexpected turn of events is quite catastrophic as the heavens collapse at the outset. Let's eagerly anticipate whether Yifeng can survive this ordeal. Chapter 1. On a summer afternoon, Yifeng's soul transmigrates. Yifeng is an ordinary high school student from Jiangqing, a fervent enthusiast of Dragon Ball. His academic performance is average, and he spends his days dozing off during classes and discussing comics with classmates after lessons, with a complete collection of his beloved Dragon Ball series tucked away in his desk. This collection was purchased with his own pocket money upon graduating from elementary school. After years of relentless perusal, the edges have become somewhat frayed. Naturally, Yifeng cherishes every detail of Kakarot in Dragon Ball, whether it be the first series aired on television during his childhood, Z, GT, Super, or the various theatrical releases by Toei Animation, including an array of fan-made comics. His favorite is the Great Brawl, which he finds particularly entertaining. Sometimes, Yifeng muses about what it would be like to traverse into another world. Who would he become? Goku or Vegeta? Perhaps even the god of tea? The moment I remove the headpiece of Jillian, you all are merely ants. Surely, I wouldn't end up as the caretaker Piccolo. That fellow has a green face and his abilities are rather unimpressive. Perhaps I could diligently train in advance to unlock my orange state. Ha ha ha, I truly am a genius. What about Krillin? Krillin isn't too shabby. Why engage in battle? Isn't marrying Android 18 far more appealing? Satan? Mr. Satan could also be a possibility. The future tycoon of Earth, the son of fortune. As he contemplates these thoughts, he unexpectedly drifts off to sleep in class. Yifeng. The teacher's furious shout reverberates, followed by the precise impact of the chalkboard eraser on his head. Ooh! Yifeng, drooling, awakens with a start. As he prepares to express his anger and glances up at the fierce-looking teacher, he immediately feels intimidated. My battle power is merely 8,000, while his must exceed 10,000. Step outside. Thus, Yifeng is politely requested to stand outside as punishment. He is accustomed to this, and casually grabs a Dragon Ball comic to read while standing outside. Before long, the bell signaling the end of class rings, marking the noon dismissal. Yifeng arrives early at the cafeteria for lunch, and after finishing his meal, he plans to return to the classroom for a proper nap. Since his home is quite far, he decides not to return and takes the opportunity to read Dragon Ball instead, which seems delightful. What splendid weather we have today. After lunch, Yifeng lazily gazes out the window, feeling his eyelids growing heavy. Perhaps he should take a short nap first and resume reading upon awakening. Thus, he clutches his Dragon Ball comic and drifts off to sleep, only to be jolted awake by a sudden, resounding bang in his mind, causing his entire being to tremble, and then he fainted. When Yifeng opens his eyes once more, he wonders, what has happened? Where am I? Gazing around at the vast grassland, it appears to be a pasture. He looks down, when did I become so plump? Nearby, there's a blue pickup truck, and he finds himself holding a farming fork. Could it be that I have traversed to another world? Who might I be? Yifeng quickly uses the rearview mirror to examine himself, seeing a somewhat greasy middle-aged man who looks oddly familiar, though he cannot quite place him. At this moment, Yifeng feels a bit dazed, observing the blue overalls he wears and rhythmically swaying a couple of times before pinching his own face. Ow, that hurts. It seems this is not a dream. What kind of nonsense is this? Others who traverse worlds are invariably handsome and wealthy, either a young master or a protagonist, or at the very least, a formidable villain. What on earth is this? Could it be that I have returned to a previous era? Am I a farmer destined to become a tycoon? As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Yifeng hastily checks the memories of the original host and discovers that he is merely an ordinary man, a middle-aged fellow from a certain island nation. He possesses no remarkable assets. At this moment, he fiddles with a long, thin object in his hand. What is this? A hunting rifle? Wait, something isn't right. Why does the scene feel so familiar? I have truly traversed into the Dragon Ball world. At this moment, Yifeng feels no joy, for the character he has become is one he could never have anticipated, contributing to a classic iconic scene. He is about to confront none other than Raditz, Goku's brother, the very first antagonist of the Z Warriors. Chapter 2. Unlocking the System. At this moment, Yifeng found himself utterly helpless, exclaiming, "I'm going to die." Running? He glanced around at the desolate surroundings. Raditz was likely lurking nearby. He envisioned 100 different scenarios through which he could traverse into his beloved narrative. While not every instance afforded him the role of a grand hero, never had he encountered a situation as absurd as today. Whether as the protagonist wielding power to vanquish a myriad of antagonists, or as a supporting character making a last-minute rescue. Each role sparkled with brilliance. But what was his current standing? Merely a minor character, contributing a fleeting moment of significance before hastily exiting the stage? And to perish at the hands of an inconsequential character like Raditz, who himself was a mere supporting cast, albeit one with an imposing presence? How dare he claim the life of Yifeng, the esteemed young master? I have been a devoted admirer of yours. Is this how you repay me? No. I must at least meet my end at the hands of Frisia. In a fit of impotent rage, Yifeng shouted at the heavens, Frisia! Frisia! A sudden wave of inspiration struck him, nearly provoking laughter. Oh no, I am far too clever. Frisia! What a delightful twist. The thought of meeting the tyrant alive filled him with trepidation. Why am I even contemplating such matters? I am on the brink of death, about to be obliterated by Raditz. But wait, could my inexplicable traversal be merely due to the utter lack of excitement here? Internally, he called out, System, come forth. System, ding. Host detected calling out, the super broken. Oh no, the invincible system is now online. Wait, what did you just say? The invincible system? Incorrect. I distinctly refer to it as broken. Invincible. Broken. Detected host distrust of the system, preparing to unbind. Hey, hold on. Invincible. You are the invincible system. The system exhaled in relief. Oomph, you thought you could outsmart me? A mere trick sufficed to ensnare you. What kind of good person traverses into a weakling? A good system serving a weakling? Cough, cough. Detected host is about to face a significant crisis. Dispensing system rewards. Host receives 1 free lottery draw. Marvelous. Does the system offer a beginner-esque gift pack? The system fell into a brief silence. That does not exist. What? Truly a pitiful invincible system. Well then, let us proceed with the lottery. Let me see what treasures await in the prize pool. A premium umbrella? A sandalwood coffin? Battle strength increases tenfold? What kind of rubbish is this? Ding. Detected fluctuations in host's emotions. Proactively upgraded the ordinary hunting rifle in the host's possession to the divine gun. From now on, regardless of the host's battle strength growth, it will unleash quintuple power, gradually limiting usage to no less than once a day. That sounds rather impressive. So, what is my current battle strength? System, 5, what? Am I still a weakling? What uses a 5-fold increase? The good news is that the host can now use it an unlimited number of times. Please, host, make haste. Once the time for the lottery arrives, it will automatically become void. Oh, my dear father, I shall draw. The system exclaimed excitedly. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the extraordinary skill, Divine Extraction. By merely maintaining contact with your opponent for over 10 minutes, you can extract 1/10 of their combat power in their normal state, which can be used to enhance your own strength and remains permanently effective. That sounds rather impressive. But what about the opponent? Will their power be diminished? No, it will not. Does the host have any further inquiries? If not, I must clock out. Raditz is on his way, and I need to seek out the next host in advance. Wait a moment, Yifeng exclaimed, truly anxious. I haven't even begun, and you are abandoning me. What if I survive? This system will continue to provide services to the host. Damn it. Do you have any other functions besides the lottery? Sign in? Storage space? The system replied slyly, ding. It seems the host has discovered a little secret of the system. Thus, I shall reveal it. You can sign in. If you complete a month of sign-ins, you will have a 20% chance of acquiring a martial arts skill. However, as for storage space, there is none. Yifeng, frustrated, could only silently curse the worthless system. The system then announced, ding. Detecting a great terror approaching, the system, being compassionate, has temporarily gone offline. Hey, Yifeng called out loudly. But the system no longer responded to him. Am I truly destined to perish here? Chapter 3. An overwhelming sense of oppression. At this thought, Yifeng felt an immense sorrow. He would not accept such a humiliating demise. He resolved to confront death at the hands of a great king. Thus, he shouted towards the heavens, Frisia, Frisia. Yet, the only response he received was silence. Not far away, a tall and robust man with flowing hair was hiding behind a rock, secretly observing Yifeng. Indeed, this individual was Raditz, the elite warrior and brother of Goku. At this moment, Raditz gazed in terror towards Yifeng's direction, continually scanning him with his detector, pondering. How curious. He is merely a worthless fighter with a power level of 5. How could he possibly know the name of King Frisia? Could he be a spy sent by Frisia to monitor us Saiyans? Unlikely. A series of questions compelled Raditz to approach with caution, for in this remote planet, who would dare to call out the name of King Frisia so boldly? Is it possible that this individual has caused my foolish brother's mission to annihilate this planet to fail? After a while of calling out, Yifeng grew weary and collapsed onto the ground, using his straw hat to fan himself. Gazing at the hat, he mused, how wonderful it would be to traverse into another anime with this straw hat. Alas, this uncle's body likely possesses even less combat power than my original self. With this thought, disappointment washed over Yifeng, and he could not help but shout, Dog system, come forth. After a prolonged silence, the system remained unresponsive. At this moment, upon repeatedly confirming that the combat power of the individual before him was a mere 5, Raditz felt a sense of relief wash over him. Originally, he had intended to stealthily seek out another person to intimidate, but being deterred by someone with such a pathetic power level was somewhat difficult for him to accept. Regardless, he decided to probe further into the capabilities of this individual. With determination, he leaped from behind the rocks and gradually approached Yifeng. Yifeng, who had been languidly lounging, suddenly noticed a tall figure drawing nearer from the distance. Startled, he jolted upright from the ground. Raditz, with a stoic expression, advanced step by step, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, Yifeng was utterly terrified, his heart racing audibly in his ears. As the distance between them diminished further, Raditz activated his scanner to scan Yifeng. The beeping of the device was so pronounced that Yifeng could hear it distinctly. What should he do? A climactic moment was approaching, and if he didn't T-act soon, he would be done for. Suddenly, an idea struck Yifeng. In the original narrative, it was a weakling who first shot Raditz in the head, only for the bullet to be deflected back at him. What if, instead of using a gun, he performed a disarm and pleaded for mercy? With this thought, Yifeng promptly discarded the weapon he held, raising his hands in a gesture of reverence. Raditz was taken aback by this unexpected display. Could this be his tactic? The beeping continued, and a bead of cold sweat formed on Raditz's forehead. Was there a malfunction? Was his combat power truly only 5? After a brief silence, Raditz erupted into laughter. Ha ha! A mere trash with a combat power of 5. Just a moment ago, I thought you were something formidable, even recognizing Lord Frisia. Yet, you are merely a lowly being with a power level of 5. Ha ha! As he spoke, one hand rose, gathering energy, ready to obliterate Yifeng with a single breath. However, Raditz's words suddenly sparked an epiphany in Yifeng. Indeed, no one knew the narrative of Dragon Ball better than he did. He could manipulate the situation to his advantage. With this realization, Yifeng placed one hand over his heart and knelt on one knee, executing a formal military salute reminiscent of how one would greet a superior in Frisia's army. He then proclaimed loudly, I pay my respects to the esteemed Prince of Science, Lord Raditz. Upon hearing this, Raditz was momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, he gradually lowered his hand. What did you say? I, Raditz? Prince of Science? What nonsense are you spouting? Clarify yourself. Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief. Thinking to himself, you should listen to my deception, not my explanations. Chapter 4, The Great Deceiver. What did you say? Prince Raditz? Do you not know who the true Prince of the Science is? That would be our illustrious Prince Vegeta. Raditz then deactivated the scanner and gestured with his chin for Yifeng to continue. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Suddenly realizing that if Vegeta were to overhear this conversation, he would never be able to meet him again. Raditz was indeed quite cautious. Certainly, Your Highness Raditz, I am aware that the nominal Prince of the Science is Vegeta. However, dear Raditz, did you know? Your father, Bardock, awakened the ability to foresee the future before the destruction of planet Vegeta, and his battle power surpassed 10,000, truly making him the king of the Saiyans. As his eldest son, you are rightfully the Prince of the Saiyans. Raditz nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the fact that a distant being could recognize Frisia and accurately name his father and himself was no mere coincidence. He remained silent, gesturing for Yifeng to continue. Yifeng stated, Your father had long foreseen our meeting and even envisioned your landing site. As I have been waiting here for some time, do you realize, Your Highness Raditz, that as a superior warrior, your battle power is merely 1,500? This is due to Vegeta's jealousy of your innate talents. For many years, he has suppressed you, denying you any significant combat opportunities. Raditz felt a flush of embarrassment, acknowledging that he often slacked off during battles. Yet, Yifeng's words struck a chord, leading him to believe that Vegeta must indeed be envious of his brilliance, thus deliberately stifling the future king of the Saiyans. He motioned for Yifeng to proceed. Yifeng nodded and continued, Your Highness, do you know why you have yet to awaken as a prince? Raditz, captivated by the title of Your Highness, could not help but inquire, What is it? Yifeng replied, It is because you have not yet completed the coronation ceremony. Not only Vegeta, but even the power of boss surpasses yours. I am the one whom your father has specifically chosen to conduct your coronation. Raditz, astonished and elated, burst into laughter. Is that true? Then you must perform the coronation ceremony for this prince at once. Yifeng felt a surge of joy, thinking how splendid it was not to perish after all. But he maintained a composed demeanor, as revealing any signs of mirth might lead to dire consequences. He continued, Your Highness Raditz, the coronation ceremony will take approximately 10 minutes. Please kneel on one knee in reverence and pray for the former planet Raditz, while I will place my hand upon your forehead and pray for your coronation. Raditz, though somewhat skeptical, felt a sense of satisfaction at Yifeng referring to planet Vegeta as planet Raditz. He decided to trust him this once and knelt reverently. Slowly closing his eyes, Yifeng turned away, stifling a laugh, forcing himself to suppress his excitement as he placed his hand on Raditz's forehead. To prevent any failure of the system's notifications, he glanced at the time and muttered incantations. O forgotten Saiyan prince, awaken your sealed memories. Today, you shall awaken your bloodline and truly become the Saiyan prince. And continued with a lengthy invocation. System, congratulations to the host for successfully engaging with Raditz for over 10 minutes, permanently acquiring a combat power of 150. You survived, and you have successfully obtained Raditz's strength. Impressive indeed. Yifeng, feeling somewhat speechless, stood beside Raditz, choosing not to argue with the system. At that moment, he sensed a powerful force continually surging into his body, even causing a slight sense of inflation. Is this the power of 150 combat strength? With this thought, he secretly picked up the divine gun, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. The system continued to remind, ding, combat power exceeding 100 detected. Usage of the divine gun extended to half an hour. No way. Originally, Yifeng thought that if a situation arose, he could use the infinite divine gun to suppress Raditz and make a desperate stand. Perhaps it was better to continue deceiving him. At this moment, Raditz was devoutly closing his eyes. The ritual has concluded. Your Highness, Raditz slowly opened his eyes, sensing the changes within his body. Why is there no noticeable change? Could this old charlatan be deceiving me? Gazing at the pudgy figure with a small mustache dressed in suspenders, Raditz's eyes gradually turned cold, filled with murderous intent. Yifeng also sensed the abnormality, feeling a chill run down his spine, and quickly waved his hands in reassurance. Your Highness, the current ritual has altered your fortune. Rather than directly increasing your combat power, you will gradually enhance your strength in future battles, and those loyal to you will also feel the influence of your fortune, resulting in physical changes. Just look at me. With that, Yifeng struck a forceful pose, though he felt no aura himself. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz activated the detector. What? Combat power has actually reached 155. The previously sinister expression finally softened as he addressed Yifeng. I am now going to find my brother Kakarot. Once I complete my task, I shall bring you along. You will become my strategist. Very well, Your Highness. I am at your service, Yifeng replied. He then exhaled deeply and added, Your Highness, Kakarot suffered a head injury in his youth. If you brothers engage in combat, King Bardock conveyed to me that unless absolutely necessary, you must avoid a life and death struggle. Raditz nodded thoughtfully. He then activated the detector again. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power over 300. It must be my foolish brother from a great distance. With that, he soared into the sky. Yifeng watched the direction he flew, knowing that according to the plot, he was likely to encounter the caretaker Piccolo. Oh, may the original plot remain unchanged. You are truly blessed. What should I do? No, I must visit the Kame house. There's an abundance of combat power awaiting me there. Chapter 5. Journey to Kame house. Yifeng resolved to act, only to suddenly remember that he had no idea where Kame house was located. At that moment, the system softly cleared its throat and spoke. You can locate the position of Master Rashi by sensing his energy. Sensing? Energy? Me? I can't do that. Besides, if I could sense energy, why just run towards it? Is this a weight loss program? Yifeng expressed his dissatisfaction. Suddenly, the system chimed in. I almost forgot. You possess a beginner's gift pack. Yifeng thought to himself, what? You have a gift pack and you didn't give it to me? You wretched system. The system continued. I understand your urgency, but please be patient. The rewards include the technique of void flight and the application of energy. Approximately 1,000 others have received the beginner's gift pack ahead of you, and not a single one has survived, which is why I stopped issuing them. Yifeng remarked, then your mortality rate is exceedingly high. The system replied, of course. You are the only man who has survived the beginning. I have high hopes for you. Yifeng, feeling exasperated, retorted, I don't need your hopes. I need you to be reliable. Enough with the chatter. Grant me my rewards. The system responded, ding. The beginner's gift pack has been sent. Please check it, host. Yifeng felt a surge of clarity in his mind. Void flight? I can fly now. The skills of the crane school are indeed numerous. Yifeng hastily tested the technique, and the sensation of soaring through the skies was incredibly exhilarating. He then attempted to harness the energy within his body, easily gathering a small energy sphere in his hand. Gazing at the faintly yellow energy sphere, Yifeng was thrilled. He raised his hand and launched the sphere, which explosively created a large hole in the rock. Ha ha ha! Yifeng laughed heartily and inquired of the system, "Can I return to my world with my current power?" The system retorted, "Get lost. I'm unbinding you right now." Yifeng resumed, sensing the energy around him, and noticed a considerable number of ordinary individuals. Most had a power level of 5, with a few at levels 6 to 10. If I interact with all these ordinary people, given this quantity, I could potentially accumulate several billion in power, he mused. The system chimed, ding. The host's thoughts are fanciful. The system shall now briefly explain the rules. Yifeng, idiot. Shouldn't this have been stated at the outset? The system replied, well, it seems so, but don't mind the details. I am the invincible system. Do not question me. It then began to announce the rules. This skill is ineffective against entities with a combat power below 100. This skill is compatible with the portion of combat power below 100 of the contacted units. Yifeng exclaimed, what a joke. The system continued, do not interrupt. As you are the first to survive the beginning, this system grants you an additional benefit. If the contacted unit's power increases in the future, you will also receive a proportional enhancement of 1/10, which I originally did not intend to unlock for you. Yifeng responded, oh well, thank you. But what happens if it's not unlocked? The system replied, if it's not unlocked, it's a one-time deal based on the first interaction. Yifeng inquired, so? The system laughed, indeed, if you interact with Goku now, any future interactions will be ineffective. Am I clear? Yifeng, feeling frustrated, remarked, so you're determined to make this a deadly endeavor for me, right? Should I just headbutt them? The system, with a tone of flattery, responded, oh, with your intelligence. Aren't these mere trifles? Yifeng squinted and smiled, indeed. Wait, what? The system replied, to clarify, there have been 3,857 hosts. My power far surpasses yours. The system continued, well then, esteemed host number 3,857, I wish you good fortune on your journey to the Kame House. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this a mission being issued? Surely there must be a reward, right? The system responded with a hint of exasperation. Did you not just say you were going? This system does not possess a mission issuance function. By the way, you haven't checked in today. Yifeng replied, oh, right. The system chimed, ding. The system will now conduct a facial recognition check-in. Yifeng inquired, is it really that complicated? The system smirked mischievously. Indeed, now blink, turn your head, and smile. Yifeng retorted, you. The system chimed again, ding. Check-in successful. Don't forget to check in daily. There's a chance to acquire skills. The lottery odds are based on the penguin model. Yifeng sighed in despair. Unbind me. I wish to cease existing. The system replied teasingly, ding. Detecting significant fluctuations in host emotions, this system will temporarily go offline. A friendly reminder, if you do not head to the Kame House soon, the others will finish without you. Yifeng thought to himself, why must this system make my life so arduous? He quickly focused on sensing energy, first locking onto the auras of Master Wutian and Krillin. He then detected a powerful aura advancing towards the Kame House. Is that Goku's energy? Truly formidable and reassuring. Almost immediately, he sensed a clash of energies in the opposite direction, and upon a brief assessment, the terrifying aura of Raditz exceeded his expectations. I am still far too weak. Chapter 6, My Strategist? The Antagonist? The collision of energies Yifeng sensed was indeed Raditz encountering Piccolo a minute prior. At that moment, the Demon King Piccolo was training in the frigid mountains when he suddenly felt a formidable energy approaching him. In his thoughts, Piccolo mused, son, Goku? This power surpasses even that of Son Goku. His face turned pale with fear, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Just then, a tall, robust man with long hair stood before him. Despite his fear, Piccolo, as the Demon King, could not allow his aura to falter. Who are you? Raditz gazed at him with amusement as he activated his scouter. Beep, 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 beep. Battle power 322. Indeed, that is quite the capital on this planet, but alas, a weakling is still a weakling. Piccolo retorted, what did you say? Take this. The Demon King unleashed all his power in a furious attack directed at Raditz, creating a cloud of smoke upon impact. He then burst into maniacal laughter. You thought you could outshine me? You were too careless. Take my strike. Wait. What? No damage? Raditz remained unscathed, preparing to teach the man before him, who now appeared quite pale, a lesson. He slowly began to speak. Now it's my turn. Beep, beep, beep. The detector indicated that a formidable force was advancing in a specific direction, the mightiest on this planet. Kakarot. Huh. There's another combatant converging towards the same direction? The reading beeped, revealing a power level of 155. Isn't that my strategist? He must have discovered my brother's whereabouts and is following him. Alas, my loyal advisor, you are rather slow. Subsequently, Raditz hastened towards Yifeng, leaving behind a profoundly shocked Piccolo, who hesitated for a moment before stealthily following suit. Yifeng was desperately flying, the fierce wind rendering his eyes nearly shut. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could I perhaps attempt to envelop my body with energy, soaring as they do in such a dazzling manner? Yifeng concentrated, elevating his energy to its zenith, but regrettably, he was unable to achieve the desired outcome. What is the matter? At that moment, the system interjected. What is wrong? Your energy is too feeble. Wind. I must accelerate. That's my idol, Goku. At the very least, let me have a few words with him before the battle. Otherwise, he might fall victim to Raditz. Frustration surged within him. A single misstep could spell disaster. As Yifeng pondered his predicament, he sensed an overwhelming presence looming behind him. What is this energy? Raditz? He turned sharply, and lo. The figure behind him could only be Raditz. Raditz, Your Highness, what is this? Wait, this deviates from the original plot. Wasn't he supposed to head to Master Roshi's place? What is he doing here instead of using his tail to whip Krillin? System? Are you there? No response. Raditz, Your Highness? Yifeng continued to inquire. Raditz, with an expression that conveyed understanding without words, suddenly wrapped his arms around Yifeng's waist. Inwardly, Yifeng thought, This wasn't tea in the manga. Hold on a moment. No one ever mentioned Raditz had questionable inclinations. Oh my goodness, he is a Saiyan. The fear nearly brought him to tears. At that moment, Raditz spoke slowly. Strategist, I didn't expect you to track Kakarot's movements and pursue him so swiftly. I am touched. Rest assured, once I become the king of the Saiyans, you shall be our royal strategist. Yifeng replied, but, brother, there are hardly any Saiyans left in the universe. Aside from the initial powerhouse, Kakarot, who can you truly contend with? There are no women, no wealth, no subordinates. What is the merit in being king? Reflecting on this, Yifeng couldn't help but scoff at Vegeta, understanding why he had endured decades on Earth. Nonetheless, Yifeng could not refuse, for his life was clasped within Raditz's grasp. With a resigned tone, Yifeng responded, Very well, Raditz. I shall serve you as your royal strategist. Raditz laughed heartily at the flattery. However, Your Highness, you wouldn't intend to do anything to the strategist, would you? Yifeng asked timidly. Raditz glanced at his embrace of Yifeng, finding it rather unsightly. However, had Yifeng retained even a semblance of his former charm, the present image before him was that of a greasy, portly man. Even Raditz, who had been single for many years, felt a wave of nausea. With a disdainful spit, he remarked, I merely wish to convey that you are exceedingly slow. Hold on tight. I shall take you to find Kakarot. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted, and Yifeng and Raditz transformed into fleeting shadows, soaring towards Master Roshi's abode. At that moment, Krillin was still engaging in playful banter with Bulma and Master Roshi. Goku, seated upon his nimbus, had arrived with Gohan, whose adorable demeanor brought joy to all present. Master Roshi pointed at the 4-star Dragon Ball atop Gohan's head and inquired, Is this the 4-star ball? Indeed, Master Roshi. Goku replied, I have bequeathed my grandfather's legacy to him, even naming him after grandfather. So he is also called Son Gohan. Old Gohan chuckled, Goku, you are truly a splendid grandson. You call me grandfather, and I shall call you father. We each have our own titles. Just then, Goku suddenly sensed an overwhelming power, an oppressive aura that put him on high alert, prompting him to leap out of the house, followed closely by Krillin and Master Roshi. Goku cautioned everyone, there are two powerful presences. One is incredibly strong, while the other does not seem weak either. Raditz and Yifeng swiftly descended, and a formidable pressure enveloped the area. Kakarot, I recognized you at a glance. You are the spitting image of our father. Why have you yet to fulfill your mission of exterminating the inhabitants of this planet? Goku was taken aback. What? Kakarot? What father? He quickly retorted, I am Son Wukong, not whatever Kakarot you speak of. At that moment, Yifeng beheld his idol, Goku, and rushed forward to grasp his hand. Goku-san, I have finally met you. Goku looked at the stout man clad in overalls and questioned, who are you, uncle? Just as Yifeng was about to respond, He was abruptly interrupted by Raditz, who declared, of course, he is my strategist, and I am the illustrious prince of the Saiyans. Raditz, and also your brother. What? Goku exclaimed, shaking off Yifeng's hand. Uncle, you are an enemy. Yifeng thought to himself, how infuriating. I was merely 3 minutes into this encounter. Chapter 7. Confrontation with Krillin. Yifeng, seething with frustration, mused, I was merely 7 minutes away from a meaningful interaction with Goku. This cannot stand. I must make another attempt. With cunning determination, Yifeng approached Goku once more, seizing his hand, and implored, no, Goku-san, please hear me out. I'm a mere earthling, and you are my idol. You may not recall the World Martial Arts Tournament, but I was there on the sidelines. That year, you were the champion. As Yifeng rambled on, he anxiously pondered, why is the time not passing? I'm running out of things to say. Fortunately, Goku, known for his kind heart, showed no signs of discontent, while Raditz, unable to wait any longer, questioned, strategist, what are you doing? Yifeng suddenly became theatrical, gripping Raditz with one hand and Goku with the other. Your Highness, have you forgotten your father Bardock? He wished for you and your brother to live in harmony, he said, even managing to squeeze out a few tears. Come on, cry, cry. Yifeng truly reflected on all the sorrowful events, yet thankfully his acting skills were commendable. Goku murmured, am I really an alien? A Saiyan? Kakarot. Raditz, feeling moved, responded, yes, my foolish brother. By the way, where is your tail? Kakarot. Raditz had not noticed that Goku had lost his tail, and proceeded to inform him about the transformation of Saiyans into giant apes under the full moon. Although Goku had banged his head and lost most of his childhood memories, he vaguely pieced together the reason behind the death of old Gohan. Am I truly a Saiyan? Kakarot. Wind interjected. Yes, struggle a bit longer. The time is almost at hand, haha. Just as the two brothers were about to shed tears, a divergence arose. Raditz declared, Kakarot, let us unite to conquer the universe. First, we shall eliminate all the people on this planet, leaving only the strategist and your few friends. Wind retorted, no, my friend. You think of disturbing Goku's Earth. There are still 30 seconds left. Let's not fall apart now. Huh? Is that the bald guy approaching? Isn't this just like the original storyline? Then, Yifeng witnessed the classic scene where Krillin was struck by the tail. Goku, in a fit of rage, shook off Yifeng's hand and, concerned, called out, Krillin. The battle was about to commence, and with mere seconds left, Yifeng leaped onto Goku's legs, holding on tightly. Get off. Goku suddenly exploded with rage and kicked Yifeng away, sending him flying right into Krillin. The system chimed, ding. The host has been in contact with the main character, Son Goku, for over 10 minutes, gaining 41 points of combat power. Due to contact with the protagonist, you have acquired the skill Phantom Fist. Wind exclaimed, I am going to strike it rich. Just then, Krillin threw a punch toward Yifeng's face. Yifeng quickly raised his hand to block it, but was instantly sent flying several meters away, landing with a roll. Goku, you handle Raditz. I'll deal with his strategist, Krillin stated. Wind thought, forget about the strategist. No words can clarify this. Little bald guy, today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of all fans of Android 18. He then exploded with rage and stood against Krillin. With a combat power of 209, Krillin had a distinct advantage over Yifeng. The disparity in combat skills and experience made it challenging for Yifeng to defend himself. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to endure a few rounds. Though he faced some setbacks, he was not knocked down. Raditz, intrigued, activated a scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, this little bald guy has a combat power of 209. Interesting. The strategist's combat power has reached 196? It seems that as he claimed, those around the Saiyan King will continually grow stronger. At that moment, Yifeng found himself struggling to withstand the assault. He suddenly realized that being struck in the face also contributed to the contact time. However, Krillin's punches were too swift, despite being beaten for so long. He had only maintained contact for 2 minutes. Internally, he pondered, isn't Raditz in a hurry? Why isn't he here to assist me? At that moment, Krillin suddenly lunged forward, delivering a swift kick aimed at Yifeng's face. Although Yifeng saw the move clearly, his martial skills were woefully inadequate, leaving him flustered and ultimately propelled into the air by the force of the kick. Ouch, that hurt. Before Yifeng could stabilize himself, he heard a gathering energy below. Huh. Not holding back, are we? Wind, You little bald head, are you truly intent on taking my life? If by some stroke of luck I survive, I shall surely steal your thunder later. I'm not the villain here. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power at 418? This is not looking good, Raditz silently lamented. Realizing time was of the essence, as his strategist was no more. Phantom Fist. In a critical moment, Yifeng unleashed his potential, narrowly evading this lethal strike with a phantom fist technique. Wind, since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Today, let me witness how Goku will react to your premature demise, the Divine Spear. Yifeng initially intended to hold back, but was taken aback by Krillin's genuine intent to kill him. Beep beep beep, combat power at 960? Goku and Master Roshi, sensing Yifeng's sudden surge of energy, were both astonished and rushed to intervene simultaneously. Lacking the time to gather energy, Master Roshi's Kamehameha only reached its standard level, prompting him to shout urgently. Krillin, realizing the gravity of the situation, Krillin quickly unleashed his Kamehameha wave. The trio combined their efforts to deflect the attack. Yet Krillin was sent flying by the residual force, and Yifeng hurriedly seized him by the throat. Goku, desperate to assist, was incapacitated by a fierce kick from Raditz, who then seized Gohan, addressing Goku with cold resolve. By tomorrow morning, I expect to see the corpses of 100 men and 100 women here. Otherwise, you may never see your son again. The strategist has killed that bald head. We must depart. Yifeng tightened his grip on Krillin, who struggled, yet soon realized that his assailant had no intention of killing him, instead signaling him to play dead. Yifeng whispered, Goku will find us. You must feign death. There is no way I can allow him to intercept us midway. System. Ding. Detecting host has been in contact with Krillin for over 10 minutes. Reward. 20 combat points. And a secretary in the room? 1. Wind. So this little rascal excels at this? No wonder he gets along so well with Android 18. System. Do you want it? No. Shall I exchange it for another skill? Without hesitation, Yifeng opted to accept, jesting that every battle is indeed a battle. He then stood up, feigning a fierce glare around the area before striding away alongside Raditz. Chapter 8. The Rescue of Gohan, Team Assembly, Yifeng's Strategy. If one is to play the villain, one must do so convincingly. If Raditz detects any anomalies, he might extinguish me without a second thought. According to the original plot, Goku's green-faced caretaker is hiding behind Master Roshi's house. I should have collapsed the wall on him earlier. At that moment, Raditz grasped Gohan with one hand and Yifeng with the other as they arrived at the location where the spaceship was set to land. He intended to place Gohan inside his vessel. Are you truly unwilling to return, my friend? This fellow is bound to unleash his fury, potentially reducing your ship to mere rubble. Yifeng promptly obstructed Raditz. What is it, strategist? Raditz inquired. Your Highness, matters such as supervising this young child should be entrusted to me. Must you truly treat Kakarot in such a manner? He is your own brother, after all. Raditz sighed in response. This is Prince Vegeta's command, and I must comply. But you are a prince now, are you not? Raditz shook his head. You do not comprehend Prince Vegeta. He is a prodigy among our Saiyan kind. With my current strength, I cannot defy him. I only came here to negotiate. Had he come himself, the people on Earth would have likely perished by now. Yifeng found it surprising that Raditz possessed such a facet. It appeared that Goku's elder brother was not entirely malevolent. Your Highness Raditz, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to surpass Vegeta. Raditz offered a faint smile, remaining unperturbed by flattery. After years of servitude, he was well aware of Vegeta's formidable and ruthless nature. Understanding Raditz's sentiments, Yifeng earnestly wished for these brothers to avoid turning against one another. But given the current circumstances, a great battle seemed inevitable. Yifeng found himself in a dilemma. If the narrative proceeded as originally intended, he would surely remain a mere supporting character in this world. Having finally secured a promising beginning, he was reluctant to abandon the original plot. Yet, diverging from it would render him a fragile ant, easily crushed at any moment. Such a predicament was indeed troubling. Your Highness Raditz, may I inquire how many passengers your spaceship can accommodate? Why do you ask? Oh, are you considering accompanying me back? That might be rather challenging, as the ship is designed for a single occupant. Even if it could accommodate more, the materials for stasis are insufficient. It seemed he would need to seek Bulma's assistance. Yifeng had made up his mind. Goku's objective was to protect Earth, so he would divert all dangers away from it, allowing Goku to delay his confrontation with Frieza's forces. Meanwhile, Yifeng would find a way to infiltrate Frieza's army to absorb their strength, ultimately befriending the main characters. A delightful prospect. Perhaps he would even have the opportunity to interact with deities of destruction, angels, or even the Omni King. Wouldn't that render him invincible? Ha ha ha. As Yifeng contemplated this, his spirits lifted. Ding! Host's extreme happiness detected, granting the host a new skill. Whole wave. Wait, why have you suddenly become reliable again? I cannot help it. Witnessing your fervor ignites my own enthusiasm. After all, I am truly an invincible system. In retrospect, the system has always been quite effective. It merely depends on the host's capabilities. I suppose I have passed the test. Soon, I shall devise a plan to prevent their mutual destruction. And then it will be up to Bulma. Frisia's army, here I come. Ding! Host has learned whole wave. Yifeng felt a technique emerge in his mind. The Dong wave. In the original text, Dumpling was the epitome of this technique. He wondered which would be more formidable, this Dong wave or the King's finger technique, assuming they possessed equivalent combat power. The Dong wave could enhance combat performance by 150%, with minimal energy consumption and high agility, though it lacked the destructive force of the Kamehameha. Quite impressive, it was time to test it out. At that moment, Raditz was meditating with his eyes closed, while Gohan had cried himself to sleep. Beep, 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 An enemy approaches? Where? Very close. Combat power of 318? Is it that green-faced fellow? At this moment, Goku and Piccolo were en route. How infuriating! Another formidable foe. Their strength seems no small matter. Is someone gathering energy? The Dong wave, with Yifeng's combat power exceeding 300, instantly penetrated the entire forest, shattering distant boulders into fragments. Incredible! With this power, I could defeat old Piccolo and reign as the world's king. Beep, 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 Combat power has dropped to 212? Unexpectedly, it is the strategist. His strength is comparable to that of the little bald-headed one. Before Raditz could comprehend the situation, the detector emitted another sound. Combat power exceeding 700? Quite formidable indeed. Is it from above? They have arrived. As expected, it is Kakarot. Who is the other one? It's you, the green-faced fellow? Piccolo the Demon King. Humph. Goku, hand over Gohan. Chapter 9. Fierce Battle with Raditz. Yifeng also looked up, and indeed, it was Piccolo and Goku, as anticipated. Goku and Piccolo united. Raditz merely gazed coldly at the two before him, remaining silent. Goku began to shed his weighted attire and addressed Piccolo. Have you been training diligently, Piccolo? Piccolo similarly removed his weights, revealing a confident smile as he replied. How could I possibly lose to you? For this, I have specifically trained with a secret weapon. Yet, it seems your grandson hasn't made much progress. Yifeng scratched his head. That Chi-Chi's power is quite formidable. The prodigy Gohan can become a bookworm in her presence, while the battle maniac Goku, having married her for several years, has scarcely advanced. But you, single Piccolo, haven't made much progress either. You all have become too complacent. Beep, beep, beep. Kakarot's combat power is 416, while the other green-faced fellow is 408. How laughable. Such strength wouldn't qualify as a warrior in Frisia's army, only suitable for mining on certain planets. Raditz was dismayed by his brother's foolishness, finally asking, do you truly refuse to join my team, Kakarot? Don't dream. I would never harm the innocent, Goku replied resolutely. Then there is no other choice. My patience is limited. Today, let me demonstrate the disparity between us, Raditz declared, no longer willing to waste words. At this moment, Raditz's mentality underwent a subtle transformation, influenced by the absurd rhetoric of Yifeng. He began to feel a twinge of compassion for his younger brother. Perhaps it was time to impart a lesson. Raditz suddenly became a blur, charging at Goku, who faced him with trepidation, raising his arm to block. The overwhelming force sent Goku flying, shattering the rocks behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo darted in from the side, delivering a fierce knife-hand strike aimed at Raditz. Do not underestimate me, he declared. Yet, he struck only a mere afterimage, retaliated against by a powerful elbow that landed squarely on his head, leaving Piccolo dazed and teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yifeng observed the chaotic scene. Bewildered, this is not at all like the battles depicted in the comics. Could it be that I truly influenced the course of the narrative? At that moment, Goku emerged from the rubble, brushing off the dust with a sense of assurance. Meanwhile, the ever-faithful Piccolo clutched his head, seething with anger. Surely, he hasn't shown you any mercy, has he? Goku responded, glancing at Raditz. Raditz maintained a serene expression, non-committal. Let us go at him together, he proposed, and with that, the two charged like arrows loose from a bow, shouting in unison. Ya 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 ya. Yifeng felt his blood surge. Indeed, joining in the battle, cries greatly heightened the fervor of combat. As the fists flew, both Goku and Piccolo unleashed their energy, momentarily matching Raditz's power. It became clear that they could not afford to hold back. Their combat prowess surged to 500. Raditz remarked, Brother, I cannot bear to strike you, you green-faced fiend. With that, Piccolo was struck squarely in the face, sent hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Son, you still claim he isn't treating you specially? Piccolo retorted, while Goku awkwardly scratched his head. Seizing the moment, Yifeng rushed forward to embrace Piccolo. Raditz, perhaps you could reason with your beloved brother? Piccolo, now feeling lightheaded, required a moment to regain his composure and, for the time being, did not resist Yifeng's grasp. Closing his eyes to recuperate, Yifeng mused, A captured duck cannot be allowed to escape. Dodo wave, he exclaimed, at such close range. The blast instantly darkened Piccolo's green visage. Is that insufficient? Dodo wave, Dodo wave, Dodo wave. A cacophony of explosions ensued, leaving Piccolo temporarily unconscious. His face charred and smoldering. Even Raditz was left speechless. This strategist is truly ruthless. He then turned his attention to Goku, beginning to implore him. Kakarot, I earnestly wish to share with you the tales of our father Bardock and our mother Jain, to foster a brotherly bond and protect you. However, Kakarot, we are dreadfully weak at present. With our current strength, we cannot possibly oppose Prince Vegeta, not to mention the myriad of formidable foes in the universe. We are but lowly mercenaries in Frisia's army. Abandon your resistance, Kakarot. If it were anyone else, you would have been slain for defiance. Goku scoffed, chuckling heartily. Didn't you claim that we Saiyans are a warrior race? Why then do you cower and refuse to fight back? Raditz retorted, Nonsense. If I were not afraid, would my battle power still be a mere 1,500 after all these years? Enough, Raditz. I shall never yield to you, and you shall not harm the earth. Let's engage in battle. Goku's commanding shout abruptly halted their exchange. At that moment, Goku brimmed with fighting spirit. His power remarkably surged to a baseline of 500. System ding. The detected baseline battle power of Son Goku has changed. Host power increased by 9. Wind. Truly a genius of combat. Even this can enhance his strength? System ding. The host has engaged with King Piccolo for over 10 minutes. Battle power increased by 40. Wind. His battle power has now reached 262, comparable to the pinnacle of the original Demon King. Without you, I would be the sovereign of the earth. I do not consume beef. At that moment, Piccolo regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes to see Yifeng's large, foolish grin. Get lost, he angrily exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Yifeng reeling, immediately rushing to support Goku in the battle. Together, they continued to confront Raditz, who smiled slightly, confident in his stance. Chapter 10, Demon Cannon. Son, let's attack together. Piccolo bellowed. He and Goku charged towards Raditz from either side, the sound of their fists colliding resonating continuously. Raditz mused, Why does it feel as though my foolish brother has grown stronger? His battle power surged to around 650. These fools can actually control their battle power? Kakarot is becoming stronger amidst intense combat. Plus a combat prodigie. Yifeng lamented that he could not afford to engage in idle chatter. He had to press forward with overwhelming force, or it would become increasingly difficult to manage. And would he also possess such a protagonist's aura? Raditz felt a bead of sweat form as he delivered a heavy blow to Piccolo's abdomen, sending him flying, and then immediately turned to suppress Goku, landing a punch on his chin. True to his warrior heritage, Goku's physique was remarkably resilient. He withstood the blow and retaliated with a ki blast. The audience gasped. No harm done. Raditz smirked disdainfully, about to flaunt his prowess, when suddenly he felt a tight grip on his ankle. It was Piccolo, who, having been knocked back, extended his arm to seize Raditz's ankle and hurled him into the sky. The two then leapt into the air to pursue Raditz. Raditz, with his hands hanging low, unleashed an energy blast. Goku and Piccolo quickly dodged to the sides. Boom! The distant mountaintops exploded in the aftermath. Goku narrowly evaded the blast, but Piccolo was less fortunate. His arm shattered by the energy projectile. Piccolo! Goku exclaimed in alarm. It's all right, son, Piccolo replied, clutching his arm. Wind! Here it comes, the iconic scene is upon us. Yifeng felt his heart leap to his throat as he meticulously observed the martial techniques of the three individuals, sensing a hint of distinct realizations. Hey, system, is it possible for me to learn martial arts myself? Ding! The system detects that the host's intelligence is online. It has decided to provide answers to your inquiries free of charge. Huh? Are you implying you would charge me? I have no money. Of course. The host can learn martial arts independently. However, martial arts are intrinsically linked to one's innate talent. The host's ability to learn and wield martial techniques effectively entirely depends on personal learning capacity. While it is indeed possible to enhance the host's survival skills without relying solely on the system's capabilities, I encourage the host to study diligently. Best of luck. Why didn't you mention this sooner? At that moment, Piccolo had already begun to gather energy, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the special beam cannon, which he intended to reserve for a showdown with Goku. Yifeng, mimicking Piccolo's stance, placed his fingers to his forehead. Oddly enough, he experienced a sense of familiarity. Indeed, he had practiced the skills from Dragon Ball countless times. It was just that he had never possessed Ki in that world before. Now, having gradually grown stronger and learned to harness Ki, he pondered if he could indeed master the technique in one go. Before Piccolo could complete his energy accumulation, Yifeng shouted, "Special beam cannon!" A minuscule beam of light shot forth from Yifeng's fingertip, creating a small crater in the massive rock before him. Raditz and the others turned their gazes towards him in unison. What is the strategist doing? Raditz inquired. Who is this uncle? Goku wondered. How does he know the name of my technique? Piccolo mused, glancing briefly before resuming the battle. Yifeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, thinking, well, I guess I'll just rely on the system's lottery. At that moment, Goku and Raditz were engaged in a fierce struggle, buying time for Piccolo. Goku was suffering immensely, unable to defend himself, while Raditz was infuriated and determined to teach his brother a lesson. After delivering a powerful punch that sent Goku flying, the scouter registered an unusual spike in Piccolo's combat power, 998, 1000, and still rising. Is he concentrating all his power into his fingertip? Raditz swiftly redirected his focus toward Piccolo, granting Goku a moment to gather his energy. Kakarot's combat power has reached 1000? He truly poses some threat to me. Raditz exclaimed. Suddenly, a colossal Kamehameha wave surged toward Raditz. Do not underestimate me, Raditz declared angrily. With one hand, Raditz managed to catch Goku's Kamehameha, though his hand trembled slightly from the impact. Not bad, but this is where it ends. Take this as a return gift. Raditz retaliated with a ki blast that sent Goku crashing to the ground. It seems I must first deal with my brother, he thought. At that moment, Raditz had no intention of killing Goku. He merely sought to incapacitate him, ready to inflict serious harm if necessary. In this familiar scenario, Piccolo is caught off guard as the green-faced adversary unexpectedly launches a surprise attack. The special beam cannon strikes, and at that moment, Raditz hesitates, causing a delayed reaction. Yifeng exclaims in alarm. Oh no, could it be that this time he didn't T-dodge in time? Raditz, you cannot perish. You are essential for my conquest of the universe. A resounding explosion echoes as the distant mountains are pierced by the energy blast. Raditz clutches his shoulder, cold sweat streaming down his face, his expression one of sheer terror. This green-faced foe is truly perilous. Yifeng breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Raditz has survived, suffering only minor injuries, albeit more severe than depicted in the comic. Could it be that Raditz will be defeated outright? No, I must maintain balance in this unfolding scenario. At this moment, Raditz is engulfed in fury, his full attention fixated on Piccolo. Yifeng urgently warns, Raditz, be careful. Goku is about to grab your tail. With little regard for the unfolding chaos, he shouts out his warning. Raditz snaps to attention, attempting to retract his tail swiftly, but it is too late. Goku has already seized it. In Chapter 11, Raditz, despite Yifeng's frantic warnings, is caught, his body collapsing to the ground in utter defeat. Yifeng, exasperated, covers his eyes, lamenting, how has this devolved into the original plot once again? The sole distinction is that King Piccolo has now taken notice of Yifeng, casting a murderous glare in his direction, sending a chill down Yifeng's spine. Piccolo's inner thoughts reveal, if I cannot eliminate Raditz, I shall first dispose of this rotund man. Yifeng muses, it's over. This incompetent Raditz, even with all the warnings, has sealed his fate and exposed my presence. Now, I can only rely on your performance, Raditz. Summon every ounce of emotion you have. As expected, the fallen Raditz begins to play on emotions, pleading, Kakarot, I am your brother. Goku, inherently pure-hearted and a lover of peace, finds himself wavering, grappling with the truth that his opponent is indeed family. Kertaiker Piccolo, noticing Goku's hesitation, urgently cautions. Don't let his words sway you, son. Yet, Goku remains conflicted as Raditz sheds tears. We are brothers. Witnessing Goku's faltering resolve, Piccolo shoots desperately. So, do not believe him. He is a merciless demon. Unfortunately, Piccolo's intervention arrives too late. Goku has already loosened his grip on Raditz's tail. In that instant, power surges back to Raditz, who counters with a swift elbow strike to Goku's face, sending him hurtling backward, followed by a fierce kick that pins Goku to the ground. Gazing down at his fallen brother, Raditz reflects silently, Oh, my foolish brother, we are now opponents locked in a struggle for survival. How could you remain so naive? Allow me to impart one final lesson. The tempestuous fists of Zinai struck relentlessly against Yifeng, leaving him gasping for breath in no time. Subsequently, Zinai placed his foot upon Yifeng's chest, exerting pressure that elicited a heart-wrenching scream from him. Internally, Yifeng lamented, "Do not blame your brother. This is the price of your mercy towards your adversaries." Yifeng, witnessing this scene, realized the balance of power had shifted once more. He would have to assist Yifeng and Piccolo. He immediately gathered energy for the divine shot, poised to deliver a devastating blow to Raditz. When he suddenly felt a pang of realization. Wait, have I forgotten something? Gohan. He had volunteered to keep an eye on Gohan. Yet in his excitement over acquiring the skill hole wave, he had momentarily forgotten about him. Yifeng thought, could that little brat have slipped away while we were preoccupied? Meanwhile, Gohan had quietly hidden himself, observing the unfolding drama from behind a large tree. In that moment, he could no longer contain his fury, which had completely overtaken his mind. Just as Raditz believed he had sufficiently reprimanded Yifeng, a youthful voice erupted from behind him, filled with indignation. "Do not bully my father." Raditz turned, bewildered. What? Power level 1307. Is that little brat Kakarote's son? My unfortunate nephew? Gohan unleashed a torrent of energy, his body radiating an alarming force as he charged with his head, colliding fiercely against Raditz's chest. "Hey, old man, how hard is my head?" Gohan exclaimed. "Hard," Raditz replied, as the impact cracked the armor protecting his chest. "Ow, that little brat packs a punch." Raditz felt a wave of unease wash over him, struggling to catch his breath. Gazing down at Gohan, who had collapsed to the ground, Raditz scanned his power level once more. Power level only 1? Back to being an ordinary child. He mused, recognizing the immense potential hidden within such a minor figure. If I cannot harness it for my own purposes, it will only become a threat in the future. At this moment, Raditz had lost his bravado, fully aware of the dangers surrounding him, not only from the child before him, but also from his brother and that green-faced being, all of whom posed a lethal threat that needed to be eradicated. Yifeng sensed the murderous intent in Raditz's eyes and realized the gravity of the situation. This being seemed intent on annihilating them all. The blood of the Saiyans is indeed merciless. Observing the unconscious Yifeng on the ground, Yifeng recognized the deviation from the original narrative. Given Yifeng's current state, he doubted he could withstand Raditz. Damn it, I must intervene, Yifeng thought. How can I ambush Raditz? The divine shot has sufficient power, but alas, it lacks speed. And with Piccolo lurking nearby, even if I succeed, I might not survive the encounter. Am I trapped in a deadlock? As Yifeng wrestled with his thoughts, Raditz had already approached Gohan. Plapava to die, unfortunate nephew. Gohan, filled with anxiety, unleashed a formidable surge of strength. At that moment, Yifeng, emitting wisps of heat, summoned his indomitable will and rose once again, launching himself at Raditz with all his might, determined to restrain him. Raditz's energy consumption was considerable, and coupled with the injuries on his shoulders and chest, along with his inherently weaker willpower, he found himself momentarily unable to escape. Wind, what? It's reversed again. As expected of the protagonist, even I, Goku, am left unrecognizable after such a beating. Yet there remains such formidable power. His willpower is astonishing. It seems that Goku's formidable determination is what enables him to become a top-tier master of the universe in the future. Piccolo, just hold on, Goku. I can't sustain this for much longer. Raditz, wait, if you do this, you'll be killed too. Raditz was nearly in tears. My dear brother, I merely wish to convey that one should not show mercy to enemies. I was wrong. Piccolo, it's too late. He smiled faintly, about to reveal the secret of the Dragon Balls, when Raditz, in a moment of desperation, shouted, "Commander, save me." As Yifeng was gathering energy to withstand the special beam cannon, he was laid bare before Piccolo's gaze. Yifeng, what a fool. Chapter 12, The Dust Settles. In a split second, as Yifeng was exposed, he unleashed his ultimate technique without a moment's thought. The divine shot. A colossal beam of light swept toward Piccolo, whose destructive force had surged to 1305. Even if Raditz were to take that hit head-on, he would not emerge unscathed. At that moment, all he could do was pray that his caretaker, Piccolo, could counter the beam with the special beam cannon. Wind. If Piccolo dies, then the Dragon Balls will be lost. And that would be a significant problem. We might have to open the Namek saga prematurely. With a loud explosion, dust billowed around them. Wind, what? Why hasn't the special beam cannon been fired from the other side? The anticipated scenario had not unfolded, nor did he sense Piccolo's energy dissipating. Could it be an afterimage? Could it be that the special beam cannon? In truth, Piccolo had been keeping a close watch on Yifeng. With Raditz's reminder, he had been prepared in advance. Yifeng, oh no, has the original plot begun again? Raditz and Goku are on the verge of death. Does that mean I must face the Demon King, Piccolo, alone? This is a disaster. System, come assist me. System, ding host, next time you encounter danger, please call upon reliable individuals not available. Meanwhile, Raditz, seeing that his commander had not distracted Piccolo, felt a surge of anxiety and continued to implore Goku, please spare my dear brother. I only wish to tell you that the human heart is treacherous. This is all a manifestation of a brother's love for you. His words were a blend of truth and half-truth, revealing some genuine emotion, but all that responded to him was Goku's unwavering resolve and silence. Goku was not foolish. He was simply kind-hearted. Raditz should prepare for mutual destruction. In an instant, the fear of death surged upon Raditz, and driven by primal instincts, he unleashed a remarkable potential, especially as Goku had also reached a state of utter exhaustion. Miraculously, he broke free from Goku's grasp. The devastating energy blast surged forth in an instant, enveloping Goku and Raditz in a terrifying wave of heat. Yifeng, despite the chaos, found himself wanting to voice his thoughts about the loud, thunderous sound reminiscent of a celestial monkey. In the final moments, just barely escaping, Raditz and Goku were not pierced through the chest. However, one was struck under the left armpit and the other under the right, with chunks of their arms obliterated, rendering them nearly incapable of combat. Were it not for the Saiyans' formidable vitality, they would have perished within mere minutes. Raditz, unable to lift his arm, felt the weight of his injuries and realized he could hardly continue the fight. If he lingered any longer, death awaited him. Reluctantly, he decided to retreat and attempted to call for his spaceship. Just then, Piccolo appeared before him and delivered a powerful blow, knocking him unconscious. Yifeng, still reeling from shock, witnessed Piccolo's murderous gaze fixated upon him. Had he forgotten? Was he next? You Saiyan accomplice shall perish, Piccolo declared. Piccolo, too, was running low on strength. He concentrated, first restoring his arm, knowing that fighting with one arm would significantly diminish his combat prowess. However, regenerating his arm would consume a great deal of his physical energy. Faced with the dilemma of two equally detrimental choices, he unhesitatingly opted for the latter. After all, having both arms appeared far more imposing. With his newly formed arms crossed in defiance, Piccolo sneered, well then, rotund uncle, do you have any final words? Yifeng, in a state of desperation, replied, you cannot kill me. Piccolo, I am merely an ordinary earthling, forced into this situation. Piccolo retorted, go plead your case to the judge. As he advanced menacingly towards Yifeng, he was acutely aware of his dwindling stamina, with his combat power reduced to around 300. Yifeng, knowing Piccolo was not easily deceived, had already been gathering energy for his own attack. Don't wave. Don't wave. Don't wave. Don't wave. Yifeng aimed to emulate Tian's technique of restraining cell, having recently realized that this rotund figure possessed remarkable stamina, perhaps due to his status as a traveler. With a system in place, many abilities seemed to operate on a data-driven basis, allowing him to unleash skills without apparent limitations, almost to the point of infinite usage. Does this mean I will hold an overwhelming advantage against equally matched opponents in the future? Yifeng suddenly recalled his successful encounter with Krillin and the explosive skill he had acquired. A sly grin crept across his face at the thought. Just then, the system chimed in, ding. It appears there is a malfunction detected in the host, and repairs are about to commence. What? If you dare to repair me, I will make you regret it. Yifeng exclaimed. Very well, I shall let you off this time, the system responded. Yifeng, astonished, mused, is it truly this frivolous? What kind of terrifying force lies behind this system, as if everyone is merely a pawn in their game? At last, after enduring a rigorous half-hour with Piccolo, Yifeng began to feel a sense of fatigue. It appeared that this infinite stamina had its limitations. Nevertheless, he had managed to last over 40 minutes. Quite sufficient, indeed. With newfound confidence from the divine marksmanship that had just refreshed within him, Yifeng resolved to engage Piccolo in conversation. He ceased his onslaught of energy blasts and turned his gaze towards the disheveled Piccolo, who was finally able to catch his breath, inhaling deeply. Who? What caretaker? What is there to discuss between us? Piccolo questioned, bewildered. Yifeng suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Allow me to share a secret. You are, in fact, an extraterrestrial, a Namekian. In this vast universe, do you not perceive how small we are, akin to mere specks of dust? Piccolo was taken aback by this revelation. as was the deity residing in the heavenly temple, who was astonished to learn of his own alien heritage. No wonder he had always felt different from others. Curiosity piqued. Piccolo regarded Yifeng with a calm demeanor. Speak your mind. Chapter 13. I have a plan. Upon hearing Piccolo's willingness to converse, Yifeng exhaled in relief. The first step towards his ambition of conquering the universe had finally commenced, opening up numerous possibilities. Regardless of how far he might progress, he was no longer merely a background character. His admiration for Dragon Ball fueled a sincere desire to enhance his own strength and play a more significant role in the unfolding narrative. Thus, he addressed Piccolo, stating that the immediate priority was to rescue Raditz and his brother, Kakarot, better known as Goku. Piccolo immediately countered, We have only just managed to defeat Raditz. It is impossible. Yifeng hastily clarified, Listen to me, Piccolo. In this universe, there exists a plethora of formidable adversaries. Among the Saiyans, Raditz possesses the weakest combat power. He is Goku's elder brother, and upon his arrival on Earth, he fell victim to my persuasion. I am confident I can convince him to join our cause. Why should I trust you? Piccolo remains skeptical of Yifeng's intentions. More allies mean greater strength. I need him to guide me through the cosmos. I possess certain unique abilities that can augment combat prowess, although I cannot disclose them at this moment. However, it is essential for me to connect with more extraterrestrials. Trust me, Piccolo, as a human, I will not act against Earth. Yifeng spoke earnestly, then added, Moreover, after my return with Raditz, I will ensure that those two malevolent Saiyans do not invade our planet. Beyond them, a powerful legion known as Friesia's army exists, a formidable organization that profits from the sale of planets. The Saiyans are merely their mercenaries. Piccolo, can you guarantee that one day, your homeland, Namek, will not fall victim to Friesia's invasion? At this, Piccolo hesitated. Meanwhile, Goku, lying on the ground, uttered weakly. Piccolo was astonished to discover that there were so many formidable foes in this universe. After years of neglecting my training, I have wasted too much time. This is exhilarating. I must dedicate myself to rigorous practice to safeguard the Earth. By the way, what is your name, old man? Goku suddenly inquired. Yifeng, what is my name? How could I possibly know what this stranger is called? He is merely a passerby. I cannot very well introduce myself as a mere weakling. Can I? No. I must delve into the memories of the original owner. Morita Kotaro? That name is rather pedestrian. I cannot possibly be referred to by that name when I am hailed a hero in the future. Yes, I shall carve out my own reputation using my own name. Thus, I responded, I am Yifeng. Both Piccolo and Goku were momentarily taken aback. In unison, that name truly does not align with your appearance and demeanor. Yifeng, what? Are you not courteous? How rude. He lightly coughed and continued. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. I must get back to serious matters. First, we need to contact Bulma. If we delay any longer, he may not survive. Goku weakly interjected, I can sense Master Roshi and Krillin's energy. They are coming this way. Piccolo replied, Since they are on their way, you should be safe now. I shall take my leave and focus on my training. Wait a moment, Piccolo, Yifeng interjected, stopping him. What is it? Do you wish to engage in a fair fight? Piccolo responded, somewhat irritated. No, I'm certainly no match for you at this moment. Could you possibly take Goku's son along with you? Yifeng requested. What? Piccolo exclaimed, in surprise. I am still just a child. You want me to look after a child? Yifeng quickly clarified. You have seen for yourself. Goku's son possesses immense combat potential, yet his mother, Chi-Chi, does not support his martial pursuits. Goku, a natural combat genius, has made little progress even after marrying Chi-Chi. If Gohan were to return home, he would gradually become an ordinary child. Indeed, that little rascal does possess considerable potential. If it were not for him, we might not have been able to defeat Raditz, Piccolo contemplated. Yifeng eagerly concurred, yes, in the future. We do not yet know how many powerful enemies we will face. We need his strength. Piccolo had no objections, finding Yifeng's reasoning quite sound. He then turned to Goku. What do you think of his suggestion, son? Goku weakly replied. He has a point, but how am I to explain this to Chi-Chi? She will be furious with me. Yifeng was somewhat taken aback. Should one label Goku as a husband who fears his wife or one who loves her? No wonder Master Roshi claimed that the strongest in the universe is actually Goku's wife. I heard that Chi-Chi's combat power is also around 130. Perhaps I should take the time to shake her hand and persuade her? Every ounce of power is crucial to Yifeng. Upon hearing this, Piccolo burst into hearty laughter. Well, that is your concern. It would be best if your wife were to take you down, as that would eliminate one of my competitors. Do not forget, my ultimate goal is to conquer the world. With a flick of his hand, he lifted Gohan from the ground and soared into the sky. Turning to Goku, he reassured him, "Fear not, this little imp possesses boundless potential. With his abilities, he is unlikely to perish easily. Ha ha ha. I shall cultivate him into the heir of the Demon Clan." Yifeng interjected, "You can laugh all you want, but today marks the commencement of your duties as a caretaker. You will also need to look after Xiaofeng." The mere thought of this made Yifeng chuckle. Suddenly, the system chimed, alerting him, "Ding. Host is bound a caretaker for the Sun family. Reward, skill acquired, Solar Fist." Yifeng exclaimed, "Oh, this is splendid. I adore you, system. This is a life-saving technique. And what if I master the Chi Circular Slash? Wouldn't that render me invincible? For those lacking the ability to sense energy, I could even defeat foes of higher ranks." Then Yifeng pondered, "System, you are bestowing skills upon me rather frequently. What about the probability of acquiring skills from sign-ins?" The system replied, "The theoretical probability is 20%. However, as I mentioned, it follows a penguin algorithm. If you find this unsatisfactory, I can adjust it to a single strike." The system continued, "I too find this amusing. Many previous hosts met their demise swiftly. It is rare to have one who has survived for so long." Yifeng realized that his fate rested entirely in the system's hands, contingent upon its whims. At that moment, Yifeng, Goku, and the unconscious Raditz awaited the arrival of Bulma and the others. Chapter 14, Journey to Korin Tower. Before long, Bulma's airship hovered above. "I wonder how the battle between Goku and the others is faring?" she inquired. Krillin responded, "It has concluded. I sense that Raditz and Goku's energies are now quite feeble, while Piccolo's energy has ventured northward. Additionally, there's a somewhat familiar energy nearby, reminiscent of the corpulent man I once clashed with." Krillin continued, "But why does he seem stronger now? Master Roshi, we may need to join forces to confront him. Although he spared me earlier, I'm still uncertain of his true allegiance." Master Roshi promptly assured him, "Do not worry, Krillin. At the very least, our combined strength should be able to subdue him." Thus, the airship began its gradual descent. "Goku? Goku, you are still alive. How wonderful!" Bulma exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Goku's survival. Meanwhile, Yifeng contemplated, "I wonder if Bulma is truly fond of Vegeta or Goku. What? Why is this Saiyan still here? Is he still alive?" Bulma gasped in shock at the sight of Raditz. "He is still alive, Bulma, albeit gravely injured. Allow me to handle him." With that, Krillin swiftly moved to Raditz, ready to strike him in the head. However, his wrist was unexpectedly seized by the corpulent man, who firmly grasped his arm. Krillin anxiously asked, "Are you an enemy or a friend?" Yifeng retorted, "Hold on, Krillin, and do not refer to me as the corpulent man. My name is Yifeng." Upon hearing this, even Bulma reacted strongly, bewildered by the incongruity of his name with his appearance. "How can your name be Yifeng? Shouldn't it be something like Teru?" "Wind, I find myself in a predicament. I must beseech the Shinran to grant my wish, returning me to my original form, that of a corpulent gentleman." Following this, Yifeng reiterated his plan to Bulma and the others. Initially, Krillin and the others were opposed, but with Goku joining in the persuasion, they eventually consented to aid in rescuing Raditz. "Quickly, let's transport them to the spaceship," Bulma commanded. The vessel was equipped with rudimentary medical supplies, and fortunately, the Saiyant's vitality proved remarkably resilient. Both Goku and Raditz had temporarily evaded mortal peril. However, a complete recovery would likely require several months due to the severity of their injuries. During this time, Yifeng seized the opportunity to cultivate a closer rapport with Master Roshi. Grasping the elder's hand and extolling his prowess, he recounted tales of Master Roshi's legendary feats, such as being the strongest martial artist, obliterating the moon for the sake of justice, and sacrificing himself to seal the Demon King Piccolo. So impressed was Yifeng that he proposed to take him as a disciple. Remarkably, Master Roshi acquiesced, fulfilling Yifeng's dream of joining the Turtle School. Subsequently, he engaged Old Turtle in discussions regarding martial arts. And it must be said that Master Roshi's expertise was profoundly enriching for Yifeng. Yifeng mused, "No wonder in Dragon Ball Super, Master Roshi can guide Goku to comprehend the Ultra Instinct. He truly is a master of martial arts. Alas, my own talent is woefully lacking." System, Ding, the host dream has been realized. This system presents you with another gift, which will automatically unlock when your combat power reaches 1000. Ding, the system detected that the host has engaged with Master Roshi for over 10 minutes. Due to Master Roshi's combat power being between 100 and 200, the host gains 10 combat points. Yifeng, splendid. There are more gifts to be had. Feeling the transformation within his body, Yifeng acknowledged that even a mere increase of 10 combat points was immensely beneficial, bringing his combat power to 272. Raditz and Goku were in poor condition, and Bulma took them to the finest hospital in the capital. Yifeng had intended to ascend Corinne Tower to procure some Senza beans from Corinne, but fearing a potential uproar from Raditz upon awakening, he decided to wait until communication was possible. It was not until the third day that Raditz finally stirred, awakening from his grievous injuries. What was happening? He murmured, turning to see Goku peacefully slumbering beside him, realizing that he was not dead nor aboard a spaceship returning to base. Did you rescue me? He questioned, noticing the bald-headed Krillin nearby. Krillin shook his head, replying, You should thank that corpulent gentleman. It was his suggestion that led us to save you. Military strategist? At that moment, Raditz felt a flicker of gratitude. Had he been injured alongside Vegeta or Nappa, he might have been abandoned long ago. Thus, he had been cautious over the years, refraining from reckless endeavors. At that moment, Yifeng also leaned in. You are awake, Raditz. Raditz, puzzled, responded, Shouldn't you address me as your highness? At this moment, Yifeng was no longer inclined to weave illusions. He candidly disclosed the reasons to Raditz, stating that he had spoken as such solely for the sake of survival. He also unreservedly shared his plans with Raditz. You? Are you so certain that I will join your ranks? Raditz retorted. Yifeng was, in fact, gambling on the notion that Raditz's true nature was not entirely malevolent. Thus he chose to speak honestly. I do not possess absolute confidence in my victory. I could continue to deceive you, but I do not wish to regard you as mere cannon fodder like the others, for you are, after all, Goku's brother. Moreover, I believe you are quite conflicted about this battle, are you not? Raditz, being a pawn of circumstance, had been in the company of Vegeta since his youth. Back then, he was a promising elite warrior, but it wasn't long before Planet Vegeta was destroyed and he lost his parents. He and Nappa became the last surviving Saiyans, enduring relentless humiliation, which ingrained in him a subservient nature towards Vegeta and Nappa. Even when tasked with subduing his own brother, should he fail, he consented with a nod. After a prolonged contemplation, Raditz exhaled deeply. Very well, I agree to assist you. However, the spaceship can accommodate only one person. I will return for you. Yifeng inquired. How long will that take? Raditz pondered. For a round trip, it will take at least a year and a half. Yifeng responded. That is quite a duration. Why not train for 2.5 years instead? He then remarked, That won't do. I cannot afford to wait. Rest assured, I shall leave the matter of the spaceship to Bulma. Continuing, he said, Time is of the essence. Next, we must attend to your injuries. Raditz, astonished, asked, With Earth's technology, do you have a solution? Yifeng cast a glance back at Raditz and replied, Well, you will find out in due time. Thus, Yifeng gathered some provisions and set off towards Corinne Tower. The cat sage possesses some combat prowess. Since I'm here, I might as well visit the sacred world of the Kais as well. After all, there's the ultra-divine water. With this thought, a smile crept across Yifeng's face. Earth truly was a treasure trove. Chapter 15, Ultra-Divine Water. With Yifeng's current speed, reaching Corinne Tower was a trivial task, and shortly he hovered above it, when suddenly a thought struck him, prompting a gradual descent to the ground. To obtain the Senza beans and ultra-divine water, he would likely need to ascend the tower himself, for the cat sage's temperament was rather peculiar. Hey, old man, who are you? Yifeng turned to see a dark-skinned youth, around 14 or 15 years old, accompanied by a towering figure, muscular and wielding a spear. UPA? Yifeng exclaimed. Huh, how does the old man know my name? Yifeng was at a loss. Wherever he went, he was referred to as Old Man. This simply would not do. He must have Bulma use the Dragon Balls to restore his original form. He explained promptly. Greetings, UPA. My purpose for this visit is primarily to ascend the Corinne Tower. Meet the Corinne Sage, obtain the sacred beans, and rescue Mr. Goku. Your matters were relayed to me by Mr. Goku. You must be UPA, and the gentleman behind you is your father, brah, correct? Yifeng's words instantly eased the tension between the father and son. Such a courteous manner of greeting prompted a slightly awkward yet warm response from them, after which they enthusiastically invited Yifeng to dine with them. Yifeng politely declined, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much, but I am pressed for time today, perhaps next time. With that, he began his ascent of the Corinne Tower. Brah, UPA's father, possessed considerable fighting prowess, formidable for an ordinary person, though his power level hovered around 50, insufficient to engage effectively in combat. Before long, Yifeng reached the summit of the Corinne Tower and encountered the legendary Corinne Sage. The rotund feline sage evoked in Yifeng an irresistible urge to pet him. As a fellow cat enthusiast, Yifeng's gaze made the Korin sage instinctively take a step back, his squinty eyes scrutinizing Yifeng, while the vigilant Yachirobe observed from the side. "Who are you?" inquired the Korin sage. Yifeng promptly introduced himself and conveyed his purpose, then suddenly seized the hands of the Korin sage and Yachirobe, engaging them in casual conversation. The sage thought to himself, "This fellow is peculiar. Despite being in a hurry for the sacred beans, he seems to be enjoying a chat." Yifeng, however, reveled inwardly, chuckling to himself, "Soon, it shall be accomplished." Ding the system detected that the host had successfully interacted with the Korin sage for over 10 minutes. Power level increased by 10. Only an increase of 10 points? It seems this feline's power level is merely approaching 200, Yifeng mused. Ding the system detected that the host had successfully interacted with Yachirobe for over 10 minutes. Power level increased by 20. This meaty Yachirobe is indeed extraordinary, Yifeng thought, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him. Each increment in strength invigorated him. Suddenly, Yifeng unleashed a burst of energy, elevating his power level to its zenith, 302. Is this what it means to exceed 300 in strength? Remarkable. The Korin sage and Yachirobe gazed in astonishment at the hefty figure before them, taken aback by his formidable power. No wonder he bore a name so distinct from his appearance and demeanor. Whispering to one another, they momentarily diminished Yifeng's enthusiasm, prompting him to inquire about the ultra-divine water. "Korin sage, I have heard that you possess a type of ultra-divine water capable of unlocking one's inner potential. Might I request some? Do you wish to drink it?" The sage replied, "You may as well call me by my name." "Indeed, I have compelling reasons to become stronger," Yifeng asserted resolutely. "The ultra-divine water must be sought after. If you are prepared, then proceed. However, be warned of its significant side effects, which may pose life-threatening risks. If you lack inherent potential, its effects on you will be negligible. Have you considered this carefully?" The Korin sage explained. At this juncture, Yifeng found himself somewhat hesitant. After all, as a traveler from another realm, the chosen one, how could he possibly lack potential? No, I shall inquire of the system instead." "Oh, dear system. System, spare me your theatrics. I am well aware. I can merely suggest you possess some latent potential, ensuring your survival, but beyond that, you must navigate your own path. The wind is favorable." In response, Yifeng displayed a resolute expression. How courageous, this seemingly ordinary portly fellow, mused the cat sage. Without hesitation, Yifeng leaped into the vessel. Before long, he found himself ensnared in a nightmarish illusion, the atmosphere chilling and foreboding. Indeed, the environment is rather dismal. "I have perused the original text," Yifeng murmured, slowly closing his eyes. "It is all but an illusion." Upon reopening them, he astonishingly discovered himself back in the classroom, surrounded by classmates during a break, engaged in animated discussions about various amusements. For a moment, Yifeng felt disoriented. Am I truly dreaming? It seems probable. The notion of traversing realms is absurd, though I have dreamt of it many times. Yet, why does this particular experience feel so vivid? Were you pondering, Yifeng? Surely you are not fantasizing about becoming a Sun Wukong or a Vegeta again. The laughter of his peers echoed around him. Yifeng longed to confess that he had transformed into a mere weakling, but refrained from uttering the words. It appears to be a dream indeed. Just as things began to improve, I awakened. Might I resume this dream upon slumber? Contemplating this, Yifeng picked up a mirror, gazing at his handsome visage. Returning is well enough. There seems to be no harm in it. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and he was roused by a gentle caress upon his head, awakening languidly. A kind teacher stood before him, softly admonishing, students must not sleep during class. One ought to listen attentively, understood? Yifeng immediately sensed an anomaly. How could the teacher be so gentle? This was not reality. It must be a dream. Realizing this, the surroundings began to shatter, reverting to the initial scene of his arrival. An entity resembling the lamp of Aladdin, holding a wine jug, poured him a glass of water and inquired, "Have you made your decision, young man?" Young man? Yifeng questioned, bewildered. He glanced at his coarse, portly hands, his round belly, and his distinctive suspenders. "I have not transformed back." The figure merely smiled faintly. "I can only perceive your soul. Once you are resolute, we shall commence." Without hesitation, Yifeng drank the divine elixir before him. A burning sensation erupted down his throat, akin to consuming potent spirits, causing an immediate, excruciating headache as his mind swelled, resembling a state of intoxication. The sensation of my muscles began to ache and decay throughout my body, an immense agony that compelled Yifeng to emit a piercing scream. In despair, Yifeng lamented, "Did you not say I would not perish? Did you deceive me, dog system?" Chapter 16. The Divine Hall. Overwhelmed by pain, Yifeng fainted, his eyes rolling back until he finally exhaled and gradually regained consciousness. He furiously remarked, "This wretched system is more torturous than death itself." The agony rendered his voice hoarse. Suddenly, Yifeng sensed a change within himself. Have I grown stronger? Though uncertain of his battle prowess, he felt it had increased, albeit minutely. The system chimed in ding. Detection shows that the host's potential has been fully developed, with battle power reaching an astonishing 400 points. Yifeng expressed his dissatisfaction. After enduring such torment, I only gained a few dozen points? Are you deceiving me? The system retorted, your potential was inherently low, and this body is ill-suited for combat. Any improvement is indeed a significant breakthrough. At that moment, Yifeng's spirits sank. The system continued, do not lose heart, host. I bear good news. Through your trials, your body has gained the ability to learn the King's Fist. Yifeng exclaimed with joy. Wait, so I previously lacked the qualifications to learn the King's Fist? How many times can I currently endure the King's Fist? The system hesitated. The King's Fist does not have multiples. Yifeng despaired. Then am I not useless? I lack Saiyan blood as well. The host can also enhance physical strength through training, the system reassured. Yifeng adjusted his mindset. Well, at least it's something. Once I recover, I will have Goku and Raditz train on Earth for a while before they leave, while I also devote time to training under Master Wutian. His resilience shone through, and an optimistic spirit remained. Seeing Yifeng survive, Master Cat sighed in relief. After witnessing his earlier struggle, he believed Yifeng would not endure and had prepared to send Yachirobe with senza beans. It is truly wonderful to see you awake. I thought you might not make it, he said. Thank you, Master Cat. Could you provide me with a few more senza beans? Yifeng implored. Master Cat hesitated. Unfortunately, the recent yield of senza beans has been low. I can only give you 5 more. At that moment, Yifeng recalled something and scrutinized Master Cat. Could it be that your appetite has not been well lately? He thought of the images circulating online depicting Master Cat producing senza beans. Master Cat looked perplexed. Appetite? Quite good, actually. He then took Yifeng to inspect the senza bean plants. Yifeng wiped his brow. Indeed, they were grown from the soil. Wonderful news. Master Cat, I must take my leave to the Divine Hall. He bid farewell. Safe travels, Uncle, Master Cat replied. At the Divine Hall, the deity was already holding his breath, awaiting Yifeng's arrival, having sensed his presence. With a leap and a graceful roll, Yifeng landed steadily in the Divine Hall, where he was greeted by the wrinkled visage of the deity, whose face resembled that of an elderly Piccolo. Are you the Yifeng who collaborates with Bic to thwart the Scions? The celestial being was straightforward. Yifeng nodded, contemplating that indeed. The celestial being could perceive and hear all matters of the mortal realm. Yifeng quipped, what a voyeuristic fiend. He then intended to extend his hand to the celestial being, but the latter stepped back. Yifeng gazed at the celestial being with confusion. With a sly grin, the celestial being remarked, I have been observing you for quite some time. It seems that with every interaction, your combat prowess increases somewhat. Yifeng retorted, damn it. Knowing that, why do you still avoid me? However, since his secret was already exposed, there was no point in concealing it further. Yifeng nodded earnestly, explaining to the celestial being that a contact of at least 10 minutes was necessary to attain 10% of the opponent's standard combat strength. The celestial being, intrigued, responded, it appears you possess considerable strength. Allow me to experience it firsthand. Yifeng questioned, aren't you averse to fighting? In the midst of their exchange, the celestial being had already materialized before Yifeng, delivering a swift hand strike aimed at his face. Yifeng found himself flustered, although he discerned the motion. His body could not keep pace. Fortunately, the celestial being's combat power was limited to 220 points, and even at full capacity, it barely reached 300. With his superior combat strength, Yifeng managed to match the celestial being's prowess. Too slow, too slow. Focus on the direction of the energy flow. The celestial being persistently reminded him. So the celestial being is feeding me techniques, Yifeng realized, having observed for long enough to discern his own almost glaring deficiencies in technique. At that moment, flashes of his martial arts instructor Wu Tian's theories illuminated his mind. The once obscure concepts suddenly aligned, allowing Yifeng to feel increasingly adept in combat. Although he wouldn't claim to be performing beyond his capabilities, he could fully unleash at least 400 points of combat power. The celestial being smiled slightly, and after exchanging a punch and a palm strike, retreated from the bout. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, ding. successfully engaged with the celestial being for over 10 minutes. Combat power increased by 20 points. Yifeng, remarqued. The cost is quite substantial. Everyone contributes at least 30 points collectively. By this time, the celestial being was somewhat breathless, lamenting, I'm getting old. Mr. Bobo approached to support the celestial being. Yifeng, as if discovering a new continent, realized that Mr. Bobo's rumored combat power had long exceeded 1,000. If he could engage with him, it would be immensely beneficial. Mr. Bobo proposed, shall we exchange a few techniques? Yifeng eagerly invited him to spar. Mr. Bobo turned with a smile. Since you're interested, let us begin. With that, he stood still, awaiting Yifeng's advance. Yifeng, undeterred, declared, all right, I shall go first. He vanished above Mr. Bobo, channeling all his strength into a powerful downward kick that struck nothing but an afterimage. Here, Yifeng discovered Mr. Bobo's true form. Once again, a flurry of punches and kicks ensued, yet Mr. Bobo effortlessly neutralized Yifeng's attacks with mere hands. Yifeng remarked, indeed, this enigmatic figure conceals his prowess far more deeply than my suspenders. The power of Yifeng's hollow wave had now escalated to 630, yet Mr. Bobo remained unperturbed, effortlessly swatting away Yifeng's attack with a single hand. Such strength. Since that is the case, Mr. Bobo, do not take offense, Yifeng declared, channeling energy through both hands as he retrieved the divine spear from his suspenders. Behold the divine shot. With a fivefold destructive force reaching an astonishing 2,100, even Mr. Bobo felt a hint of threat. He swiftly dodged to the side and then redirected Yifeng's attack with great force, preventing any damage to the heavenly temple. You are far too reckless, Yifeng. You nearly obliterated this place, Mr. Bobo expressed with discontent. At that moment, Yifeng sensed a wave of fatigue wash over him after the intense skirmish. I concede. You are truly formidable, Mr. Bobo. May I shake your hand? Mr. Bobo, aware of Yifeng's desire to harness his strength, turned to the heavenly being, who silently nodded in approval of this gesture. Thus, Yifeng successfully made contact with Mr. Bobo. I have struck gold, he exclaimed. A notification chimed, congratulations, host, for successfully connecting with Mr. Bobo. Reward, 100 combat power. Host combat power has now reached 520. Yifeng, astonished, responded, oh, it is indeed 100. Mr. Bobo truly conceals his capabilities. Subsequently, Yifeng explained the situation regarding the Saiyans and the extraterrestrials to the heavenly being, casually mentioning the fusion with Piccolo. However, the heavenly being replied, it is not yet time. I must observe further. Yifeng internally scoffed, what a voyeuristic nature. Yet he did not intend to intervene excessively in the timeline. Well, I must take my leave. Goku and the others are waiting for me. After bidding farewell to the heavenly being, Yifeng leapt from the heavenly temple, soaring towards the metropolis. Chapter 17, Goku and Raditz fully revived. Having undergone the purification of the heavenly temple, Yifeng's combat power had skyrocketed to 520 points. In contrast, ordinary Frieza soldiers possessed between 800 to 1,200 points, with logistical personnel's combat power comparable to Yifeng's current level. Furthermore, armed with the divine shot, Yifeng felt confident that he could dispatch a Frieza minion with a full-force assault. He believed he had attained the foundational strength necessary to venture into the cosmos. However, this was still far from sufficient. He needed Goku and Raditz to grow even stronger. He also required all Earth's warriors to maintain a sense of pressure and continue their training. Without adequate strength, it would be challenging to reach the core commanders of Frieza's army. Of course, relying on sneaky tactics to develop by battling weaker minions was also a viable strategy. Every journey begins with a single step. Once the momentum builds, defeating foes will be a matter of minutes. While contemplating, Yifeng had already reached the skies above the metropolis, where Goku and Raditz lay side by side in adjacent hospital beds. Though both individuals sustained severe injuries, after a period of recovery, they found themselves able to speak with renewed vigor, albeit their movements remained limited. Raditz expressed a hint of remorse to Goku, acknowledging that he had always been constrained by others. However, following this harrowing ordeal, he resolved to effect a profound transformation within himself. As a Saiyan, he yearned to fight, to grow stronger, and to safeguard his family. Witnessing Raditz's determination, Goku felt deeply moved, and for the first time, he called out Onizen to his brother. This heartfelt address left Raditz momentarily speechless, prompting him to reflect on the foolishness of his previous intentions to harm his family under the duress of Vegeta's influence. In that moment, the brothers set aside their grievances entirely. Please, brother, tell me about our parents, Goku requested. Raditz, reclining on the hospital bed, began to reminisce. Our father, Bardock, bore an uncanny resemblance to you. He was brave and resolute, possessing formidable strength, despite being merely a lower-class warrior. It is rumored that his battle power reached an astonishing level of around 10,000. 10,000? Goku exclaimed, astounded by the revelation. He had never imagined his father possessed such strength, especially when his own battle power was but 500. The disparity was staggering. It seemed he must train relentlessly to bridge the gap. Raditz continued. As for subsequent events, I learned from my strategist, Yifeng. During the assault on Kinesa, our father was unexpectedly struck in the back of the head by the enemy, granting him the ability to foresee the future. In a bid to protect planet Vegeta, he sought to rally others but, finding no support, chose to confront Frieza alone. However, the difference in power was insurmountable, and he ultimately met his tragic end at Frieza's hands. Bardock was one of the rare Saiyans who held deep affection for his family. He loved our mother dearly and cared for us profoundly. I had thought he was dispatched here to invade Earth, but Yifeng revealed that he came to protect you. Our mother, Jine, was a gentle soul, kind to us both. When she learned you had been sent to Earth, she wept inconsolably. She treated me with great kindness as well, yet I lacked the courage and continued to associate with Vegeta and the others. Tragically, our mother also perished during Frieza's assault on planet Vegeta, our homeland, which was devastated by that fiend. At this point, Goku was so enraged that his teeth clenched audibly as he bellowed, Frieza, do not act impulsively. With our current strength, we are no match for Frieza, Raditz cautioned. Even a mere minion of his legion poses a significant challenge for us. Prince Vegeta harbors a deep-seated hatred for Frieza as well. But our power is far too inadequate to rebel against him. Raditz urged, we must dedicate ourselves to rigorous training, Onizen. Goku was now filled with determination. Just then, Yifeng arrived at the window, tapping lightly to rouse Bulma, who was keeping vigil. Reluctantly, she opened the window. How'd it go, old man? Were you successful in your mission? I was. By the way, Bulma, how is your research on the spaceship coming along? Wind inquired. The progress is quite smooth thus far. But even with favorable conditions, it will take 3 months, Bulma replied. That's perfectly fine. 3 months is ample time for training and will not be wasted, Wind responded. Then he hesitated and continued. Is there something else you wish to discuss, Uncle? Bulma observed his awkward demeanor, as if he had suddenly conceived an idea, and then she clasped her chest. You don't have any improper intentions, do you? What on earth are you thinking? Wind retorted. His sole focus was on becoming stronger. Women would only hinder his swiftness in battle. If he were to seek a companion, he hoped to find a female Saiyan. He resolved to search the universe, and if that proved futile, he would use the Dragon Balls to resurrect all the Saiyans from planet Vegeta. I merely have one request. Bulma, he said, next time you summon the dragon, please restore my original body. I no longer wish to retain this portly uncle's appearance. Is this not how you look? Bulma asked, puzzled. However, she soon added, very well, but that will have to wait a few months. It hasn't even been a year since the last wish was granted. That's all right. I can wait. I will first feed them the Senza beans. Wind expressed his gratitude. You've arrived, Uncle, Goku greeted. Please call me Wind, Goku, he replied with a hint of exasperation. As he spoke, Wind produced a Senza bean, preparing to feed it to Goku. What is this? Raditz inquired with curiosity. This miraculous elixir is a treasure from Earth. There are many such treasures, Wind chuckled. Once the Senza bean was placed in Goku's mouth, a sound of crunching filled the air, followed by Goku exclaiming, Yahoo! As he stood revitalized before Raditz. This is significantly faster than our healing pods, Raditz exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. And? Kakarot seems to have grown even stronger. System notification, ding. Detecting Goku's power level has risen to 1200, an increase of 700. Host gains 70 points in power level. Wind marveled, is this the essence of Saiyan blood? He then offered a Senzu bean to Raditz, who felt a surge of energy coursing through him. I am fully revived as well. 2000. My power level has astonishingly reached 2000. It seems frequent battles are essential, Raditz noted. System notification, ding. Detecting Raditz's power level has reached 2000, an increase of 500. Host gains 50 points in power level. Wind, I have struck gold. Wind felt the surge of energy within himself and imitated their power-up. Huh, Raditz exclaimed in surprise. Even a strategist has a power level? 640? Could it be that I am truly a Saiyan King? Chapter 18, Warriors Assemble. As Raditz was about to speak, Yifeng interrupted him. I believe you have all observed that as Saiyans, we grow ever stronger through relentless combat. Although our adversaries are formidable, we still harbor hope of overcoming them. Yifeng's words instilled a measure of confidence in Raditz, while Goku, a natural combat enthusiast, needed no motivation. The prospect of formidable enemies only heightened his excitement. Relying solely on ourselves may prove insufficient. I have a plan to share with the others. 1 year hence, more Saiyans will invade Earth to instill a sense of urgency that will compel them to continue their training, Yifeng elaborated. Goku and Raditz nodded in agreement. Yifeng continued, I have already conferred with Bulma. The spaceship will take approximately 3 months to modify. During this period, the two of you may train vigorously. After 3 months, I propose that Raditz and I return, while you, Goku, must seek out King Kai for training. How to locate him, I do not know. Perhaps the Supreme Kai can provide guidance. Goku pondered this, though his current excitement stemmed from the prospect of sparring with a master like Raditz. All right, it's time to contact Tien and Yamcha, Yifeng announced. Goku hesitated. I don't have their contact information, he admitted sheepishly. Yifeng raised an eyebrow in confusion. I've only ever reached them by phone, but their numbers are in the directory at the Capsule Corporation. I can never remember them, Goku confessed, blushing. Before Yifeng could respond, Raditz erupted into laughter. Truly, we Saiyans are born for battle. My brother is so pure. He must be a genius. Yifeng replied, is that so? Perhaps I should contact Bulma to reach them. Before long, all warriors on Earth received the message. In 1 year, 2 malevolent Saiyans would invade, their strength far beyond what the current warriors could handle. Thus, they were instructed to gather at Kame House in 3 days for intensive training. Well, the notifications have been sent, and we have recovered. It's time for a proper feast. Goku exclaimed joyfully. Hey, old man, how about treating us to a meal? Neither Raditz nor I have any money, he added. Yifeng nearly choked me. Treating you 2 Saiyans to a meal? What a jest. He rummaged through his suspenders and found only 1,000 yen. It seemed this old man was rather impoverished. What a pity, a diligent worker. Had it not been for his transmigration, he wouldn't even have made it this far, and he wondered if Dragon Ball had revived him later. He mused that it might be better to contact Bulma, the wealthiest in the city and indeed the entire nation. Just then, Bulma entered. What are you two whispering about? We were just discussing how beautiful Bulma is, the finest in the city, in the country. Yifeng quickly flattered. Really? Bulma blushed at the compliment. I didn't expect this chubby old man to have such sweet words. In silence, Yifeng found himself unable to resist the charm of flattery. Of course, it is the truth. Therefore, dear Miss Bulma, might I suggest treating these 2 Saiyans who have just been discharged from the hospital and are in need of nourishment to a meal? You might as well include me as well, he added with a playful wink and a pitiful expression. Bulma paused momentarily, before understanding the situation, and responded with a smile. I was wondering what was going on. In the future, you need not feel obliged to flatter me, uncle. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was taken aback, reflecting on how fortunate Vegeta was to have found such a wonderful wife. He then solemnly declared, Miss Bulma is truly one of the most beautiful women in the region, if not the entire nation. Bulma beamed at the compliment. What girl does not enjoy being praised? Even by a portly uncle? Come, let us go. I shall treat you all to a meal. Wow, really, Bulma? Goku exclaimed, already brimming with anticipation, while Raditz appeared somewhat reserved. My apologies, he said awkwardly. Thus, Yifeng found himself witnessing the spectacular scene of Saiyans dining up close. It was remarkable. Every Saiyan seemed to possess an insatiable appetite. Watching Raditz, who had just moments ago been exceedingly courteous, devour his food with such abandon left Yifeng wondering if he could ever afford to take a Saiyan as a wife. 3 days later, at Kame House, the first to arrive was Yamcha. At this moment, the martial arts master was in high spirits, possessing a power level around 180. The scar on his face only added to his rugged masculinity. Yifeng marveled, recalling how Yamcha was once quite the heartthrob. Without that scar, he would undoubtedly be a prime idol. But is he really Jiren? As Yifeng leaned closer to Yamcha, the latter was taken aback. Who are you, uncle? He asked, surprised by the sudden warmth from the unfamiliar man. Could he possibly be? Wait, I am definitely a straight man, only attracted to women. At that moment, Yifeng's chubby hand reached out and was promptly grasped by Yamcha. Uncle, please have some decorum. Huh? Yifeng was bewildered. You're not a young girl. Why are you being so shy? He wondered if Yamcha intended to test his combat prowess. Perfect, he thought, as he was eager to try his strength against Yamcha's. With a swift motion, he easily broke free from Yamcha's grasp. Yamcha was taken aback, although he had merely grabbed lightly. It was more than sufficient to subdue an ordinary person. There was something peculiar about this uncle. He quickly assumed a fighting stance. Uncle, though I do not know if you're a friend or foe, since you have revealed your strength, allow me, Yamcha, to challenge you. Yifeng found this agreeable and beckoned him closer. The two immediately engaged in combat. Yifeng wondered why Yamcha was so slow. His punches felt weak and feeble. Before long, while Yifeng was barely out of breath, Yamcha was already panting heavily, his expression serious as the fear of being at the mercy of the gods returned to him. The heart of the matter remains shrouded in mystery. Who exactly is this uncle? I must exert myself to the fullest. The wolf Fong Wind Fist. Yifeng has always found this technique incredibly impressive since childhood, often pretending to practice it in his spare time. He envisions a ravenous wolf lunging toward him, relentlessly gnawing at the acupuncture points across his body, producing a series of muffled thuds. How magnificent! Truly worthy of the wolf Fong Wind Fist. Yet it does not hurt at all, he muses. Yifeng mimics a move from the immortal realm, executing a sweeping kick. Your foundation is still unstable, Yamcha exclaims, astonished. How does he know the weakness of my wolf Fong Wind Fist? Just as he prepares to unleash his key ball, Yifeng intervenes, suggesting, let's call a draw for today. Yamcha, indignant, protests, I still have one last move. With that, I can defeat you. What, another move? Is it the key ball? Yifeng, although curious about the controllable energy sphere, feels disinclined to continue fighting. He does not wish to shatter the spirit of the tea god. So he quickly approaches and puts an arm around Yamcha's shoulder, seeking camaraderie. Let us cease hostilities. Your wolf Fong Wind Fist was incredibly formidable. I am utterly exhausted and can hardly muster any strength. Yamcha, flattered by the praise, engages in conversation for a while, only to realize that Yifeng is still reluctant to let go. Thus, they exchange glances, each waiting for the other to speak, creating an awkward atmosphere. They both forced laughter 3 times before Yifeng finally released his hold. Could this uncle truly be someone extraordinary? Yamcha pondered. What is this absurd condition of needing 10 minutes? Yifeng muttered. While the two were lost in their thoughts, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi appeared in the sky. Chapter 19. Special training for 3 months. The system chimed. Detection confirms that the host has successfully engaged with Yamcha for 10 minutes, resulting in an increase of 10 battle points. The host's battle power now stands at 650 points. Yifeng exhaled deeply, reflecting on the effort it took to gain those 10 points. People have come to view me as a freak. You must diligently train to grow stronger. Tea God. They shared a moment of silence, which Yifeng broke first by pointing to the sky. Look, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi are coming. Yamcha followed his gaze, and indeed, saw Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, filled with curiosity about Yifeng's identity. Do you know them, uncle? I haven't even asked your name yet. Could you refrain from calling me uncle? My name is Yifeng. You may not have noticed me, but I am an ardent fan of the World Martial Arts Tournament. I have watched every one of your matches. If you don't believe me, the young host with blonde hair and sunglasses has been present at every event. Yifeng hastily concocted an explanation. He realized he could fabricate excuses without preparation, discovering that this reasoning was consistently effective, and he continued to elaborate. My utmost admiration is reserved for the disciples of the Turtle School, particularly for you, Yamcha. You, the god of tea, are undeniably the epitome of aesthetic appeal among them. And I firmly believe you possess the greatest potential of all. It is merely a lack of training that has held you back. If it doesn't cost anything, feel free to lavish me with compliments. Indeed, Yamcha initially perceived the individual before him as a rather eccentric older gentleman, but his impression swiftly transformed. The longer he observed, the more agreeable the figure became, prompting an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Is that so? I too have felt rather remiss in my training these past 2 years. What did you think of my recent move, the Wolf Fong Fist? It was utterly impressive, idolized Yifeng. Ah! Yamcha's laughter contorted his face into amusing shapes. At that moment, Tenshinhan and Chaozu had landed smoothly, and upon noticing the jovial exchange between the portly man and Yamcha, they hesitated. Before Tenshinhan could speak, Yamcha eagerly introduced them. This gentleman's name is Yifeng. He is an ardent fan of the martial arts tournament. This is Tenshinhan and Chaozu, whom you are already acquainted with. He then leaned closer to Yifeng and whispered, they belong to the Crane School. Yifeng nodded non-committally, smiling as he greeted Tenshinhan and Chaozu, while internally pondering how to interact with them in a manner that would not seem overly eccentric. Oh, by the way, this gentleman is quite formidable. I just sparred with him, and we reached a stalemate, Yamcha declared. This statement immediately piqued the interest of Tenshinhan and Chaozu. Might we request a sparring session with you? Sir, we are also martial artists. I am well aware of that. You are both masters of the Crane School. However, combat is unpredictable. I propose a challenge. I will grip each of you with one hand, and we shall see if you can break free, testing your strength. Finding some merit in Yifeng's suggestion, they readily agreed. Ten Shinhan was supremely confident in his strength. At that moment, his battle power soared to 260, a testament to his relentless training as a true martial artist. Although Chaozu had grown somewhat lax in his practice, he still possessed a battle power of 100, making him a formidable opponent for any ordinary warrior. They each took hold of Yifeng's hand, one on the left and the other on the right. Initially, Ten Shinhan did not take it seriously, but as soon as he gripped Yifeng's hand, it felt as if he were grasping a solid rock, prompting him to abandon his casual demeanor. Chaozu contemplated giving up shortly thereafter, but Yifeng held onto him tenaciously, prompting Chaozu to consider employing his psychic abilities against him. Ten Shinhan's forehead began to bulge with veins, and the muscles in his arms became increasingly pronounced. Indeed, you are quite strong, sir, Ten Shinhan remarked. You are not so shabby yourself. Ten Shinhan, I am beginning to struggle, and I fear I cannot allow myself to be bested by you. Yifeng continually stoked Ten Shinhan's competitive spirit, urging him to endure a bit longer. Yet, after 7 minutes, Ten Shinhan ultimately conceded, having genuinely exhausted his strength. Sir, I admit defeat. Internally, Yifeng thought, oh? But we haven't reached the time yet. Gome. Unable to prolong the contest, Yifeng resorted to shaking hands, engaging in awkward small talk, and throwing an arm around their shoulders, laboriously managing to fill 10 minutes. The system detected that the host successfully engaged with Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi for 10 minutes, earning a reward of 30 battle points. The warriors have all successfully made contact. Yifeng is acutely aware of their burgeoning potential. With diligent training, he is rapidly approaching the status of an elite warrior. How delightful. At this moment, Goku, Raditz, and Krillin emerged from the room, having waited quite a while. Why are you still not coming in? Krillin inquired. Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly intervened. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that seeing so many skilled fighters for the first time, I wanted to engage in a bit of sparring. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha warmly exchanged pleasantries with Goku, and upon learning that Raditz is Goku's elder brother, they greeted him with enthusiasm. Goodness, enemies turned friends. When will Raditz and Tianjin Fan be able to share a table together? Wind remarked. The Kame house had prepared tea and snacks for everyone, and Yifeng promptly introduced the current situation. Everyone, we are merely one of the ordinary planets in the universe. There are many powerful beings out there, some benevolent and others malevolent. With our current strength, we are insufficient to protect Earth. 2 evil and formidable Saiyans will arrive on our planet in a year. During this time, we must intensify our training, or we shall face annihilation. Listening to Yifeng's serious words, the others felt the weight of the situation and were eager to prepare for the formidable foes ahead. Yifeng continued. Based on Mr. Goku's experience, I suggest you all head to the Heavenly Temple for training. As for you, Raditz and your brother, you're excellent sparring partners for each other. In 3 months, I will return with Mr. Raditz to the Saiyan stronghold to see if we can alter their plans. Do not place your hopes on us and become complacent in your training. Would you like to train with us? You seem quite strong, uncle. Goku invited Yifeng after observing his battle with Yamcha, sensing that Yifeng had not exerted his full strength. Are you jesting? My current battle power is 680, second only to you 2 brothers on this planet. I have yet to reveal my ultimate moves. I might very well be the strongest here, Yifeng modestly asserted. Nonetheless, Mr. Goku, there remains a considerable gap between us. I intend to continue learning martial arts from Master Mateto to enhance my practical experience. At last, there's a place for my old turtle to shine. Coincidentally, I have a set of Kame-style martial arts attire. You can change out of those suspenders. Master Rashi joyfully chimed in. Martial arts attire? I truly look forward to it. Thus, under Yifeng's guidance, everyone commenced a rigorous 3-month training program. Chapter 20, Gains. Before long, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, Krillin, and Yachirobe headed to the Heavenly Temple, aligning closely with the original narrative. Meanwhile, Raditz trained alongside Goku. During this time, Chi-Chi and the Bull Demon King arrived at Kame House. Upon learning that Gohan had been taken away by Piccolo, Chi-Chi fainted in a fit of rage. Yifeng, holding Chi-Chi's hand, pinched her acupoint to wake her. When she regained consciousness, in her fury, she unleashed a powerful punch on Yifeng's face, leaving him with a bleeding nose. Wincing in pain, Yifeng remarked, "Isn't Goku's wife usually this fierce?" Chi-Chi, slightly apologetic, responded, "Ah, uncle, I was just too angry." It turned out that Chi-Chi had momentarily lost her senses and, mistaking the blurry figure before her for Goku, had struck him with all her might. By then, Yifeng had already managed to stop the bleeding. "It's all right, madam. I understand your concern for Gohan. Rest assured, that child is a natural-born warrior," he reassured her. Chi-Chi, still furious, retorted, "I will not allow Gohan to fight. He is destined to be a scholar." Yifeng countered, "Madam, if Earth were to perish, what meaning would there be in being a scholar?" His words made Chi-Chi ponder, though she remained unconvinced. "There are plenty of other warriors on Earth. Gohan is more than enough," she insisted. Yifeng chose not to dwell on this topic further, especially since, after defeating Vegeta, even Yajirobe was itching for a fight with Chi-Chi. The Bull Demon King, however, was understanding and continuously persuaded Chi-Chi. Yifeng quipped, "Did I come here to find a nanny for your family and end up in a mess?" With the situation at hand, and with Goku and Raditz absent from Kame House, Chi-Chi and the Bull Demon King reluctantly returned home, planning to come back here in a year. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully interacted with Chi-Chi for 10 minutes. Power level increased by 10 points. Yifeng mused, say, "Since the Bull Demon King's daughter is involved, shouldn't she inherit the surname Bull? Wouldn't that mean she should be called Bull Chi-Chi?" The system responded, "Please refrain from pondering such trivial matters, or your power level will be directly deducted." Yifeng replied, "Huh?" The system was quite casual about it. "Well, my power level is now 690. While others are diligently training, I cannot afford to slack off. Master Wu-Tian, let us go." Yifeng donned the red martial arts uniform of Kame School, his plump belly and bulging flesh contrasting sharply with the image of a martial artist. "You truly need to train seriously. While your energy is already quite formidable, your physical foundation is lacking. Are you ready? Compress your energy to the lowest level. It's time for physical training. Bring the milk and strap on the turtle shell," Kame Sennin instructed. Thus, Yifeng completed all the training he had done during Goku and Krillin's time. 3 months later, he had transformed into a muscular figure. Save for his face, which still bore a somewhat weak appearance, he had slimmed down considerably, and his physique now exuded strength and vigor. Yifeng gazed at his well-defined abs with satisfaction. His body fat had decreased, and his speed had become significantly lighter. Under full martial arts effort, he could still exert 12 times his basic power level. "My martial arts skills have improved tremendously. I no longer feel that my strength is wasted." Yifeng, your natural talent is commendable. While it may not be exceptional, your diligence is noteworthy. Master Old Turtle has little left to teach you, so continue to practice diligently, as your martial skills still possess ample potential for improvement. As for Master Wu-Tian, Yifeng has not only made remarkable strides in his martial arts, but has also adeptly mastered the Kamehameha wave, which, when used regularly, can unleash double his combat power. Should he continue to enhance his proficiency, the supersized Kamehameha, with double the charge, will be well within his grasp. Moreover, during this period, Yifeng cleverly sought out Master Crane and Tao Bai, directly ambushing the two elderly gentlemen and incapacitating them with ease. He managed to engage them for 10 minutes and successfully plundered 30 combat power points, bringing his total to an impressive 720 points. This is indeed a bountiful harvest. The following moment is even more exhilarating. Yifeng, eager for greater rewards, specially requested the system to accumulate the combat power bonuses from these individuals for unified distribution after 3 months. Surprisingly, after some persuasion, the system acquiesced. "Wonderful. I've always enjoyed saving the best for last. I, Yifeng, am also quite adept at saving," he mused. At this juncture, Raditz and Goku had emerged from their training, having endured a grueling regimen over the past 3 months. It must be noted that the Saiyan bloodline is remarkably potent, with Goku standing out as an exemplary figure. Initially, Raditz could maintain an upper hand against Goku, but as time progressed, Goku grew increasingly formidable, eventually surpassing and overpowering Raditz. Presently, Goku's combat power soared to 5,000 points, an increase of 3,800, while Raditz, spurred by Goku's advancement, rose from a power level of 2,000 to 4,000, effectively doubling his strength. In his normal state, he could now match Naba, though Naba's charge power could reach approximately 8,000, still firmly eclipsing Raditz. The recent surge in power has been substantial. Yifeng's combat prowess increased by an impressive 580 points, reaching an astonishing total of 1,300. Coupled with his enhancements in martial arts skills, he is now capable of swiftly defeating those who train him. "And there's more. Let's continue," he exclaimed. "Even the smallest fly is still meat." Yamcha and Tien Shinhan also demonstrated marked improvements, According to the original storyline, they increased their combat power by 1,200 to 1,300 over the year, while Kairatsu, over the span of 3 months, averaged an increase of about 300. Including Yachirobe, the total contribution from the 5 amounted to an additional 150 combat power points for Yifeng. Excellent. 1450 points is indeed a significant advancement, he remarked. The system chimed, ding. Host combat power has far exceeded 1,000. The corresponding reward can now be redeemed. Yifeng received the skill, Universal Shocking Palm. Astonished, he exclaimed, Universal Shocking Palm? ISNT that the technique Old Turtle used to control Little Goku during the first martial arts tournament? Ding. The Universal Shocking Palm can unleash a power multiplier of 25 times, and it is accompanied by a paralyzing control effect. Oh, what a remarkable skill. This will certainly come in handy when I need to interrogate someone. Ha ha ha. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional 150 combat power points. Could it be Piccolo? Surely not. Has he also increased by 1,500 combat power points? The Namekians should not be underestimated. Indeed. The day when Orange Piccolo emerges in the future is not far off. With a battle power of 1,600 points, all seems prepared. Only the favorable wind is lacking. By the way, Gohan's battle power must have surpassed 100 during these 3 months. I can sense his energy. Indeed, there's a formidable presence emanating from Piccolo's direction. One of these days, I must ask Raditz to procure a set of detectors and battle suits for me. I have heard that wearing a battle suit makes combat considerably less strenuous and offers decent protection. Haha, off to find Gohan I go. As the illustrious General Yuan, I do not waste a single grain of rice. I consume every morsel. Moreover, that lad Gohan possesses such immense potential, he may surprise me in the future. With that thought, I soared towards Gohan, fueled by a surge of energy. At that moment, Piccolo sensed his presence. Whose energy is this? It feels both familiar and unfamiliar. Could it be Goku? No, Goku should not be weaker than I am. This fellow seems to lack my strength. At this instant, Piccolo's battle power had ascended to 1,900. Uncle? Upon observing the robust Yifeng before him, Piccolo regarded him with newfound respect. It seems you have undergone rigorous training as well. Yifeng thought to himself, indeed, I have worked hard, but I possess the advantage of my aura. I have come in search of Gohan, Yifeng stated. Gohan is over in that forest, fending for himself. The young Master's temperament has improved considerably. Piccolo remarked with a sense of relief. Subsequently, Yifeng successfully located Gohan, increasing his battle power by an additional 30 points and advising Gohan to diligently train and heed Uncle Piccolo's guidance, falsely claiming that his mother has already endorsed his martial arts training. Thus, Yifeng's endeavors bore fruit, and he, along with Raditz, set off for the capital, preparing for their journey back to the cosmos. Chapter 21. Departure to the Universe. Bulma. How is the modification of our spaceship progressing? Oh, Uncle, you're here? Wow. Your physique has changed dramatically, Bulma exclaimed upon seeing the remarkably transformed Yifeng. Her impression of this once ordinary man significantly improved. This once awkward uncle has indeed exerted tremendous effort for the safety of Earth. It's almost complete. We are in the final stages of testing. You should be able to depart this afternoon, Bulma assured him. Oh, that is splendid. Truly, you are a genius scientist, Bulma, Yifeng marveled. By the way, Bulma Yifeng lowered his voice and approached her with an air of mystery. What is it, uncle? Don't forget the promise you made regarding the Dragon Balls. Yifeng reminded her. Oh, you mean restoring your original body? Rest assured, once you depart, I will gather the Dragon Balls, she replied. The wait for the spaceship's adjustments was exceedingly tedious. They had arrived early, and Raditz remained in meditation. Recently, he had reached a battle power of 4,000, and he felt he still had much potential to unlock. Thus, his training had been diligent. Meanwhile, Yifeng completed his daily check-in. After much effort, he finally finished this month's check-in, having drawn nothing in the previous 2 months. Amitabha, may the Buddha bless me. Amen, all gods assist me. Come on, Brother Ma, do be more mindful. System ding. Host, you have drawn nothing this time. Please continue to strive next month. Feng, Vang Difa. This penguin mechanism is truly as renowned as it claims. System, I have not drawn any skills for 3 months. Could you perhaps show me some leniency? System, well. Phone, you see, I am on the verge of venturing into the cosmos, which is fraught with peril. Should I meet my end? How utterly dull it would be for you. Oh, great Father above, please accept this humble bow from your child. System, you are quite the opportunist, aren't you? Very well, I shall grant you a skill. Here you go, the new Qigong Cannon. Ding. Through the host's persistent entreaties, the skill new Qigong Cannon is acquired. New Qigong Cannon. Capable of unleashing thrice the combat power, continuous firing can overwhelm the opponent but consumes substantial energy. For the host, it can be fired continuously for 20 minutes. Yifeng. Wow, is it really that powerful? With this, I could directly suppress Raditz. With this thought, Yifeng slyly glanced at Raditz, who was still meditating. At noon, Bulma prepared an extravagant feast. You are about to embark on your journey. I wish you safety and success. Raditz feasted heartily, and Yifeng also indulged, having developed quite an appetite from his recent training. He even uncharacteristically drank some alcohol. To his surprise, he discovered that the elder had a remarkable tolerance, as he downed 2 bottles of strong liquor and only felt slightly dizzy, leaving Raditz astonished. Suddenly, Yifeng had an idea. Bulma, could you prepare some more of this alcohol for me to take aboard the spaceship? That can be arranged, but do not become a drunkard. Remember, your purpose is to thwart the Saiyans, Bulma cautioned. After a satisfying meal, the spaceship was finally ready for launch. Indeed, it had grown significantly larger, still maintaining its spherical appearance, now transformed from a single room into a luxurious villa. Come, let me introduce you to its features. This is the dining area, this is the bathing area, and here is the resting area. I have even added a lounge and a game room for your entertainment and relaxation. The propulsion system has also been upgraded thanks to your uncle, which has filled many of our technical gaps. Navigation is now convenient. Simply input the destination by voice command to reach it effortlessly. All right, familiarize yourselves with it, and you can set off. Here are your spacesuits. Although your physical resilience diminishes their necessity, I wish you a smooth journey. Bulma elaborated on the features and usage of the spaceship. Thank you, Miss Bulma. We will do our utmost, Yifeng and Raditz replied. With that, Yifeng and Raditz boarded the spaceship. Where now? Foam inquired. Patience, strategist. First, we will exit the solar system, after which I will contact Prince Vegeta. We shall report our arrival to them, and if you wish to visit Frieza's army, I can introduce you and accompany you there. In truth, Vegeta and Nappa had only come to Earth upon hearing the news of the Dragon Balls. Now that Raditz was unaccounted for, they were indifferent to the situation and continued their assault on other planets, completely oblivious to affairs on Earth. A tremendous roar echoed as Raditz and Yifeng soared into the vastness of the cosmos. Gazing out at the resplendent starry river, Yifeng felt a sense of wonderment at having become an astronaut. Raditz then attempted to establish contact with Vegeta by activating his communicator, sparking Yifeng's curiosity about the intriguing device. Raditz-san, he inquired, is there any way you could procure one of those communicators for me? In that combat suit, how striking it is. However, Raditz wore a constipated expression, replying, well, it's rather expensive, and as a lowly mercenary, I don't earn much. Despite this, Raditz was not a stingy individual. It seemed his life was not particularly lavish either. He too was a lowly worker. Yifeng reflected on this and was about to inquire further about the Frieza force when Raditz's communicator successfully connected. The voice of Nappa, filled with arrogant mockery, resonated through. Ha ha! Raditz, you pathetic waste, you're still alive? Where have you been these 3 months? Although Raditz felt a surge of anger, he suppressed it and responded. I encountered some minor troubles on Earth, but I've resolved them. I also discovered a talented fighter from Earth, and I've brought him along. A fighter from Earth? He must be exceptionally skilled if you've taken notice of him, huh? Nappa's derisive laughter clarified Raditz's suspicions. There was no affection for him from them whatsoever. The strategist was indeed more reliable. Ignoring Nappa, Raditz petitioned Prince Vegeta to rejoin their ranks. Nappa, irritated by Raditz's demeanor, was about to retort when Vegeta interrupted. Enough, Nappa. Nappa fell silent immediately. We are located on a small asteroid at the edge of the 8-star nebula, but you must hurry. We won't linger for long. Vegeta's voice was cold, merciless, and haughty. Yifeng remarked, oh my, what an arrogant prince. Yet that bald-headed fellow's personality is quite unappealing, mindless and boastful. Raditz input the coordinates, and the ship indicated that they would arrive in approximately 2 days, which should be sufficient time. Yifeng was equally eager. Let's go meet these 2 Saiyans. Chapter 22. Fierce Battle with Nappa. 2 days swiftly passed, and Raditz and Yifeng soon arrived at the planet Vegeta had mentioned. What lay before them was a scene of utter devastation. Deep craters, billowing smoke, and the scattered corpses of extraterrestrial beings. Is this what war truly is? Even with prior mental preparation, Yifeng found it hard to digest the brutality of the scene. After all, he was merely a high school student enamored with comics. Now, confronted with the ruthless nature of the Saiyans, this planet had been left devoid of life. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa sat by a campfire, roasting an unidentified creature. Vegeta casually tore off a piece resembling an arm and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing with a crunching sound, while Nappa too feasted, grease dripping from his lips. As Yifeng observed these creatures being devoured, a tumultuous wave surged within his stomach, nearly compelling him to retch. Ah, so these are the Saiyan wild monkeys. No wonder the king looks down upon them. They are indeed the epitome of savagery and violence. At that moment, Naba caught sight of Raditz out of the corner of his eye. Hey, you made it. Raditz, you arrived much sooner than I anticipated. What is this? Has the spaceship been upgraded? Raditz had no intention of discussing this matter, yet he was taken aback that this dim-witted brute would bring it up. Ah, yes. It seems Earth's civilization has developed quite well. An upgrade has been made. Naba's excitement was palpable upon hearing this. Well then, we must pay a visit. Plundering their technology could fetch a handsome price. Raditz, upon hearing this, felt a sense of panic. No, that's not it. It's essentially been nearly destroyed by me. Huh? Raditz, you foolish imbecile. At this juncture, Raditz hurried forward to pay his respects to Prince Vegeta, eager to divert the conversation. Vegeta merely responded with a cold, nonchalant humph. However, Naba was relentless, insisting, then that spaceship shall belong to me. Upon hearing this, Raditz and Yifeng gritted their teeth in response to this insufferable bald head. At that moment, Naba also took notice of Yifeng standing beside Raditz. Oh, who is this elder? What else with that look? Just moments ago, Yifeng had yet to recover from the shock of witnessing the horrors of war, and now he heard Naba coveting his spaceship. In an instant, he lost control of his emotions and glared fiercely at Naba. Damn those Saiyans. I cannot believe I let my emotions slip. Before Yifeng could gather his thoughts, he felt a powerful gust as Naba's massive fist came crashing down towards his head. How dare this guy attempt to obliterate me without provocation? What do they perceive life to be? The speed was overwhelming. He could scarcely comprehend his movements. Was the disparity in combat power truly this vast? Although Yifeng could not discern Naba's actions clearly, an instinctual dread warned him of impending doom. He braced himself, arms raised to block, fearing his limbs might shatter under the force. Yet, contrary to his expectations of bloodshed, Yifeng was astonished to find his arms still intact. Naba, who had aimed to crush his skull, felt instead as though his strike had met an equally formidable force. Raditz? Indeed, it was Raditz who had shielded Yifeng, blocking Naba's attack with a single hand. Stop. This is my strategist. You shall not lay a finger on him. Naba, taken aback, reacted in disbelief. You worthless wretch. Can withstand my attack? Even Vegeta cast a slight glance in their direction, remarking coldly, Oh, interesting. It appears you have had a rather unique experience on Earth. Haha. We Saiyans are a warrior race. Since there is conflict between you, let us resolve it with our fists. Naba grinned wickedly, nodding in agreement. Little Raditz, let me remind you of the terror I can instill. Raditz exhaled deeply, acknowledging his newfound strength. This bald-headed opponent would soon receive a proper lesson from him. With this thought, his fighting spirit surged forth as he assumed a combative stance. Meanwhile, Vegeta activated his scouter, intrigued by the unfolding events. Nappa, do not underestimate him. Raditz's power level has soared to 4,000, nearly matching yours. Nappa, taken aback by the revelation, was astonished that this seemingly weak warrior, with a prior power level of merely 1,500, had progressed so remarkably in just 3 months. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Nappa regained his composure. If that's all he has, he is no match for me. Prepare yourself, Raditz. With that, the two clashed, their powers evenly matched. Vegeta observed the spectacle with a nonchalant demeanor, casually glancing at Yifeng's power level. Yifeng was completely focused, ready to support Raditz at a moment's notice, maximizing his own power. Interesting, he mused, this unassuming man possesses a power level of 1630, surpassing Raditz's previous might. Hey, old man, he called out. Would you be interested in training with a cultivator? The cultivator? The one with a power level of 1200? Yifeng inquired. Of course, engaging with non-mechanical beings counts. The system responded, as long as they are not machines, and the host's skills can upgrade as their power level increases. Who knows? Perhaps one day, even non-living entities can extract combat power. Yifeng was astonished. Does that mean it's similar to the Mora situation? Indeed, the more the better. I want to fight 10. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, then laughed heartily, internally scoffing at the notion. Do you think cultivating beings comes for free? I still need to maintain my image. He quickly added, old man, your power level is just over 1600, nearly on par with the cultivator. You and I are not enemies. 2 cultivators would suffice. Without allowing Yifeng a chance to retort, he hastily produced 2 seeds and began planting them. Hey, don't be so stingy, Yifeng protested. At that moment, Nappa and Raditz were still locked in fierce combat, their punches colliding. The sound of muscle striking muscle resonating in the air. Their fighting style was wild and unrestrained, growing increasingly frenzied. Raditz's battle attire was in tatters, incurring a significant maintenance cost, causing him to rub his hands in concern while Nappa remained indifferent. Suddenly, Nappa declared, "Let us strip down and continue our fight." He promptly shed his battle suit, leaving only his shorts. Raditz followed suit, wearing only a pair of underwear purchased on Earth, which appeared rather comical due to its small size. "Rude brute," Nappa scoffed. Thus, 2 nearly naked, muscular warriors stood a mere 10 meters apart, locking eyes with one another. With a shout, Nappa was the first to strike. He flicked his fingers, causing the ground beneath Raditz to crack, unleashing a surge of energy that exploded outward, engulfing the surroundings in dust and debris. Undeterred, Raditz ascended into the air, directing a massive energy wave toward Nappa. Nappa, without flinching, struck fiercely at Raditz's energy blast, sending it hurtling away and obliterating a nearby structure in an instant. Subsequently, Raditz descended from the sky, charging at Nappa and using his momentum to deliver a powerful blow that drove Nappa into the ground. Enraged, Nappa unleashed his energy, creating a large crater by exploding the sand and stones around him. The 2 engaged in a fierce and brutal exchange of punches, the bruises on their bodies multiplying with each strike. With a resounding impact, they struck each other's faces, neither willing to yield, instead grappling tightly and engaging in a test of strength. The surrounding airwaves surged, gradually compressing the ground beneath them into a massive crater several meters in diameter. Such ferocity was characteristic of Saiyan, leaving Yifeng, who was preoccupied with battling the 2 vegetable warriors, utterly astonished. Chapter 23. The Prince's Oppressive Presence. At this moment, Yifeng was also struggling, besieged by 2 vegetable warriors who exerted considerable pressure on him. He needed to engage them in combat without losing his strength or prematurely dispatching them. Frustrated, he reflected, "With my current strength, I could easily eliminate one, then secure the other, but I loathe to waste my energy. With over 100 battle power now, it felt invaluable." Calmly, Yifeng devised a plan to incapacitate one, treating it as a parting gift for the Frisia army. Just then, one of the vegetable warriors darted behind Yifeng, clawing toward his back with the intent to tear flesh. Seizing the opportunity from their earlier coordination, Yifeng found himself at a loss, forced to stall for time. Unexpectedly, one of them grew impatient. Yifeng swiftly countered, gripping the warrior's hand tightly and delivering a decisive chop, severing its arm from its body. As the creature howled in agony, Yifeng pivoted on his back foot and executed a stunning spinning kick, shattering the vegetable warrior's jaw, leaving it unconscious. Yifeng exclaimed, "Ah, done and dusted. Did you witness my splendid spinning kick system?" The system cautioned, "Do not be too complacent. They can self-destruct." Yifeng gasped, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. I have no desire to contribute to the legendary scene of the tea deity." Hastily, he wrapped one arm around the neck of the fallen vegetable warrior, ready to subdue it should it awaken. The other vegetable warrior, witnessing the swift downfall of its companion, hesitated. Before it could react, Yifeng had already dashed behind it. Too weak, he swiftly ensnared its neck as well, rendering it unconscious in no time. Thus, Yifeng held one vegetable warrior in each arm, casting a peculiar glance toward the battlefield of Raditz and Nappa. Vegeta observed, nodding subtly, "Not bad. Some strength and a penchant for brutality. If he could align with me, he might hold some value. Judging by his performance in battle, this lad exhibits a power level close to 2000. Meanwhile, the combat between Nappa and Raditz had reached a fever pitch. Both warriors sporting blood at the corners of their mouths, yet displaying smiles of exhilaration. Yifeng remarked, "Truly, they are a warrior race, revering combat so deeply that it seems they fight with emotion. Though the Saiyans are known for their brutality, they possess a certain respect for their own formidable kin." Raditz, once characterized by his cowardice and inferior strength, had long been scorned by Nappa. However, the newfound prowess of Raditz now commanded Nappa's attention and earned him a modicum of respect. "This is where it ends, Raditz. If I had a choice, I would not wish to slay you," Nappa declared, before erupting into a furious display of energy. A resounding roar filled the air as Nappa's aura blazed with golden light. Crackling like thunder, the veins on his forehead bulged, revealing that he had pushed his power to its zenith. This fool only possesses the remnants of his former self. He starts at Super Saiyan 2, Wind observed, noting that Naba's combat strength had briefly surged to 8,000. It's over for you, Raditz. In a moment of urgency, Wind concentrated his energy, prepared to assist with his divine strike at a moment's notice. Raditz, undeterred by the odds, unleashed all his latent potential, momentarily elevating his strength to approximately 5,500. Yet, this still left a significant gap between him and Naba, which explained Naba's earlier composure. In a flash, Naba became a mere afterimage, leaving Raditz with little time to react. Instinctively raising his arm to block, he exposed a considerable vulnerability beneath his armpit. One opportunity, Naba thought, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Raditz squarely in the ribs, the force driving his fist deep into flesh. With a gasp, Raditz spat blood, his vision blurring into a haze. As Naba's decisive blow landed, his energy began to wane. Not enough, he muttered, gathering strength for another assault. Farewell, Raditz. If you somehow survive, I shall acknowledge you. At this juncture, Raditz could no longer withstand the onslaught. Struggling to maintain consciousness, he attempted to gather energy with one hand. Desperate for a final struggle, but ultimately succumbed to darkness. Suddenly, a system notification echoed, detected that the host has engaged with 2 vegetable beings for over 10 minutes. Combat power increased by 240 points. Excellent. Just in time, he thought, as his power surged to 1870, promptly snapping the necks of the 2 vegetable beings. Behold my divine strike. At that moment, Naba, intensely focused on Raditz, failed to notice Yifeng's approach. What? This strike's power has reached 9,350? Naba exclaimed, as he swiftly adjusted his position to counter the imminent threat. Watch out, Prince Vegeta! Naba shouted, but it was too late. As the massive wave of energy bore down upon him, he could only brace himself. Just then, Prince Vegeta appeared before Naba, effortlessly deflecting Yifeng's attack with a single motion, redirecting all the force of a divine strike. Impressive, Prince Vegeta, Wind remarked. Let us cease this conflict. Vegeta's cold voice resonated, commanding an end to the skirmish. After delivering Raditz to the spaceship for some rudimentary treatment, the elder inquired, Who exactly are you? How do you possess such formidable power? Naba, sensing the imminent threat of death moments ago, complied with Vegeta's command to transport Raditz for healing, though he remained unsettled. The abrupt changes had left Yifeng at a loss for words. Are you not going to speak? Vegeta's icy gaze and overwhelming presence bore down upon Yifeng, forcing him to kneel on one knee. Is a battle power of 18,000 truly this terrifying? Yifeng mustered his strength and asked, Might I have a word with Prince Vegeta? Humph, I doubt you have anything of substance to convey, Vegeta replied with an air of indifference. Yifeng cautioned Vegeta to deactivate the scanner, suspecting it might have listening capabilities. He then animatedly recounted how Frieza had devastated the Saiyan planet and expressed his fear of the legendary Super Saiyan. At this juncture, he cunningly suggested, I believe this legendary Super Saiyan could very well be you, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta offered no response, merely turning away with a haughty demeanor, though inwardly he felt a flicker of excitement. Could the legend truly be real? Meanwhile, Yifeng was not idle. He discreetly maneuvered his hands, thinking to himself, This is my chance for advancement. However, Vegeta quickly caught on, fixing Yifeng with a murderous glare. What? This is bad. I've been discovered in just 3 minutes, Yifeng thought. Refraining from any further reckless actions, he continued sharing tales of his encounters with Raditz, omitting many details of events on Earth, instead claiming he had come to ally with the Saiyans and intended to infiltrate Frieza's army as an informant. Vegeta offered no further words, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Yifeng's intentions. Chapter 24. The first pot of gold Raditz was placed in the temporary medical chamber aboard the spaceship, gradually regaining consciousness as he felt the soothing embrace of the healing liquid. Upon opening his eyes, he was surprised to see Naba before him. Strange. Wasn't I supposed to be eliminated by him? Observing Raditz's puzzled expression, Naba laughed heartily and said, Your friend is quite the talent. He has already earned Prince Vegeta's trust. And you, my young friend, have also gained my approval. Once you recover, we can spar once more. The bonds between Saiyans can be remarkably straightforward. They are fierce, brutal, and combative, yet possess an astonishing simplicity of spirit. Raditz nodded gently, submerged in the healing chamber. When Naba emerged, he found Vegeta and Yifeng engaged in deep conversation. Are you truly considering joining Frieza's army? Vegeta asked, perplexed. Indeed, Your Highness. Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in battle. I intend to infiltrate their ranks, build a network of influence, and seek out those who share a mutual disdain for Frisia, uniting them under your command, Yifeng responded. Wait, what? Naba, just having re-entered, looked utterly bewildered. Are you both planning to rebel against King Frisia? Nappa's voice was unmistakably laced with fear. As an elder Saiyan, he had witnessed the terrifying power of Frisia. Had it not been for King Vegeta's decision to assign him as Prince Vegeta's personal attendant, the young Nappa might have perished alongside the elite assassins chosen by the king to eliminate Frisia, only to be ruthlessly vanquished. Are you frightened, Nappa? Vegeta's displeasure was palpable, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Nappa. Instantly, Nappa knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty to Vegeta. Your Highness, I am merely surprised. Regardless of your command, I shall face any peril without hesitation. Yifeng, observing Nappa's behavior, felt a pang of sorrow. The stout warrior's blind loyalty had ultimately led to his demise at the hands of the very prince he revered. Perhaps this time, his fate would be more favorable. Vegeta let out a cold huff, choosing not to delve further into the matter. Meanwhile, Yifeng pondered how he might engage both Vegeta and Nappa for over 10 minutes, yet found himself at a loss. Suddenly, Nappa spoke up. This uncle is one of us now. Why not host a grand feast to properly welcome him into our ranks? Recognizing Yifeng's strength, Vegeta felt a rare inclination to appreciate talent, and he found Nappa's flattery quite endearing. Despite his animosity towards Frisia, Vegeta felt constrained by his insufficient power and limited influence, and here he found a kindred spirit. In an unprecedented turn of events, the usually aloof prince agreed to Nappa's suggestion. Very well, Nappa, prepare accordingly and roast several Tuffle beings. Yifeng thought to himself, were you truly consuming human flesh? Before long, Nappa returned, dragging several lizard-like humanoids. Oh, Yifeng noted a significant alleviation of his mental burden. They resembled larger versions of the three-eyed beings. Regrettably, I have consumed all our wine, he chuckled. Uncle, you'll have to make do today. Nappa's words illuminated Yifeng's mind like a beacon. You, Bald One, are truly the lighthouse of my journey. Your shining head guides my path forward. What a fortunate coincidence, he laughed heartily. On this expedition, he had brought no earthly specialties except for an abundance of wine. Where is it? Nappa inquired eagerly. It's on the spaceship. I'll fetch the wine. You start roasting the meat, Yifeng replied. Very well, hurry. You shall witness, aside from battle, my prowess in roasting is unparalleled. Nappa beamed with joy. Soon, a bonfire blazed once more, and Yifeng returned with a considerable amount of wine from the ship. He mused, the Saiyans' appetite is formidable. I wonder if their tolerance for alcohol is equally impressive. Regardless, I shall indulge. With that, he closed his eyes and drank. Before long, the tantalizing scent of roasted meat wafted through the air. Yifeng, suppressing his discomfort, took a delicate bite. Delightful. Soon, the atmosphere began to grow lively, and Yifeng hurriedly filled a cup for Vegeta. However, the prince waved his hand, signaling that he typically abstained from alcohol. Not drinking? Yifeng was a bit perplexed. Naba had already downed a cup, exclaiming how delightful the wine was, and then explained to Yifeng, the prince usually does not indulge in spirits. Come, let us drink. Yifeng thought to himself, a disdain for alcohol, or perhaps a lack of persuasive skill. Watch me. Ah, Prince Vegeta, as the noble Saiyan royalty. How could he not partake in wine? Today is a day of celebration with the formal establishment of the Frisia Alliance. And this is a specialty of Earth, just a taste would suffice. Vegeta, indeed in a good mood today, poured himself a cup and took a gentle sip. A sense of unspoken exhilaration filled his heart. As a warrior race, they were naturally boisterous, reveling in hearty meals and copious drink. Yet, raised under Frisia's dominion, he had learned to be astute. Without extraordinary cunning, he would have perished long ago. He had to remain perpetually vigilant, fearing that a careless word might provide ammunition for his adversaries, including the likes of Zarbin and Dodoria, who flaunted their power before him. Sensing Vegeta's emotional shift, Yifeng promptly remarked, Your Highness, you have suffered for many years. Here, you need not fear Frisia's minions, only comrades surround you. His words were heartfelt and deeply touched Vegeta, prompting him to tilt his head back and down the drink in one gulp. Refill my cup, Vegeta declared with a robust spirit. Well done. Yifeng and Naba cheered in unison. Today, Vegeta was indeed exuberant, drinking heartily without restraint. Before long, they were shoulder to shoulder, laughing heartily. Yifeng playfully nudged and complimented them, calling Naba brother and addressing Vegeta as the invincible prince, causing both to feel buoyant with joy. System notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully engaged with Vegeta for 10 minutes. Power level increased by 1800. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully engaged with Naba for 10 minutes. Power level increased by 400. This revelation jolted Yifeng awake. Indeed, he had struck gold. His power level had more than doubled. At this moment, his base combat power soared to 4070, marking his first significant achievement since his arrival in this world. Yifeng attuned himself to the flow of energy within, noting not only the surge in combat prowess, but also a marked enhancement in physical strength. Even his resilience to intoxication seemed amplified. If he unleashed his full martial prowess, he could exert at least 15 times the destructive force, meaning warriors below 6,000 in power posed no threat to him. Noticing Yifeng's peculiar behavior, Vegeta assumed he was overwhelmed by the drink and inquired with concern, "What is it, old man?" "Nothing. Just the joy of drinking with such warriors as the Prince and Naba. I am exceedingly happy. Let's have another round." System notification. You have truly impressed me. Thus, Vegeta and Naba found themselves bested by Yifeng in their drinking contest. Yet Yifeng was not without his own struggles. The alcohol surged within him, sapping his strength until he could muster no energy, and after a prolonged battle against drowsiness, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Vegeta, in a state of abandon, continuously murmured greetings to Frieza. Nappa, nestled beside a bottle of liquor, echoed the prince's sentiments with a series of inebriated affirmations. Thus, the three warriors remained in a deep slumber until dawn broke. Chapter 25. Journey to Frieza's army. At the break of day, Yifeng bid farewell to Vegeta and Nappa, wary of the lingering night that could breed further dreams. Nappa, mostly sober, while Vegeta still appeared somewhat dazed. Yifeng hoisted Raditz and made his way toward the spaceship, while a swaying Vegeta, with a visage full of intoxication, approached. "Safe travels, my good brother. May we swiftly vanquish Frieza," he declared. "Indeed, your highness, you should rest," Yifeng replied, concerned about the night's potential repercussions. He subtly gestured to Nappa to support Vegeta. "I'm not drunk. Don't touch me," Vegeta retorted, reeking of alcohol, before wobbling off to find a place to lean and succumb to sleep. Raditz, taken aback, pondered, "Is this truly the Prince Vegeta I know? What sorcery has the strategist employed?" The more he observed Yifeng, the more he sensed an enigmatic depth to the man. Indeed, this elder was extraordinary. Finally, the spaceship took flight, heading toward a military base of Frieza's army. "How are you faring, Raditz?" Yifeng inquired with genuine concern. "I'm managing. The temporary medical pod aboard the ship, though not entirely restorative, has at least preserved my life. My left ribcage is fractured, and my lungs have sustained severe damage. Fortunately, after treatment, my breathing is stable. As long as I avoid further combat and do not incur additional injuries, I should be fine until we reach the military base." Raditz replied, "That is reassuring. Rest assured, should the need for battle arise, I shall take the lead," Yifeng asserted confidently. Raditz regarded Yifeng with a discerning gaze, pondering. How has this man become so self-assured? Has he grown stronger? By the way, how did you manage to reduce the proud Prince Vegeta to such a state? Raditz asked incredulously. Yifeng responded, While he may appear fierce and brutal now, at his core, he is merely a proud, troubled youth. Your Prince Vegeta bears an immense burden. A genius of the Saiyan race, he was destined for greatness, yet he faced the annihilation of his kin. The very ones responsible for his people's demise spun a web of deceit, compelling you all to serve him. Do you truly believe Vegeta is unaware of this? Yifeng seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the prince's plight. But King Frieza, he clearly. Raditz faltered, unable to accept the implications. Asteroids destroyed your planet? Spare me the farce. If that were the case, it would not require the entire Saiyan race to respond. King Vegeta and your father Bardock, along with a few elite warriors, could have easily obliterated the incoming asteroid. It is simply inconceivable that your entire army would be vanquished, Yifeng retorted, exasperated. Yet the prince has always seemed unwavering in his belief. Raditz remained skeptical. It is primarily due to the simplicity of your minds, akin to that of Naba, that you find yourselves in such a predicament. Frieza merely wishes to utilize him as a tool. A battle power of 18,000 is indeed sufficient for various tasks. You must understand how many eyes are constantly watching the prince. Yifeng felt a strong urge to reprimand him. Oh, I see. Raditz finally nodded. Let us discuss more pertinent matters. How long until we reach Frieza's base? Please also enlighten me about the structure of Frieza's army. Yifeng inquired. Pondering the vague details presented in the comics, determined to gain clarity. Well, approximately 3 days, Raditz replied. Frisia's army is vast, with numerous military bases scattered throughout the universe, encompassing a myriad of races. It is rumored that Frisia belongs to the race of frost demons, a prodigy of his kind, appearing once in a millennium, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. His father and brother are equally formidable. Raditz began his exposition. So the king of coolers and Gula do indeed exist, Yifeng remarked. What about his subordinates? He continued to probe. His personal guards are Dodoria and Zarbin, both possessing battle powers around 20,000. Anyone with a battle power exceeding 10,000 can contend for the position of regional commander, each commanded by several subordinate captains whose battle powers hover around 5,000. As for the other combatants, their battle powers, when combined with weaponry, range from 800 to 1,200, comparable to proficient agricultural fighters, Raditz elucidated. That aligns closely with my understanding. I heard there is an individual named Kaiatsu who is at odds with the prince? Yifeng queried. Indeed, I cannot ascertain his race, but his battle power is formidable. Approximately 18,000. However, he has an uncle within Frisia's command, serving as a general with a battle power exceeding 50,000, and he himself is a regional commander, which has led him to look down upon Prince Vegeta, Raditz responded. I see. It appears that Frisia's army is indeed replete with skilled individuals. Yes. Frisia also possesses a mysterious ace unit, the Jinyu Force, comprising 5 members, each exceptionally powerful. However, one of them, a multi-eyed dwarf, does not boast impressive battle power. Perhaps he possesses some unique abilities, Raditz acknowledged, further detailing the Jinyu Force. Yifeng mused. Good. This fellow is indeed not renowned for his battle prowess. Beyond the ordinary soldiers, those with battle powers exceeding 1,500 but below 3,000 are classified as elite soldiers. Those with battle powers below 800, if they possess a particular skill, may engage in research positions. Otherwise, they handle logistical duties. Should their power fall below 300, they are forcibly assigned to laborious tasks such as mining, akin to slavery. I did not anticipate the strict hierarchy within Frisia's army. No wonder he is a titan in the cosmic real estate sector. This is knowledge beyond my grasp, Yifeng remarked. Raditz added, with the strength of a strategist. Ascending to the rank of elite soldier is certainly within reach. As for the remuneration, the compensation is fairly decent. For us, the usual living expenses are minimal. The expensive aspect lies in combat equipment, with purchasing and maintenance being the primary expenditures. From Frisia downwards, base salaries are allocated according to battle power, and successful conquests of planets or profitable sales thereof yield additional dividends. The division of labor was determined by military merit. However, I see you seem to be living quite frugally, Raditz. Yifeng finally could not help but broach the subject. This is because my strength was originally too weak, combined with a large appetite. Each time we attacked a planet, my contribution was minimal. Moreover, we Saiyans have a penchant for destruction, resulting in the selling price of the planets we conquer being less than half of what other teams could fetch. Thus, I have always lived in modest circumstances. Raditz admitted somewhat awkwardly. Well, surely Frisia did not eliminate you Saiyans due to your inefficient work ethic, right? Yifeng felt a slight embarrassment. After grasping the situation, Yifeng had a plan forming in his mind and continued to inquire. By the way, how many laborers are there in this military base? I am not entirely certain, but it should be around 300 to 500, Raditz replied, looking puzzled. Upon hearing this news, Yifeng felt a surge of excitement. 300 to 500 people could mean prosperity. If I could make contact with them, wouldn't that mean a swift ascent? They can't all have power levels below 100, can they? Yifeng still felt a bit uneasy. Those below 100 certainly cannot join Frisia's army, unless they are top-tier researchers. For such physically demanding work, those with low combat power would be beaten to death by the overseers in just a few days. Overseers? Of course. Not only are there overseers, but they're also quite privileged positions, being trusted aides of the military district captains, elite warriors with power levels exceeding 2,000. Yifeng pondered. So, should I toil as a laborer or vie for the position of overseer? No, that won't do. I should keep a low profile. After all, one must navigate the intricacies of human relations and connections, even in the vast universe. I have to consider so much. Seeing that Raditz had nearly exhausted himself, Yifeng suggested, "You're still recovering from your injuries. You should rest early." Meanwhile, on a small asteroid, Vegeta was in a fit of impotent rage. He had sobered up somewhat. Although most of his memories were fragmented, certain vivid recollections lingered. How could I have acted so familiarly with that earthling? And to discuss taking down Frisia so loudly? The more Vegeta thought about it, the more humiliated he felt, prompting him to scream in frustration. Nearby, Naba stood obediently, too intimidated to speak. Yifeng, was it? How dare you get me drunk and witness my disgrace? The next time we meet, I shall ensure you forget this memory. Far away on another planet, a sinister voice echoed. Vegeta, you Saiyan monkey, I have long planted a listening device on you. Let us see if King Frisia will spare you this time. The speaker was none other than Vegeta's arch-nemesis, Captain Jinyu of Frisia's army. Chapter 26, Fortuitous Luck? After 3 days of travel, Yifeng and Raditz finally arrived at Frisia's military base. This military outpost belonged to the Legion, and the captain was a moderate alien. Following the accidental death of the previous captain, Deda, during an exploration of unknown regions, he assumed the role temporarily. His combat power was only 12,000, placing him near the bottom among several legions. A spaceship has landed? Strangely, the signal clearly originated from Raditz, yet his spaceship appears so enormous. Remarked a technician at the command center. Indeed, it is Raditz, and he seems injured. Who is that elder beside him? Is he also a Saiyan? Another person questioned. There's no need for you to support me any longer. I must attend to my injuries first. Allow me to guide you to the registration desk, Raditz said weakly. No need, Raditz-san. Please attend to your wounds. Just inform me of your location, and once you are healed, we shall reconvene. Yifeng waved his hand in refusal. Very well. Elder, just proceed forward. It is clearly indicated as the Frisia Army Recruitment Office. Once you register, simply display your combat power, Raditz directed. At that moment, the system chimed in, ding. Numerous combat powers within proximity have been detected. I'm already aware of that without your assistance. So what now? Will I receive some rewards? Yifeng inquired. The system responded with amusement. Haha, no. I merely emerged out of boredom. Having served numerous hosts, this is the first time I have encountered extraterrestrials in this realm. Yifeng was left speechless. Go ahead with your tasks, the system urged. Really, nothing at all? You wretched system, Yifeng grumbled. The system teased, what do you desire? The Kaioken? Yifeng replied. I may have spoken too loudly just now. The system coldly stated. I can consider it once your combat power reaches 10,000, but there's an additional condition. You must become a squad leader in the military district to qualify. Very well. That aligns with my intentions to engage with the higher echelons. Yifeng concurred, continuing onward after their conversation. This is the place. The recruitment office. Yifeng announced as he arrived. He lightly knocked on the door. Come in, a voice beckoned. The interviewer was a dinosaur-faced individual equipped with a detector. You wish to join the Frisia army? Showcase your strength, he instructed. Yifeng merely emitted a faint aura, striving to maintain his combat power at around 350. Beep, beep, beep. The dinosaur-faced man expressed disdain. With merely 350 combat power, I advise you against joining the Frisia army. Yifeng stepped forward, a charming smile on his face as he grasped the dinosaur's hand. I humbly request your guidance. You seem somewhat reasonable. Just call me Lord Simo. With your combat power, you would only be assigned to arduous labor, mining resources. Most of our soldiers are those we plunder from others. Those who voluntarily enlist, like you, are quite rare. I suggest you return home. Lord Simo, please make an exception. I truly admire Lord Frisia, Yifeng pleaded. Yet you're far too weak. Assignments are based on combat strength, unless you possess a unique skill. Are you a scientist? Simo questioned, exasperated. Yifeng awkwardly scratched his head. I am looking out for your best interests. It would be wise to return, Simo insisted. Yifeng thought to himself, this dinosaur-faced individual is rather amiable. However, Yifeng had his own plans. I have no retreat left. Please allow me to enlist, he stated resolutely. Seeing that persuasion had failed, the dinosaur-faced man relented. Very well. Proceed with your registration. Yifeng observed that there were still nearly 2 minutes left until a successful contact was achieved. He scratched his head and forced a smile. Unwilling to let go, the dinosaur-faced individual, initially indifferent, began to yearn for freedom as time dragged on. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he could not extricate himself from Yifeng's grasp. Let go, he implored helplessly. A notification chimed, congratulating Yifeng on successfully maintaining contact with Shima for over 10 minutes, resulting in a boost of 130 combat points. Who would have thought this dinosaur from the recruitment office possessed a combat power of 1,300 points? Yifeng chuckled awkwardly and prepared to depart, only to be halted by Shima's voice. Wait a moment. Shima rummaged through his pocket, producing 50 cosmic currency units and handing them to Yifeng. Here, take this. I see you two are far from home and likely short on funds. Stay strong. A wave of gratitude washed over Yifeng. He surmised that Shima must have a story of his own, prompting him to inquire, "What about your hometown?" To his surprise, Shima immediately gestured for silence. In a legion, you must refrain from speaking carelessly. You have no idea where these individuals originate or what calamities their homelands have endured. If Lord Frisia's elite guard hears any ill words, it could spell doom. Yifeng bowed deeply in acknowledgement and turned to report. Who would have thought that among the extraterrestrial beings there existed such kindness? What a splendid start to his journey. His combat power had reached 4,200. However, as Yifeng beheld the living conditions, he was rendered speechless. 50 individuals were crammed into a vast hall, sharing bunk beds with no semblance of personal space. Before he could voice his concerns, a supervisor entered, dragging a short-haired woman by her hair and unceremoniously throwing her to the ground. The woman winced in pain, but remained silent, glaring fiercely at the supervisor. Yifeng found himself inexplicably drawn to her beauty. Ah, such a fiery temper. She must be a Saiyan, he mused, just as he overheard the supervisor's sinister chuckle. A Saiyan? It was then that Yifeng noticed the long tail protruding from the woman's backside. Immediately, someone nearby inquired, "Aren't Saiyans supposed to be extinct?" Indeed, but there exists a tradition of sending those with inferior qualities to other planets. This woman, despite her anger, can unleash a combat power of 800, albeit erratically. Isn't it splendid to have her labor in this concentration camp? The supervisor then erupted into a lewd laugh. The Saiyan woman, incensed by the remarks, rushed forward with a flurry of punches, lacking any technique and relying solely on brute strength and instinct. Given the disparity in combat power, she could not even graze the supervisor. He, reveling in the moment, toyed with her, continuously taunting and humiliating her. At this point, tears of humiliation welled in her eyes. Ha ha, this is precisely the sensation I craved. Suddenly, the supervisor delivered a brutal punch to her abdomen, causing her to vomit bile and collapse to the ground, sneering as he seized her hair, intent on committing a vile act. As Yifeng gazed at the beautiful girl before him, a flicker of admiration ignited within his heart. He found himself torn between the urge to reveal his feelings prematurely and the pressing need to act heroically. Just as he resolved to intervene, an aged arm seized the foreman's hand with an iron grip, revealing an old vegetable man, his head adorned with scars. "Old ghost, you seem to be wary of the foreman," Yifeng observed. The vegetable man remained silent, emanating an aura of formidable power. With a combat strength reading of 2,800, it was evident that this vegetable man possessed extraordinary qualities, explaining his longevity. Old ghost, I shall grant you a favor today," he declared, casually tossing the Saiyan woman into Yifeng's arms with a menacing glare. "You will share a bunk with that newcomer. Next time you encounter me, your fortune may not be so favorable." The closeness of their encounter made Yifeng's heart race. Was this the stirrings of love? He scrutinized the foreman's features, seething at the audacity to strike at a woman dear to him. "Listen closely. This will be your home from now on. Once you finish tidying up, you are to commence work immediately. Meals, restroom breaks, and washing up will all occur in communal areas. Do you see the collar in my hand? Should any of you dare to disobey, you will wear this collar for eternity, living like dogs." Yifeng, absorbing this information, turned to the Saiyan woman. Her beauty was striking, with large, expressive eyes that hinted at her rebellious spirit, short hair framing her face, and a figure that exuded confidence. He felt overwhelmed. Was he truly falling for her? "What are you staring at?" the Saiyan woman snapped. Yifeng, momentarily lost in thought, found himself staring at her intently. I merely wanted to ask if you were all right," he stammered, his expression dazed. "Get your hands off me, you lecherous old man," she retorted, shaking him off disdainfully. In a moment of clarity, Yifeng exclaimed, "Bulma, you must quickly make a wish to the dragon." Chapter 27. A dark and windy night. Before Yifeng could gather his thoughts, the foreman began to urge them onward. "Hurry up, newcomers. Get to work." Only Yifeng and the Saiyan woman were new arrivals. The others had already begun their tasks, while the old ghost seemed to hold a position of some authority within the camp and was excused from labor. Yifeng observed keenly, secretly planning to engage with this old ghost, sensing he possessed many untold stories. "Beautiful lady, we seem to share a fateful connection. Arriving together, as we have," Yifeng mustered the courage to initiate conversation. The Saiyan woman looked at Yifeng's unremarkable face and listened to his insipid flattery, feeling utterly repulsed. "Step away, or I shall end you," she warned coldly. "Am I truly that detestable?" Yifeng pondered, feeling somewhat disheartened. As he sulked, They reached their workplace. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The conditions here are truly harsh." Before him lay a vast expanse of swirling yellow sand, where dozens of individuals toiled in the quarry, chiseling away at the stone, an outdoor source of building materials. Yifeng considered himself fortunate, as this work environment was among the better ones. "Go on, get to work. Anyone caught slacking will face dire consequences." The overseer wielded a whip, scrutinizing each laborer. Any sign of sluggishness was met with a merciless beating. Yifeng realized that he had no chance to approach them during the day and resolved to wait until nightfall, determined to make his move. "I am Yifeng. What is your name?" he inquired. The female, Saiyan, momentarily paused at the sound of his name, then displayed a look of disdain, unwilling to engage with this older man. Yifeng, undeterred, continued to work nearby while secretly observing her, pondering if this was the essence of love. Unbeknownst to him, the cruel overseer persistently sought out faults with the female Scion. "You're too slow, you wild monkey. Haven't you eaten?" He spat, hurling insults with relentless fervor. Yifeng's teeth clenched in anger, contemplating violence against this wretch. The female Scion, too, bore the humiliation with a fierce glare directed at the overseer. "What? You dare to defy me? You think you can stare at me?" The overseer bellowed, summoning all his strength to lash out. "Die, wild monkey!" With a sharp crack, the whip did not strike the female Scion. Yifeng had positioned himself before her, shielding her with his body. He had intended to make a gallant save, but he was reluctant to reveal himself prematurely. Still, was this not the quintessential moment for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress? Though cliched, it was effective. He spread his arms wide, facing the female Scion, resolutely blocking the blow with his broad back while gazing at her with unwavering determination. "Quickly, fall in love with me." The female Scion's expression was indeed one of surprise, yet it was not enough. Yifeng silently urged her, "Strike me. Go ahead, strike me." The overseer, seeing his whip thwarted, erupted in fury. "Ah, so you wish to play the hero? Let me see you try." The whip descended upon Yifeng like a tempest, the sound akin to a Gatling gun. Yifeng grimaced in pain, though it was bearable. The female Scion was moved by the sight. "Stop, if you have a grievance. Direct it at me." Yifeng quickly grasped her hand. "Isn't it still aimed at me? Oh, your hand is so soft." The overseer, exhausted from the beating, had not anticipated this man's resilience. Witnessing their tender exchange filled him with unspoken irritation. Still a pair of lovesick fools? How tiresome. Get back to work and don't slack off. I'll let you off this time. Yet his heart brimmed with resentment, vowing to make them pay next time. As Yifeng watched the overseer walk away, his murderous intent intensified. "Hey, let go of the female Scion," he reminded her. "Oh, right." Yifeng chuckled sheepishly and released her hand, feigning pain. "Are you all right?" The female Scion asked with concern. "I'm just fine," Yifeng thought joyfully, though he replied, "I may not make it." The female Scion rolled her eyes, declaring, "I have no interest in weak men." Upon hearing the news, Yifeng immediately leaped high into the air and then dropped to the ground to perform a minute of push-ups, proclaiming to himself, "I am not weak. I am strong." Observing Yifeng's comical antics, Kuna couldn't help but chuckle softly. "It's good that you're fine. You two, stop whispering and get back to work," admonished another supervisor. Yifeng thought to himself how bothersome these individuals were, vowing that he would eventually rid himself of them. At long last, the arduous day of labor came to an end. Yifeng clutched a large bowl, devouring its contents, a thick, unappetizing gruel that, while distasteful, was at least swallowable. Just then, he noticed a graceful figure appear before him. Upon lifting his gaze, he was struck by her beauty. It was her, and she was even more enchanting than before. The female Scion, noticing his infatuated expression, furrowed her brow slightly. "My name is Kuna. Thank you for today," she said. "Oh, it's no trouble at all," Yifeng replied. Kuna is truly a lovely name, he thought, feeling a rush of sweetness in his heart. At that moment, the system chimed in, ding, a reminder for the host. "You have traversed into a spirited world. Not a romantic one." "Oh, I know," Yifeng responded dismissively. "I can tell you're a good person, and I hope we can become friends." The female Scion perceived Yifeng's intent and prepared to decline. Yifeng, who had just been floating on cloud 9, suddenly felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Is this the universal way of rejection? He managed to respond, albeit reluctantly. "Friendship sounds wonderful. May I ask why?" "Well, I find your appearance a bit hard to accept," Kuna replied bluntly. Yifeng, feeling somewhat disheartened, thought, "Is Bulma and the Dragon Balls not available yet?" However, realizing it was merely due to his looks, he felt a glimmer of hope. "I must strive to win her over," he resolved. Ha ha ha, it's perfectly all right. By the way, what do you think of today as supervisor? Yifeng inquired. What do I think? Kuna's eyes flared with anger. I would love nothing more than to see him dead. He is the one who captured me. Has he done anything to you, has he? Yifeng asked nervously. Kuna rolled her eyes. What does it matter to you? Observing Yifeng's apparent desolation, she guessed his thoughts and retorted, No, he hasn't tea. That is good, that is good. Perhaps you want to have to see him tomorrow, Yifeng exclaimed joyfully. Why is that? Kuna kurifunid puslied. He is likely being reassigned. Someone will come to escort him away, Yifeng replied mysteriously. Kuna, bewildered by Yifeng's enigmatic demeanor, exclaimed Tisich, You're so strange. I'm tired. I want to rest when I return. I'll take the upper bunk. You better keep the noise down tonight, and not let any riffraff disturb me. At your service, at your service. Yifeng responded eagerly. Finally, night fell, and, as expected, a few dim-witted individuals sought to trouble Kuna. She intended to deal with them herself, but before she could rise, Yifeng had already dispatched the group. She immediately feigned sleep, observing Yifeng with a thought that this uncle was quite reliable, though unfortunately not meeting her standards of appearance. But wait, why is he groping around them? This uncle truly is a pervert. 10 minutes later, a notification chimed, congratulating the host for successfully encountering 5 extraterrestrial beings, earning a combat power of 200. Feeling the surge of strength, Yifeng experienced an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He glanced around at the many sleeping individuals, unable to resist the temptation to engage with them. However, there were pressing matters to attend to that night. With that, Yifeng's figure melded into the shadows. Chapter 28. Was it you? Kuna gazed at Yifeng's departing silhouette, pondering his intentions. He truly was an enigmatic uncle. Another pair of eyes, belonging to the old ghost occupying a corner bed, also watched Yifeng. This fellow was no ordinary person. He had effortlessly dispatched 5 individuals. Though they were weak, achieving such a clean and swift resolution indicated a combat power of at least 1,500. Yet, adhering to the principle of not my business, the old ghost dismissed any curiosity about Yifeng's plans and soon fell into a deep slumber. At this moment, Yifeng had stealthily infiltrated the quarters of the overseers, each possessing their own room. He had to assess them one by one. There were 3 in total. Upon entering one, he instantly unleashed his latent potential, delivering a swift blow to their necks, rendering them unconscious before searching through their belongings. The system could no longer bear to watch. Ding. You could just keep your hands still, you know? Yifeng retorted playfully. I'll keep touching. I'll keep touching. The system threatened. I see you're quite the pervert. I might just record this and send it to Kuna. Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. You have a recording function? Doesn't that mean the system boasted? What should you call this system? Inwardly cursing, Yifeng replied, Oh great adoptive father, please accept my humble bow. Not bad. Not bad. Go on with your business, the system replied. Yifeng seethed in frustration, vowing that once he grew stronger, he would find a way to sever this bond. Fortune smiled upon him. The first 2 individuals yielded a total of 500 combat power, bringing his total to 4,900, tantalizingly close to 5,000. It seemed the last one was that scoundrel. Just wait until tonight, I'll teach you a lesson. Yifeng followed the same method, knocking him out first. However, this time he did not linger to search thoroughly or eliminate him. Instead, he quietly hoisted him away, heading straight for the quarry. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully encountering the extraterrestrial boya, earning an additional 300 combat power. The host's combat power has now reached 5,200, unlocking the skill Chi round slash. Yifeng exclaimed, Oh, with Chi round slash, doesn't that mean I've gathered the Sun Fist and Chi round slash? With this 2-piece set, I'm ready to confront Frisia. He bowed deeply. Oh great adoptive father, please accept my humble bow. No more delays, it's time to face Frisia. Hey wait, if you proceed like this, you will perish without even a glimpse of my face. These 2 skills, which purportedly allow one to transcend levels, exist only in theory. You will soon comprehend this truth. Yifeng initially jested, for he had yet to fulfill his purpose for the day. As the notification's sound faded, Boya gradually regained consciousness. Who are you? Where is this place? The overseer Boya inquired. Who am I? Very well. Since you have asked with genuine curiosity, I will graciously enlighten you. With that, Yifeng slowly removed his veil. I am the one who will end your life, Yifeng. Boya was taken aback, realizing that the figure before him was the very man he had beaten earlier that day. He erupted into laughter. Ha ha, you fool. Could it be that you are infatuated with that Saya woman? Have you lost your senses to love at your age? Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. With a sudden surge of fury, Boya gathered his strength, but before he could complete his charge, he felt an overwhelming force strike his right shoulder. Yifeng's furious punch shattered his shoulder, twisting his arm grotesquely. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from him, yet before he could fully articulate his agony, Yifeng's hand struck his jaw, rendering him speechless. The immense impact left him sprawled on the ground, desperately trying to wail, but no sound emerged. His eyes, the only part of him still active. Yifeng knelt beside him, gently patting his head. "Your name is Boya, is it? Such a pity. You should not have been so rude to such a lovely and enchanting young lady." Boya's eyes widened in disbelief. He mused that she was in her 20s. Hardly a girl anymore. "For bullying my Kuna, you shall rue the day you entered this world." With that, Yifeng systematically began to snap Boya's limbs. In the desolate night, the chilling sound of cracking bones echoed, and the overwhelming pain caused Boya to faint repeatedly. Blood surged from his stomach, choking him, leaving him to suffer in silence, trapped in a throes of suffocation and despair until he met his end. The system remarked, "Seriously, are you this twisted?" Even the system cannot help but comment on who the real villain is here. Yifeng wiped his hands clean, nonchalantly preparing to return to his slumber. Yifeng seethed. "Who dares to bully my Kuna? I have endured this for far too long." In the early hours of the following morning, the remaining two overseers summoned everyone. "Has anyone seen Lord Boya?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Even the old ghost raised his eyes, casting a deep gaze toward Yifeng. Upon hearing their inquiry, Kuna sensed that something was amiss. Otherwise, they would not have made such a commotion. It was highly probable that this scoundrel named Bo had gone missing. Yifeng feigned ignorance, glancing around with a bewildered expression. Upon observing the reactions of the crowd, the overseer chose not to elaborate further. They were well aware of the meager combat capabilities of the laborers. The only one among them with any semblance of fighting prowess, the old ghost, would stand no chance against Boya in a death struggle. It was evident he had departed quietly due to some pressing matter. "Well, since everyone is up now, let us hasten to finish our meal and resume our tasks." Under the overseer's urging, all individuals made their way to their workstations and commenced their duties. Kuna and Yifeng engaged in their tasks with a casual air, the events of the day having diverted the overseer's attention elsewhere. "Uncle, do you know something?" Kuna inquired. Yifeng, naturally, could not divulge any information, merely shaking his head. Observing her perplexed expression, he unwittingly remarked, "You are truly beautiful." "What?" Reflecting on Yifeng's behavior from the previous night, Kuna increasingly regarded the man before her as somewhat peculiar. Noticing the way Kuna averted her gaze, Yifeng slapped his forehead in regret, mentally chiding himself for his actions, pondering how love can complicate one's conduct. At that moment, a sudden scream erupted from the working crowd. Is this Lord Boya?" Yifeng, perplexed, thought to himself, "I've buried him quite deeply. How could he be discovered so swiftly?" Everyone stared in horror at the grotesquely beaten corpse before them, while the two overseers exchanged worried glances, deep in discussion. "What transpired? Did you feel yourself being knocked unconscious yesterday?" "My neck has been quite sore since this morning." "Yours too?" "It seems a formidable expert has infiltrated our district." "Do not make a scene. Alert the captain. This expert's combat prowess likely exceeds 5,000. Kuna gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape, casting a sidelong glance at Yifeng, who appeared contemplative yet unperturbed. She wondered, could it truly have been his doing? "You?" Gazing at Kuna, who seemed hesitant to speak, Yifeng merely nodded slightly, his tone somewhat melodramatic. "I shall not permit anyone to bully you." "Fantastic. I give myself full marks for this." Suddenly, an aged hand clapped Yifeng on the shoulder, followed by a voice from behind. "It was you, wasn't it?" Yifeng spun around abruptly, and to his astonishment, it was the old ghost. Chapter 29. The Old Ghost. The old ghost's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an air of menace in Yifeng's ears. He mused to himself about the ambiguous nature of this character. Friend or foe, it remained uncertain. Yifeng quickly denied the accusation. "Impossible. I am merely a weak laborer. How could I possibly have slain Lord Boya?" The old ghost laughed heartily. "I witnessed your prowess yesterday. Conservatively estimated, it exceeds 1,500. And you managed to render Boya in such a state? While I typically conceal some of my strength, achieving such a feat would not be simple. What do you intend to do?" As he spoke, Yifeng took a step forward. The old ghost, equally wary, shifted back a pace. "Do not act impulsively. You could easily eliminate Boya, and naturally, you could just as effortlessly dispose of me should I choose to betray you. If that were my intention, I would not appear before you directly. Who knows if you have suddenly lost your mind?" Yifeng awaited an explanation from the old ghost. Yifeng's words rendered the old ghost speechless. How could someone of such age be so reckless? Unless, of course, you allow me to grasp your hand, Yifeng cunningly suggested. The old ghost, feeling at a loss, reluctantly permitted Yifeng to hold on to him. Kuna remarked, "This uncle indeed possesses some peculiar preferences. Is there truly no trust between us, merely because I am a vegetable person?" The old ghost, having been seized, appeared somewhat agitated. Let me clarify. I harbor no racial prejudice. I am simply unfamiliar with your alien culture. Seeing Yifeng's sincerity, the old ghost ceased his protests and began to recount his background. I am the old ghost, a first-generation cultivator, one of the experimental subjects of the vegetable people. Thus, I am somewhat stronger than the average vegetable person. Originally, there were 6 of us in that batch, but all perished in battle, some without even leaving a trace of their remains. We were merely their tools of war. I do not wish for my fate to mirror theirs, so I trained relentlessly to enhance my strength, hoping one day to become a warrior. However, even when my combat power exceeded 2,000, I was still subjected to inhumane treatment. Despite my numerous military achievements, nothing changed. Eventually, I applied for retirement, citing my advanced age. Fortunately, the person in charge of recruitment, Simo, was a good man and granted my request. Yet, instead of the treatment I deserved, I was assigned to this quarry as a laborer, continuing to be exploited for my remaining value. Therefore, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Frisia army. And you dare to openly assassinate the overseer here, suggesting that you must have a powerful organization backing you. Ah, so you believe we are kindred spirits, Yifeng realized. But this uncle, I am nearly all alone, he replied. The old ghost was astonished. You are solitary, yet you dare to oppose the Frisia army? Yifeng cast a tender glance at Kuna and said, because they bullied my Kuna. The old ghost and Kuna both fell silent. Though touched, Kuna helplessly responded, Uncle, I appreciate your kindness, but we are simply not meant to be. You are not my type. I prefer someone younger and more handsome. Yifeng remained undeterred, for he still had Bulma as his trump card, and he would continue to win her heart day after day. The old ghost, bewildered, thought to himself how someone of his age could act so boldly for the sake of love, behaving like a youthful novice. Unbeknownst to him, Yifeng was in fact a teenager in the throes of adolescence, having merely found himself in the body of an older man. This was his first experience of infatuation, a time of fervor. However, he was now at a point of no return. Having hoped to connect with a powerful organization, he found himself compelled to ally with Yifeng instead. Your name is Yifeng, correct? Yifeng nodded in affirmation. I possess a secret concerning our vegetable beings, a remnant of energy left over from our research, the utility of which remains uncertain to you. I can lead you to it. Oh, Yifeng did not anticipate such a delightful surprise. Initially inclined to agree without hesitation, he observed that success was still a minute away, prompting him to feign contemplation, which left Old Ghost in a state of anxious uncertainty. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully engaged with Old Ghost for 10 minutes, earning 400 combat points. Feng remarked, Ah, this vegetable ancestor is indeed remarkable. This combat power utterly surpasses that of ordinary vegetable beings, capable of defeating 10 with ease. Very well. Shall we set forth now? Old Ghost glanced around at the nearly deserted scene, nodded, and replied, Let us go. Kuna also approached, exclaiming, I wish to join you as well. Meanwhile, on the distant planet of Frisia, at the Frisia headquarters, Chiu anxiously awaited the summons of Lord Frisia. He had come to report on Vegeta's affairs some time ago. Yet the king seemed unresponsive, leaving him to wait at the entrance. In the grand hall, seated upon a hovering platform, was none other than our Lord Frisia himself. He held a glass of red wine, admiring his commercial empire, while the ever-cautious Zabo hesitated to speak. What is it? The king inquired, noticing Zabo's expression. Nothing. Lord Frisia. It is Chiu. He has come to report on Vegeta, claiming he harbors rebellious intentions. Frisia instantly displayed a look of irritation. While I harbor disdain for both of these individuals, Chiu is particularly unlikable. I have countless subordinates. It is impossible for every one of them to exhibit the unwavering loyalty of Mr. Zabo and Mr. Dodoria. As long as they diligently serve me, rebellion? With that, the king erupted into laughter, exuding an air of overwhelming confidence, before draining his glass of wine. Dodoria, ever attentive, refilled the king's glass. Suddenly, Frisia's demeanor darkened. Go inform him to handle it himself, and to refrain from troubling me with such matters in the future. As Chiu paced anxiously, he spotted Mr. Zabo, emerging from within, and hastily approached him. How'd it go, Mr. Zabo? Is the king ready to see me? That Vegeta truly is. Before Choi could finish, Zabo waved him off. Lord Frisia instructs you to handle it yourself. Do not disturb Lord Frisia with such matters in the future. What? Ki iklamit, Vegeta did it. Enough. You may return, Zabo stated, turning on his heel without a backward glance. Although Choi seethed with frustration, he dared not express it in that moment, swallowing his anger as he returned to his ship. Beep, beep, beep. Upon the vessel, Choi received a call from his subordinate. What is it? Lord Choi, a new squad leader has been appointed in the district. Does such a trivial matter require my attention? Choi replied with irritation. Why yes, but he is a Saiyan, the subordinate stammered. What? A Saiyan? Is that wretched Vegeta's subordinate? The bald fellow named Naba? Isn't he always by Vegeta's side? Choi exclaimed in astonishment. No, my lord Choi, he's another subordinate of Vegeta's, Raditz. What? Chapter 30, From Beans to Soldiers? Upon hearing this news, Choi was consumed by a furious rage. Had he not been confined within the cramped confines of the cockpit, he would have erupted uncontrollably. Damn Saiyans. Choi had always been at odds with Vegeta, with a formidable background. His own clan was renowned for their combat prowess throughout the cosmos. Yet this barbaric Saiyan, whose race had been nearly exterminated, strutted around with unwarranted arrogance. The more Choi observed, the more his displeasure grew. Once, his own fighting power had far surpassed Vegeta's, but as Vegeta matured, he had surprisingly come to rival Choi's strength. What an insufferable scoundrel. Moreover, his standing before King Frisia was far from favorable, even less so than Vegeta's, which only deepened Choi's resentment towards both Vegeta and the Saiyans. I shall alter our course to the military district. I am eager to see what this newly appointed old cat is scheming. The old cat referred to the newly appointed captain, Mach, who bore a striking resemblance to a feline, earning him that nickname. His own strength was feeble, and his influence was weak, leaving him perpetually eager for power. As for Raditz, after being sent to the medical bay, he spent an entire day recovering from his injuries. He felt a sudden surge in his strength, and had intended to find Yifeng to see which team he had been assigned to. However, during the power assessment, he was astonished to find his combat power had reached 6,000. Am I truly this strong? Naba, I shall not be defeated by you again. Consequently, this newfound strength caught the attention of the old cat, who believed he had finally found the capable individual he had been desperately seeking. Eager to bolster his own influence, the old cat rushed to recruit Raditz, inviting him to assume the role of a squad leader within the military district. Raditz was bewildered. Having always occupied a lowly position and lived a life of scarcity, he was elated to learn that his salary had risen from 1,500 to 6,000, along with additional squad leader benefits and increased authority. He readily accepted the offer. Who wouldn't desire such a rise in status and fortune? He immediately wished to share this news with his good brother Yifeng, only to be intercepted by the old cat. Raditz-san, we have encountered some issues at the quarry. A foreman named Boya has been mysteriously killed, and it is speculated that the assailant's combat power may have reached 5,000. We would like you to investigate this matter. Additionally, it appears that this individual may have ties to Choi's faction, so please exercise caution. That despicable scoundrel. Raditz spat inwardly. With no alternative, as a newly appointed officer, he could not decline the task and agreed to take it on. He believed his good brother possessed immense potential. Although he might not necessarily defeat Raditz, he should manage to become an elite warrior without issue. Truly, what a strategist, starting from such a high point. Raditz found himself feeling somewhat envious. The scene shifts to the vegetable man, Old Ghost, and his companions as they arrive in a desolate area. Old Ghost approaches a pile of scattered stones and softly calls out, "Asan Awu." Two vegetable men peek out from the rubble. It's all right. They are both my little brothers, with a combat power of around 1,500, Old Ghost explains, addressing Asan and Awu. It's fine. They are friends. The two younger companions relax and guide them into the stone pile. Yifeng quickly steps forward, firmly grasping Asan and Awu's hands, exclaiming, I've long admired you. Old Ghost and Kuna observe, see? I told you this uncle is suspicious. He is a bit of a weirdo. The system chimes in, ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully engaging with vegetable men Asan and Awu for 10 minutes, gaining 300 combat power. Yifeng beams with joy. That's fantastic. I can feel myself growing stronger. My combat power has now reached 5,900 points, almost breaking 6,000. Asan and Awu had intended to lead them to the location of the vegetable man's power, but they were held in place for 10 minutes by Yifeng's enthusiasm. Fortunately, he finally releases them. Let us go. Let's go. Yifeng says awkwardly as he notices their excitement. The group follows the path deeper into the area and encounters an ancient tree, radiating extraordinary light and twisted roots. This is the source of our power, as vegetable men, Old Ghost explains. Yifeng internaliskovs, himeme. The ancestor, the power of the ancestor? This seems a bit exaggerated. Just as Yifeng ponders this, the ancient tree suddenly shoots a ray of light directly at Kuna while emitting a voice. Foreign invaders detected. Kuna's hair stands on end, as a terrifying aura of death envelopes her. This is bad. Without a moment to spare, Yifeng dashes in front of Kuna, bracing himself against the impending strike with his body. Ouch, that hurts. Yifeng spits out a mouthful of blood. This time, it's not an act. Are you all right? Kuna inquires with deep concern. However, Yifeng has no time to respond. He swiftly moves beside the ancient tree and delivers a powerful punch. Bang! Contrary to his expectations, the scene of shattering did not manifest. Instead, his fist remains firmly glued to the tree. Huh! Both the ancient tree and Yifeng exclaim in astonishment. They both think it's the other's doing. What? It's not? The system chimes again, ding. Anomalous power detected. The divine extraction has been activated. Yifeng gossips. Oh, this skill can be used this way? The system teasingly responds. Surprised? Delighted? Exciting? Call me daddy. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the tree god-s power, raising combat power to 8,000 points, and gaining the skill Bean Soldiers. Bean Soldiers? Yifeng Muses. Bean Soldiers. The host can effortlessly create 3 puppets with combat power equal to 1/10 of their own. When these puppets perish, the host can replenish them, but they cannot be reused in the same quantity. Alternatively, a single puppet can be created, inheriting 25 of the host's strength. Yifeng Gurumles. This doesn't seem particularly powerful. In a certain realm, the host's combat prowess could enhance the quantity of creations. Once the host's strength surpassed 1 million, establishing an empire would be no challenge. When creating a multitude of puppets, the combat limit is capped at 10,000. However, when forging an individual puppet, there is no upper limit on the inherited strength, provided it does not exceed 25% of the host's power. Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. It sounds promising, considering it's a free acquisition. He then inquired further about the system. By the way, can the puppet's model be altered at will? The system replied, indeed. The host merely needs to observe the individual for over 10 minutes to make modifications. However, the system cautions that the structure of puppets differs from that of humans, so do not attempt anything peculiar. Yifeng, feeling a surge of excitement, thought to himself, this is quite the advancement. Meanwhile, Lao Gui and his companions gathered around the tree god, noticing that their ancestral power had dimmed significantly, exchanging glances filled with concern. Kuna gazed at Yifeng with worry, observing his peculiar demeanor, swinging between laughter and sorrow, and felt a twinge of guilt, fearing he might have been rendered foolish. What are you all staring at? Come on. That strange tree has perished. From now on, you shall follow my lead, Yifeng declared, now back to his usual self. Are you sure? A San and a Wu felt reluctant, but were promptly halted by Lao Gui's firm gesture. Listen to him. Yifeng remained silent, focusing his energy in one hand, and confidently remarked, you seem a tad discontent. As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of energy, its destructive force soaring beyond 12,000, creating a passageway to the outside. He then stood with both hands on his hips, snorting dismissively. Let us go. Lao Gui and the others were left in awe, astonished by his strength. Suddenly, Lao Gui snapped back to reality and reprimanded. Such a massive energy surge will be detected. What? The previously nonchalant Yifeng immediately grew anxious. Run. In Chapter 31, titled Investigator Raditz, a group of individuals congregated in the command room, their attention drawn to the large screen. The alarm rang out as an energy fluctuation exceeded 10,000. Due to its intensity, it was promptly reported to Old Cat, who quickly organized a team for investigation. This level of power? It rivals my own. Could it be a malfunction? Old Cat inquired. Sir, the source of the energy fluctuation is quite nearby, in a desert close to the quarry. The accuracy of our detectors is very high, a subordinate responded. Where? The quarry? Old Cat exclaimed in surprise. Yes, sir. This is bad. This individual could very well be the one who killed Boya. I had no idea their strength was so formidable. I just dispatched Raditz to investigate. This could spell disaster. I must go personally. Sir, the enemy is dangerous, his subordinates cautioned. Old Cat waved them off, thinking, I cannot allow my trusted ally to perish needlessly. As he prepared to exit, he was confronted by an individual who boldly blocked his path and scrutinized him. "Where do you think you are going?" the stranger inquired. Yifeng and his companions stealthily returned to the quarry, surprisingly unnoticed due to the incident involving Boya. Lao Gui promptly directed Isan and Awu to find a hiding place. Fortunately, the current management was quite lax, and no one had discovered their presence. Suddenly, Yifeng had a brilliant idea. "What do you think about sneaking out?" he proposed. Again? Prolonged exposure could lead to our discovery. Lao Gui replied somewhat reluctantly. I have just acquired a skill called Bean Soldiers. I can now create 3 puppets that will transform into our likenesses to carry out our tasks." Kuna gazed at Yifeng in astonishment. "You can actually do that?" "Keeping it low-key. Just learned it," Yifeng replied with a smug expression. Following the system's instructions, he recorded the appearances of Kuna and Lao Gui and prepared to execute Bean Soldiers for the first time. Bean Soldiers manifest. With a wave of his hand, 3 figures appeared, identical to Yifeng, Lao Gui, and Kuna. The 3 bowed in unison, addressing him as master. Yifeng grinned slyly. "Not bad, system. Will interacting with them enhance our combat prowess?" The system replied, "Are you serious?" "No." "Oh, beep." Detected Raditz power increase. Host combat power increased by 200. Yifeng, puzzled, inquired, "Oh, has he just completed his healing?" The system clarified, "No, host. The power change only takes effect when you are within the same range as the affected individual." Yifeng asked, "What is that range?" "The current range is 5 kilometers, which will increase with power levels capped at the same planet." Yifeng mused, "No wonder. Goku and the others must have significantly improved while I have remained unchanged. Is Raditz already this close?" As he began to sense Raditz's energy, it indeed felt increasingly nearer. He thought, perhaps it is best to avoid meeting him for now. "Lao Gui, Kuna, follow me. Let them take our place while I instruct you on martial techniques, especially you." "Kuna, are you implying that I am lacking?" "I'm not weak." Kuna retorted indignantly. "Just a bit. I fear that you couldn't even defeat my clone at this point. I've observed your fighting style. It lacks strategy, and you do not control your energy. Come on, this is better than staying here." Kuna, frustrated, vowed, "You'll soon realize my true strength." With that, Yifeng, Lao Gui, and Kuna stealthily departed the quarry, seeking a secluded area to hone their martial arts, sharing their stories along the way. Indeed, Kuna was a lower-tier warrior dispatched to a lesser planet. However, unlike Goku, she was not inherently violent. She had been raised by kind-hearted individuals on that planet, growing up happily without much exposure to combat. Her Saiyan bloodlust had not been awakened, granting her immense natural strength and the unique combat prowess of her race. There was no visible moon on her planet, so she had never transformed into a giant ape and was unaware of whether such a transformation would lead to a loss of reason. Just a few days prior, her planet had been ravaged by Boya and his cohorts, and in her attempt to resist, she had been captured and brought here. Yifeng, guided solely by instinct, achieved a remarkable state of strength, reaching 600 in normalcy and 800 in explosive power. It appears that Kuna possesses considerable talent as well, albeit perhaps from a less fortunate background. Under Yifeng's tutelage, Kuna learned rapidly, mastering the art of combat and even grasping the rudiments of the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique. Yifeng, in a moment of blissful reflection, mused that this afternoon marked one of the happiest moments of his life. Meanwhile, Raditz found himself in a perplexing predicament. Utterly bewildered as he was ushered into an office by 2 overseers, drowning in a barrage of tea, yet receiving no useful information. He implored the overseers, "Take me to the quarry. I must see it for myself." The quarry was filled with laborers toiling under harsh conditions, and the overseers insisted, "You should rest a while. Sir, allow us to properly welcome you." Unaware of Raditz's true strength, they sought to curry favor. Raditz, his eyes narrowed, retorted, "Am I here to dine? We shall investigate first and feast later." As they arrived at the quarry for inspection, Raditz suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Isn't that the strategist?" he exclaimed, approaching Yifeng to greet him, only to find that Yifeng did not recognize him. "What's happening? Strategist, with your battle prowess, how did you end up here?" "I am Raditz. Do you not remember me?" Seeing Yifeng's bewildered reaction, Raditz grew anxious, grabbing Yifeng by the shoulders and shaking him, crying out, "Strategist, you have been rendered senseless." Overcome with emotion, he began to weep. This scene was witnessed by a trio concealed in the grass, one of whom remarked, "That burly fellow seems to hold deep feelings for you." The elder questioned, "He appears to be a Saiyan, does he not?" Kuna noticed the tail at his waist. Yifeng, blushing, protested, "We're not that close, are we? You're a grown man." "Hey, Raditz, Yifeng hesitated to call out loudly, but his voice was drowned out. Exasperated, he bellowed, Raditz. Huh? Raditz turned abruptly towards Yifeng, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Ah, strategist? The scene shifted as they settled in a nearby tavern, with Raditz discreetly sending away the two overseers. How did you end up here? They both asked simultaneously. Yifeng waved his hand. You go first. How is it you were assigned to such a place? This is a den of laborers, and your battle power has long surpassed 300. It's a secret. I have my own plans. Next question, Yifeng replied. What was that about the strategist earlier? Raditz inquired. It's a new skill I've recently acquired. What do you think? Cool, right? Yifeng said proudly. It's all right, I suppose. Raditz's admiration for Yifeng deepened. This individual was truly enigmatic. And what of you? Raditz, how did you end up here? Me? I emerged from the healing chamber with my combat power significantly enhanced, currently standing at 6,000. The captain of this military district has taken note of me and has promoted me to squad leader. Congratulations, Yifeng expressed with genuine enthusiasm. I've come to investigate the death of a foreman named Boya. It is said that a mysterious expert with a combat power exceeding 5,000 was responsible. Raditz explained his purpose. Upon hearing this, both Lao Gui and Kuna felt a knot in their throats, realizing that Raditz was indeed targeting Yifeng. Any leads? Yifeng inquired. None at all. I happened to run into you, the strategist. You're quite clever. Perhaps you could offer me some advice, Raditz replied earnestly. Yifeng lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on Raditz, and calmly pointed to his own nose, saying, I did it. The atmosphere instantly turned icy as Lao Gui and Kuna braced themselves for a desperate confrontation. Raditz paused for a moment, then slowly remarked, It seems I shall never uncover the perpetrator. Ha ha ha. Come, let us drink. After a couple of days, I shall return and report that there are no leads. The old cat was clearly attempting to draw him into his fold, not revealing anything further. By the way, strategist, you possess great strength. Why not accompany me back to the district? The old cat is actively recruiting talent. This is a splendid opportunity. Let's wait a while longer. I have my own plans. When the time is right, I shall seek you out. Yifeng conveyed his intentions. We are all comrades. The atmosphere gradually lightened as they enjoyed their gathering. Kuna and Raditz, both being Saiyans, engaged in lively conversation, while Yifeng felt a twinge of discomfort. He self-deprecatingly thought, It appears they make quite the pair. Here I am, Yifeng, a man of stature, who can both hold on and let go. I wish you both happiness. Soon, the banquet came to an end. As night fell, Yifeng found himself restless, reflecting on Raditz's presence on Earth, thinking he should have ended him back then. Yet, such an act would mean he could never see Kuna again. In the midst of his tumultuous thoughts, a tail stealthily descended from the upper bunk, gently tapping Yifeng on the shoulder. He looked up to find Kuna gazing at him with her large, glistening eyes, softly asking, What's wrong? Are you jealous? Yifeng's heart leapt with joy. Is she asking if I'm jealous? Does she care about me? Could it be that she has feelings for me? We're merely fellow villagers. So we talk a lot, Kuna clarified. Yifeng was ecstatic internally. Though he playfully pressed her, You don't need to explain so much. Kuna raised her eyebrows slightly in mock annoyance. No need for explanations. I'm going to sleep. Who cares about you? Yifeng could not help but chuckle softly. After a moment, he heard her voice from above. Get to bed early. Yifeng felt elated, thinking, I would love to obey you, my queen, but I have important matters to attend to. As he gazed at the laborers, whose snores filled the air, Yifeng slowly rose, grinning mischievously. Hee comrades, I'm coming. Chapter 32, The Arrival of Chiu Yi. With a sinister grin, Yifeng approached a fellow worker, sending a chill down the spines of the laborers who had been dozing nearby. Kuna, who had been watching Yifeng intently, began to question whether she had misplaced her affections, just as she had started to develop feelings for this older man. She realized she needed to reconsider her sentiments. Unbeknownst to Yifeng, he was thoroughly enjoying himself, having already engaged with this group. There were still 4 more clusters of laborers resting in similar fashion, and by the end of the night, he had managed to attend to all of them. Consequently, the following morning, discussions erupted among the workers about a masked figure in black who had awakened them with a brutal assault, subsequently commanding them to engage in a peculiar game of close contact. The masked individual was utterly bizarre, compelling them to form a circle around him, poking at him with their fingers and threatening anyone who disobeyed with severe punishment. System ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully raided 5 camps and obtained 5,000 combat points. Yifeng, I've struck it rich. I always said the human wave tactic was effective. On average, Each person yields 20 points. I've engaged with nearly 300 individuals. Delightful. System, congratulations, host. Your combat power has successfully reached 13,200, surpassing the threshold of 10,000 points. You can now freely control the intensity of your energy within the limits of your abilities. And one of the prerequisites for unlocking the King's Fist technique has been fulfilled. Yifeng, speechless. Really? Am I destined to become the captain of the military district? Rubbing his eyes, Yifeng, having gone a sleepless night, returned to find Cuna sitting on the bed, hugging her knees, seemingly waiting for him. What's wrong, Cuna? You appear rather disheartened. Yifeng's heart ached at the sight. It's nothing, uncle. I was beginning to accept you, but your peculiarities are truly hard to bear. And I find myself feeling quite sad, Cuna replied. Allow me to explain, Yifeng stammered. Before he could elaborate, a raucous voice echoed from outside. Where is Raditz? Haven't come out to face me. Yifeng, puzzled, wondered who possessed such audacity. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Old Cat, who intended to support Raditz, but was intercepted by a mysterious figure, none other than the irate Chioi. He confronted Old Cat, demanding to know why he had promoted a Saiyan. Old Cat, reluctant to offend, hesitated before explaining that there was no one else suitable for the task at hand, and coincidentally, a challenging situation required a scapegoat. Thus, he had promoted Raditz due to his commendable skills. Old Cat's ability to read the room was commendable. Upon hearing this, Chioi's anger subsided, and Old Cat seized the opportunity to propose a lavish treatment for him. Chioi, in high spirits, indulged in a few more drinks. As the gathering concluded, he inquired about the circumstances. After Old Cat's explanation, Chioi learned that a close associate of his had been killed, igniting his fury and compelling him to visit the quarry personally to confront Raditz. By then, night had fallen, and Chioi did not arrive immediately, inadvertently granting Yifeng a valuable opportunity to develop. Otherwise, had he come sooner, Yifeng might not have been able to handle the challenge posed by Chioi. Cuna and Yifeng gazed outside, pondering who would dare to provoke Raditz. Yifeng gestured for Cuna to remain behind, cautioning that there might be danger. Obliging, Cuna nodded. Upon stepping outside, Yifeng beheld an extraterrestrial with blue skin and 2 chimneys atop his head, vociferously taunting Raditz. Suddenly, Yifeng recalled, Is this Chioi? What brings him here? At that moment, Raditz, unable to endure the insults, stood furiously across from him. Oh, the most incompetent underling of Vegeta, showing some audacity. Are you not afraid? I shall end your life. Chioi boasted arrogantly, having come solely to humiliate Raditz. Should Raditz dare to resist, he would be obliterated. Raditz, however, remained silent, secretly gathering his energy. A power level of 6,000? Quite intriguing. You Saiyan wild monkey, let me amuse myself with you. Once I deal with you, I shall go after Vegeta. Chioi laughed raucously. Raditz, filled with rage, felt his energy surging to a temporary peak of 8,000. He understood he had to fight with utmost resolve. In a flash, he appeared behind Chioi and unleashed a powerful punch at the back of his head. Remarkably, Chioi showed no reaction. This was fortuitous. Raditz thought he had the advantage. However, just as Raditz anticipated victory, Chioi turned with a smile, swiftly sidestepped, and delivered a brutal blow to Raditz's face, sending him crashing into the crowd, mercilessly trampling several laborers in the process. Chioi reveled in his humiliating attack, laughing heartily, pleased with his handiwork. Damn Saiyan wild monkey, surely you won't perish so easily? Aren't your lives supposed to be resilient? He continued to taunt. Meanwhile, Raditz, clutching his face, slowly rose, his left cheek swollen to an alarming size. He lamented, Despite my newfound strength, I remain feeble before a true master. Anger still clouded his mind as he gathered his energy, channeling it into his hand to form a powerful energy sphere. The potency of this technique has reached 10,000. Chioi expressed mild surprise. Ki, Raditz declared, hurling the energy sphere with fervor. Yet, Chioi merely smirked as the sphere approached, thinking it too slow to evade. He could easily dodge or deflect it, but instead, he chose to confront it head-on with an impassive expression. The impact of the explosion was tremendous, sending shockwaves that lifted the tents of the concentration camp. A scorching wave surged toward Cuna, instinctively instilling a sense of dread within her, causing her to tremble. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of her, shielding her from the blast, Yifeng, resolute as he gazed upon the battlefield. Do not fear. With your current strength, you cannot yet partake in battles of this magnitude. When time permits, I shall ensure you grow stronger, he assured her, providing a modicum of comfort, though the situation on the battlefield remained dire. Amidst the swirling smoke, Qiu-Yi emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, Raditz, having exerted himself to the limit, was gasping for breath. It was infuriating that he had failed to inflict even the slightest harm. Qiu-Yi fixed his gaze upon Raditz and chuckled softly. Indeed, you wretched wild monkey, how dare you soil my attire? However, this is where your insolence ends. With a flick of his finger, a wave of light pierced through Raditz's right shoulder. Raditz cried out in agony, yet was silenced as Qiu-Yi grasped his chin firmly. I have heard that a subordinate of mine was ruthlessly slain. Was it you, Raditz? Raditz attempted to retort, but with his jaw firmly held, no sound escaped his lips. It seems I've been too merciful, Qiu-Yi remarked, delivering a crushing kick that shattered Raditz's knee, before releasing his grip and delivering a punishing blow to Raditz's face. Raditz collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Do not blame me. If you must direct your ire at someone, let it be your master, Vegeta. Now, you may perish, Qiu-Yi sneered. At this moment, Yifeng could no longer contain himself. Do not fault me, Raditz. I had to allow you some suffering to stack up your passive abilities. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, he prepared for a striking entrance. Suddenly, a wave of light struck Qiu-Yi on the head. He turned to see an elderly vegetable-like figure, anxiously observing him. It was the old ghost, unable to restrain himself any longer. There are indeed too many flies today. Very well, I shall deal with you first. Chapter 33. The savior appears. Yifeng silently cursed as Qiu-Yi swiftly advanced towards the old ghost, ready to cleave him in two with a swift strike. However, Qiu-Yi felt a sudden ache in his arm as a powerful kick met him head-on. Forced to block with his hands, he was sent flying backward, executing a backflip before landing gracefully. Who dares? Qui éclaimet in astonishment. Standing before him was Yifeng. Old ghost, take Raditz for medical attention. I shall handle this. Yifeng instructed hastily. I'll see who can escape. Qui roarit in fury. Yifeng remained silent, confidently nodding to the old ghost, who without further ado, proceeded towards Raditz. No, what I meant was for you to hurry up. Why are you putting on a show at this moment? Yifeng thought to himself, unable to suppress his inner sarcasm. As anticipated, Qiu-Yi unleashed a sphere of light, which Yifeng had no choice but to intercept with a swift strike. Immediately, Qiu-Yi launched a series of attacks characteristic of a prince. Yifeng unleashed his own power, employing the turtle school martial arts to counter each blow. One must reciprocate. The formidable force surged toward Qiu-Yi, yet Yifeng had yet to reveal his true strength. With a look of disdain, Qiu-Yi effortlessly swatted away Yifeng's attack. His arm numb, yet still feigning bravado. Is that all? What is so impressive about that? Yifeng glanced up at Qiu-Yi, contemplating that he intended to leave this adversary for Vegeta to level up against. But today, he would impart a lesson. With a casual remark, Yifeng stated, do not regret this. The relentless barrage of the Dongdubo erupted forth. Qiu-Yi, caught unawares, hastily crossed his arms to assume a defensive stance. The Dongdubo unleashed by Yifeng cascaded upon him like a torrential downpour, its destructive force restrained to around 15,000. Had Yifeng unleashed his full might, a single strike would have neared 20,000, obliterating Qiu-Yi entirely. This time, Yifeng managed to maintain control over Qiu-Yi for merely a minute. As the dust settled, Qiu-Yi's armor lay shattered, and the flesh beneath began to smolder. How dare you injure me? He exclaimed, his entire being radiating fury as he elevated his battle aura to its zenith, his combat prowess soaring to 18,000. At that moment, Qiu-Yi's eyes burned crimson. Having exhausted all his potential, vowing to incinerate himself to defeat Yifeng, he darted forward, engaging in close combat, while Yifeng unleashed his full strength as well. His melee capabilities allowing him to exert 1.5 times his usual power, nearly reaching the threshold of 20,000. Indeed, facing Qiu-Yi's onslaught was proving beneficial for Yifeng's combat experience. Qiu-Yi, a formidable opponent among Frisia's ranks, would not have met such a swift demise had it not been for Vegeta's extraordinary progress. The two combatants grew increasingly rapid and ferocious. Initially, Qiu-Yi surged with vigor, managing to exert a slight dominance over Yifeng, landing blows that caused blood to trickle from Yifeng's mouth. Yifeng muset himeme. Ever since my power surged, especially after assimilating the tree spirit's energy, I have become far more resilient. As Yifeng sensed the transformation within himself, Qiu-Yi's stamina began to wane, plummeting from 20,000 to his usual 18,000, and even maintaining that proved arduous due to excessive exertion. It appears this is where your journey ends, Yifeng resolved, unwilling to squander any more time on him, preparing to incapacitate him as a stepping stone for Vegeta. Just then, Yifeng raised his hand to block Qiu Yi's direct punch, following up with a fierce elbow strike to Qiu Yi's abdomen, forcing him to regurgitate bile, his eyes bulging. Pathetic, Yifeng Sukofut. With a deft downward kick, he effectively incapacitated Qiu Yi. It seemed that this adversary of Vegeta was destined for such an end. Had he faced a prince of equal strength, the outcome would have likely been a transformation during their prior encounter. Yifeng seized Qiu Yi by the throat, scrutinizing him closely, reflecting, even if you were granted an additional 2,000 in power, you would still fall short against the prince. Having engaged in prolonged combat, the system soon chimed in, prompting Yifeng to disdainfully toss Qiu Yi aside. System ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully engaging with Military District Captain Qiu Yi for 10 minutes, resulting in an increase of 1,800 points in battle power. Yifeng exclaimed, "Ah, delightful." The elevation in his combat prowess always uplifted his spirits, now reaching a formidable 15,000. Recalling several months prior, when he was merely a feeble fighter on the brink of being obliterated by Raditz, Yifeng was overwhelmed with nostalgia. At this moment, Kuna, who was watching from the sidelines, was utterly astonished. This individual was remarkably powerful. Another person who felt equally stunned was the military district captain, Old Cat, who had hurriedly arrived to see if he could save Raditz in this critical moment. Old Cat was both relieved and alarmed. How could this person be so formidable as to defeat that Qiu Yi? Perhaps even Friesia's subordinates, Sabo and Dodoria, would not stand a chance against him. What should I do? If this person covets my captain's position, I am doomed. No, I must devise a way to win him over. With this thought, he immediately descended. Yifeng sensed a formidable energy approaching him. He looked up and saw a feline-faced figure descending from the sky, landing nearby. Uncertain of whether this being was friend or foe, Yifeng instinctively assumed a defensive stance. However, the figure smiled warmly, clasped his hands in greeting, and approached to engage in conversation. "I am a military district captain, Old Cat. May I inquire as to how this esteemed hero is addressed?" "Hero?" Yifeng mused, bemused by the man's flattery. Nonetheless, as this was an opportunity for experience, he decided to engage in conversation. It turned out that Old Cat was attempting to recruit him. Although he felt a surge of ambition to ascend to the position of military district captain, Yifeng recognized that a steady approach was wiser than a hasty leap. "Captain Old Cat, perhaps you should send someone to escort this esteemed individual back to his base," Yifeng suggested, recalling that he had yet to deal with Qiu Yi. Old Cat readily accepted his proposal. However, Yifeng remained cautious. Before departing, he decisively shattered Qiu Yi's limbs to prevent him from recovering too quickly and becoming a nuisance. Such ruthless tactics left Old Cat both alarmed and acutely aware of the precariousness of his own position. He pondered, this young man's methods are remarkably ruthless and decisive. He is certainly not one to willingly remain in a subordinate role. I must devise a strategy to handle him. Old Cat resolved to take a long-term approach, initially appointing Yifeng as a junior captain to build rapport, then seeking an opportunity to eliminate him during future missions. Meanwhile, Yifeng accepted the arrangement with enthusiasm, planning to use the junior captain role as a stepping stone to eventually usurp Old Cat. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully engaged with Mach, also known as Old Cat, for 10 minutes. Your combat power has increased by 1,200 points, now totaling 16,200. Yifeng felt a surge of appreciation. Excellent. The system is quite effective. Just as the two parted ways, each with their own ulterior motives, Bulma's call came through to the contact phone Yifeng had prepared. What? The Dragon Balls are nearly gathered? Tomorrow we can make a wish? Chapter 34. Junior Captain, Yifeng. Yifeng, how have you been lately? Hearing Bulma's voice on the other end of the line, Yifeng could hardly contain his excitement. Could it be? Was there good news regarding the Dragon Balls? Indeed, Bulma had collected 6 of them and was only one away from completion. She had reached the location of the last Dragon Ball and anticipated that they could make a wish by tomorrow. At long last, Yifeng's aspirations were on the verge of realization. Suppressing his excitement, he inquired with Bulma about the current status of Goku and the others. How was their training progressing? The Saiyans were unlikely to launch an attack on Earth for the time being. However, they could not afford to become complacent, as numerous formidable and unknown adversaries remained. Bulma shared all the information she had gathered with Yifeng. Everyone had been working diligently, showing considerable improvement, particularly Goku, Gohan, and of course, Piccolo, who was also advancing rapidly. He and Gohan had later received invitations to train at the Heavenly Realm for a period, and now he was training alongside Goku and Gohan, while Krillin and the others remained at the Heavenly Realm. Had Goku managed to locate King Kai? Yifeng was particularly concerned about this matter. Unfortunately, he had not. The Supreme Kai had attempted to make contact, but his authority was insufficient, and one could only meet King Kai in a spiritual form. Oh dear, this was troubling. Yifeng's mind was in disarray. Without the Kaioken technique, Goku's strength would be significantly diminished. Had the butterfly effect truly come into play? Oh, but wait. Yifeng could request Bulma to commence preliminary research on the gravity chamber. He conveyed his thoughts to Bulma, urging her to expedite the development of the gravity chamber for the warrior's training once his wish was granted. Although Bulma felt slightly displeased, thinking she had become nothing more than a tool for him, she ultimately acquiesced, swayed by Yifeng's persuasive and sweet-talking demeanor, all in the name of Earth's safety. After concluding the call, Yifeng felt elated. His next task was to assume the role of squad leader. He brought along Lao Gui and Cuna, instructing Lao Gui to summon a San and a Wu to form the vegetable squad. Meanwhile, Yifeng's ability to summon 6 puppets was now at his disposal, albeit he refrained from using them unless absolutely necessary. His small team was beginning to take shape. Come on, brothers, let's go collect our gear. Upon seeing Yifeng, Shima, who was responsible for personnel and recruitment, gaped in astonishment. Isn't that the old fellow from before? Yifeng held a favorable impression of him and greeted him warmly. What's this? Interested in joining my squad? Oh no, thank you. I'm not fond of combat, and my abilities are rather limited. Shima quickly declined, adding, by the way, it's time to address you as Captain Yifeng. You are now entitled to select 10 personal guards. Would you like to do so now? Oh, that sounds splendid. Lao Gui, I entrust this task to you. Yifeng wished to avoid wasting time on such matters, with the only prerequisite being that the combat prowess of his selected guards must be as high as possible. Lao Gui readily agreed. After receiving their equipment, Yifeng gazed into the mirror at his reflection clad in battle attire, feeling a sense of surrealism wash over him. He had truly become a part of the Dragon Ball universe. Tomorrow, he would be able to revert to his own visage, relishing the lightweight fabric of the battle suit. Yifeng felt exhilarated as he activated the detector, eager to explore its functionalities, including the communication feature. Beep 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 oh. Cuna's standard combat power has reached 700. A remarkable improvement indeed. As for a San and a Wu, their powers hover around 1500, placing them among the elite within the vegetable tribe, though regrettably, they have little room for further advancement. While Yifeng was toying with the detector, Old Ghost brought forth good news. 10 robust warriors stood at Yifeng's doorstep. They were an assortment of extraterrestrial beings, some resembling octopuses and others akin to scorpions. Though amusing in appearance, each possessed formidable combat capabilities around 1500, all meticulously chosen by Old Ghost. Yifeng nodded at Old Ghost, then, suppressing a smile, spoke with great seriousness. I do not concern myself with who you were or which planet you hail from. Henceforth, your loyalty must solely lie with me and Lord Frisia. When tasked, your obedience to my commands is paramount, provided they do not contravene Frisia's fundamental interests. Otherwise, upon finishing his sentence, an aura of immense pressure enveloped Yifeng, a terrifying force sweeping through the area, causing the surrounding air to combust from the intense heat. He appeared as a malevolent specter from the underworld. The detector of his personal guard beeped incessantly. Combat power, 16,200. Lord Yifeng, we are willing to brave fire and water for you. The 10 responded in unison. Witnessing the desired effect, Yifeng chuckled softly, retracting his oppressive aura. Indeed, brothers, as you follow me, I shall not neglect your rewards. Those who excel in future missions will see a proportional increase in their bonuses. With my wealth, there is plenty to share. He laughed heartily, prompting others to join in. In truth, Yifeng was not particularly interested in Frisia's riches. What he truly sought was combat strength. He understood the necessity of winning hearts first. Should his strength falter one day, and his words slip, it could lead to trouble. System, your approach of combining reward and authority is commendable. Even I cannot help but applaud. Yifeng, sensing the flattery, remarked, Oh, esteemed father, do you also find it commendable? I wonder, have you come today to bestow upon me the King's Fist, a spirit bomb, or perhaps instant transmission? System, enough, you continue. I shall take my leave. Yifeng, you crafty system, I truly respect you. Regaining his composure, Yifeng continued, Next, I shall conduct a ceremony. Each of you extend a finger to touch mine. I will recite blessings from my homeland. Once the ceremony concludes, we shall be brothers. System, you charlatan, you outshine me in deception. With that, Yifeng extended his hands, fingers splayed in a display of sincerity. Though his subordinates were bewildered, they complied with a mix of belief and skepticism as Yifeng chanted incantations. System ding. Detection indicates successful contact between the host and the 10 extraterrestrials. Combat power increased by 1,500 points. Your combat power now stands at 17,700. Yifeng exclaimed, "Oh, my standard power is now quite close to that of Prince Vegeta." In high spirits, he commanded his subordinates, "You may all leave now," retaining only Old Ghost and Cuna. At this moment, the two donned their new battle attire. Clad in the combat gear, Cuna radiated an air of striking elegance, reminiscent of a female Saiyan warrior from a comic, stirring a profound emotion within Yifeng. Meanwhile, Old Ghost gently caressed the armor adorning him, an inexplicable sorrow washing over him. Yet, he also felt a sense of fulfillment, leading to a tumultuous blend of joy and grief as he wept, covering his face. Old Ghost, are you all right?" Yifeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. How could such an elderly man be crying? "Huh? No, I'm fine. I just feel deeply moved. As a vegetable man, I have always been a mere combat tool at the lowest rung, never imagining a day would come where I would be treated as a warrior." With that, he knelt on one knee, earnestly pledging his life to Captain Yifeng. Yifeng hastily helped him up, exclaiming, "Don't speak such ominous words." Yet, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Was becoming a warrior not merely exchanging one form of servitude for another? "Frisia, I shall shatter these chains." Afterward, Yifeng treated them to a splendid meal, inviting Ah San and Ah Wu to join. The feast far surpassed their previous experiences in the concentration camp. Yifeng poured everyone a glass of red wine, declaring that, regardless of what tomorrow might hold, today was a day of happiness. Once their appetites were satisfied, Yifeng assigned them rooms. Upon escorting Cuna to her door, he fumbled nervously. May I invite you to meet me downstairs tomorrow?" Cuna paused, feeling a tinge of nervousness. "For what purpose?" "And nothing much. Just some words I wish to share with you." "Is there something that cannot be said now?" "No, it's just different." Resolutely, he pointed to the communicator, saying, "I'll contact you with this tomorrow," before hurriedly fleeing the scene. Observing Yifeng's comical demeanor, Cuna felt her cheeks flush slightly and teasingly remarked, "Humph, how bizarre." Chapter 35. Rogue, who are you? The following day, Yifeng rose early, excitement preventing him from sleeping. After freshening up, he stared blankly at the breakfast presented by his guards, contemplating, the treatment within Frisia's army isn't too shabby. Though he frequently threatens annihilation, he treats those who submit to him rather well. He's quite the benevolent master. Where's Bulma? Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma had also risen early, utilizing the Dragon Ball radar to locate the final Dragon Ball. With everyone engrossed in training and feeling uneasy about venturing out alone with Master Roshi, she had brought only Oolong and Pu'er along. The journey proved quite arduous, reminiscent of her solitary quest for the Dragon Balls and her first encounter with Goku. In her heart, she cursed, "That wretched Yifeng owes me a great debt." After a thorough search, Bulma finally located the last Dragon Ball. With all 7 Dragon Balls gathered, she prepared to summon the Eternal Dragon. "Come forth, Shinron." The sky began to darken, shrouded in a veil of ominous clouds, when a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the 7 Dragon Balls into the heavens. An imposing figure, a colossal octopus dragon adorned with emerald scales from Chinese mythology, materialized in the sky. The dragon cast a glance at Bulma, a bead of sweat trickling down its forehead, and inquired, "What is your wish?" With fervor, Bulma exclaimed, "I wish for Yifeng to return to his original form." "Huh? Oh, it's merely a trivial matter for this earthling," the dragon replied, ready to grant the wish. However, it sensed something amiss. "Wait. It appears that this matter is not so straightforward. You should confirm with him. If this is done hastily, he may never return." Please hold on," Bulma said as she dialed Yifeng's number once more. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello. Has Bulma made her wish yet?" "Yes. But the dragon wishes to confirm your desire before fulfilling it," Bulma explained. "Are you truly willing?" "Confirm? What is there to confirm?" "I am willing," Yifeng replied anxiously. "Very well then, dragon, please grant my wish," Bulma urged. With a radiant gleam in its eyes, the dragon declared, "Your wish has been fulfilled. Until we meet again." It then transformed into the 7 Dragon Balls, glowing as they soared in different directions, restoring the sky to its original hue. Bulma exhaled a long sigh of relief as she gazed at the now tranquil sky. Next, she would return to the city to continue her research in the gravity chamber. Meanwhile, Yifeng felt an unmistakable change within himself. He glanced into the mirror at the face he had not seen for months and was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his cheeks. How wonderful! I have finally returned. Yifeng had grown taller, his physique regained its elegance, and he appeared more handsome, youthful, with distinct facial features and an invigorating vitality. He still retained the muscles he had painstakingly built through training. The more he admired himself, the more satisfied he became. This was the visage of a protagonist. Surely Bulma would not reject him now. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, Miss Bulma, what did the dragon say? Is that you, Yifeng? Why does your voice sound so youthful, like a high school student? Bulma replied, astonished by the youthful tone emanating from the phone. I was always a high school student. Yifeng retorted, exasperated. Oh, it seems your wish has indeed been granted. He merely wished to confirm your desire, cautioning that if fulfilled, you may never return, Bulma stated nonchalantly. What? Yifeng exclaimed, shock reverberating in his voice. The loud outburst caused Bulma's ears to ring. Why are you making such a commotion? Bulma snapped. It's nothing. Yifeng realized it was too late to discuss anything further. He expressed his gratitude to Bulma, and after ending the call, he sat there in a daze, as if his soul had departed. Eventually, he used a detector to establish contact with Kuna. Meanwhile, in Yifeng's original world, his body had silently transformed into that of a portly middle-aged man, who, upon gazing into the mirror, also wept tears of joy. Within the confines of the room, Sanada Kotaro had transformed back after 2 days. At the military command, the aura released by Yifeng yesterday had been detected, revealing an astonishing combat power of 16,200. This revelation left the old cat in a state of unease, having spent a restless night, and he had over 80% certainty that Yifeng was the mysterious figure who had slain Boya at the quarry. Infuriatingly, he knew he had to stabilize this individual first. If he could defeat Xiao-Yi, his strength was likely far beyond what was assumed. I should first send Raditz to establish rapport with him. It seems they share some camaraderie. Thus, he feigned a visit to see Raditz. At that moment, Raditz had recently recovered and was engaged in solitary meditation, learning to control his combat power. He had made some progress after numerous life-and-death battles and seemed to have opened his meridians, achieving a combat power that matched that of his father, Bardock, reaching a remarkable 10,000 points. Noticing the approach of the old cat's energy, Raditz slowly opened his eyes. Captain, what brings you here? The old cat leaned in with enthusiasm. I came to check on you. That Xiao is truly insufferable. I intended to intervene. But as you know, I am no match for him. Raditz nodded in agreement. He had always been at odds with the Saiyans. Captain, you need not blame yourself. He indeed possesses formidable strength. Yes, we owe this to Yifeng. Had it not been for him, your situation might have been dire, the old cat continued. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to the strategist. Raditz was equally appreciative of Yifeng. Strategist? It seems your connection runs deep. In that case, I too wish to get closer to Yifeng. This opportunity allows me to hear your stories. Tonight, I will treat. Would you help me invite him? The old cat finally revealed his intention. Upon hearing the prospect of a meal, Raditz considered it a favorable proposition and readily agreed. No problem, I am at your service. He had initially intended to contact Yifeng directly via a detector, but since he had just learned to control his energy, he thought it would be a good opportunity to practice with Yifeng and surprise him by seeing if he could detect his presence. Meanwhile, Kuna stood downstairs awaiting Yifeng. Her head bowed as she kicked at the pebbles beneath her, seemingly lost in thought. She mused, what does this peculiar uncle truly desire? Could he possibly be planning to confess his feelings? Should I accept him? I am indeed touched by his protection these past few times. But if only he were a bit more handsome. Yifeng had silently approached, observing Kuna's shy and awkward demeanor. Unable to resist, he drew closer and gently embraced her from behind. A waft of delicate fragrance enveloped him, lifting his spirits, indicating that Kuna had indeed prepared for this encounter. Startled by the sudden embrace, Kuna's face flushed crimson. This audacious uncle had taken her by surprise when she was still contemplating her response. She quickly turned to reprimand Yifeng, only to be met with the radiant face of a youthful boy, which momentarily captivated her. Wait, who are you? As soon as Kuna regained her senses, she swiftly broke free from the embrace and retaliated with a powerful punch to Yifeng's nose, lost in the enchanting fragrance of orchids. Yifeng was caught off guard and bore the brunt of the blow. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed. Listen here, you scoundrel. Although you possess a certain charm, my heart already belongs to someone else, a rather older gentleman, I must admit. I haven't quite decided whether to accept him yet. But if you dare to come one step closer, I swear I shall end you. Ah, true to the spirit of the warrior nation. Such fiery temperament. How delightful. Yifeng, feeling wronged, introduced himself. I am Yifeng, he said. You are Yifeng? Kuna gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. She scrutinized the youth before her. His features were chiseled, handsome, tall, and muscular, fitting her ideal type. No, wait. Yifeng is a middle-aged, portly man. Is this boy trying to deceive me? Surely not. Yifeng replied, equally astonished. As he dodged her inquiries, he attempted to clarify. Kuna, it is truly me. We met in the camp, and I defeated Boya for you. Just yesterday. We shared a meal with Old Ghost. I was just promoted to squad leader. Moreover, I vanquished Chio E that day. How can I prove my identity? With each word, Kuna's curiosity deepened, and her movements slowed. Seizing the moment, Yifeng grasped her hands and confessed, I have liked you since the first moment I laid eyes on you. Will you be with me? Kuna, gazing at the young man before her, struggled to believe it. No, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation. In a moment of urgency, Yifeng hesitated but resolved to reveal everything he knew. On Earth, there exists a magical wishing sphere known as the Dragon Ball. When gathered in a set of 7, it summons a dragon capable of granting any wish within its power. I hail from another world. I merely restored my true form, and I can no longer return. This is my first experience of infatuation, and all I desire is to be with you forever. He gazed at her with unwavering determination. And what of your peculiar habit of touching others at midnight? Kuna inquired, still troubled by his eccentricity. Ah, you saw that? It's my way of growing stronger. Yifeng admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. A man's words can be deceitful. How could such a ludicrous method lead to strength? Can I trust you? Kuna retorted, visibly annoyed. Yifeng was at a loss for words, wishing he could reveal the system to her for proof. Observing the boy on the verge of tears, Kuna couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I believe you. By the way, how old are you? I'm almost 18 and preparing for the college entrance examination, he replied. Oh, you seem to be in good shape. I, on the other hand, am 23. Aren't you afraid of being preyed upon by an older woman? Yifeng's voice dwindled to a mere whisper. At that moment, Kuna seized Yifeng by the neck, pulling him forcefully toward herself. Then the sister decisively claimed him, planting a forceful kiss upon his lips. Yifeng felt utterly stunned. If one were to gauge his battle power at that moment, it would barely register at a measly 5. Meanwhile, the system was casually munching on seeds, utterly captivated by the unfolding drama. Nearby, Raditz, who was also lurking in the shadows, gaped in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been internally egging them on, urging them to kiss, but now, upon overhearing the secrets of Dragon Balls and Yifeng, he was far from composed. This strategist was not from this world, and what was the significance of the Dragon Balls? How could he keep such matters from me? What a treacherous scoundrel. Forsaking loyalty for lust. Should I report this Dragon Balls affair to Prince Vegeta? If possible, reviving planet Vegeta could herald a renaissance for our Saiyan race. No. The strategist must have his own motives for concealing this. I shall inquire further tonight. Wait, where have they gone? At that moment, Yifeng and Kuna were strolling hand in hand down the street, while the system, having nearly finished its snacks, remembered its duty. System ding. Detecting Raditz battle power has risen to 10,000. Host battle power increases by 400. Yifeng exclaimed, what? Raditz has reached a battle power of 10,000? When did he reappear near me? Surely, he isn't right behind me. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Yifeng focused intently on the surrounding energy, and indeed, he detected a suppressed aura doggedly trailing him. That energy was all too familiar, Raditz. Yifeng's cheeks, already flushed, became a deeper shade of crimson. It was one thing for a scheming system to spy on him, but even the seemingly simpleton Raditz was engaging in such behavior. Abruptly, Yifeng spun around, glaring fiercely in Raditz's direction. Startled, Raditz quickly feigned nonchalance, whistling as he emerged from the bushes. Oh, what a coincidence! What brings you here? Raditz inquired casually. Yifeng regarded him coolly, unimpressed by his clumsy act. Kuna chimed in, spying on others' dates is hardly commendable behavior, Mr. Raditz. Not at all. I just arrived. Didn't Commander Old Cat invite you both to join him for a meal? Us? Kuna questioned, perplexed. Surely, I am not worthy to dine with you esteemed commanders. Raditz scratched his head awkwardly, taken aback by her keen insight. I must concoct a reasonable excuse quickly. If you don't go, the strategist surely wouldn't dare either, right? Raditz remarked, giving Yifeng a light nudge. At that moment, Yifeng, having calmed down, found his mind preoccupied with the earlier scene of Kuna kissing him. His thoughts a muddled mess. He could only respond vaguely. Let us go together. Before long, the trio arrived at Old Cat's banquet. Upon seeing an additional woman at the table, Old Cat, noticing her close rapport with Yifeng, refrained from making further comments. Throughout the evening, he continually sought to engage Yifeng. Yet Yifeng was already lost in his thoughts, leaving Old Cat to misinterpret Yifeng's distracted demeanor as indifference. Thus, with a smile concealing his true intentions, Yifeng was assigned a mission to explore a designated area. Raditz, unfamiliar with the military district, perceived nothing amiss, considering it merely a routine task. Yifeng readily accepted the assignment. However, it is worth noting that the previous captain, Old Cat, had perished in that very exploration zone. After the banquet, which appeared to be filled with merriment, Yifeng longed for a moment of solitude with Cuna, wishing to be free from external disturbances. Yet, he unexpectedly encountered Raditz. The latter stammered, attempting to inquire about the Dragon Balls, but Yifeng, preoccupied, brushed him aside, insisting that they could discuss it another time. He then took Cuna's hand and departed. Raditz, unable to keep the secret, later confided in Vegeta about the Dragon Balls. What? Such a wondrous item exists? Nappa, tidy up. We are preparing to venture to Earth. Vegeta immediately began strategizing with Nappa regarding their journey. Meanwhile, Yifeng strolled aimlessly with Cuna, enjoying the gentle breeze of the night and marveling at the exceptionally bright stars above. Look, the stars are magnificent tonight. I wonder if we can see the sun from here, Yifeng mused idly, to which Cuna nodded in agreement. The system, feeling increasingly drowsy, urged for the proceedings to commence. After a while, Yifeng showed no signs of stopping. However, Cuna abruptly halted him. Yifeng, you don't intend to walk with me all night, do you? Huh? Me? Yifeng's face flushed crimson. I merely thought this was quite lovely and wished for time to stand still. I lack experience as well, he admitted, feeling flustered. The system interjected, stop your nonsense. Don't think I'm unaware of your incessant research on the Home Secretary manual I provided. Hurry up. I want to access the premium content. Yifeng retorted, your annoying system must disconnect me soon, or I swear I will make you regret it. All right. I'm logging off, the system replied, covering its eyes. Yifeng, why are you still dawdling? Let us go. Once our Saiyan women set their sights on someone, they become quite proactive. How proactive? The system inquired, suddenly intrigued. Yifeng, blushing, allowed Cuna to lead him to her room. I can't help but feel you resemble a shy maiden, Cuna teased, gently caressing Yifeng and smiling at him. We Saiyans are a warrior race. There is no need for such bashfulness. With that, she approached him boldly. The system widened its eyes, realizing this segment might not pass scrutiny. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully engaging with Cuna for over 10 minutes, battle power increased by 70 points. Host's battle power has now reached 18,170. After some time had passed, the system, now bored, sighed, enough already. Are you going to let anyone get any sleep? Chapter 37. The Confidential. On the following morning, Yifeng awoke, feeling utterly exhausted. Beside him, Cuna had vanished, leaving only a rumpled bedsheet. Is this a dream? He pondered, bewildered. Yifeng was enveloped in a haze of uncertainty, unsure whether yesterday's events were indeed real. The absence of Cuna left him with a profound sense of emptiness. After completing his morning rituals, he sat vacantly at the dining table when, to his relief, Cuna entered bearing breakfast. You're awake? She inquired. Yifeng nodded, somewhat dazed. Yes, I am awake. Setting the meal before him, Cuna took a seat opposite. It's time to eat. We still have an exploration mission to prepare for after breakfast. With that, she propped her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Yifeng gazed at her in a daze. What is wrong? Is there something on my face? Cuna asked with curiosity. No, nothing at all. How strange, she chuckled lightly. Everything felt so real, and Yifeng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Observing his foolish expression, Cuna playfully tapped his head. Of course it's real. Now eat up. The scene shifted to Vegeta and Nappa. So, how is it, Prince Vegeta? That rascal Raditz has truly brought us good news. With this Dragon Ball, we can revive planet Vegeta and restore the glory of our Saiyan race. Nappa exclaimed with enthusiasm. What use is it to revive them? They are merely a horde of mindless killers. Even if revived, they would just fall to Frieza once more, Vegeta scoffed. But Raditz's suggestion is quite commendable. Your Highness, Nappa insisted anxiously. Vegeta's imposing presence silenced Nappa. The prince then began to weave a vision. As Saiyans, we possess little skill beyond slaughter. Even amongst ourselves, we lack unity, divided by our primal instincts and power levels. Such a civilization is hardly worth preserving. Moreover, rather than allowing my father, King Vegeta, to continue ruling over us, Wouldn't it be far more exquisite to attain eternal life and indulge in the thrill of battle forever? Naba felt invigorated by the prince's words. Indeed, their own planet had been seized from the Tuffles. Compared to reviving those emotionless kin, the prospect of eternal life was undeniably appealing. He grinned wickedly in agreement. Indeed. Your Highness, let us set off for Earth, the prince declared as he prepared to board the ship. Wait, Prince Vegeta, our supplies for hibernation are nearly depleted. We need to resupply at the nearest military outpost, though that territory belongs to that bastard Chio-E. Vegeta, equally reluctant to engage with Chio-E, harbored a deep disdain for the arrogant individual, a sentiment that was reciprocated. Yet they had no alternative. No matter, the outpost is far from headquarters. We will replenish our supplies and leave. If necessary, we shall seize them by force. Resolute, Vegeta and Naba set forth toward the military outpost. Meanwhile, Chio-E sat regally in the military headquarters, having recently emerged from a healing chamber, replenishing his nutrients while brooding over the indignities inflicted upon him by Yifeng. The rage within him was insatiable. That mustached old man and that damned Raditz. I will make you pay. Once completed, Chio-E felt the surge of his own power. Damn those Saiyans. They claim to be a warrior race, capable of enhancing their strength through combat. But they're not the only ones. Our Simatala clan is formidable because we too can elevate our prowess in battle. Vegeta, next time we meet, I shall ensure your defeat. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the command room. What is happening? Ki Inuitit. Report, Lord Chio-E, a formidable force is approaching our outpost, with a combat power exceeding 20,000. Is there a Frisia army nearby on a mission? Investigate thoroughly, Chio-E instructed, sensing this might be related to his own people. Understood. Aboard the spaceship, Prince, do you think that scoundrel Chio-E will discover our presence? Nappa asked. And what if he does? I've long wished to eliminate him. Vegeta replied, visibly irritated. Lord Chio-E, analysis reveals two energy sources, one with a combat power of 5,000 and the other an impressive 18,000. This power appears to belong to Vegeta and Nappa as subordinates. What? The Saiyans dare to wreak havoc on my territory? Connect me to the outpost immediately. Ki Fumit. Hello, this is Chio-E. 2 Saiyan monkeys intend to raid our supplies. Find a way to delay them. I shall arrive shortly. His subordinates, compliant and obedient, concluded the call. Chio-E promptly ordered, prepare the spaceship. I'm going to hunt down the Saiyans. Lord Chio-E, Vegeta's combat power is nearly equal to yours. And he has an ally. Do you wish to reconsider? A subordinate suggested. Are you questioning my strength? A mere 18,000 combat power alongside an inconsequential bald head? Chio-E smirked confidently. I am no longer the same as before. Even if it were that scoundrel Dodoria before me, I would not falter. Yifeng had finished his meal and prepared his entire entourage, including Old Ghost and others, ready to mobilize. What? Are you planning to irresponsibly flee? Yifeng, en route for a mission, was intercepted by Kuna. No, it's just that I've heard this mission is quite perilous, and I worry for your safety. Kuna placed a finger on Yifeng's lips. I am a warrior race. I shall not be a burden to you. Moreover, Yifeng attempted to persuade further, but Old Ghost interjected. If you wish to indulge in romantic sentiments, save it for later. The longer we delay, the colder the food will become. As a San and a Wu passed by, a Wu exclaimed, have you no shame? Have you ever considered our feelings, San? Have you ever experienced love? A San replied, once there was a sincere love before me. But alas, she claimed her name was I do not eat vegetables. Onward, Yifeng retorted, speechless. Wait, I will accompany you, came the voice of Raditz. Raditz? Does your squad lack a mission? I have resigned from the position of squad leader. After all, the battle subsidies are sufficient. Are you not welcoming me to join your team, strategist? Yifeng extended his hand and gave Raditz a hearty high five, then embraced him warmly, their unspoken camaraderie evident. Of course, he was welcomed. Just as Yifeng and his companions set forth, Naba and Vegeta had also arrived at the outpost. Hey, we are the vanguard of Frisia's army. And this esteemed individual is Prince Vegeta. We require the requisition of some dormant materials. Be swift in your cooperation. Naba bellowed. The soldiers at the outpost, having already received orders from Chio-E, dared not provide them with supplies. They were ill-equipped to handle either Vegeta or the imposing Naba and could only greet them with 4 smiles to buy time. We need to consult with our superiors. They stammered. Naba and Vegeta were initially skeptical, but suddenly a meteor streaked across the sky, heralding the arrival of a spaceship, and a grave turn of events ensued. Kill him, Naba. He is stalling for time. Vegeta shouted. Naba's expression darkened as he violently twisted the head of a soldier before him, blood splattering everywhere. The soldier's head was crushed with a sickening crunch. How dare you toy with me? Naba reveled in the scene, his pride swelling. However, before he could savor his triumph, a laser shot from the side, hurtling towards him with incredible speed. Naba, be careful. Vegeta, moving with remarkable swiftness, could not reach him in time and could only shout a warning. But it was too late. The impact of the laser pierced through Naba's chest, using its momentum to obliterate the ship behind him. Almost instantly, Chioi's mocking laughter echoed. You cannot escape now, Vegeta. At that moment, Naba was gasping for breath, blood spilling from his mouth as he reached out to the prince. Vegeta, save me. Chapter 38. The Fated Confrontation. Gazing at Naba before him, Vegeta slowly extended his hand. Their hands clasped, and Naba smiled gratefully, believing he had been saved. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Vegeta suddenly exerted his strength, tossing Naba into the air. Vegeta! Naba cried out in terror as a spaceship appeared in the sky, catching him. It was Vegeta's vessel. Go find a base for treatment. Once I have dealt with Chioi, I will pilot his ship to you, Vegeta declared firmly. Arrogant fool. Did I say you could leave? As the spaceship soared through the sky at breakneck speed, Chioi unleashed an energy blast, pursuing closely behind. At this moment, the prince deftly maneuvered into the air, shattering the energy blast with a swift strike. He then looked down coldly at Chioi. You have long sought a worthy opponent, and that is me. Chioi slowly ascended into the air. How could he bear to look up at Vegeta and engage in conversation? Ha, Vegeta, at last I have the chance to eliminate you. As for that bald-headed fool, his fate is of no consequence to me. Without his interference, we can finally engage in a true battle. A pampered waste like you dares to challenge me. The prince? With that, both adversaries unleashed their formidable energy, causing the entire military outpost to tremble, as both individuals ignited with a blinding radiance. Terrifying shock waves surged forth in relentless waves. After a considerable duration, their energies stabilized, each having attained their optimal state. Let me witness your combat prowess, bellowed Vegeta with an exuberant laugh. Beep, 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 a mere 18,000. Activate your scouter and behold the astounding might of this Saiyan Lord. Vegeta, of course, discerned Chiou-Yi's battle power, which measured at 20,000. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta deftly removed the scouter and crushed it in his grasp. If we were to judge solely by power levels, I would have perished countless times already. Prepare yourself. Meanwhile, aboard Yifeng's spaceship, a report emerged. Lord Yifeng, there is a significant surge of energy not far from the military encampment. It seems two exceptionally powerful beings are engaged in a fierce battle. Yifeng immediately focused, sensing the auras. One is Vegeta, but the other, could it be Chioi? His power appears to have escalated. The two had finally clashed, with Chiou-Yi seemingly possessing the upper hand this time. Prince, do not disappoint me, Yifeng mused. Shall we go witness it, my lord? Inquired his subordinate. It could provide valuable insights into their power levels, and it's fortuitously on our way. If Chiou-Yi is defeated, the potential gains would be squandered. Very well. Let's take a look. Yifeng acquiesced, then pondered, why do I not sense Naba's energy? Could he have been eliminated so swiftly? Raditz, can you reach Naba? Yifeng inquired. The combatants ahead are Vegeta and Chiou-Yi, yet I feel no trace of Naba. Hearing this, Raditz grew anxious, as Naba was also one of their own. He promptly activated his scouter. Naba, do you read me? At that moment, Naba was exceedingly weak, barely clinging to life, sustained only by the temporary healing from the spaceship. Hearing Raditz's voice brought him a modicum of comfort. What has transpired? Are you all right? We were ambushed by Chiou-Yi. I am aboard the ship, en route for treatment. Naba gasped, his strength waning. Listen to me. You must head to the military district's Yifeng squad for treatment. Assistance will be awaiting you there. After relaying his instructions, Raditz turned to Yifeng, signaling for him to arrange aid. Yifeng awkwardly replied, I have brought all my personnel along, even my wife. Who is your wife? Kula huffed, turning away. Yifeng then gestured towards two nearby guards. You two, immediately take a single-person spacecraft back and keep an eye on a medical team. If anything happens to that bald-headed fool, I will hold you accountable. After making the arrangements, Yifeng mused. Remarkably, the prince has not abandoned Naba this time. This situation is growing increasingly intriguing. At that moment, Vegeta and Chiou-Yi engaged in a furious exchange, each strike landing with palpable force. The superiority in combat prowess allowed Chiou-Yi to momentarily dominate Vegeta, whose face bore only slight marks of battle, while he himself was significantly wounded. Yet the prince, akin to a frenzied beast, persisted in the fight. As long as he was not being overwhelmed, he would continue to struggle, using his hands, feet, and even his teeth to resist. At this juncture, the prince remained fiercely primal, his fighting spirit unyielding. How troublesome you are, but this ends here. Prepare to meet your demise. Chiu-Yi deftly evaded Vegeta's incoming straight punch, countering with a powerful uppercut that struck the prince's abdomen, forcing him to spew bile. Following this, a swift uppercut connected solidly with Vegeta's chin, launching him skyward. Yet the encounter was far from over. Chiu-Yi ascended into the air, surpassing Vegeta's altitude, and with his fingers interlaced, he swung downwards with tremendous force. The prince descended like an arrow released from its bow, plummeting towards the ground without a moment's respite. As Chiu-Yi began to gather energy in both hands, with a resounding crash, Vegeta landed straight down, creating a massive crater in the earth. As the dust rose, Chiu-Yi completed his charge, unleashing a flurry of classic prince-style attacks, his arms becoming a blur. Energy blasts rained down upon the prince with relentless speed. The explosions echoed incessantly. As the dust settled, the landscape lay in ruins, and Vegeta knelt on both knees, blood seeping from his mouth as he coughed violently. Damn it. That accursed Chiu-Yi. System notification ding. Chiu-Yi's combat power has risen to 20,000. Host combat power increases by 200, reaching 18,370. Wind. It seems I can gather power from this altitude, but perhaps I shall remain aloft. Raditz, anxious, suggested, let me descend to assist Prince Vegeta. Yifeng glanced back at Raditz. Your loyalty is commendable, but it is unnecessary. This is his battle to fight. However, Raditz had detected Chiu-Yi's formidable power of 20,000. Let us proceed with our mission. Your prince is a proud warrior. He holds his opponent in contempt. If you intervene now, it would be more honorable for him to perish in battle, Yifeng asserted. Raditz wished to argue further, but was interrupted by Yifeng's confident remark. Trust in him. He is your Saiyan prince, part of a warrior race. At this, Raditz fell silent, choosing to place his unwavering faith in the strategist. Deep down, Yifeng too harbored doubts. Surely, old Bei, you one team meet your end in such a pitiful manner. Indeed, how could a Saiyan prince be so easily vanquished? Vegeta's hair began to rise, each strand igniting with fury as the humiliation surged within him. How could a pampered creature like you ever stand a chance against me? A surge of electric energy coursed through his body, intensifying his aura as he emitted a primal roar reminiscent of a wild beast. What? His battle power surged to an astonishing 20,000? This rogue was actually growing stronger in the heat of battle. Chiu-Yi was taken aback. With his advantages neutralized, Chiu-Yi's previous composure and confidence evaporated. Meanwhile, Vegeta, with his eyes blazing crimson, glared at him and bellowed, You enjoyed hitting me, didn't you? Now it's my turn, you chimney-headed monster. Chapter 39. The prince's Pyrrhic victory. Vegeta lunged at Chiu-Yi like a bolt from a crossbow. What does this Saiyan wild monkey intend to do? Before Chiu-Yi could react, he felt a devastating headbutt strike his jaw. The world spun around him, and before he could regain his balance, his head still tilted back, the prince executed a rapid aerial spin, delivering a powerful downward kick that crashed into Chiu-Yi's face. In an instant, blood erupted from Chiu-Yi's mouth and nose. Seizing the moment, Vegeta aimed to capitalize on his initial success, but Chiu-Yi, sensing the approach of death, retaliated with an energy blast in an attempt to push Vegeta back. Yet, Vegeta would not grant him such respite. He effortlessly swatted the energy ball aside and closed in to continue his assault. In that brief interlude, Chiu-Yi had managed to regain some composure and met Vegeta head-on. The sounds of their fists and legs colliding echoed incessantly, the sonic booms from their clashes reverberating into the distance. A group of soldiers at the military outpost trembled in fear. What should we do, Captain? We must retreat. The power of these two is terrifying. If we don't leave now, we might be caught in the crossfire. Their squad leader, torn between duty and survival, pondered the dilemma. Assisting them was out of the question. Abandoning his post could lead to severe repercussions. Suddenly, another explosion rocked the air. The two combatants were locked in a fierce aerial confrontation, the sound waves intensifying with each exchange. It seems these two are determined to fight to the death today. Weighing the risks, the squad leader issued a retreat order. Blue lights streaked across the sky as spacecraft fled the scene like frightened birds. Vegeta erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha ha! Chiu-Yi, your subordinates have abandoned you. They share your cowardice. Chiyoyi's face turned ashen as he gasped for breath, genuinely astonished at how formidable Vegeta truly was. It was entirely possible he would meet his end here today. He focused on regulating his breathing. In this life-or-death struggle, even a hint of fear could spell doom. For death could claim anyone, regardless of their strength. With this thought, Chiyo-yi surprisingly found a sense of calm. It was merely a fight for survival. He had faced such odds before. Noticing Chiyo-yi's newfound composure, Vegeta smirked disdainfully. "Oh, have you resigned yourself to your fate?" Chiyo-yi, unwilling to be outdone, chuckled softly. Indeed, Vegeta had experienced an unbroken string of victories in recent years, causing him to forget that he had once emerged from a sea of corpses and jagged knives. "Come, let me send you on your way," he declared, gathering energy in his hands and unleashing a massive wave of light toward Vegeta. "Huh, too slow. Since you wish to clash, I shall oblige," Vegeta retorted, leaping into the sky to evade the oncoming assault, channeling his own energy. "Behold my enhanced cannon." Chiyo-yi was prepared. He concentrated his entire strength into his palms, releasing his own formidable attack. Sky Cannon. The blue and red waves of energy intertwined midair, resonating with a thunderous roar akin to the sound of a colossal spacecraft taking flight. Vegeta's arms bulged with veins as he maximized his power output. Meanwhile, Chiyo-yi was also struggling. The veins on his forehead writhed like worms across his brow. Vegeta roared, exerting tremendous force. Chiyo-yi felt his arms suddenly grow heavy as the light wave gradually pressed down upon him. In a moment of life and death, Chiyo-yi ignited his very essence, forcibly elevating his combat power to 22,000, blood beginning to flow from his mouth and nose. The light wave surged toward Vegeta. Yet one must not underestimate the warrior race of Saiyans. With a thunderous roar, the prince's power skyrocketed to an unprecedented 24,000 points. The colossal light wave engulfed Chiyo-yi, while Vegeta, drained from the exertion, gasped for breath. As the dust settled, a deep crater was revealed, and beside it lay Chiyo-yi, motionless and emitting wisps of smoke, mingled with the scent of singed flesh. Vegeta descended slowly, gazing at the still form of Chiyo-yi. Is he truly dead? Has that detestable Chiyo-yi finally met his end? Ha ha! Vegeta laughed heartily, reveling in the unspoken exhilaration. After a moment of mirth, he fixed his gaze upon Chiyo-yi's lifeless body. "Surely, you aren't attempting to deceive me with such poor theatrics? One must eradicate the roots." With a swift aerial spin, Vegeta's knees descended menacingly towards Chiyo-yi's head. Just as he was about to crush Chiyo-yi's skull, the body vanished without a trace. "I knew you had a trick up your sleeve," Vegeta proclaimed with confidence. At that moment, Vegeta keenly focused on the direction in which Chiyo-yi had fled, only to be abruptly blinded by a handful of dirt flung into his eyes. "Ah, my eyes! You treacherous scoundrel!" Vegeta exclaimed, hastily channeling his energy to prepare for defense. Yet, it was too late. Chiyo-yi delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's left arm, the sound of shattering bones echoing as the prince cried out in agony. Ha ha ha! The tides had turned, and Chiyo-yi was now the one reveling in triumph. He coughed violently, clearly having sustained injuries himself. "All's fair in war. Perish," he declared, unleashing a flurry of close-range attacks upon the prince. The air was filled with Vegeta's agonized screams. Having successfully executed his scheme, Chiyo-yi began to revel in his triumph as he gazed upon Vegeta, whose body bore no unscathed flesh. The exhilaration of vengeance surged within him, reaching its zenith. He slowly approached Vegeta, poised to deliver the final blow. In that moment, Vegeta's fingers twitched, seemingly at the brink of exhaustion. "It is I, Chiyo-yi, who shall have the last laugh," he declared with pride. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted from the ground. How could such a naive tactic possibly work? Chiyo-yi sneered. He waved his hand to disperse the dust, only to find, to his astonishment, that Vegeta's fingertip was now poised before him. A scream erupted, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Vegeta's fingers had plunged deep into Chiyo-yi's eye, gripping it fiercely. At that moment, Chiyo-yi trembled in agony, while Vegeta continued to gather his energy. "Stop! You must stop! At this proximity, you too will perish." Chiyo-yi felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What is the matter? Are you afraid?" The prince merely gazed at him with bloodthirsty intensity. "Vegeta, please, have mercy. I was wrong. I can serve you, do not kill me." Chiyo-yi began to plead for his life. "What a spineless wretch," Vegeta scoffed inwardly. With a thunderous explosion, a massive mushroom cloud erupted. The energy blast detonating between Vegeta and Chio-E. Chio-E was hurled far away, his body charred and immobile, one eye bleeding profusely, yet by sheer force of will. He clung to life. "Help me help," he croaked weakly. At that moment, Vegeta too was gravely injured, struggling to move. Suddenly, he forced himself to roll over. Inching toward Chio-E, out of the corner of his eye, Chio-E caught sight of Vegeta's face, resembling a terrifying specter from the depths of hell. And his heart sank in sheer terror. "No, do not come closer," he cried in despair. A shriek echoed through the air, followed by an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of crunching. After a long moment, Vegeta spat out a chunk of flesh, weakly retrieving the spaceship control device from Chio-Yi's lifeless body. Summoning all his strength, he returned to his spacecraft and immediately activated the life support systems. "That was close. That bastard nearly killed me. What a bitter victory," he muttered. He dared not return to the military district and instead set his course for the neighboring one. Beep, beep, beep. What is it, Dodoria?" Frieza inquired languidly, noticing Dodoria's anxious expression. "Ah, it's nothing, Lord Frieza. Chio-E has been defeated by that Vegeta fellow," Dodoria replied, a hint of fear in his voice. "Oh, Vegeta is becoming increasingly troublesome. You two should seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson," Frieza commanded, before reassuring Dodoria. "Never mind. It's merely the demise of an inconsequential fool. Do not dwell on it." Yes, Lord Frieza," Dodoria nodded in agreement. Chapter 40, Exploration. Beep, beep, beep. What is it, Raditz?" Yifeng asked curiously, observing Raditz's fluctuating expression. "In nothing. Chio-E was defeated by the prince," Raditz replied. "Oh." Yifeng had already entered a meditative state and had not paid particular attention to the duel. "It seems your highness possesses considerable strength," Yifeng asserted confidently. "The prince's aura has significantly waned, and he is heading in the same direction as Naba," Raditz noted. "It appears your Saiyan brethren are poised to grow stronger once again." Subsequently, Yifeng divulged the secret of the Saiyan's ability to attain greater power upon the brink of death to Kuna and the others. "I suppose this resonates with you, does it not? Raditz-san, after several brushes with death, your combat prowess has soared to around 10,000. Kuna, I shall arrange for A-san and A-Wu to temporarily serve as your sparring partners. And I will also teach you how to fly in the coming days. How many days do we have until we reach the location that needs to be surveyed?" Yifeng inquired as he made preparations. Reporting back, "Lord Yifeng, it will take approximately 10 more days. With about 10 days, we can accomplish many things. Raditz-san, allow me to be your temporary sparring partner," Yifeng suggested. "Well, there is one more thing I wish to share with you, strategist." Raditz decided to be forthright with Yifeng. "That day, I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Miss Kuna, and I learned the secret of the Dragon Balls." Yifeng was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. "This scoundrel has indeed uncovered the truth. Does that mean he is privy to my secret as well? However, my secret seems of little use to him." He soon regained his composure. "And then? Then in order to resurrect planet Vegeta, I revealed it to Prince Vegeta," Raditz stated. Yifeng fell into a prolonged silence. "Well, what is meant to happen will inevitably come to pass. After all, Goku and the others remain on Earth, and their progress is unlikely to be substantial. It seems I cannot halt the course of destiny after all. No matter, I fear your prince may not prioritize the resurrection of planet Vegeta. As for the safety of Earth, we must rely on Mr. Goku for that. Moreover, their spacecraft lacks speed, even at full throttle. It will take at least 6 months to reach Earth. Your prince may not get his wish," Yifeng mused without delving further into the matter. Raditz was still contemplating whether the prince truly would not resurrect planet Vegeta. However, he firmly believed in the strategist's words. Yifeng waved his hand, wishing to move on from this topic. "Let us focus on executing our mission. Enhancing our strength is paramount at this moment." Thus, over the course of 10 days, Yifeng subjected Raditz and the others to rigorous training. Lao Guei and A-san, Ewu also joined in the training, but their potential was limited, having approached the pinnacle of their abilities. Even the particularly exceptional Lao Guei found it impossible to advance beyond a battle power of 4,500. A-san and A-Wu were stuck at 1,800. Collectively, they contributed 110 points to Yifeng's combat power. Raditz, however, showed marked improvement due to the ongoing mission. Yifeng was cautious not to push him too hard, resulting in Raditz's battle power reaching 12,000, thereby granting Yifeng an additional 200 points. Kuna's progress was remarkable. Within 2 days, she had completely mastered the essence of combat, allowing her to engage in spirited exchanges with both Asan and Awu. Through these battles, her latent genetic potential was fully awakened, leading her to seek out Yifeng as her training partner, as she found the previous companions insufficient. Yifeng, well-versed in martial arts, generously imparted his knowledge, yet during practical training, he often held back. Only after a stern reprimand from Kuna and a threat of severing ties did he resolve to fight earnestly. There were 2 occasions when he overwhelmed her, sending her into the healing chamber, but this only fueled Kuna's determination to grow stronger, igniting her Saiyan bloodline and driving her excitement. In an effort to support her ambition, Yifeng discreetly revealed the secret of the Senzu beans, ensuring he remained level-headed and limited her usage to just 2. Ultimately, within 10 days, Kuna underwent a profound transformation, her combat power soaring to 6,000 points, contributing an additional 530 points to Yifeng's strength. Yifeng, having absorbed the power of the tree god, felt his own abilities enhanced. Through diligent training, he had managed to elevate his combat power to 19210. However, upon receiving a system notification indicating his discontent, he frowned, reflecting on his modest progress. He had expected, given his efforts, to reach at least 20,000 points, yet he found himself falling short. The system mockingly pointed out his lack of improvement compared to Kuna's astounding leap of over 5,000 points. As Yifeng and the system exchanged banter, a subordinate reported the arrival at their destination planet. With a wave of his hand, Yifeng commanded the descent for exploration, confident in his nearly 20,000 base combat power. However, as the ship plummeted, several projectiles suddenly targeted them. The alarm blared, signaling the ship's defense system. Yifeng cursed under his breath, realizing that such a warm welcome indicated a high level of technological advancement on this planet. He ordered his elite guards to exit and shield the ship from the incoming fire. The 8 guards immediately unleashed their energy and dispersed around the vessel, ensuring its safety. When they discovered that standard artillery posed no threat to the ship, the enemy swiftly switched to laser cannons, unleashing a crimson beam towards them. One guard attempted to counter with a wave of energy, but his power of 1,500 points proved insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, he received timely support from a teammate. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Frustrated by the advanced technology of the planet, Yifeng called out to Raditz, requesting his assistance. Kuna was eager to join the fray, but Yifeng halted her, wary of the unpredictable environment outside. With the arrival of Raditz, the pressure on the personal guards diminished significantly. However, a pair of eyes in the distance fixated intently on Raditz, chillingly commanding, "Damn Saiyan, eliminate him." Suddenly, Yifeng sensed a formidable energy rapidly descending upon his guards. He muttered a warning to himself, "Not good." In that instant, 7 of his personal guards were annihilated, their heads exploding in an instant. The mysterious figure continued to close in on the last guard, but fortunately, Raditz was nearby and immediately engaged in battle with the assailant. In just one exchange, Raditz was brutally struck on the chin, leaving him dizzy and astonished by the foe's strength. The adversary was poised to continue his assault when Yifeng appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch in response. The tremendous force of the impact created a distance between the two, as Yifeng coldly assessed his opponent. From the previous exchange, he estimated this individual possessed a combat power of approximately 20,000. Meanwhile, the remaining guards gazed at the figure in terror, exclaiming, "He is the former captain of our military district, Daga." Chapter 41, Daga under control, what lies behind? Isn't he dead? I never expected Captain Oldcat would send you, Lord Yifeng, to explore this place, one soldier added. Raditz, you protect him and return to the spaceship. I will handle this individual first, Yifeng instructed. Raditz, now regaining his composure, whispered as he passed Yifeng, "He is truly formidable." Yifeng nodded, his gaze fixed on the relentless barrage of artillery below, his irritation mounting. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a wave of energy, leveling the ground beneath him. The observer in the distance gasped in surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful individual, just emerged from the spaceship, could be so ruthless. Upon witnessing the spacecraft descend, he promptly directed his robotic subordinates to launch an assault. Regardless of the circumstances, the Saiyan with a tail must be eliminated along with this group of despicable Saiyans. After dispatching the bothersome foes below, Yifeng regarded the figure before him with a cold stare, confidently stating, "You are called Daga. I see you possess some strength, but alas, you have chosen the wrong opponent." Daga remained silent, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural blue light. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful energy blast toward Yifeng. Yifeng deftly countered, redirecting the energy orb and swiftly positioning himself in front of Daga. Feeling the intensity of his adversary, Yifeng found himself unperturbed, with only a combat power of 20,000. Daga was merely a stepping stone for Yifeng's experience. As Raditz and the others landed, they were immediately confronted by several mechanical entities charging toward them. "Kill the Scions! Kill the Scions!" one of them shouted. Raditz remarked, "Is that directed at me?" Leading the mechanical group boasted an astonishing combat power of 14,000. Alas, it seems a fierce battle is upon us. After a while, Yifeng grew somewhat weary and, noticing that Raditz and Kuna were embroiled in a desperate struggle, decided he would no longer squander his time. Suddenly filled with rage, he elevated his martial prowess to its zenith, unleashing a torrential flurry of fists upon Daga, rendering the latter utterly defenseless. No matter how fiercely Yifeng struck, Daga maintained an unwavering expression, remaining silent throughout. "Monster, perish!" Yifeng, unwilling to prolong the engagement, delivered a powerful flying kick that sent Daga crashing into the ground. With both hands gathering energy, he uttered, "Ha ha ha!" The formidable Kamehameha, accompanied by a fierce gale, surged toward the earth. At this moment, the destructive power of Yifeng's Kamehameha had reached a staggering 39,000. He had no desire to delve into Daga's peculiarities. Witnessing Raditz and Kuna's plight left him no time to assess his opponent's combat strength. He was prepared to obliterate this foe. Suddenly, ominous thunder rumbled, and a fierce wind howled as a mysterious bolt of lightning struck Yifeng, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness and veer his Kamehameha off course, only for its residual force to graze Daga. "Damn it, who was that?" At that moment, a blue, seemingly mechanical old man appeared beside Daga and spoke slowly, "Truly formidable. My invented anti-air thunder cannot harm you. Are you the accursed Scion?" "Alas, my parasitic technology is not yet fully matured. If only I could develop something like Baby, you would be utterly insignificant." Upon hearing these words, Yifeng was taken aback. The old man's face seemed eerily familiar, yet he could not recall his name. Could be Dr. Mew? But surely Baby's emergence was still at least 30 years away. Had he encountered him prematurely? Damn remnants of the Zayful race. Yifeng resolved. This Baby is far too repulsive. I must eliminate him before he poses a threat. I shall deal with Dr. Mew now. With determination, Yifeng erupted with energy, gathering it in his hands. "This Kamehameha shall send you on your way." Meanwhile, Dr. Mew bent down to inject Daga with a serum, whispering in his ear, "Create chaos to your heart's content before your heart shatters." A surge of potent energy erupted into the sky. Alas, I have underestimated him, Yifeng thought, sensing the impending danger. Having completed his actions, Dr. Mew vanished from sight. "You scoundrel, do not think you can escape." Sensing Dr. Mew's presence, Yifeng deftly redirected his Kamehameha in pursuit of the old man. At that moment, Daga appeared in a flash, his veins bulging and muscles swelling to nearly double their size. With a ferocious punch, he sent Yifeng's Kamehameha flying, the immense impact leveling buildings in the distance. "Not a chance, my friend. Are you a bio-soldier? Your muscles are enormous. Surely you must have indulged in some sort of Nine Dragons coffin package." Before Yifeng could finish his quip, Daga's colossal form had already closed the distance, standing before him. So swift, a colossal fist struck fiercely into Yifeng's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air like a severed kite, crashing violently to the ground. After tumbling several times, he finally came to a halt, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. He inwardly cursed. How could he have grown so much stronger? My foundational combat power is still too low. Once he overwhelms me in close quarters, I won't have the time to unleash my energy wave. Meanwhile, in the command center of the military district, Old Cat had been closely monitoring the situation since Yifeng arrived at his destination, under the guise of concern for his subordinate safety. At that moment, Old Cat sat resolutely in the command center, listening to his subordinates' reports. "Captain Old Cat, 2 energy signatures have engaged in a fierce conflict. The situation has changed. One energy source has suddenly surged, and according to the detectors, the opponent's combat power likely exceeds 50,000. What? Does that not spell disaster for Yifeng and Raditz?" he exclaimed, anguished. "Ah, I have brought this upon you." With a pained heart, Old Cat feigned distress, moving his subordinates to tears as they urged their captain to remain strong. In truth, Old Cat was reveling inwardly, although he felt a twinge of regret over Raditz's strength. It was clear that Yifeng was no ordinary foe. "Let Raditz accompany you to your doom. This will suffice as my atonement," he thought. Without giving Yifeng a moment to ponder, Daga charged at him with lightning speed. Yifeng had no time to think and immediately unleashed an energy wave. But Daga's velocity was overwhelming, allowing him to evade the attack and strike from the side. Yifeng strained to maintain his breath as he engaged Daga, each punch and kick inflicting excruciating pain upon his arms. After only a few exchanges, he was sent reeling once more, gritting his teeth against the discomfort in his abdomen. Yifeng suddenly noticed Raditz and the others, who were now ensnared in dire straits. His beloved Kuna was also battered. An old ghost was embroiled in a fierce battle, while Asan and Awu lay incapacitated, their fates uncertain. Fools, don't you understand the strategy? Focus your efforts and eliminate one opponent first. He scolded. Summon the troops. Yifeng promptly conjured 6 puppets, each boasting a combat power of around 2,000. You all concentrate your efforts to assist Old Ghost in taking down the weakest one. Understood. With Yifeng's aid, the pressure on that part of the battlefield significantly decreased. Suddenly, Yifeng realized with alarm that Daga had vanished, having momentarily let his guard down. At that moment, a chilling, inhuman voice whispered in his ear, "Do you still have the energy to concern yourself with others?" Simata. With a thundering sound, Daga's hand struck down upon Yifeng's back, accompanied by a tremendous noise. Blood and flesh splattered in all directions. In midair, Yifeng was propelled forward, crashing heavily to the ground. He lay there, gasping for breath, his back bearing a gaping wound that exposed bone, a terrifying chasm. Damn it, my body feels increasingly heavy. After all, I am merely a human from Earth. Am I to perish here? Chapter 42, The Celestial Palm of All Nations. As Yifeng's consciousness gradually blurred, he summoned every ounce of strength to reach into his pocket, relieved to find a mystical bean for emergencies. With the sound of crunching, he was rejuvenated. However, Daga would not grant him a moment's respite, charging at him with frenzied rage, bellowing, "I want you dead. I want her body too." What? This is outrageous. Not only does he want me dead, but he also desires my body? Yifeng had no choice but to raise his arm in defense, the tremendous force threatening to shatter his limb. Cursing under his breath, he thought, "This is futile. I am not a Saiyan. Even if I revive, my power does not increase. It merely prolongs the inevitable. The God Spear's charging is excruciatingly slow, and at my current speed, it would be nearly impossible to land a hit unless I resort to a sneak attack." Frustrated, he resolved to try Tian's technique. So be it. I'll unleash a superior 2-piece combo. With that, Yifeng executed the solar fist. At that moment, the deranged Daga, rushing forward, suddenly found his eyes assaulted by blinding light, rendering him momentarily sightless. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng swiftly distanced himself, summoning a disc-like wave of energy overhead. The Chi's circular slash surged toward Daga with ferocity. Did I succeed? Just as the technique penetrated Daga's body, immense pain and instinct compelled him to evade, resulting in a deep gash rather than the anticipated cleaving. It seems this supposed superior artifact is not as effective as I hoped. Although they cannot sense energy to combat the moment they experience pain, their instincts drive them to evade. Had our power levels been closer, Daga would undoubtedly have fallen before me. Yet his combat prowess exceeds 50,000, far surpassing my own. If only I had the Kaioken at my disposal, I would fear him not. With no time to ponder further, Yifeng swiftly altered his technique. Soaring into the air with arms extended downward, palms meeting in a display of his hard control skill. Behold my continuous ki cannon. The terrifying pressure bore down on Daga's physique. At this juncture, Yifeng's ki cannon approached a staggering 60,000, and he was confident it would bring Daga to his knees. Yet, to his astonishment, Daga's body exhibited remarkable resilience. His eyes now blood-red, he disregarded his wounds and unleashed a surge of energy, catapulting his combat power to 70,000. With a fearsome roar, the overwhelming energy wave deflected Yifeng's ki blasts, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Yifeng dared not confront it head-on, swiftly executing the afterimage fist to narrowly evade and distance himself. Meanwhile, Daga began to exhibit signs of distress, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Yifeng recognized the anomaly. The side effects of the drug are manifesting. If I can delay him just a little longer, he will succumb without my intervention. However, evading indefinitely was not a sustainable strategy. Teacher Wutian, I must borrow your technique. Witness my world-shattering palm. Yifeng unleashed a torrent of fierce lightning from his palms, binding Daga in an unrelenting grip of electric torment, eliciting anguished cries from his adversary. Having seized the opportunity, he merely needed to endure, and his opponent would meet his demise. At this moment, Daka began to pick his nose and bleed profusely, his strength diminishing from the earlier peak of 70,000 to below 50,000. If he were to endure any longer, he would likely be reduced to ashes by Yifeng's cataclysmic strike. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a parasitic entity leapt from Daka's body, crying out in desperation. "I do not wish to perish. I only wish to escape. Eliminate it, Yifeng," the system chimed in. Instantly, Yifeng ceased his attack and teleported in front of the parasitic creature. "No, no," the parasite pleaded pitifully. With a single surge of energy, it was obliterated into nothingness. "What has transpired?" Yifeng inquired. The system replied, "This is a parasitic experimental organism developed by the Zivil aliens. You are aware of Dr. Meow's ultimate objective, are you not? However, I must remind you, host, that Daka is on the brink of death. Should you not act swiftly? Please, brother, do not die." Yifeng hurriedly approached Daka, seeking to make contact, knowing that he had less than 3 minutes to do so. He thought to himself, fortunate was he that he had prolonged the battle. "You must hold on, Daka-san." At that moment, Daka's gaze began to clear, and he weakly inquired, "Where am I?" "Enough. You are dying. You are the former captain of the exploratory military unit here. You likely will not have the chance to share your story," Yifeng urged, attempting to dissuade him from speaking further. Coughing violently, Daka spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Old cat, that scoundrel, actually ambushed me from behind during an enemy assault." "Indeed, a treacherous individual," Yifeng mused, realizing the presence of Old Cat in this scenario only served to solidify his intent to betray him. "Rest assured, I shall avenge you," Yifeng vowed. Daka stared intently at Yifeng, finding him remarkably familiar, yet unable to recall where he had seen him before. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a single word, "Thank you," before drawing his last breath. System ding. "Congratulations, host. You have completed a 10-minute contact at the last moment of Daka's life, resulting in a combat power increase of 2,000 points." Yifeng, disheartened, exclaimed, "What? Only 2,000 points?" He had at least 50,000 in normal combat strength. The system, equally helpless, responded, "There is nothing to be done. That was derived from an abnormal state. Congratulations, host. Your combat power has surpassed 20,000, and the number of your puppet soldiers has increased to 9. Reward, skill, Wolfang Wind Fist, Chi-Bomb." "Wait, does my T-God skill have any use?" Yifeng questioned. The system retorted, "It's impressive. The Wolfang Wind Fist. And do you not desire the Chi-Bomb?" Yifeng, whistling and casting a sidelong glance, replied, "Not particularly. I currently have Cuna." The system protested. "If you insist on this, I shall have to record it." Feeling the need to find an excuse to depart, Yifeng declared, "Ah, confounded system. No more talk. I must go observe the battle over there. The conflict has likely concluded by now." As Yifeng approached, the remnants of mechanical limbs lay scattered across the ground, surrounded by newly formed deep craters, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Raditz was gravely injured, struggling even to breathe, while Cuna leaned silently against a boulder, her arms completely shattered, trembling in pain, yet, fortunately, her life was not in imminent danger. Yifeng hurriedly rushed over to lift her, intending to carry her to the medical chamber. "Hey, you bastard, save me first. I am dying." Raditz lamented in agony, cursing Yifeng in his heart for the umpteenth time. "That person over there, can you still move? Go and help carry Raditz inside," Yifeng instructed, glancing at the side. Upon reaching the entrance of the spacecraft, he saw the old ghost seated on a stone, panting heavily, his face bruised from the beating he had endured. Lying beside him were a Saiyan and a Wu. The old ghost addressed Yifeng. "A Wu is dead, and a Saiyan probably 1T lasts through the day. I still have some fight left in me. But even if I recover, I will likely be left with some disabilities that will affect my combat capabilities." Yifeng was taken aback. "Are you all in such dire straits? Isn't the medical chamber highly advanced? Why can't it save a Saiyan and yourself?" "Sir, can we, the vegetable people, even use the medical chamber?" The old ghost replied incredulously. "What? Why can't you? What are you still dawdling for? Our ship is equipped with 6 medical chambers. Hurry up. Do you want a Saiyan to die?" Yifeng urged impatiently. The old ghost was moved to tears, realizing that they had always been treated as mere tools of war, healing themselves when injured and left to die when defeated. Just as he was about to express more thoughts, Yifeng had already strode into the spacecraft. Once everything was in order, Yifeng commanded his guards to prepare for the return journey. He gazed at Raditz, Cuna, the old ghost, and a Saiyan within the medical chamber, his pent-up fury becoming increasingly unbearable. "Old cat, just you wait." Chapter 43, An Unexpected Encounter with Dales. just as Yifeng began to close his eyes to rest. One of his guards approached to salute him. What is it? This guard had sustained the least injury in the battle, as his weaker skills had placed him on the periphery, assisting them. If Old Ghost had any ulterior motives, he would have been the one to perish. Captain Yifeng, I have a humble request. We are now very close to my home planet, and having served in the Frisia army for many years. May I ask you to alter our course so that I can return home for a brief visit? Oh, if we take a detour to your home, how much longer will it delay our return? Yifeng inquired. About a day's time, including the time I will spend with my family. It should be on the way. The guard replied earnestly. Well then, if that is the case, you can make the arrangements, Yifeng said, not refusing such a reasonable request. His subordinate expressed immense gratitude. Yifeng waved his hand, signaling him to rest, then recalled something and asked, by the way, how long until we reach your home planet? Report, Captain. It will take approximately 3 days. Well then, they should be well on their way to recovery by then. All right, you may go and rest now. 5 days ago, the anxious Naba awaited the recovery of Vegeta, who had sustained grievous injuries. Despite the passage of time, the prince had yet to emerge from the healing chamber. At last, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, and, as the chamber door slid open, he stepped out, glistening from the healing liquid, utterly naked. He gazed at his hands, acutely aware of the surge in his strength. How do you feel? Naba inquired excitedly, approaching him. Have you grown stronger, Your Highness? Vegeta regarded Naba with a disdainful snort. It appears that you have also made considerable progress, Naba. Indeed, Your Highness. Without your assistance, I would likely have perished during our last encounter. As he spoke, Naba handed Vegeta a scouter and began to power up. Beep, 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 battle power, 12000. You have truly surprised me. Naba, Vegeta acknowledged with a satisfied nod. Observing his subordinate's newfound strength brought him joy, and he calculated his own battle power to be approximately 30,000. Inwardly, he mused, humph. Even if both Zarbon and Dodoria teamed up, they would not stand a chance against me. What is this? He asked, noticing a new combat suit that had been delivered. Oh, this is the latest model sent by the old cat. I heard we are heading to Earth, and he has provided us with the most advanced spaceship. In about 6 months, we shall arrive on Earth. Naba exclaimed, brimming with excitement. That old cat, is he truly so benevolent? Vegeta pondered, as he was not well acquainted with him and saw no reason for such kindness. I, too, am skeptical, Your Highness. He arrived when we were gravely injured and seemed to have intentions of aiding us. Fortunately, the two subordinates of Yifeng stalled for time, allowing me to recover just in time. Upon witnessing my battle power, he immediately adopted a more favorable demeanor and provided us with such equipment. Yifeng, TCH, that trash who was once barely on par with the Namekians has surprisingly fared well. He even has his own subordinates? Vegeta questioned, bemused. Rumor has it that he once defeated Chioi and is one of the individuals that the old cat has sought to recruit. The other is Raditz, Naba reported candidly. I never expected Raditz to be so closely aligned with him. The last time we met, Yifeng concealed the matter of the Dragon Balls from us, and he is certainly no ally. When the opportunity arises, I shall ensure he receives due punishment. Vegeta expressed with discontent, still harboring resentment for Yifeng's previous actions that had led him to disgrace himself. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. What about the old cat? Naba gestured as if to slit a throat. Vegeta shook his head. He is merely a weakling with a battle power just over 10,000, foolishly attempting to amass his own influence. We need not concern ourselves with him. Let him prepare the finest resources for us as we set forth to Earth. The scene shifts back to Yifeng, where Kuna has already completed her healing, her combat power elevated to 8,000 points. She now resembles a curled-up cat, nestled against Yifeng, who, having just argued with her over battle issues, is in a sulky mood. All right, don't be angry. After all, I am of the warrior race, and, given the circumstances, I had no choice but to agree not to engage in battle myself, right? Yifeng sighs, lamenting his own weakness in being unable to protect her. So, you don't plan on forgiving me then? She teases, tugging at Yifeng's collar as they head toward the resting area. Suddenly, Old Ghost appears from the side. Ahem, the soundproofing in the lounge isn't great. Would you like to wait until you return to discuss this? Kuna glares at Old Ghost in anger. Old Ghost, your concern is quite excessive. How did those machines not eliminate you? She then pulls Yifeng along with her. Yifeng, feeling weak in the knees, looks at Old Ghost with pleading eyes. Old Ghost, help me. The system chimes in with cheerful news. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your combat power has increased by 200 points, reaching 21,700. After 3 days of flight, they finally arrive above the home planet of the Royal Guards, and at this moment, Raditz emerges from the healing pod, his combat power having risen to 15,000. Not bad, Raditz, Yifeng acknowledges, sensing the change in him. Raditz, feeling the enhancement in his body, remarks, indeed, I progressed another level. Following the strategist was the right choice. By the way, strategist, you seem to have heavy dark circles under your eyes. Have you not been resting well? Yifeng inquires. Oh, it's nothing, Raditz replies, scratching his head awkwardly. Prepare for landing. The system, having just awakened, humorously chimes in. Congratulations, host. Combat power has increased by 300. It chuckles, having also had a sleepless night. With higher combat power comes better stamina. Before they land, the Royal Guard notices something amiss. Something's wrong. My home planet's environment is usually pristine, yet now it appears desolate from above. A sense of unease envelopes him. Yifeng glances downward and sees swirling clouds of dust, obscuring the landscape. They decide to descend for a closer look. As the spaceship lands smoothly, the Royal Guard rushes out in haste. How could this happen? Who did this? He is on the verge of a breakdown. The planet, once vibrant, now exudes an aura of desolation, with yellow sands swirling and devoid of any signs of vegetation or life. Raditz and the others quickly activate their scanners, while Yifeng senses the atmosphere. Astonishingly, the entire planet seems nearly devoid of life signs. Beep, 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 Raditz announces, spotting several energy sources nearby. There are about 6 individuals with combat power around 30,000. Return my family, the Royal Guard exclaims, his eyes filled with fury as he speeds toward that direction. Old Gue gazed at the spaceship, and Yifeng promptly instructed, Leitais, come follow me. What? Am I to fight this time? Kuna teased, casting a playful glance at Yifeng. Well, you've persuaded me, Yifeng conceded, not daring to utter a word of dissent, having witnessed Kuna's formidable prowess over the past few days. As they soared to the location exhibiting signs of combat, they were greeted by the sight of an immense tree. Several individuals were harvesting its fruit, while a few remnants remained unpicked. Nearby, a fallen comrade lay discarded, his neck cruelly snapped, treated like a lifeless dog. Could this possibly be the fruit of the spirit tree? Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, as they discerned the features of the individuals before them, Leitais gasped, Kakarot? What brings you here? Oh, Kakarot? It seems the one you recognize is also a Saiyan, remarked the infamous cosmic marauder and spirit tree cultivator Dales. Chapter 44. The battle commences. Observing the fallen comrade, Yifeng's expression darkened. How despicable. I hadn't even had the chance to inquire about his name. I intended to fulfill a wish for him, yet he lost his life instead. Leitais, equally startled, responded, What? Are you not Kakarot? In the dim light, Leitais finally discerned that the individual before him, though strikingly similar to his brother, possessed a much darker complexion. Could this be my father, Bardock? He pondered, glancing back at Yifeng as if seeking confirmation. How would I know? He belongs to the movie canon, Yifeng thought, bemused. Who knows? Perhaps you were swapped at birth. He resembles Goku's older brother. At that moment, Dales had just consumed the spirit tree fruit of this planet, elevating his power to an astounding 30,000. He confidently activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. This long-haired Scion's battle power is an astonishing 15,000. Do you possess any strength left? Would you care to join me as my subordinate? Faced with Dale's proposition, Leitais remained bewildered, perceiving Dales as nothing more than a reflection of his brother. Beep, beep, oh. This Scion woman possesses a battle power of 8,000. Ha! I did not anticipate that my visit to this planet would not only yield the spirit tree fruit, but also provide me with a charming little consort. Before Yifeng could intervene, Kuna could no longer tolerate the disrespect, especially in front of him. She launched herself towards Dales. Wait, you're no match for him. Yifeng shouted in alarm. At that moment, a brawny man clad in crimson blocked Kuna's path, grinning wickedly. Allow me to be your opponent, little lady. Get out of my way. Kuna retorted angrily. She attempted to outpace her adversary, only to find him surprisingly tenacious. Reluctantly, the two engaged in combat. Quickly realizing that he was no simple foe, his strength likely surpassed her own. Truly worthy of a woman from our Scion lineage. Darius watched with keen interest, seemingly captivated by Kuna's performance. At that moment, Yifeng was already seething with anger, his veins bulging. It appeared that only one of us would survive this encounter today. Raditz, he declared, I will assist Kuna. That red-faced fellow possesses a battle power of 9,000. Just then, the red-faced man seized the opportunity to speak, introducing himself. My name is Armando. Remember it, for it shall be the name of the one who will end your life. Such arrogance. Raditz immediately charged at Armando. However, two individuals blocked Raditz's path. One of them pointed and announced, I am Deus. It is rather impolite to interrupt a one-on-one duel. The other, a half-mechanical extraterrestrial, also introduced himself, Kakao. Today I shall send you to your demise. Raditz could not help but scoff. Oh, how sacred your notion of a duel seems, yet you resort to a two-on-one? Bah, I am Raditz, the proud Saiyan warrior. With that, he engaged in combat with the two before him. In the instant their fists and feet collided, Raditz sensed their formidable strength. Both possessed a battle power nearing 10,000. Although they were no weaklings, Raditz was confident that they could not match his prowess. He was merely embroiled in a fierce struggle. Nearby, two grotesque and diminutive twin brothers sneered. It appears the outcome of this battle rests in the hands of my brother Riaz and me, Laques. Meanwhile, Darius stood with arms crossed, coldly observing the skirmish. You truly know how to flaunt your prowess, Yifeng remarked, irritated. You, with a battle power of less than 1,000, dare to provoke me? Darius sneered upon sensing Yifeng's energy. At that moment, Yifeng was merely concealing his aura. According to martial principles, he was striving to maintain minimal energy expenditure, only to unleash his full strength in an instant of attack. It seems I've been underestimated, Yifeng mused wryly. Before he could finish his self-reflection, the twin brothers approached. Let us first deal with this weakest one. He seems to be issuing commands from the start, which is quite irksome. Observing the two before him, Yifeng devised a plan. Their strength appears somewhat lacking. They are decent enough. I shall absorb their battle power first. With that thought, Yifeng dashed forward to engage the twin brothers. How unbecoming. As our king, how can you deign to strike first against mere fodder? With that, a powerful energy blast separated Yifeng from them as the old ghost arrived. Yifeng retorted, It is not my intent to absorb their battle power to enhance myself. However, with the old ghost statement, Yifeng had no choice but to relent, folding his arms as he regarded Darius. Riaz and Laques exchanged disdainful glances at the equally grotesque, vegetable-like figure of the old ghost, and Asen. One possesses a battle power of 4,500, while another is a mere 1,800. Riaz, you distract that one. I can handle them alone. The combat prowess of these two brothers approaches approximately 6,000, providing them with a reasonable assurance of victory against the likes of Old Ghost and Asan. Riaz, filled with mirth, remarked that the Frisia army is hardly formidable. Let us not pretend we are merely overpowering the weak. Is that truly the case? If so, I shall not hold back. A cold smile crept across Yifeng's face as he declared, Transform the beings into soldiers. Instantly, 9 identical puppets emerged. At this moment, Yifeng's combat power soared to an impressive 22,000, with each puppet boasting a strength of 200. To further aggravate the twin brothers, Yifeng transformed them into the likeness of Dales. Engage with your leader, he instructed 2 of the puppets. You two, go assist Kuna over there. Before the puppets could nod in agreement, Kuna's voice rang out, Don't come over here. I don't want to see that face. If you're sincere, why not transform into your own self? The exasperated Kuna, already bearing some wounds, exhibited a fierce spirit, her resilience rivaling that of the male warriors. Yifeng, with a hint of disdain, remarked, Such crude language for a lady. When with Kuna, Yifeng often felt somewhat passive, yet he secretly relished this dynamic. All right, everyone is split up. Now let us see what you've got, Dales. He then subtly signaled to his puppets. If possible, leave them breathing, provided your safety is assured. In a flash, Yifeng stood face to face with Dales, channeling his energy to its zenith as the wind swirled around him, culminating in a resounding silence. Ding, ding, ding. Dales exclaimed, A combat power of 22,000. Quite a formidable opponent indeed. However, he continued, A green light enveloped Dales, his menacing aura causing the very planet to tremble. Ding, ding, ding. Yifeng urgently shouted, Shut down the detector, Raditz. Yours is an outdated model. Yet, his warning fell on deaf ears. With a series of explosive sounds, their detectors shattered simultaneously. Dales, reveling in his superiority, scoffed. It seems you're not faring too well in the Frisia army. Your equipment is obsolete. My combat power is 30,000, and today, you shall learn the terror of provoking me. Yifeng merely smiled faintly. The victor shall be determined in battle. Chapter 45, Escalation. Observing Yifeng's confident smile, Dales dismissed him with a scoff. It appears you lack experience against true experts. Today, I shall show you that the gap of 8,000 in combat power is an insurmountable chasm. Just as he spoke, Dales unleashed a wave of energy with a swift motion. Unexpectedly, Yifeng vanished in a flash, leaving Dales stunned. What? How is it possible for someone with only 22,000 strength to possess such speed? Darius, for a moment, let his guard down and failed to notice the presence of Yifeng. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes had already arrived beside him. You must be the lady of the camp, right? Yifeng exclaimed, launching a fierce punch directly at Darius's face. Darius hurriedly raised his arm to block, but the impact was thunderous, sending him hurtling backward. He exerted all his strength to stabilize himself, the friction between his feet and the air producing a screech as he left behind 2 trails of smoke. Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his arm, he realized that the force behind that blow must have exceeded 30,000. Yifeng, with an air of nonchalance, tilted his head and playfully inquired, "Is she beautiful?" Huh? Darius was taken aback by the question. "My Yifeng," he chuckled arrogantly, "is merely fortunate." With that, an enraged Darius charged at Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng possessed a foundational combat power of 22,000, and by utilizing his martial skills, he could unleash a combat prowess of 33,000. Darius, bolstered by the spirit fruit, also achieved a combat power of 30,000. In his fury, he maintained the capability to contend with Yifeng. Yifeng could distinctly sense the Saiyan's fighting spirit and potential. He inwardly marveled, acknowledging their reputation as a warrior race, capable of unleashing such immense potential even when under pressure. Just as he pondered, Yifeng was struck squarely in the face by a powerful punch. Refusing to yield, he retaliated with a kick, creating distance between them. After clearing his throat, he tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Bring it on." Darius, grimacing and rubbing his abdomen, felt the weight of the blow as well. He unleashed another energy wave directed at Yifeng. However, Yifeng, evidently holding back, effortlessly countered with a piercing energy attack, neutralizing Darius's offensive move. Yifeng had his own strategy in mind. Ideally, he could capture them alive, absorb their strength, and then eliminate them. At that moment, he scanned the battlefield for a target he could incapacitate with a single blow, always prepared to lend support. "Where are you looking?" Darius's furious voice rang in his ears. Startled, Yifeng realized he had momentarily let his guard down, allowing Darius to seize the opportunity and deliver a crushing punch to his chin. "What on earth are you looking at, you fool? Your opponent is me," Darius bellowed, his fury palpable. Yifeng thought to himself, is this the innate combat instinct of the Saiyans? No wonder Goku and Vegeta could continuously break their limits. Now that he did not possess overwhelming strength over Darius, he knew that overthinking could lead to his own demise. Yifeng refocused his mind, deciding to first gauge Darius's combat power before ultimately defeating him. Meanwhile, Kuna was embroiled in a fierce struggle, yet her face bore a maniacal grin. Suddenly, she lunged in front of Armando, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches like a tempest, striking and clawing with ferocity. Armando could only raise his arm in defense, muttering to himself, "What a tenacious woman. I never expected her speed to be this formidable." Armando is a powerhouse, while Kuna exhibits remarkable agility. At that moment, Kuna deftly ensnared Armando's arm with her tail, executing a graceful somersault to position herself above him. With a powerful kick, she struck the back of Armando's head, delivering a staggering blow that nearly toppled him. Indeed, my dear Yifeng had informed me that overcoming the weakness of her tail would prove advantageous, and once this battle concludes, I shall reward him accordingly. While Kuna was lost in thought, Armando's fist came crashing down from above. In the briefest moment of distraction, Kuna found herself unable to evade, raising her arms in a futile attempt to block. The immense force sent her sprawling to the ground. Cursed be this brute of strength. Immediately, Armando aimed to crush her underfoot. Kuna rolled away just in time, but the next kick was unavoidable, sending her flying with a solid strike. "Ha ha! The wretched Saiyan woman should obediently accept her place as our leader's consort. I shall spare your life." Armando cackled with abandon. "Ah, how loquacious you are." At that moment, Kuna was imbued with the spirit of a warrior. She emanated an intense heat, her Saiyan combat instincts fully unleashed, fueled by a rage that had reached its zenith. Her nose was crooked from the blows, and her once delicate features were now marred by disarray. "How dare you strike a woman's face? Unforgivable." The power of the brute was met with her fierce retaliation. "Take this." Kuna concentrated her energy, unleashing the classic Kamehameha wave. "Nanny, this woman possesses such formidable strength?" Amondo's previously arrogant demeanor transformed into one of panic. His battle power soared to an astonishing 16,000 due to his underestimation of her capabilities. Boom! Caught off guard. Amondo had no choice but to muster all his strength to withstand this onslaught. However, the disparity in their powers rendered him vulnerable to the Kamehameha, resulting in his outfit being shattered and him losing consciousness. Kuna seized the opportunity to deliver a final blow, mercilessly breaking his limbs and spitting on him. Never underestimate a Saiyan. You cannot escape now. She then adjusted her nasal bone, fiercely resetting it, and after touching her face to confirm it was unharmed, she vented her frustration by kicking the nearby sweet potato repeatedly. Meanwhile, Old Ghost had nearly concluded his own battle, utilizing a strategy of overwhelming numbers. The relentless Dale's puppets engaged the twin brothers in a series of one-for-one exchanges. Ultimately, after defeating 7 puppets, the twins were exhausted, ensnared by 2 more puppets that rendered them unconscious. The puppets subsequently self-destructed, gruesomely obliterating the twin skulls. Old Ghost, intending to deliver a finishing blow, was met with this brutal scene, thinking to himself, surely, the Haven Tea killed them? Old Ghost stepped forward to check the breath, sensing that there was still life within. Fortunately, to be on the safe side, he decided to break one of the assailant's arms. He called over Saiyan, and they each carried one of the incapacitated foes away. As for Raditz, his task was comparatively easier. Although he was up against 2 opponents with battle powers of 10,000, his own formidable strength allowed him to maintain the upper hand, ultimately rendering his adversaries unconscious with minimal injury to himself, binding them securely afterward. At this moment, the group had gathered, arranging the enemies neatly as they awaited Yifeng. Why hasn't my little Yifeng finished his battle yet? He must be exhausted from last night, Kuna remarked with concern. Old Ghost turned his head away, clearly disinclined to pursue the topic further. Raditz, blushing, reprimanded, "Could we refrain from discussing this matter so openly in the future? Consider the feelings of others." Observing the now 30-something Raditz still single, Kuna felt a pang of sympathy. Isn't your brother Kakarote's child quite grown by now? It seems time for little Yifeng to introduce you to a wife. Why should you care? Raditz retorted, turning his head away, though inwardly he was stirred. Indeed, Yifeng had mentioned that the women on Earth were remarkably beautiful and could bear powerful half-blood warriors. It appeared that a trip to Earth might be in his future. Yifeng, reflecting on Kuna's intentions, noted, "I'm just afraid you might harbor thoughts about me. Is it done yet, Yifeng-chan?" Yifeng looked down, realizing he was the only one still engaged in battle. Oh. At that moment, the system chimed in, "Ding. Host has successfully engaged with Dales for 10 minutes. Battle power increased by 300 points. Host battle power now stands at 25,000. Finally, the moment had arrived, Yifeng texted. Dales noted the change in Yifeng's expression. What? Has this guy not yet unleashed his full potential? It's over, Dales, he said. Chapter 46, The Fruit of the Spirit Tree. Ho mia blusta. With that, Dales launched another attack at Yifeng. Has the speed increased? Dales thought to himself, startled. Yifeng effortlessly evaded Dale's punch, and at this moment, his own striking power had soared to 37,500, a stark contrast. He delivered a powerful hook to Dale's abdomen, followed by an elbow strike that sent Dales hurtling backward. Smith Marsad Dales, I no longer wish to waste time, Yifeng stated calmly. Kamehameha. Yifeng unleashed a full-force Kamehameha wave, and Dales fought desperately to resist. In an instant, he found himself engulfed by Yifeng's energy attack. The mountains on the planet were flattened by the residual force of the Kamehameha. However, the anticipated scene of Dales being utterly obliterated did not come to pass. Instead, he lay on the ground, enveloped in smoke, gravely injured. It turned out that in the final moment, he had exhausted all his energy, concentrating it into a singular point, creating a whirlwind before him to barely preserve his life. Truly, the resilience of a Saiyan is remarkable, Yifeng mused, acknowledging his formidable vitality. In contemplation, he decided to bind him first, which would provide an opportunity to discuss the matter of the spirit tree. Thus, Yifeng began to explore the body of daily subordinate. Must it be done this way? Raditz inquired, perceiving Yifeng's actions as rather lewd. Kuna, however, expressed that he had already grown accustomed to such behavior. Yifeng aimed to acquire a portion of his opponent's strength through tactile engagement, though he did not disclose the exact amount. So that is the case, Raditz realized. Reflecting on Dragon Ball, the fact that Yifeng hailed from another realm, and the peculiar method of gaining power, he increasingly found his strategist to be enigmatic. Wait, hold on. Raditz suddenly recalled the circumstances of his arrival on Earth. Yifeng, he exclaimed. What is it, Raditz-san? Yifeng glanced up. Tell me the truth, when we first met. Was your battle power really only 5? Raditz demanded angrily. Well, it was approximately that, Yifeng replied, feeling uneasy. Could it be that you genuinely had a battle power of merely 5 back then? Raditz found it hard to believe. Do you regret not eliminating me at that time? Now you have no such opportunity, Yifeng chuckled. Raditz's expression shifted from disbelief to astonishment, finally erupting into laughter. You survived through your own merit. I truly believed I was dealing with a prince. System ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully engaging with daily subordinate, resulting in an increase of 100 battle power points. Yifeng, oh, I've struck gold. My battle power has reached 100. Dailies, this time you are not lagging behind. Observing dailies, now bound by 5. Yifeng felt a surge of impulse to engage him in a rematch of 300 rounds. What a jest. If he recovers and his power surges, I will be doomed. No, I must eliminate him shortly. I cannot be reckless. All right, old ghost, you may dispose of them, Yifeng instructed. There's still 2 of daily subordinates conscious. The same 2 who battled Raditz. Witnessing the old ghost dispatch their teammates with such brutality, they were already terrified. Kakao and Dai's hurriedly pleaded, please, don't kill us. We shall offer you the fruits of our spirit tree. At that moment, a phrase flashed in Yifeng's mind. Fools, if I slay you, the fruits of your spirit tree will still belong to me. However, Raditz commanded the old ghost to pause and insisted they first surrender the fruits, which turned out to be easily accessible, with 3 still hanging from the tree. Yifeng swiftly leaped onto the tree, delicately plucking the fruits and tossing them to Raditz. Standing atop the spirit tree, he meticulously examined this wondrous plant, which could bring a planet to its demise, a truly marvelous entity. System ding. Anomalous power detected. God S extraction activated. Yifeng, what? An unexpected gain. System, congratulations, host, for acquiring the power of the spirit tree, enabling temporary absorption of planetary energy for personal use. Yifeng, is that not akin to a spirit bomb technique? The system explained. Unlike before, the energy sphere's absorption range and limit are significantly broader. The host can gain up to 3 times the enhancement on a healthy planet, but its duration is merely 30 seconds. Yifeng remarked, well, that is quite an improvement. It's certainly better than the mere 3 seconds of a true man. And what about this planet? Can it still provide me with energy? The system replied, no. This planet is dead. A lifeless planet cannot offer energy to the host. Yifeng dismissed the thought. After all, it was a mere bonus, and he had grown stronger nonetheless. At that moment, Raditz understood the function of the spirit tree fruits and announced loudly to Yifeng, this fruit will enhance your strength. There were 5 fruits in total. Given the average quality of this planet, each fruit could augment combat power by 10,000 points. While that may seem insignificant in the future, it is indeed invaluable at present. Yifeng was relieved that the enemies had not managed to consume them, for that would have led to a grueling battle. Raditz handed all the fruits to Yifeng, who then noticed that everyone was staring at him. What? Is there something on my face? Why not share them out evenly? Yifeng suggested. Well, what we mean is that you should consume them all. We Saiyans grow stronger with battle, and we do not require them, the old ghost interjected, claiming that they had reached their limit and should not waste them. Yifeng firmly disagreed, stating, how can that be? We're sworn brothers who have faced death together. Yifeng proceeded to distribute the fruits, but everyone merely held them without eating. At that moment, a Saiyan stepped forward. Captain, I was of no help in this battle. It would be a waste to use such a valuable resource on me. Yifeng was about to refuse, but a Saiyan unexpectedly threatened to self-destruct. With no other option, Yifeng consumed 2 fruits. A sensation akin to muscle refinement coursed through his body, and his combat power surged by 20,000 points. Unable to contain himself, he began to unleash his energy, an overwhelming force erupting from within. Meanwhile, Raditz and Kuna also ingested the spirit tree fruits, and the tremendous boost exhilarated them, causing them to revel in the surging power within. Asen looked at them with a mix of joy and disappointment, yearning to grow stronger like them, but lamenting that he was merely a vegetable person who had reached his limit. Just then, the old ghost approached with a grin. Boss, haven't you also experienced a significant enhancement? Asan inquired. The old ghost nodded enthusiastically. Hey, Asan, look over there. Asan turned abruptly, only to find nothing there. Upon turning back, the old ghost had already shoved half a spirit tree fruit into his mouth. A wave of intense, burning sensation enveloped him, causing Asan to briefly lose consciousness. When he regained his senses, his combat power had astonishingly reached 7,000 points. As he prepared to express his gratitude, the old ghost seized him, declaring, "Devote your life to Lord Yifeng. From now on, our lives belong to that esteemed individual." In an astonishing turn of events, Lao Gui himself had achieved a battle power of 10,000, surpassing even Raditz and Kuna by several hundred points through sheer force. The system chimed in, congratulating the host. With the enhancement of the battle power of those around him, the host's own strength surged to 51,190. "Oh, what discomfort! How about we round it down to 51,000? He mused. "What? Is it how we play?" The system relented, acknowledging the host's struggles, adjusting the battle power to 51,200, and increasing the number of puppets surpassing 5,000 to 15. Yifeng, filled with awe, remarked, with 15 subordinates, each possessing a battle power of 5,000. "I could dominate the early stages." Meanwhile, the proud expression on Yifeng's face was a source of irritation for Dales, who was secretly gathering energy behind him, preparing to unleash a man-made energy sphere. He was ready to make a desperate stand. Chapter 47, Simian Transformation. At that moment, Kuna approached Yifeng from behind, playfully teasing his hair with her tail. "How's that? Quite agile, isn't it? Thanks to you pointing out this weakness. I managed to land a solid kick on that big sweet potato. I really must reward you for this." More? Yifeng's lips twitched slightly as he responded. "Today's battle has been exhausting, and you're injured. You should focus on healing." Suddenly, Kuna's tail danced across Yifeng's body, and she gently blew into his ear. "Don't you want to try this tail?" Yifeng's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily lost in thought. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea after all. However, Dales erupted into boisterous laughter. "This is not the time for your flirtations. Allow me to demonstrate the proper use of tail." He glanced skyward, prompting Yifeng to follow his gaze. A small artificial moon had ascended into the sky, unnoticed until now. Panic surged through Yifeng as he instinctively reached for Kuna's eyes, but it was too late. "Lao Gui, a Saiyan, it's dangerous. Retreat now," he shouted. "Raditz, don't look at the sky." Despite Yifeng's urgent warnings, it was too late. Raditz was already entranced, his heart racing wildly. With a thunderous roar, 3 colossal apes, each towering over 10 meters, suddenly materialized, launching a frenzied, indiscriminate assault on everything in sight. Dales's subordinates were trampled into a gruesome pulp, while the cacophony of their monstrous howls filled the air. Kakao and Daze seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to flee. At this moment, Yifeng had no energy to spare for their escape. He resolved to sever their tails as quickly as possible. Just as he prepared to unleash his solar fist combined with Chi Yuan's slash, the fist of the giant ape Dales came crashing down. Yifeng dared not confront it directly and retreated, only to feel a powerful gust from behind. Kuna's fist struck him with tremendous force, sending him screaming into the ground, where he created a massive pit. As he braced himself to crawl out of the crater, another blast from Dales's mouth cannon came hurtling toward him. With a resounding explosion, Yifeng emerged from the billowing smoke, tumbling across the ground before painfully collapsing. Cursed be the transformation into a giant ape that had amplified their power tenfold. If I do not sever their tails, my demise is certain. Moments ago, we had been reveling in our advantage, yet the situation had swiftly turned, leaving Yifeng regretting his earlier complacency. Just as he pondered his next move, a massive hand grasped him from behind, gripping him tightly. With a crushing force, his bones began to crack under the pressure of his captor, none other than Kuna. In the past, Yifeng could have contended with Kuna after a transformation. But now her combat prowess had soared to 18,000, and post-transformation, she rivaled 180,000, comparable to the Vegeta who first arrived on Earth. "I am doomed. I am doomed." At that moment, Dale seemed to sense something, charging at Yifeng with fervor. His crimson eyes brimmed with hatred, although he had lost much of his rationality. His obsession drove him to kill Yifeng. Facing an irrationally powerful wife with a combat strength of 180,000 and a gorilla with a strength of 300,000, despair enveloped Yifeng. "Is this the end? Farewell, dear system. I have disappointed you." Suddenly, another giant ape joined the fray, Raditz delivering a crushing blow that sent Dales flying. How fortunate. Raditz has inadvertently saved me," Yifeng mused. "Inadvertently? I am a superior warrior," Raditz roared. "Though I may briefly lose my wits upon transformation, I can quickly regain control." "What? Is it true that among you Saiyans, the hierarchy is based on the ability to control these apes?" Yifeng inquired with curiosity. "Who knows? My childhood on planet Saiyan was cut short. Let us focus on surviving first. I shall deal with Dales, Raditz declared. Concurrently, the system chimed, congratulating the host for successfully engaging with the Saiyan ape, initiating the extraction of divine power, and bestowing Yifeng with the ability to harness the power of the ape, which would double his combat strength. Yifeng pondered, does that not resemble the Kaioken? The system replied, the two can indeed be used in conjunction. This intensified Yifeng's yearning for the Kaioken. At this moment, Raditz was still battling with Dales. His enhanced combat strength had reached 25,000, and his transformation into the Great Ape had escalated to 250,000. Though Dales was presumed to possess a strength of 300,000, he had sustained severe injuries that rendered him nearly evenly matched with Raditz, even showing signs of faltering. Yifeng, at that moment, maximized his energy, entering the ape-like state. And combined with his martial prowess, he managed to exert around 150,000 pure strength, barely maintaining his life. Continuously calling out Cuna's name, he sought to awaken her reason. Indeed, Cuna hesitated. In that fleeting moment of doubt, Yifeng seized the opportunity. I am sorry, Cuna. A wave of energy struck her eyes, eliciting a pained scream from her. Yifeng hesitated momentarily, reminding himself not to waver. With determination, he unleashed a surge of energy, severing Cuna's tail, causing her to instantly shrink into her human form. Yifeng rushed over, cradling her with concern, his fury towards Dales reaching an apex. Dodge, Raditz! He bellowed. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from Yifeng as he retrieved the divine spear he always carried. Perish, Dales! He declared, invoking the spear's might. A thunderous blast erupted as he unleashed his strongest technique, the spear of the ape god. A colossal ape apparition roared and charged at Dales, obliterating him in an instant, reducing him to a mere shadow of his former self. However, Yifeng, suffering from prior injuries, coughed up blood and fainted. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the ship's medical bay, having undergone treatment and nearly restored to his former state. What Dales? Is he dead? Yifeng inquired. He was rescued by two subordinates. His fate remains uncertain, Raditz replied, appearing utterly fatigued. You fainted, and I reverted back to my normal state due to the exhaustion from Dale's skills, leaving me unable to pursue them. Yifeng felt a pang of frustration. Has he escaped again? How infuriating. First, it was Dr. Meow, and now Dales. It seems fate is not done with them yet. Earth truly is a realm of tumultuous destiny. At that moment, Cuna had fully recovered, her face devoid of any scars. I've heard someone shatter my vision. Was it you, little Yifeng? Cuna asked with a hint of annoyance. That was because you had transformed into a giant ape and lost your senses. If I hadn't resisted, you would have never seen me again. I may have been a bit too forceful. I apologize, Yifeng responded, nodding earnestly. Cuna gazed intently into Yifeng's eyes. Forget the apology, just answer me one question. Go ahead. He replied. If I were to remain a giant ape indefinitely, would you still love me? Cuna posed a question with a smirk. Isn't that a life-threatening question? Yifeng thought, unsure of how to respond as he envisioned a life with a giant ape. You hesitated? Cuna remarked, displeased. I merely considered the myriad inconveniences that would arise, Yifeng stammered, scrambling to explain. Cuna paused, her mind piecing together fragmented memories of her transformation, recalling the time she had held Yifeng in her giant form, glancing at his lithe physique. With this size, perhaps some issues could be surmountable. With that thought, she erupted into laughter. Yifeng understood her mirth immediately. What are you thinking, you old pervert? How dare you call me old? Aren't your thoughts just as questionable? She retorted, and the two began to chase and playfully spar within the ship. Yifeng, in a fluster, shouted, Hurry back. I have some pressing matters to discuss with the old cat. Chapter 48. I do not eat beef. On the return journey, the two had ceased their playful banter. Yifeng gazed quietly out at the stars, lost in thought. What troubles you? Cuna inquired as she leaned closer. What occupies your mind? Young Yifeng? Nothing much. I am contemplating our next course of action. For the time being, we are residing within the Frisia army. A confrontation is inevitable. And with my current strength, I am far from ready, Yifeng confessed, uncertainty clouding his future. If war breaks out, I will send you to a safe planet to take refuge. Once the dust settles, if I still draw breath, I shall seek you out. If the outcome is dire, then you need not await my return. Cuna merely shook her head, responding calmly. Why ponder so much? If it comes to it, I shall accompany you to the battlefield. Yifeng replied. Is this the kind of sentiment shared only among Saiyans? He dismissed the thought, resolving instead to first address the matter of Old Cat's ascension to the role of commander in the military district. At the command post, Old Cat paced anxiously, having been informed by his subordinates of Yifeng and the others' return. What to do? What to do? That rascal is still alive? He had presumed that Yifeng and Dago would perish in their battle, even feigning sorrow. Yet, the following day, he detected Yifeng's signal once more, alongside Raditz and that female Saiyan, both seemingly stronger than before. Old Cat's face turned a shade of green with frustration. He was compelled to maintain a facade of cheerfulness before his subordinates, proclaiming to all, "Oh, how wonderful it is that Mr. Yifeng is still alive." His insincerity made him feel nauseous. Subsequently, an unusual energy fluctuation was detected on a nearby planet, its intensity registering at a staggering battle power of 100,000. Due to the substantial distance, it lay just beyond the precise detection radius, and the technicians attributed the anomaly to a clash between two unidentified cosmic beasts. Yet, Old Cat felt an incessant unease as Yifeng was returning from that very direction. He could not shake the feeling that the energy fluctuation was somehow linked to Yifeng. Before long, a massive Frisia army spaceship appeared in the sky. Yifeng had arrived. As the ship descended slowly, the welcoming party that Old Cat had prepared stood arrayed on either side. When the hatch opened, all eyes converged on the entrance. Under Old Cat's direction, everyone bowed slightly in greeting as Yifeng emerged. However, the first figure to step out was Raditz, causing Old Cat's smile to freeze in place as he thought, "This earthling dares to mock me?" Raditz, initially with a stern expression, was taken aback by the scene before him. These individuals were actually lined up to welcome him. Unable to express his irritation, he exchanged a brief greeting with Old Cat and proceeded onward. Old Cat continued directing the welcoming party, and soon, Hassan and Old Ghost emerged, followed by Kuna, with Yifeng lazily making his appearance last. "Oh, everyone is here?" Yifeng feigned warmth, though internally he berated Old Cat for his penchant for superficial displays. How hypocritical. Old Cat quickly responded with enthusiasm, warmly shaking Yifeng's hand. Yifeng also advanced, and in the fleeting moment of their encounter, his formidable aura enveloped the Old Cat with an overwhelming intensity. The Old Cat, startled, was drenched in cold sweat. "Yifeng, welcome back. I have eagerly awaited your return." Yifeng merely offered a faint, icy smile, exerting a subtle force that brought the Old Cat to the ground. He approached with feigned concern, exclaiming, "Oh dear, are you all right, my beloved Captain Old Cat?" Feeling the terrifying strength of Yifeng, the Old Cat collapsed weakly to the ground, his heart racing with dread. This is impossible. He must possess more than just 20,000 in combat power. He has grown stronger. Yet he managed to utter, "I'm fine. I simply slipped." Then, noticing that Yifeng's personal guards and another vegetable person had not appeared, the Old Cat quickly shifted the conversation. Yifeng, in turn, candidly replied, "They are all gone. All perished." A hint of melancholy crept into his voice, followed by a bitter addendum. All died during the exploration mission arranged by Captain Old Cat. The Old Cat, perceptive to the underlying meaning in Yifeng's words, immediately launched into an impressive display of theatrics, weeping inconsolably. Yifeng surveyed the surroundings, witnessing how all present were captivated by the Old Cat's performance, sharing in the sorrow. If he were to forcibly suppress the Old Cat, the uninformed onlookers might misinterpret his actions, and he was not yet ready to sever ties with Frisia's army. Thus, he gently placed a hand on the Old Cat's shoulder. "Captain Old Cat, my condolences." Then, in a hushed tone, he added, "You should come to my room later. We need to have a serious discussion." The Old Cat felt an immense pressure on his shoulder, rendering him immobile, and could only nod with beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Yifeng, satisfied, smiled and said, "Thank you, Captain Old Cat, and thank you to everyone for the warm reception. You may all disperse. I, Yifeng, have returned." He then strode confidently back to his quarters, accompanied by Kula, Raditz, and others. Upon learning of the sacrifices of their comrades, the remaining two personal guards in Yifeng's domain were also filled with sorrow. Yifeng inquired about Vegeta and Naba, discovering they had indeed gone to Earth. It appeared that this fateful confrontation was unavoidable. He pondered whether Goku, without having mastered the Kaioken and relying solely on his gravity-forged physique, could withstand the prince who had returned from the brink of death. With a twinge of frustration, he thought, if only I could learn instant transmission, I would so dearly love to witness it. After arranging everything, Yifeng closed his eyes to rest, when suddenly a knock echoed at his door. "Enter." The visitor was, as anticipated, the Old Cat, who stood before Yifeng with a broad grin, trembling with trepidation. Ah, my esteemed Captain Old Cat, you have arrived, Yifeng teased. The old cat was too frightened to respond, merely quaking in place. Do you know who I encountered at the exploration site? Yifeng continued, speaking to himself. It was Daka, your predecessor. I even engaged him in a fierce battle, nearly losing my life. To my surprise, he revealed a secret just before his demise. A despicable individual ambushed him from behind while he was under control. At this moment, the old cat was already in a state of sheer terror, collapsing to the ground in abject fear, trembling uncontrollably. The despicable scoundrel is none other than you, Yifeng. Spare my life, Lord Yifeng. The old cat pleaded, utterly terrified. Upon witnessing the old cat's plea for mercy, Yifeng couldn't help but smile faintly. It would be exceedingly easy to take your life. However, I am a man who appreciates talent. If you are willing to serve as a captain under my command, I might consider sparing you. Yeah, I'm waiting. The old cat declared without a moment's hesitation. And what of your position as captain? Yifeng retorted. I shall relinquish it immediately. I will write the application right now. The old cat responded, displaying a surprising understanding of the situation. How forthright. Write it now. And I shall observe, Yifeng said, not one to stand on ceremony. With this, Yifeng could rightfully declare himself the district captain, claiming 1/10 of the combat power of all warriors in the district. Having resolved this pressing matter, Yifeng felt quite elated. The old cat had merely been an interim replacement and lacked the requisite strength, while Yifeng reported a staggering combat power of 20,000, which was swiftly approved after minimal scrutiny. Please, have a seat, Yifeng gestured. Since we are now allies, there are a few heartfelt words I wish to share with you. Der Kat. The old cat, trembling, sat down. Speak, my lord, he replied. Yifeng began to speak with confidence. I have long harbored disdain for that Frisia fellow. I have secretly reached out to various factions, such as the Saiyans and other races. Once the time is ripe, I shall declare myself king. If you pledge your unwavering loyalty to me, I assure you, you will not be left wanting. The old cat felt a jolt of alarm. This individual dared to rebel against King Frisia, displaying sheer audacity. Nevertheless, he had to respond affirmatively, nodding, yes, yes. Internally, he thought, how foolish. You have no idea how formidable King Frisia truly is. I must report you. You are doomed, young Yifeng. With that thought, the old cat felt a surge of delight. After appeasing Yifeng, he hastened to depart. Kuna stood at the door, observing Yifeng as he prepared to leave. Should I inform him? With someone like him, are you not concerned about him snitching? Yifeng replied with a smile. The dead do not gossip. In a remote area of the military district, the old cat concealed a spaceship. Fearing exposure, he had to make his way there on foot. After a long trek, exhausted and weary, the old cat could no longer resist his hunger as he passed a noodle shop and decided to eat a bowl of noodles before continuing his journey. Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles, please. Once the bowl was served, the old cat suddenly heard a familiar voice before him. I'll have a bowl too. Looking up, he was astonished to see Yifeng, who slowly sat down and ordered a bowl of beef noodles as well. Ah, it smells divine. You even added scallions. In such a hurry to come here. Are you off to report me? And no, that's not it. The old cat stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Without allowing the old cat to explain, Yifeng chuckled. How about we make a wager? If my noodles do not contain scallions, I shall let you go. How could this be? The old cat was on the verge of tears. Every bowl had to be filled. Spare me. Oh, I was wrong, he exclaimed, immediately kneeling in despair. At that moment, the attendant brought the noodles and, upon setting them down, remarked, Oh, my apologies, I forgot to add the scallions. Upon hearing this, the old cat was overwhelmed with joy, instantly kneeling and bowing his head, proclaiming, That's wonderful. I don't have to die. Lord Yifeng, you cannot kill me now. Yifeng merely stood before him, pressing a finger against his forehead. In your next life, strive to be a good person. When you lack the capability, do not harbor such grand ambitions. I do not consume beef. With a resounding bang, a wave of light burst forth, obliterating the old cat's head, blood splattering everywhere. In the midst of the shopkeeper's horrified gaze, Yifeng calmly wiped his hands and turned away with a flourish. Chapter 49. The Military District Captain, Yifeng, when Yifeng returned. It was quite late, and Kuna had been waiting for him. Why make killing an old cat so complicated? Why not just end him directly? It's nothing, Yifeng retorted. I merely wanted him to experience the feeling of despair followed by a flicker of hope, only to be plunged back into despair. He continued, In truth, I wish to grant him a chance. I thought he would at least wait 3 days before acting, but I never anticipated his betrayal would be so resolute. Truly a capricious and treacherous little man. Kuna perceived his subtle thoughts. How could such a person as the old cat be worthy of trust? All right, enough about that cat. I've been waiting for you, and I'm quite tired. Hurry and wash up. It's time to turn off the lights. She sighed regretfully. It's a pity you severed my tail. Otherwise, I would have treated you to something new today. Noticing Yifeng's somewhat greenish complexion, Kuna assumed he was simply disappointed. It's fine. It will grow back in a few days. Just bear with it a little longer. Yifeng replied, not that. Tomorrow I am to assume the role of captain. Can you allow me a day of rest to maintain my image? Please. You're only 18. What are you afraid of? Come on. Step into the house with me, Kuna said, pulling him by the neck, giving him no chance to object. Yifeng thought, this cannot continue. If this goes on, I won't survive to face Frisia. System, think of a way. System, a way? What can I do? This is the trouble you brought upon yourself by insisting on confessing your feelings. Even through tears, you must endure. Echoing through the corridor was Yifeng's desperate plea. Help. Help. Meanwhile, in Frisia's quarters, the king had his back turned to Dodoria and Zarbin. Dodoria. I've heard the newly appointed captain of the military district possesses a combat power of 20,000, almost on par with your strength. What's his name? Dodoria promptly responded, Lord Frisia. I've heard his name is Yifeng, hailing from a small planet called Earth, and he returned alongside that worthless Raditz. He initially resided in a concentration camp. Oh, so you mean to say his combat power has been exaggerated? The king remarked with displeasure. It seems the individual from the listening area suggested he had previously defeated Xiao Yi when he joined the military, which must have concealed his true strength. What an intriguing character indeed. It appears there is substance behind the facade. Tomorrow, venture forth to discern his true nature, should he prove to be a talent. I would not hesitate to personally court his favor, declared the king with satisfaction. It is Lord Frisia. The following day, Yifeng arose with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. While Kuna, content, busied herself preparing breakfast for him, Yifeng resolved inwardly, should it prove unfeasible, I shall resign. I will summon all soldiers to enhance their combat prowess, as I intend to explore other planets and embark on my own training. At that moment, Kuna's voice resonated from the kitchen, where she had already begun her morning preparations. Breakfast is ready, little Yifeng, come quickly. Coming. Yifeng replied obediently. What is this? He gazed at the peculiar assortment of shapes resembling kidneys in the soup before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. An invigorating soup. You've worked hard these past few days. This will replenish your strength. Yifeng retorted. No. I shall wish upon the dragon for an indestructible body. Yifeng's formal appointment soon arrived, and the military district now fell entirely under his purview. Immediately upon assuming his role, he summoned everyone and publicly announced that Raditz, Kuna, Old Ghost, and Asan had all been promoted to squad leaders, with others possessing strength invited to compete for additional positions. This decision evidently incited discontent among many veterans. It's one thing for two Saiyans, but how can a vegetable be a squad leader? Complaints erupted from the crowd. Raditz, observing the dissatisfied throng with a cold gaze, prepared to instill a sense of dread. I believe most of you are using outdated scanners, correct? Today, as Captain Yifeng just took office, I have a gift for everyone. Those whose scanners malfunction will collect replacements from the warehouse. The crowd, bewildered, exchanged glances. Suddenly, Raditz unleashed a surge of energy from within. The battle power reading soared. 18,000, 19,000, 21,000, 22,000. An explosive series of sounds ensued. All outdated scanners burst, leaving the crowd in stunned silence, their faces awash with fear as they beheld Raditz. A few soldiers equipped with new scanners gulped nervously. Battle power, 25,000. The realization that the Scion's power had reached such heights sent waves of astonishment throughout the assembly. At that moment, Yifeng approached from behind, gently patting Raditz on the shoulder, signaling him to cease. I understand that my immediate decisions upon taking office have met with some dissent. However, I wish to convey that I, Yifeng, embrace a diverse approach to leadership regardless of background. Asan stepped forward. Feeling somewhat uncertain, Asan walked to the forefront. Do you see this vegetable? I assert he possesses the qualifications to be a squad leader. If you disagree, feel free to challenge him. Should you defeat him, you too may become a squad leader. Let us keep it civil, Yifeng added with a smile. He then instructed Raditz, compile a list of those with high combat power. I wish to engage with them first. At this moment, Dodoria was on his way, soon to arrive at the military district. From the crowd, a soldier with an octopus-like head emerged, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the vegetable beings. How could such a mere vegetable have the audacity to assume the role of captain? They are nothing more than discarded instruments of battle, and I shall deal with you. A 3 was struck at his core. The vegetable beings had always held the lowest status among Frisia's forces, and his awareness of his standing was profoundly ingrained. At this juncture, Old Ghost patted his shoulder. Have you forgotten why you joined me alongside A5? We are not mere tools. That brash fool from earlier is unworthy to be your adversary. Eliminate him and treat him as the opponent we are meant to obliterate. At this moment, a fierce battle spirit ignited within A3. He now regarded the soldier as a target to be eradicated. With a fierce cry, A3 lunged at the octopus-headed soldier, striking down with ferocity. The soldier, brimming with confidence, raised his arm to block, but with a thunderous crash, he yelped in agony, clutching his arm. His combat strength was a mere 3,000, while A3 had reached approximately 7,000. With a full force strike, A3 shattered the soldier's arm bone. Before the octopus-headed soldier could react, A3 leaped forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Stop! It was the voice of Yifeng. A3, bewildered, immediately halted his movement, stopping just 5 centimeters from the octopus-headed soldier. Lord Yifeng? Yifeng simply waved his hand, signaling A3 to return. I have said to strike only as necessary. He then addressed the assembly. As you can see, those I promote are truly capable. Is there anyone else who doubts this? Step forward and have a go. My only stipulation is to stop at the appropriate moment. I do not wish for my military district to turn on itself. System Pa. You simply cannot bear to lose any combat strength. You possess over 50,000 in power, yet you remain so frugal. Yifeng, a renowned general, once stated, I do not wish to waste a single grain of rice in my bowl. Yifeng's words moved his subordinates, who pledged their unwavering loyalty to him. He calmed the rising fervor with a gesture. Those with ability shall rise. You may continue to challenge A3. Those who manage to defeat him or perform admirably will have the opportunity to become squad leaders. At that moment, another being from the cosmos sprang forth, engaging A3 in combat, displaying a strength clearly superior to that of the octopus-headed soldier, resulting in a fierce and intricate battle. It appears this military district harbors some hidden talents. Not everyone adheres to the duplicitous nature of Old Cat, Yifeng thought with satisfaction. Meanwhile, at the landing zone of the military district, a colossal Frisia military spaceship descended. A pink-skinned man with spiky hair led a group of subordinates forward. The personnel stationed at the entrance were utterly terrified. Was this not Frisia's right-hand man? Where are your people? Where is that fellow Yifeng? Bring him out to see me. Chapter 50. I too shall cultivate the humble Dodoria. The young soldier on duty was quite startled and hurriedly reported to Captain Yifeng that an event was being organized in the training ground, where it was rumored that candidates for team leader were being selected. Oh, it seems like the new official is indeed making a grand entrance. Very well. Lead me to him, Doria remarked with a hint of annoyance. Why yes, the soldier replied timidly, as Yifeng was engrossed in observing Asan's combat. A deep voice resonated through the air. It appears this military district is quite lively. Stop fighting. I need to speak with your captain. A pink figure suddenly dashed into the arena, delivering a powerful kick to the alien's abdomen, followed by an elbow strike that sent Asan flying, rendering both combatants incapable of further action. Doria widened his eyes as he beheld the vegetable creature he had just sent sprawling. What? There exists such a formidable vegetable being? How did it survive my attack? Suppressing his bewilderment, Doria called out loudly, Which one of you is Yifeng? Step forward to meet me. His arrogant demeanor irked both Raditz and Kuna, even prompting the old ghost to consider stepping forward for a bout. Meanwhile, Yifeng scratched his head, uncertain whether to confront this situation directly. Why has this rotund figure shown up? I was hoping for a bit more time to develop my capabilities. However, Lord Frisia has always valued talent, and this presents a good opportunity to approach him. Yifeng remained silent, merely signaling Raditz to teach Doria a lesson, but to refrain from killing him. Now was not the time to escalate tensions. Raditz understood and had long desired to discipline the arrogant Doria. What are you barking at? You fat pig? He suddenly shouted, momentarily stunning Doria. Fat pig? Are you referring to me? Doria's anger flared as he recognized Raditz, the so-called weakest among the Saiyan trio. Daring to insult him, Doria, ignoring the crowd, he unleashed a colossal energy blast at Raditz. TSH, such a hot-headed and mindless fool, Yifeng scoffed. Raditz gathered energy in his hands and effortlessly neutralized Doria's attack. What? Impossible. How could he withstand my assault? Doria exclaimed in disbelief. Is this all the strength you possess? Mr. Doria? Raditz mocked mercilessly. Who would have thought this little fish had grown to such a degree? Even your leader, Vegeta, would not dare speak to me in this manner. I must have been careless earlier and did not unleash my full power. Prepare yourself. Doria, brimming with rage, charged at Raditz, his massive forehead veined and pulsating with fury. Damn Saiyan, perish! He roared as he engaged in battle with Raditz, with fists and feet colliding. Doria became increasingly alarmed, feeling as though he were being toyed with, leading to a surge of impotent fury. Raditz, on the other hand, appeared utterly relaxed. He had yet to exert his full strength and was already evenly matched with Doria. Frisia's subordinates were hardly more impressive. Suddenly, Doria realized, could it be that he was facing the infamous Yifeng? Under the guise of this identity, do you seek to usurp a faction of Frisia's army? At this thought, Doria bellowed, do you dare to betray Lord Frisia, you wretched Saiyan monkey? Are you the one they call Yifeng? Doria's words momentarily stunned Raditz. Why are you shouting so loudly? Have you lost your wits? You don't even recognize me? Raditz retorted. Silence, wild monkey. What scheme do you harbor? Doria's incessant taunts ignited Raditz's fury. He unleashed his power, and with a single punch, he sent Doria reeling, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. With a cry of anguish, Doria fell backward, but Raditz was not inclined to let him escape. He seized Doria's arm, twisting it painfully, and then delivered a brutal kick to Doria's knee, forcing him to kneel, pinned to the ground. Doria roared in anger and struggled, but remained immobile. Is this all the strength you possess? It seems you are not as formidable as you appear, Raditz scoffed. Release me, you rubbish Saiyan. I remember now. You are that son of Bardock, aren't you? It's a pity I didn't eliminate him when I had the chance. Doria attempted to provoke Raditz by mentioning his father. Upon hearing his father insulted, Raditz tightened his grip, dislocating Doria's shoulder with a swift motion. Doria let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. How utterly grotesque, Mr. Doria, came a voice from behind, that of Yifeng. Who are you? Doria inquired, perplexed as he beheld the slender youth before him, a figure he did not recognize. Yifeng approached, covering his ears. Didn't the review materials include my handsome visage? I am Yifeng. Yifeng? ISNT, he's supposed to be a bespectacled, bearded man? Doria expressed disbelief. Yifeng replied with sarcasm. You mean to say they used my registration photo from the internment camp? Have you been by Frisia's side for so long that you've forgotten the thrill of battle? Such an injury, against the Saiyans you disdain, could easily be remedied by yourself, Yifeng said coldly. Do you dare to rebel? Doria, now clutching his shoulder, stood before Yifeng. Knowing that his title as Frisia's subordinate was his only source of support, he could not afford to bring shame to his master. Yifeng immediately raised his hands in mock surrender. I would never dream of it. Go back and inform Lord Frisia that I, Yifeng, am ready to serve him. With that, he unleashed an astonishing aura, his battle power soaring to its zenith, reaching 51,200. As he entered a state of enhanced transformation, his power doubled to 124,400. He then lightly tapped Doria's shoulder with a single finger. Next time you address me, do so while looking up from your knees. In an instant, Doria felt as though he were submerged under an immense pressure, causing him to feel dizzy and ultimately kneel before Yifeng in utter humiliation. This is a profound disgrace, he thought. Very well, you may leave now, but make sure to convey my loyalty to Lord Frisia, Yifeng concluded. Doria clumsily rose from the ground, consumed by an intense fury that rendered him speechless in the presence of Yifeng. Defeated, he could only leave in disgrace. At that moment, Kuna, witnessing his disheveled state, couldn't help but mock him, exclaiming, "Humph, a facade of strength concealing weakness." With no recourse, Doria cast a resentful glance at Kuna before departing, aided by his underlings, while the raucous laughter of Kuna and his Saiyan echoed behind him. All right, everyone disperse. The warriors who performed admirably earlier remain. I wish to convene with you. Yifeng had selected 20 elite warriors, leveraging the mystique of the shaman to reap a modest profit. System notification ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully engaged with 20 elite warriors for 10 minutes, gaining 800 combat points. Your combat power has now reached 60,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have become the captain of the military district, and your combat power has surpassed 10,000. You have acquired the skill Kyoken. Yifeng mused. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. I must enhance my power as much as possible before encountering Frisia. Finally, I have mastered the Kyoken. How many times can my body, infused with the power of the tree god, utilize it? System notification, ding. Utilizing Kyoken doubles your combat power. A body imbued with the tree god's power can temporarily unleash a threefold Kaioken. Yifeng felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed his own physical prowess was still lacking. Meanwhile, Dodoria had reattached his dislocated shoulder, sporting bruises that, while not severe, were deeply humiliating. In a fit of rage, he roared before King Frisia, repeatedly denouncing Yifeng. Frisia listened with a resigned demeanor. "Very well, Mr. Dodoria, you may step down for now. I shall personally meet this Mr. Yifeng at a later time." Dodoria seethed with indignation. "My Lord Frisia, do you have further business? I wish to leave with Sabo for a while. Our current power is insufficient to maintain your stature." Frisia contemplated for a moment. "Very well, since even a minor figure like Raditz possesses a combat power of 25,000, it will be prudent for you to enhance your abilities. Do not return unless you exceed 30,000. The two responded in unison, affirming their understanding. Chapter 51. The Female Warrior, Xiao Kuei. Yifeng was a man of action, dissatisfied with the current state of affairs and eager to enhance his strength. Observing the formidable combat powers of the warriors in the district, he was restless and resolved to act that very night. However, as he attempted to leave, he was intercepted by Kuna. Seeing Yifeng's intention to venture out in the dead of night, she directly confronted him. "Yifeng, have you ceased to love me?" Yifeng responded earnestly. "I do love you. I merely wish to expedite my power enhancement." Kuna retorted, "At least grant me a few days of rest. When you grow your tail, we shall see how things unfold." Kuna, satisfied, nodded in agreement. "In truth, I have my own matters to attend to. You may have a few days off." Yifeng felt a wave of relief and promptly prepared to leave, only to realize that this might be a ploy. He had barely taken 2 steps when Kuna called him back. "Return." Kuna swiftly encircled Yifeng's neck with her arm. "Let me remind you, should you encounter female warriors, you'd best refrain from any indiscretions. You know the potential consequences." Yifeng hastily assured that he currently held no interest in the allure of women. Kuna nodded in satisfaction, signaling for him to proceed. Yifeng couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Who would be intrigued by those octopus-like heads or dinosaur figures? Even in the dark, the thought alone was repugnant. Thus, under the cover of night, Yifeng stealthily infiltrated the barracks of ordinary soldiers. Each room housed 2 soldiers, and Yifeng employed his usual method, swiftly knocking them out before proceeding to gather their strength. In this manner, he could extract approximately 300 to 500 points of combat power every 10 minutes, accumulating a total of 15,000 points throughout the night, bringing his total to 75,000. Chuckling to himself, Yifeng wandered about, contemplating strategies. This inefficiency was untenable. He had only managed to encounter a handful of individuals throughout the night, yet this legion boasted thousands. He needed to absorb the combat prowess of this military district swiftly. Apart from Frisia, he would wield considerable influence within this faction. Calculating the time, he surmised that the king might soon take an interest in him, perhaps even appearing before him in the coming days. He needed to make a lasting impression to increase the chances of approaching him. At that moment, Yifeng overheard 2 individuals engaged in hushed conversation. "Did you hear? Last night, a pervert broke into the soldiers' dormitory and groped our comrades indiscriminately. Is there truly such a deviant?" Yifeng found it hard to believe, especially since he thought he had rendered them all unconscious. He feigned casualness and continued to eavesdrop. They say he was a cloaked figure. Upon entering the room, he knocked everyone out before groping them. Initially, no one paid attention, but later, a few mentioned feeling as though they had been struck unexpectedly, waking up with sore necks. What led to their discovery? That fiend, perhaps fearing he might harm someone, preferred to strike at their necks, rendering them unconscious. You know the female soldier next door, Xiao Kuei? He struck her chin, and although she lost consciousness, she awoke shortly after. Then what happened? Did she fight back against the assailant? That woman is fierce. No, she felt the man's hands on her chest. His technique was astonishing. Xiao Kuei, perhaps starved for companionship, remained silent and even witnessed him groping her roommate. What a rogue pervert. But doesn't he end there? When he reached for her roommate's chest, he suddenly seemed to realize something was amiss, apologizing while placing his hand on her before leaving. Xiao Kuei thought, could it be that he is interested in me? She suspected that he might be someone with a secret affection for her, now searching throughout the barracks. I heard she plans to report him to the captain. Oh, he certainly has unique tastes. Yifeng was taken aback. When had he ever groped a female soldier? There were few female soldiers in the barracks. He had stopped immediately upon encountering Xiao Kuei the previous day. Who was Xiao Kuei? Hey, don't walk away. You're slandering me. Chaos ensued. Yifeng returned to his residence, fraught with disarray. Alas, he had not foreseen such a predicament and now found himself in a precarious situation. If Kuna were to discover this, it would spell disaster for him. Whom could he turn to for solace? Before Yifeng could fully grapple with his tumultuous thoughts, he sensed a palpable aura of menace looming behind him. Trembling, he turned to behold Kuna's eyes, crimson with fury. Yifeng, listen, let me explain. It's all a misunderstanding. I could never be that kind of person. He stammered. Yet, before he could finish, Kuna, fueled by indignation, forcefully knocked him to the ground and lunged atop him, her voice a fierce growl. I have heard everything. Others may not know who it is, but I do. It hasn't been long since you professed your feelings for me, and now you're already weary of me. Aren't you? Tears streamed down her face as she continued. I thought I had found true love, only to discover that you are a scoundrel. Am I too domineering? Please, allow me to explain, Yifeng implored, his heart aching at the sight of Kuna's sorrow. Yet he too felt bewildered by the unfolding events. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a thunderous voice echoed from outside. Captain Yifeng, where are you? Caught in a moment of confusion, Yifeng exchanged glances with Kuna, who reluctantly released him. Go on. I'm not one to lack understanding. We shall discuss our matters upon your return, she said, despondently remaining seated. With no other choice, Yifeng stepped outside to investigate. Before him stood a towering figure, broad and imposing, with a face marred by scars. Are you looking for me? Yifeng invincible, did it. To his astonishment, the giant suddenly broke into tears. I have been wronged. I suspect it was that burly soldier from next door. His gaze upon me is far from innocent. You must seek justice for me, Captain. The voice boomed like thunder. Yifeng was taken aback. Wait, are you referring to that guy? His mind was a whirlwind. How could extraterrestrial beings engage in such matters? Was this truly the realm of the pandas? Who are you calling that guy? I'm a lady, the figure retorted. What is your name? Yifeng asked, astonished. Xiao Kuei, she replied. You are Xiao Kuei? Yifeng's jaw dropped in disbelief. Yes, I am Xiao Kuei. Strong as I am. Look at these muscles, she exclaimed, puffing out her impressive chest and thumping it with her robust arm. All women from Dumixing are like this. Captain, you wouldn't harbor any prejudices, would you? With that, Xiao Kuei raised an eyebrow, glaring at Yifeng, feeling as though he were under the scrutiny of a menacing figure. Yifeng stammered. How could this be? Please, wait for me here. I shall return to seek justice for you. With that, he hurried back to Kuna, hoping to clarify the misunderstandings. Why are you back? Kuna, now a teary mess, lamented, go to Xiao Kuei instead. No, it's not what you think. She asked the one who was outside. Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. How dare she come here, thinking we Saiyan women are easy to bully? Kuna immediately donned a different demeanor, storming outside in a fit of rage. Which one is Xiao Kuei? Xiao Kuei, bewildered, soon realized that it was her idol, Captain Kuna. Isn't this Captain Kuna? You are truly the idol of all female warriors. We train diligently with you as our goal. We female? You are a woman? Kuna exclaimed in surprise. Then pondered with uncertainty. You must be that Xiao Kuei, right? Xiao Kuei excitedly nodded her large head. Yes, yes. Captain Kuna actually knows me. Kuna was about to mention the name when Yifeng approached, whispering, Xiao Kuei, the robust one. So, this is indeed a misunderstanding? Kuna covered her mouth and whispered to Yifeng. How was I to know what she said? All women from Domstar are like this. I really. Yifeng finally understood the feeling of being at a loss for words. All right. I forgive you, Kuna said, looking at Xiao Kuei's impressive physique and appearance. Feeling a sense of relief, then inquired, what does she want here? She claims to suspect it was the neighboring army's doing and wants me to seek justice. Yifeng, replied earnestly. Then let us seek justice for her. Kuna cheerfully approached. Xiao Kuei, how would you like Captain Yifeng to seek justice for you? Xiao Kuei, feeling somewhat bashful, said in a rough voice, I want to make the big army marry me. Huh? Yifeng was about to refuse when Kuna stopped him. Let him marry you tomorrow. It's not like we have any grievances with the big army. Yifeng attempted to intervene, but was promptly dismissed by Kuna. After all, she asked my rival, aren't you willing? All right, fine, I am willing, Yifeng replied, exasperated. Tomorrow, let the big army marry you, and Captain Yifeng will personally ensure it. Really? Xiao Kuei spun around joyfully, lifting both Yifeng and Kuna, radiating happiness like a child weighing 300 pounds. Thus, the decision was made amicably. At the Frisia headquarters, the king felt a profound loneliness in the absence of Sabo and Dodoria. He sighed softly, contemplating, perhaps I should take a stroll around the military district tomorrow. Chapter 52, The Bottleneck of Combat Power. After sending Xiao Kuei away, Yifeng was left with a daunting dilemma. How would he fulfill the promise made for tomorrow? Kuna, why don't you discuss it with the big army? This was your commitment. Kuna shook her head vigorously, stepping before Yifeng and playfully patting his chest. You should go, my dear Yifeng. After all, you seemed to enjoy it when you touched her ample chest. If you don't take responsibility, why not come personally? Yifeng pondered Xiao Kuei's graceful figure, unconsciously swallowing hard. I suppose I will go myself. He then made his way to the big army's quarters, finding him to be an exceedingly frail alien, resembling a stick insect. Are you a warrior too? Yifeng exclaimed incredulously, observing the weak presence before him. It was evident that his power level barely registered at 800, while Xiao Kuei's was a solid 3,000. I belong to the logistics personnel, Captain Yifeng. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit? De Yun timidly asked. Ah, it is nothing. I simply wish to invite you to a wedding tomorrow. Huh? De Jun was taken aback. You know, there is a female soldier in our military district from the neighboring squad who has taken a liking to you and wishes to marry you, Yifeng explained. At this moment, De Jun appeared somewhat troubled. Is it Maisie? But Yifeng thought to himself. Maisie? Which Maisie? There are only 2 female soldiers in the neighboring squad. No, it's another one, Yifeng replied, carefully observing De Jun's reaction, fearing he might struggle to accept the reality and resort to extreme actions. To Yifeng's surprise, upon hearing the news, De Jun's eyes lit up. Is it Xiao Kuei? Captain Yuka, please do not deceive me. Is it truly Xiao Kuei? Yifeng remarked. I didn't expect your affection to be mutual. Even the system couldn't help but comment. I thought the 2 of you were peculiar enough. But it seems De Jun is even bolder than I imagined. I must break free. I wish to be De Jun's system. Yifeng, with a hint of resignation, confirmed. It is indeed true. I will personally officiate your union tomorrow. De Jun, elated by this news, felt jubilant. With this significant matter resolved, Yifeng decided to make the night memorable. After all, his reputation as the night demon had already spread, though few knew it was he. He might as well fully embrace this identity and capture them all tonight, engaging each one personally. He first briefed the old ghosts like Raditz, instructing them to avoid any distractions or disturbances, and then began preparing for his endeavor. As night fell, Yifeng donned a black outfit and an unsettling mask, repeatedly checking his reflection in the mirror. Yes, this should conceal my identity well. He then divided the area into sectors, methodically retrieving individuals, entering their quarters to deliver a beating first, then employing threats and intimidation to persuade them to follow him. Those who resisted were swiftly knocked unconscious. This approach effectively instilled fear, and soon, 100 subdued individuals, battered and bruised, were trailing behind him. Yifeng then addressed the assembled crowd in a hushed tone. If you wish to live, you will all follow my commands. None of you shall leave. Observing the frightened assembly before him, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction and led them to an open space. Now, place your fingers upon me. The first to endure 10 minutes without faltering shall be freed. Should anyone dare to fall short by even a second, I shall shatter their skull. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the soldiers began to murmur among themselves. This person is quite deranged. Could he be attempting to extract something from us? Is he the night demon from yesterday? It seems the one who violated Xiao Kuei and the one who is striking us are not the same person. What should we do? What should we do? It is better to be killed than to be insulted. One even whispered, why does this person resemble Captain Yifeng so much? A crowd quickly gathered, murmuring in hushed tones. Silence. As the situation spiraled out of control, Yifeng unleashed a thunderous roar, elevating his aura to its zenith. The ground beneath him began to crack, forming a deep chasm. And with a mere gesture, a terrifying force seized the soldier. I will dispatch you as easily as one slaughters pigs and dogs. For those who wish to perish, resist as you may. For those who wish to survive, line up. In truth, most of them had already been intimidated by Yifeng's earlier display of power, and now, under this new threat, they promptly complied. The initial group that had made contact returned safely, further encouraging the others to cooperate. In no time, Yifeng had successfully engaged with 100 soldiers. Ding! Detection confirms the host has successfully engaged with 100 warriors for 10 minutes, increasing combat strength by 15,000 points. The host combat power has now reached an astonishing 90,000. Wow, I have struck gold. Yifeng thought to himself, quickly calculating the number of Frisia's troops. In his own battle zone alone, there were 500 warriors with 6 major battle zones and support personnel included. If he could engage them all, would that not yield a foundational combat power exceeding 100,000? Coupled with his own skills, he could truly contend with the king. If he could also confront the king, defeating him would be a matter of mere moments. With this thought, Yifeng was invigorated and prepared to intensify his efforts for the next batch. Hey Yifeng, why do you always come out at night to do this? I am exhausted. I'll take a nap. Call me when you're done. All right, sleep well. Uninterrupted by the system, Yifeng diligently continued his work, laboring for over 2 hours. He had already engaged nearly half the military district. Panting, he called out, "System, come out and check my combat power." The system rubbed its eyes and replied, "Ah, congratulations. Let me see. Combat power has risen to 107,000 points? That can't be right. I've engaged with at least 400, if not 500. Yifeng protested. I should have at least 150,000 combat power by now. Wait a moment, the system responded, checking the skill description for divine extraction. Oh, individuals with combat power exceeding 100,000 but below 2,000 become ineffective. My apologies. I hadn't anticipated your longevity, so I didn't examine it closely. I suspect you're playing me. Is there something else you haven't told me? Individuals exceeding 1,020,000 become ineffective. And the same applies to 10,200,000 and so on. Then my plan to strengthen myself in other universes through sheer numbers is shattered? I'll have to risk engaging with those powerful masters instead? Life is but a game. It cannot always be smooth sailing. You're already quite powerful. And to grow stronger, you must engage with more masters. Good night. With that, the system went offline, leaving Yifeng to vent his frustrations in vain. Thus, Yifeng reached an impasse. To continue his breakthrough, he needed to devise a way to engage with formidable opponents. The plan of relying on minor soldiers to confront the king was utterly dashed. Chapter 53. First Encounter with Frisia. Early the next morning, after a restless night, Yifeng still bore the heavy shadows of fatigue under his eyes. The wedding preparations for Xiao Kuei and Dajuan were proceeding smoothly, with the lighting and stage already set up. Kuna was fervently directing the arrangements on site when she suddenly spotted the weary Yifeng, sluggishly approaching her. She quickly pulled him over, pointing at the bruised soldiers. Did you do this? Yifeng could only smile wryly, nodding in acknowledgement while simultaneously venting his frustrations about the system. Do you know what they're saying about you? They claim you have peculiar quirks, that you're a sadist, and that your inclinations are questionable. Is that so? I thought I had disguised myself well. How did they figure out it was me? Yifeng exclaimed, astonished. Kuna scoffed with that disguise? It was apparent to everyone. Among Frisia's forces, aside from you, the Earthling, and a few of us Saiyans, who else has a human-like appearance? Just by your physique, many could guess it was you. They simply dared not voice their thoughts. Turning around, Yifeng indeed saw some soldiers whispering and pointing at him. When they noticed him glance their way, they quickly averted their eyes, some forcing smiles that were more painful than tears, as if they might burst into sobs. Indeed, my reputation as a deviant is solidified now. At that moment, the bride Xiao Kuei happened to pass by, towering like a colossus before Yifeng. Overcome with guilt, he dared not meet her gaze. Xiao Kuei's deep voice resonated, "Brother, I understand your feelings. I appreciate your sentiments. In this lifetime, I have Dajuan. Perhaps in the next." With that, her enormous hand clapped down on Yifeng's shoulder with a forceful pat before she turned away, filled with regret. Kuna, doubled over with laughter, imitated Xiao Kuei's voice, "Brother." At this, Yifeng felt utterly humiliated. "I'm not in the mood. I need some fresh air." With that, he fled the scene like the wind, as he continued to vent his frustrations about the system while cursing his own foolishness. He reached the edge of the military district and beheld a massive disc-shaped spaceship of Frisia's forces gracefully descending from the sky. What could this be? Judging by the size and opulence of the vessel, Yifeng surmised that a significant figure had arrived. Indeed, the ship's hatch slowly opened, and 2 rows of elite guards lined the sides as a small figure with 2 horns, seated in a flying apparatus, floated out. It seems neither Zabo nor Dodoria is here. This is quite the adjustment, Frisia mused. At that moment, Yifeng's mouth fell agape in astonishment, and he blurted out, "Hey, Frisia?" The king turned upon hearing someone call him, facing Yifeng's direction. "Who are you?" Yifeng nearly burst into laughter, only to be met with Frisia's furious retort. "How dare you utter the name of this great king?" As he spoke, he slowly raised his finger. Alarmed, Yifeng realized he had let his pride get the better of him and quickly lowered his demeanor. "Lord Frisia, I am the newly appointed captain of the military district, and my name is Yifeng. Being in your esteemed presence for the first time has overwhelmed me with excitement, causing me to unwittingly call you by your name. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Oh, oh. Frisia's iconic laughter echoed. So you are Mr. Yifeng, indeed a person of remarkable talent. I have come specifically to meet you. Yifeng had anticipated the king's arrival, though he had not expected it to be so soon. Do not be afraid, Dodoria. Though you have left things in disarray, it indirectly reflects your strength. I have come to establish a closer rapport with Mr. Yifeng. With that, Frisia floated over to Yifeng's side. Let me on a tour of your military district. Yifeng thought to himself. Frisia is indeed a commendable leader. It's no wonder he has managed to redeem himself. After a brief pause, Yifeng accompanied King Frisia into the depths of the military district. As Frisia wandered and chatted casually with Yifeng, he suddenly noticed many soldiers with bruised faces. Pointing at them, he inquired, Mr. Yifeng, what is the meaning of this? Yifeng awkwardly smiled and replied, to enhance their combat skills, our warriors train rigorously and often engage in real combat. The king nodded in satisfaction. Commendable, a true warrior. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively as they ventured further inside. Numerous individuals had gathered around the stage, eagerly awaiting the commencement of a wedding. The original host had fled due to Yifeng's earlier disturbance, replaced by a dinosaur-faced individual loudly reciting lines. Well, Mr. Yifeng, your military district is quite festive. Is there a performance taking place? Frisia asked, intrigued. This is a wedding ceremony for a pair of newlyweds in our military district, Yifeng explained. Frisia smiled approvingly, happy for the employees finding their happiness. At that moment, Xiao Kuei and Dejun had taken the stage, dressed in splendid attire. Frisia, upon hearing the commotion, turned to see Xiao Kuei's robust figure and could not help but express his admiration. Truly, a talent from my Frisia force. Mr. Yifeng, look at how imposing the groom is. Yifeng whispered back, but my lord, who is the bride? Frisia chuckled awkwardly. Ho ho ho. The universe is indeed full of wonders, his face turning crimson. Mr. Yifeng, I wonder if you have any interest in becoming my personal bodyguard? Frisia suddenly posed this question. A personal bodyguard? That would be quite an honor, Yifeng thought, perceiving Frisia as a walking treasure worth 12 million. However, he calmly reflected. Isn't there Dodoria and Zabon by the king's side? My lord, I would indeed desire to be by your side, but isn't there already Mr. Dodoria and Mr. Zabon with you? Those two. Dodoria, inspired by your prowess, has gone to train with Zabon. I currently find myself in need of assistance, and if you're interested, you may join me. However, I do have a task to assign to you first. Can I also cultivate and grow stronger? Yifeng was perplexed, but ultimately deemed that becoming stronger was beneficial, as it would contribute to his personal growth. What is the mission? He inquired. I need you to explore a planet known as Atterdila, Frisia replied. With a mere thought, Yifeng was instantaneously transported to Atterdila. Frisia continued. I have heard that the inhabitants of this planet possess many extraordinary techniques, and the planet itself holds significant economic value. I have assigned my most formidable team, the Jinyu Force, to investigate, but their tasks are quite demanding, and this planet's exploration has been scheduled for a year from now. With a gentle sigh, Frisia's mind wandered to the images of the Jinyu Force. You see, some exceptionally talented individuals tend to exhibit peculiarities, and, at times, I find it imprudent to forcefully correct them. Therefore, Yifeng, consider this mission a test of your capabilities. Upon its successful completion, you shall officially become my trusted aide. Without hesitation, Yifeng accepted the mission, but he mentioned, my position requires a successor. I propose that Raditz take on the role of commander in the military district. Frisia pondered for a moment. Yifeng, you are aware that I harbor a disdain for Saiyans. However, since you have suggested it, I will acquiesce to your recommendation. With that, the king turned it apart. Wait. At that moment, Yifeng could no longer suppress his inner desire, recognizing this as an unparalleled opportunity. Do you have something to add, Yifeng? Frisia inquired. With excitement etched on his face, Yifeng proclaimed, Frisia, I wish to spar with you. Chapter 54, Intense combat. Oh, Frisia paused slightly, chuckling. Do you know how they refer to me, Yifeng? He regarded Yifeng calmly. The Cosmic Emperor, he added with an air of dominance. The reason I hold the title of Cosmic Emperor is due to my overwhelming strength. I hope you do not disappoint me, Yifeng. Gradually, Frisia descended from his spacecraft and alighted upon the ground, smiling at Yifeng, thereby tacitly permitting his challenge. Yifeng's expression brightened, and he began to gather energy. A powerful aura surged forth, creating a tempest that swept through the surroundings, causing the entire military district to tremble slightly. Is this the power of 100,000? Yifeng reveled in the sensation of his transformation. Meanwhile, those present were taken aback. What was that? Did the ground shake? Kuna exclaimed, sensing an immense energy nearby, which sent chills down her spine. Despite her fear, she resolved, I must assist him. Yet before she could advance, Raditz grasped her arm, urging her to remain calm. Do not act rashly. Yifeng is likely facing Frisia, who has stated he does not wish to engage in conflict with the king right now. Trust in Yifeng. He is a strategist. An elder also advised, let us maintain our composure, draw closer, and observe the situation closely, ready to provide support if necessary. Very well. Beep beep beep. Combat power. 107,000. You truly exceed my expectations, Yifeng. With a confident smile, the king exhibited a hint of interest. As a reward, I shall provide you with a reference. My combat power is 530,000. Yifeng remarked, all right, I get it. No need to show off. I've seen this segment before. Now, I shall engage you in battle with one hand. Prepare yourself, king. In an instant, Yifeng propelled himself off the ground and lunged at the king, delivering a kick aimed directly at his face. However, the king effortlessly blocked it with a single hand. It seems your combat power exceeds 100,000, Yifeng. Your instantaneous power appears to surpass 150,000. Intriguing. Following this, Frisia casually waved his hand, prompting Yifeng to evade and create distance. Don't wave, Yifeng declared. How trivial, the king replied, simply flicking his finger to alter the trajectory of the attack with ease. Indeed, he was the real deal, Yifeng thought to himself. Take this. The don't wave barrage. Yifeng unleashed. Boring, the king retorted, dispersing Yifeng's attack with a single hand motion and swiftly countering with a pointed finger. Death ray. A violet beam surged towards Yifeng at breakneck speed. Instantly, Yifeng activated the Kaioken technique, enveloping himself in a crimson aura, transforming his palm into a fist. He forcefully struck the king's beam downwards. The reflected energy tore through the ground, leaving behind an unfathomable black hole. A thunderous noise echoed from below, causing the earth to tremble. What close call! Fighting such a monster leaves no room for complacency, Yifeng mused. I have exerted my utmost to control my power, yet I nearly injured you. However, it seems you have grown stronger, Yifeng. Are you still holding back? Frisia remarked nonchalantly. Just a little. I fear that if I provoke you too much, you might eliminate me in an instant, Yifeng replied. Not at all. Please. Attack me with all your might, Yifeng. Just don't lose your composure. Transforming into his Oozru form, Yifeng's strength and speed surged dramatically, and he became a blur. Dashing towards Frisia. Nanny? The king momentarily struggled to track Yifeng's movements. With a decisive blow, Yifeng landed a powerful punch on Frisia's left cheek, causing the latter to tilt his head to the right. Seizing the moment, Yifeng unleashed a flurry of punches, the Wolf Fang Fist, accompanied by the howling of wolves and the roar of apes, pelting Frisia relentlessly. Frisia, too, was ignited by the flames of battle. Do not underestimate me, the king declared, swinging his tail at Yifeng. In a swift motion, Yifeng embraced the tail, spun like a top, and hurled the king high into the air. Without delay, Yifeng rapidly maneuvered his hands, crossing them in aim at the king. Kamehameha. As the king regained his balance in midair, he sensed a tremendous force, along with waves of heat, rushing towards him. Immediately, he crossed his arms in a defensive stance. With a thunderous impact, the sky shook violently, and wisps of smoke erupted from the king's arms, beneath which burned a pair of furious eyes. You have angered me, the king bellowed, unleashing his full power, reaching the zenith of his 530,000 combat strength, and charged once more towards Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng's combat power had soared to an astounding 428,000. If he were to unleash his martial skills to their fullest, he could exert 1.5 times that strength, far beyond the capabilities of Frisia in his untransformed state. However, Yifeng harbored ulterior motives. He aimed to establish contact with Frisia before the latter could transform. He even contemplated unleashing his full power immediately afterward, testing whether he could obliterate the untransformed Frisia in an instant. Beep. System notification. For transformation-type beings like Frisia, each form requires individual contact to ascertain the maximum battle power, with the highest form being the baseline. This principle applies to Cell as well. Yifeng retorted, what? You despicable system. Why must everything be paid in full? Let me ask you something. The system, detecting the host's disrespect, chose to remain unperturbed. Humph. Regardless, if I can successfully establish contact, I will still gain 53,000. An impressive boost indeed. I must stabilize my position. With that, Yifeng found himself evenly matched against Frisia, the powerful gust from their exchange sending shockwaves through the ground, creating a cacophony reminiscent of meteoric collisions, causing the very heavens to tremble. The old ghost, Kuna, and Raditz, rushing to provide support, were caught in a state of astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. The thunderous sounds of their clash instilled a profound fear within them. Was this the true nature of a battle between combatants of several 100,000 power? Kuna, trembling yet resolute, gazed at Yifeng with deep concern. Yifeng, what kind of opponent are you facing? Am I still too weak? This is infuriating. The realization that Frisia, the invincible king of the universe, was being held at bay by someone was shocking. Raditz, astonished, observed that from his vantage point of 1,500, the king appeared invincible. Now, from a perspective of 25,000, he still seemed unbeatable. With a resounding crash, the two exchanged blows, each landing a strike to the other's face, their heads snapping back in unison. Yet with grit, they grimaced and forced their heads back into position, refusing to yield. Yifeng suddenly exerted his strength, gripping Frisia's hands tightly, initiating a contest of power. The new detection device emitted rapid beeping before it was obliterated. Yifeng, I never anticipated you could suppress my untransformed state. It seems I have underestimated you. Now, allow me to reveal my true strength. Frisia roared as he prepared to transform. Wait, there are less than 30 seconds left. Yifeng's heart raced as he exerted every ounce of his energy, forcing Frisia into submission before violently wrenching his hands away. You're courting death, Frisia sneered. Just then, the system notification chimed, and Yifeng was about to exclaim in excitement when a massive horn, charged with destructive energy, hurtled toward his abdomen at breakneck speed. Chapter 55, A Full Force Strike. Beep. Detection confirms that the host has successfully made contact with Frisia. Reward, 53,000 battle power points. The host's base battle power has now reached 160,000. With a mighty roar, Yifeng unleashed his full potential, swiftly dodging to the side. The bullhorn figure grazed past Yifeng, leaving behind a ghastly wound. Scarlet blood began to trickle from the shattered armor. Fortunately, the injury was not too deep. Assessing his physical state, Yifeng felt he could still continue the fight. Oh, Yifeng, you are truly remarkable. Just now, I genuinely wanted to pierce you through. The speaker was none other than King Frisia, who had transformed into an extraordinarily towering figure, muscles bulging with formidable strength. His battle power had escalated to a terrifying level of over 1 million, reaching a peak of 1.5 million. He regarded Yifeng with a mocking expression. How about it? Yifeng, do you wish to continue? It would be a pity not to play with me now that I have transformed. He then shifted his tone. However, in my current state, I might inadvertently kill you. At that moment, Kuna and Raditz knelt on the ground. If they could, they would have preferred never to have learned how to sense an opponent's aura. The instant Frisia transformed, an overwhelming terror engulfed them, as if they stood on the brink of an abyss, ready to be consumed. Impossible. How can he be this strong? We are utterly unqualified to partake in such a battle. My apologies, King Frisia. I truly underestimated you. Yifeng remained calm amidst the chaos. Although it seemed nearly impossible to overcome this first-tier Frisia with sheer strength, he was unwilling to concede. This was an exceptional opportunity for training. With this thought, Yifeng once again heightened his battle power to its zenith. Empowered by this surge, the tree-like bloodline within him was activated, swiftly forming a scab over the wound. How unfortunate. I'm also a monster. Yifeng smiled confidently and charged once more at Frisia. The bullhorn Frisia displayed his displeasure. Dumnunt. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of punches, landing dozens of blows on Yifeng. Despite all his enhancements and having reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, Yifeng was still no match for Frisia. Before long, Frisia began to toy with him. Is this your limit, Yifeng? At this moment, Yifeng's maximum battle power reached 960,000, barely matching Frisia's unexerted first tier. Yet, Frisia remained unfazed. It will be quite difficult for you to land a punch on me, Yifeng. Furious at the underestimation, Yifeng retaliated. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned 12 puppet clones. While the individual power of each clone was limited to no more than 10,000, concentrating their strength could allow them to reach up to a quarter of Yifeng's base power. What is this? Frisia exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the 13 Yifengs before him, momentarily caught off guard. Unable to sense their aura and, with his detector malfunctioning, his eyes confirmed that all 13 Yifengs were indeed real. Damn it, Frisia roared, charging at the Yifengs. With a single punch, he obliterated one Yifeng into dust, followed by a kick that turned another into mere particles. Frisia reveled in his triumph, laughing heartily. Yifeng, it seems your clones have significantly weakened your power. But in that moment of overconfidence, the real Yifeng, concealed among the throng, delivered a devastating punch to Frisia's face. Frisia, in pain, was sent flying backward. How many more tricks does the insufferable Yifeng possess? Super, large Kamehameha. Yifeng offered no respite to Frisia, as his previously ordinary Kamehameha surged to an astonishing 25 times his battle power. The explosive energy wave reached a staggering force of 1.6 million. Frisia, exerting all his strength, struggled to withstand it, but was ultimately engulfed by the onslaught. As the dust settled, one could see Frisia's cold, furious visage. Despite his maximum battle power of 1.5 million, his physical resilience was undeniably formidable. Is this your strongest technique, Yifeng? Frisia queried. Apologies, King Frisia. Yifeng replied with a smug grin. My techniques are boundless. The new Kamehameha barrage commenced. Bang, bang, bang. Though it resembled a mortar, Yifeng unleashed it with the ferocity of a Gatling gun. Each shot, boasting a battle power of 1.8 million, inflicted excruciating pain upon Frisia, who was now seething with rage. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by a flash of light, as a monstrous, alien-like figure materialized behind Yifeng. In this, it declared, delivering a casual knife-hand strike aimed at Yifeng's neck. Who? Power of the Spirit Tree. Frisia unleashed his second transformation, believing it would easily secure his victory. However, Yifeng caught Frisia's wrist with a single hand. I'm sorry, King Frisia, but my time is limited. He then unleashed a ki blast at point-blank range. As the smoke cleared, Frisia and Yifeng stood locked in a gaze. Let me witness your most powerful technique, Yifeng, Frisia urged. I shall also reveal to you my ultimate form. Yifeng remained non-committal, quietly gathering energy. Activating the power of the Spirit Tree, his combat strength surged to an astounding triple enhancement. The might of the legendary ape god now reached a terrifying 9.6 million. On Frisia's side, another dazzling light erupted, and amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged. The once towering and fearsome form had transformed into a diminutive being, clad in white with a purple bald head. Compared to the previous visage, this new appearance seemed far less imposing. Frisia, expressionless, surveyed the scene with an air of calm. The dimensional disparity rendered Yifeng momentarily oblivious to the king's terrifying presence. Yet he understood all too well that this was Frisia's ultimate form, the most oppressive cosmic emperor in the Dragon Ball universe. Now, let me discern the true gap between us, Frisia. With that, Yifeng unleashed his full power, disregarding all else, eager to ascertain the extent of his disparity with the king. A colossal energy beam surged forth, accompanied by the echoes of an enraged ape. Frisia, unflinching, met the incoming attack with a single hand, calmly deflecting it. As Yifeng unleashed a strike, he initially anticipated that the king would feel a modicum of pressure. However, he soon realized that for the king, it merely stirred up a cloud of dust. The vast disparity left Yifeng enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness, further intensifying his yearning for Frisia's power. He hastily raised his hands and knelt on the ground, conceding, I surrender. One must know when to yield. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by the unmistakable voice of Frisia approaching. Oh, what a delightful sparring session, Yifeng. I almost forgot this was merely a friendly match and not a battle to the death. Had you not reminded me at the last moment, your life would have been forfeit, and I would have lost a valuable soldier. Looking down, Yifeng noticed that Frisia's entire finger had plunged into his chest, a torrent of blood gushing from a wound. At that moment, his mind went blank, and he soon tasted blood in his mouth, losing consciousness. Chapter 56. Departure to planet Adralat. Yifeng was missing. Suddenly, he regained consciousness, finding himself submerged in the nutrient solution of a healing pod. The excruciating pain in his chest had lessened significantly, prompting a reflection on the might of extraterrestrial civilizations. Damn it, I've missed the chance to engage further with Frisia. Before long, Yifeng's injuries had healed, and he slowly opened his eyes, emerging from the treatment chamber. Raditz, Kuna, and Old Ghost had been waiting outside for quite some time. You've finally recovered. I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems I must diligently train as well. That finger of Frisia's was mere moments away from piercing her heart. Kuna, relieved to see Yifeng unscathed, felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Yifeng assessed his strength. Was he still at 160,000? It appeared he truly could not restrict himself like a Saiyan. Phew, I'm fortunate to be alive. I suppose fortune favors the brave. Yet, I'm still far from what I desire. Surviving is already a blessing. We were almost caught in the crossfire while observing your battle. I had no idea Frisia concealed such power. Truly, he is deserving of the title, Universal Emperor. Raditz declared with indignation, then continued. He instructed that once you recover, you are to depart for planet Adralat. This mission has been arranged for you, and upon its completion, he will promote you to his personal guard, elevating your status to second only to him within Frisia's army. The strategist seems to hold you in high regard. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one hope to seize the tiger's cub? Yifeng replied with a smile. Raditz, did you not also receive a promotion to the captain of the military district? Indeed, Frisia harbors a strong disdain for us Saiyans. I was quite taken aback by this turn of events. Could it be? Yifeng remained silent, merely nodding. I will not forget my stance and purpose. I shall undertake the mission to planet Adralat myself. You all should remain in the military district to enhance your strength. I wish to accompany you, Kuna protested. Unwilling to relent, Yifeng furrowed his brow, resolutely declining her request. The duration of this mission is not particularly long. I shall return within 2 to 3 months at most. The single-pilot spacecraft is swifter and more efficient. Do not squander your training time. You and Raditz should take this opportunity to further enhance your abilities, for I shall require your assistance. After much deliberation, he reluctantly acquiesced. The following day, the prepared Yifeng set forth alone. At last, he was bound for the enigmatic planet Adrat, where he must learn the art of instantaneous teleportation, as well as that elusive control over Spirito. Perhaps I could even devise more techniques. System, are you not aware of your own talents? Must I state the obvious so bluntly? At that moment, outside the planet Adrat, a magnetic storm was gradually coalescing, a natural phenomenon that occurred every 5 years, sometimes lasting for months on end. A month and a half later, Yifeng's spacecraft was progressing along its predetermined course, ever closer to Adrat, when suddenly, a powerful electromagnetic storm assailed the vessel. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. The spacecraft is entering a severe electromagnetic storm with imminent risk of forced landing. Please switch to manual mode immediately. Yifeng was startled. What? Manual mode? We are almost at Adrat. This is disastrous. I cannot pilot a spacecraft. I cannot survive in the cosmos. System, please, come forth and assist me. The system, equally alarmed, acknowledged that this was indeed a moment of life and death. If you force a landing, your chances of survival may increase. With a cacophony of noise, Yifeng vanished into the storm, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, within the military district, a signal from Captain Yifeng's spacecraft was detected, suddenly disappearing near Adrat. What has happened? Is there a problem? We do not know. Could it be that the captain made an emergency landing? Quickly, we must establish contact with Captain Yifeng. The military command began attempts to reach Yifeng, but received no response. This is dire. We must promptly report to Captain Raditz. Before long, Raditz arrived at the command center, his expression fraught with anxiety upon receiving the news. Continue to reach out to Captain Yifeng. Analyze the situation immediately. I must know what is transpiring. It is highly likely that the electromagnetic storm has caused Captain Yifeng to lose contact. 3 days later, Kuna and Old Ghost engaged in a mission on another planet. Received word from Raditz, leaving Kuna in shock. Kuna, do not panic. Our analysis suggests that Yifeng has likely gone missing. What? How can this be? Where did he lose contact? Kuna could scarcely believe it. Near the vicinity of Adrat. Subsequent scans indicate he likely encountered a powerful magnetic storm. There is a considerable chance he has successfully made a forced landing on Adrat. According to our technicians, his probability of survival remains high. We simply cannot contact him at the moment. Once the storm subsides, we shall make further attempts to reach him. Raditz continued to elaborate. I cannot wait any longer. Old Ghost, input the coordinates of Adrat's star immediately. We must seek Yifeng, as we can no longer afford a delay. Old Ghost nodded in agreement, for he had long been willing to sacrifice his life for Yifeng. However, your efforts now would be futile. The electromagnetic storm is expected to persist for an extended period. By the time you reach Adrat's star, landing will be impossible. Do not make a senseless sacrifice. Latai's admonition fell on deaf ears, and Kuna abruptly terminated the call. Old Ghost, how long until we arrive at Adrat's star? I'm afraid it will take a bit longer, approximately 2 months. Our vessel is rather large, and its speed is likely inadequate. Immediately switch to a single-person ship. It will be just the 2 of us. The others will remain behind. Kuna was resolute. assigning command of the mission to a Saiyan and Xiao Kuei while preparing to rescue Yifeng alongside Old Ghost. A Saiyan had wished to accompany them, but given the team's overall combat strength was insufficient, he needed to stay behind and oversee operations. Thus, 2 months later, Kuna and Old Ghost's ship arrived near Raditz, still shrouded in a massive electromagnetic storm. Having anticipated the storm's presence, they did not approach recklessly. However, after surveying the periphery, they found no suitable landing spots. What should they do? They could not afford to wait any longer and resolved to make an emergency landing. Before the descent, Kuna asked Old Ghost, "Do you regret this decision?" Old Ghost merely smiled softly. "If death is the price, so be it. For that esteemed individual, I have no regrets." With that, the two ships, beset by electromagnetic interference, plunged rapidly toward Raditz. Over a month later, Naba, who had been in stasis aboard the ship, suddenly opened his eyes. "Your Highness, we shall reach Earth in 10 days. Vegeta also stirred slightly. 10 days? What is there to be anxious about? Not that, Your Highness. It appears there is another ship behind us, moving slightly faster. Although it is still at a distance, it may land on Earth before us," Naba explained. Who could it be? Is it the Frisia Force? The scene shifted to Raditz, where a familiar figure long unseen finally emerged. Yifeng, now clad in hydration attire, was aboard an hydration ship, racing toward Earth. Oh no, I forgot to inform Bulma about the Saiyan invasion of Earth in advance. Chapter 57, Spalito, Force Separation. It turned out that Yifeng had no other choice that day but to initiate an emergency landing. Amidst intense turbulence, the ship he piloted was engulfed by the storm, all electronic instruments failing as it plummeted toward Raditz. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness caused Yifeng to roll his eyes, exclaiming, "Damn it, I get motion sickness." System, with a combat power of 160,000, you should be ashamed. With a resounding crash, the spaceship was shattered under the immense gravitational acceleration, while Yifeng tumbled, clutching his head and groaning in agony. In his final moments, he summoned all his strength to activate both the ape transformation and the King's fist, minimizing his injuries. The tremendous noise attracted a gathering of hydration onlookers, who watched as Yifeng approached them cautiously, all on high alert. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "Do not misunderstand me. I come merely to visit. I wish to meet your elder, Pabala." At that moment, a group of small green beings emerged from the crowd. "Who are you? Why have you come to our hydration planet?" Yifeng leaned in and replied, "I am a peace-loving earthling, here to learn from your world." He then whispered, "Though it seems you are but one individual." Upon being exposed, the small green being instantly reverted to human form, astonished. "How did you know?" Yifeng feigned mystery. "You shall have to wait until I meet your elder to find out." After meeting the elder, Pabala sensed no hostility from Yifeng and welcomed him warmly. The two engaged in delightful conversation, during which Pabala began to instruct Yifeng in the mastery of Qi, particularly the control over Spirito. Although Yifeng's combat talent was somewhat hampered by his physical limitations, his high level of comprehension allowed him to grasp the concepts swiftly. He then inquired about the electromagnetic storms outside the planet. Pabala shared all he knew about these storms, explaining that they occurred every few years, lasting anywhere from a mere 10 days to as long as 6 months. Once a storm commenced, communication with the outside world became impossible. Furthermore, observation suggested that this storm might not dissipate anytime soon. What? Am I to be lost? This is dreadful. Kuna and the others will surely be frantic. What shall I do? Amidst the panic, Yifeng reluctantly accepted the reality of the situation. He resolved to use this time to diligently learn techniques such as instant transmission. Yet a lingering unease gnawed at him, as if he had overlooked something important. Oh no, I forgot to inform Bulma about the Saiyan invasion. With less than 4 months until their arrival on Earth, this is disastrous. That old cat has truly gone too far, providing them with such a formidable spaceship. Yet, Yifeng found himself powerless to act, praying that the storm would pass swiftly. After several days of training, Yifeng's combat abilities grew slowly, but his mastery of Qi became exceptionally refined. His explosive power in battle was enhanced, allowing for greater efficiency in conserving his stamina. Even the long silent system could not help but comment, "You surprised me. I thought you would be a martial arts simpleton, yet your comprehension is quite impressive." "Indeed, Master Wutian has always praised my potential," Yifeng replied. Just then, Pabala, passing by, noticed something unusual. "Yifeng, your body is quite fascinating. It seems to host another soul." "Yifeng, system, can this blue creature perceive me? How could you possibly be unaware? Allow me to assist you." Ah, wait a moment. Before Yifeng could respond, Pabala had already flashed to the forefront. Spirito forcibly separated them. With a sound akin to the popping of a whiskey bottle, a slender, dark figure emerged from Yifeng's body. Indeed, it possessed an unseemly appearance, with distinct demonic horns adorning its head. "You are the system?" Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. "What? Surprised to see my handsome visage for the first time?" The system boasted with an air of arrogance. Truly, as an Adratrian, such extraordinary abilities elicit admiration even from the system itself. Pabala, too, was taken aback by this newly emerged entity. "With such a form, you cannot be a demon, can you?" Yifeng remarked disdainfully. "Ah, you're indeed correct. In a world where there are gods, there must also be demons. And I am one of the nightmares of the demon clan. I traverse various parallel dimensions in search of a host. As for the reason behind this endeavor, it has been so long that I can scarcely recall. Perhaps I merely wish to consume your brain," the system elucidated. "Are you suggesting that my world is merely one of these parallel realms?" "That is approximately correct. The characters I can inhabit are countless and varied, always capable of transporting their souls to this world. However, do not harbor illusions of returning. My abilities are exceedingly unreliable and random. Thus, I cannot trace your origins." It continued. "Truly an invincible garbage system," Yifeng muttered, then turned to Pabala. "Does this mean we are to be completely separated from now on?" Pabala nodded. "Yes, theoretically speaking, that is the case." "Oh no, without the system, I'd be unable to grow stronger?" Yifeng panicked. "What are you afraid of?" He mentioned it is merely theoretical. "Close your eyes," the system urged. Yifeng complied immediately, and soon the system appeared within his mind. "See, many of the established rules of this world hold no sway over us demonkind," the system declared triumphantly. "You certainly harbor many secrets," Yifeng thought, suspecting that this troublesome system might one day betray him. Yet, he lacked the energy to ponder such matters at present. His priority was to find a way out and communicate his survival. He also needed to inform Bulma about the Saiyans, and the thought of Kuno weighed heavily on his mind. Being together was daunting. After such a long separation, I find myself missing her, Yifeng muttered to himself. "What are you contemplating?" The system startled Yifeng, who was taken aback, fearing his innermost thoughts might be exposed. Anger surged within him. "Perhaps I should have Elder Pabala permanently sever your connection to my body. Such a temper. Could it be that you're longing for a woman?" The system quipped, adding, "Continue this insolence, and I'll sell your and Kuna's story." Thus, Yifeng dedicated further time to his training, gradually mastering the technique of teleportation, albeit still lacking proficiency and relying on an uncertain probability. "This marks my first opportunity to independently acquire skill." At this moment, Yifeng sensed two familiar auras approaching the planet, albeit from a distance, hindered by the electromagnetic storm. They were circling the planet, yet he remained uncertain of their identities. It seemed to be Kuna and the old ghost. Had he truly been here for nearly 4 months? They must be frantic, but he had no means to contact them. Alas, he could only wait until the storm subsided. Suddenly, their auras drew nearer. This was alarming. They were making an emergency landing, and given their combat prowess, they might very well perish. Yifeng exclaimed in distress. At that instant, Elder Pabala loudly urged him to utilize instant teleportation. However, Yifeng replied anxiously that he was still not proficient enough. "There is no time left. Trust yourself. I will save the one with the weaker aura. You rescue the other." With that, he executed instant teleportation and vanished from his position. Yifeng concentrated intently to sense Kuna's aura. As Pabala appeared alongside the old ghost, he too vanished from sight, teleporting directly to the surface with Kuna. Kuna looked at Yifeng in astonishment. "What is happening? Am I dead?" Yifeng instantly delivered a punch. "You are very much alive." With a resounding crash, the ship carrying Kuna and the old ghost shattered upon impact, leaving those nearby shaken. Seeing Yifeng unharmed and himself and the old ghost safely on the ground, Kuna was overwhelmed with joy. "Yifeng, I have so much to tell you. I finally found you." With that, they embraced tightly. Chapter 58, Journey to Earth. After their long-awaited reunion, Yifeng and Kuna naturally shared their innermost thoughts. However, after their tender exchange, they needed to devise a means of departure. Yet the electromagnetic storm showed no signs of abating. Yifeng was deeply moved by Kuna and the old ghost's fearless determination to find him, while simultaneously scolding them for their recklessness. Worrying proved futile. They had no choice but to continue their training on Adratstar. A month later, Yifeng finally mastered instant teleportation, and the magnetic storm began to wane. Kuna, under Yifeng's guidance, made significant progress, and with Elder Pabala's instruction in spirito control, her combat strength had remarkably transformed, increasing by approximately 10,000 to a total of 28,000. Yifeng, too, benefited, gaining a boost of 1,000 in power. Upon mastering spirito, Yifeng's training speed greatly accelerated. Over the course of the month, alongside his own training and contributions from several formidable Adrat beings, his foundational combat strength surged to 180,000. It is worth noting that the Adrat people possess unique insights into the manipulation of energy. Even the nearly stagnant old ghost experienced a boost of 2,000 in combat strength, contributing slightly to Yifeng's advancement. Yifeng began discussing plans for their departure from Adrat Star with Pabala, who prepared a spacecraft developed by their planet, capable of reaching Earth in just a month and a half. Yifeng was elated. Arriving even a little earlier would be a boon. Once all preparations were in place, at last, a day arrived when the electromagnetic storm had largely subsided, and the residual effects were considerably diminished. Yifeng, unable to contain his excitement, soared into the sky, gathering energy in his hands and unleashing a colossal Kamehameha towards the heavens, thus carving out a relatively safe path. The three of them hastily set off. Bulma, listen to me. Bulma, who had not received a call from Yifeng in quite some time, was taken aback. Why haven't you called me? Have you forgotten your friends back on Earth while frolicking in the cosmos? Wait, Bulma, you must listen. The Saiyans are about to attack Earth. It could happen any day now, Yifeng exclaimed urgently. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? Bulma shouted in alarm, followed by a flurry of concerned inquiries. Yifeng, feeling obliged, listened quietly, too intimidated to interject. Once Bulma had vented her frustrations, he cautiously attempted to explain. I thought we still had time, so I didn't mention it earlier. Actually, I forgot. By the time I realized it was urgent, I had been stranded on a planet for several months. Bulma's expression shifted between shades of anger and disbelief. Yifeng's unreliability was unacceptable, especially when the safety of Earth was at stake. What about Goku's training? There are two Saiyans this time. Goku, along with Piccolo, and perhaps Gohan can handle it? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Bulma began to sigh heavily. Goku has gradually adapted to the 40-fold training regimen. His battle power should now be around 30,000. I dismantled Raditz Scouter for research and built an upgraded version. As for Piccolo, he has made slow progress since surpassing 10,000 battle power. Just a few days ago, he took the spaceship bubbles gave him to Namek. Yifeng, who had initially felt secure, suddenly grew anxious. What about Gohan? And the others? They're all working hard. Currently, Gohan is the strongest, but he is still a child and highly unpredictable. The rest have been training in the gravity room, with battle powers varying between 2 to 5,000. Tien is the strongest among them, followed by Krillin and Yamcha. Even Yajirobe is putting in the effort, though Kaiatsu has fallen a bit behind. That's all right. He was never particularly suited for combat. You all must hold your ground. I will think of something. We are racing back to Earth as fast as we can. After hearing Yifeng's words, Bulma retorted sharply a few times before beginning her preparations, determined to ascertain the Science landing site before their arrival. What to do? What to do? Yifeng pondered. Given Vegeta's recent injuries, he likely matched Goku in strength. Originally, with Piccolo's help, they could have easily subdued Vegeta and Nappa. But now that the caretaker had abandoned them to return home, relying on Gohan seemed uncertain. It appeared necessary to pull some strings. Hello, Raditz? It's me, military strategist. You're alive, Raditz exclaimed with excitement. Upon detecting the diminishing magnetic storm, he promptly dispatched an exploration team, which would arrive at Yardrat in a couple of days. Kuna and the old ghost have also gone missing due to the electromagnetic storm. I dare not act recklessly. The advance team I dispatched should have arrived by now. Raditz feels a tinge of regret. They are all with me. You may allow the advance team to return if they have arrived, but do not harm the Yardratans. They have been of immense assistance to me and are our allies. Indeed. Furthermore, I regret not informing Goku and the others in advance about the Scion's assault on Earth. Now that the green-faced fellow has returned home, his combat power seems somewhat mismatched. Hurry and call Naba to let him ease the pressure on me. Damn it. The main characters are dead. We must resort to using the Dragon Balls. What if the bald one is killed? That would be disastrous. Raditz appears quite troubled. Raditz, do you desire a wife? Speaking of this, I find myself less drowsy. Raditz recalls the enticing promises made by Yifeng and promptly agrees, as Yifeng had also painted a picture for the bald one, promising him beauty and fine wine. Engaging in conflict is meaningless. Fostering good relations could grant him the opportunity to use the Dragon Balls for wishes. Shortly thereafter, Naba receives a call from Raditz. At that moment, He is holding his breath, striving to achieve his optimal state. Suddenly hearing the conditions Raditz presents, he finds himself in a quandary, seemingly struggling to make a decision. What's going on, Naba? What is Raditz discussing with you? Ah, it's nothing, Prince Vegeta. We are almost there. By the way, Your Highness, that mysterious spaceship is drawing nearer to us. Do not concern yourself with it. Our immediate matters must be resolved first. If they dare to interfere, they shall be dealt with as well, Vegeta states with formidable confidence, believing that the Dragon Balls of Earth are destined to be his. Days later, Bulma anxiously exclaims to Yifeng, there are 2 waves of spaceships approaching. Aside from detecting the Saiyan vessel, I have also identified another mysterious ship that will land on Earth almost simultaneously, and their landing sites are completely different. What? Yifeng is taken aback. Could there be others after the Dragon Balls? Who could it possibly be? Chapter 59, The Earth Defense Battle. They're here, Tian Shinhan says to Yamcha. Unexpectedly, we are the first to encounter them. After Bulma relays this news to the warriors, they decide to split into 2 groups. Tian Shinhan, Yamcha, and Chaos will confront the occupants of the mysterious spaceship, while Goku, Gohan, and Krillin will face the Saiyans together. A massive, battle-scarred spaceship thunders down to Earth. As the hatch opens, 2 warriors clad in Frisia's military battlesuits emerge. One appears to be a half-cybernetic alien, while the other is missing an arm and looks severely injured. He cannot help but complain. All resources were allocated to Dorius. At that moment, a dark-skinned warrior stumbles out, looking gravely wounded, despite the extensive resources utilized. He has barely managed to cling to life. Goku! Yamcha exclaims in surprise. You? What are you doing here? Did you not go to stop the Saiyans? How did you end up injured? He then approached them. Dales and his subordinates were equally astonished. At that moment, Tien shouted, quick dodge. Yamcha's energy isn't from Goku. Indeed, what awaited him was a powerful energy wave. Had it not been for Tien's warning, Yamcha would have surely perished on the spot. Kakao wore a sinister grin as he observed Yamcha. Dales, eager to resolve matters swiftly, wished to avoid any complications. Meanwhile, Doeyes, missing an arm and bearing injuries, possessed less than half his former combat strength. Dales, also gravely wounded, had almost no fighting capability left. A single blow from Yifeng's ape god had nearly taken his life. Were it not for the Saiyans' tenacious vitality, he would not be standing on Earth now. The only one truly capable of fighting was Kakao, who was exerting all his strength. Interesting, he remarked, noticing that the 3-eyed fighter had a combat power of 5,500, while the long-haired one boasted 4,800, with the only child having a comparatively low power of merely 2,200. Kakao scoffed. Hey eyes, you cripple, taking on that long-haired one should be no problem, right? Once I deal with these 2, I'll come to assist you. With that, Kakao let out a loud laugh. Doeyes, feeling disgruntled, thought to himself, just wait until I recover. Let's see how brazen you remain then. The scene shifted to Goku, as Krillin shouted, Goku, Yamcha and the others have already begun fighting. Their opponents don't seem weak. Should we provide support? Goku's physique appeared significantly more robust than before, suggesting he had dedicated considerable time to training over the past few months. Just as he was about to respond, the sound of breaking air resonated. 2 spherical spaceships streaked across the sky, hurtling toward the ground at incredible speed. Here they come, Goku observed as the trajectory of the spaceships pointed directly toward the bustling metropolis. Hold on, Krillin. Let's first deal with the Saiyans in front of us. With a resounding boom, 2 deep craters erupted, revealing 2 figures, one tall and one short, who were none other than Vegeta and Nappa. Wow, this place is quite prosperous. Let me give him a proper greeting, Nappa declared, raising his hand to unleash a devastating attack. Suddenly, he recalled the grand vision Raditz had painted for him, and he halted his action. Internally, he pondered, wait a minute, I'd already thought this through before coming. Why do I still feel compelled to recite that line upon landing? What are you doing, Nappa? Luckily, you didn't unleash your attack. What if you destroyed the Dragon Balls? Vegeta scolded loudly. My apologies, Prince, Nappa replied. It seems you finally thought things through. Vegeta did not reproach him further. Just then, Goku, Gohan, and Krillin arrived on the scene. You must be the 2 Saiyans that Raditz spoke of, Goku inquired coldly. Vegeta, having witnessed the unfolding scene, was taken aback, especially upon hearing the mention of Raditz by the long-haired figure. It seems that scoundrel Raditz has betrayed me. Not only is this place intact, but his brother appears to be thriving as well. You must be his brother, Kakarot. A few days ago, Nappa had just learned the truth, but he dared not reveal it to the prince and could only join in cursing Raditz. I'm not the Saiyan Kakarot. I'm the Earthling son Goku. How could a mere low-level Saiyan warrior dare to speak to His Highness the Prince? Naba exclaimed in fury. Let me see your battle power. Beeping sounds fill the air. A battle power of only 5,000? Ha. Truly fitting for Raditz, that useless brother. Allow me to deal with him for you, Prince Vegeta. Though he spoke thus, a sigh escaped his heart. It seemed our Saiyan potential had indeed not been properly harnessed. Had it been in the past, he might not have been this trash's opponent. But now, Vegeta remained non-committal, merely snorting coldly and standing proudly. With a thunderous roar, the bald Naba elevated his battle power to its peak, reaching 12,000. In a flash, he charged towards Goku, shouting Dai Kakarot. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before Naba. He thought it was merely his vision playing tricks, but Kakarot had vanished. By the time he realized, Goku's fist was already upon him, and with a casual strike, he sent the bald warrior flying, crashing into a distant building and demolishing it. Damn it, did I still affect the innocent? Goku exclaimed. Hey, that little Saiyan, how about you come with me to a place where we can unleash our full powers? It's too crowded here, Goku said excitedly. Vegeta's face flushed with rage. The audacity of this lowly warrior to comment on his height. Did he think his hairstyle grew out of nothing? You insolent low-level warrior, how dare you point fingers at a prince? I'm Vegeta, the one who will end your life. Goku remained silent, making a provocative gesture before soaring into the distance. Vegeta snorted, following closely behind. Meanwhile, Gohan turned to Krillin, asking, Uncle Krillin, should we go lend support? Krillin sensed the energy around them and realized that Tien and Yamcha were already embroiled in a fierce battle. We should assist Tien and the others. Their opponent seemed formidable, he replied. Suddenly, a tremendous crash erupted from the ruins as stones and debris were scattered by shockwave. A bald warrior slowly emerged from the rubble. Did you think I was non-existent? He sneered, turning his gaze to Gohan. You must be Kakarot's son, Raditz's cheap nephew, right? Come, let Naba the Great entertain you. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta had arrived at a desolate wasteland. Goku gently descended to the ground, while Vegeta perched himself on a higher vantage point, looking down upon Goku. The two warriors, entwined in destiny for half a lifetime, were now poised for their fateful confrontation. Chapter 60. The Battlefield of Three Parties. Vegeta, high above, scrutinized Goku. Merely a low-level warrior. I will make you aware of the vast gap in our levels. Goku, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, We shall only know after we fight. Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans, began to unleash a tremendous surge of power. Observing the escalating battle power on his scouter, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction as it finally stabilized at 30,000. Kakarot, although you can alter your battle power through combat, let's see your true strength. Sensing Vegeta's overwhelming energy, Goku was equally exhilarated. It appeared he had finally found a worthy adversary. With that, Goku also began to unleash his own energy, causing the air temperature around him to surge dramatically. The scouter beeped incessantly, registering battle powers of 26,000, 27,000, 28,000. Impossible. That rascal Kakarot also possessed a battle power of 30,000. How infuriating. Vegeta was consumed by rage. How could a mere low-class warrior match the might of a Saiyan prince? This was an unforgivable humiliation. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the stone beneath his feet and launched himself toward Goku like an arrow released from a bow. Come at me. Goku, unable to contain his excitement, had been honing his physique in the gravity chamber for months. Gohan and Piccolo no longer satisfied him. He was eager for a formidable opponent. The thrill of combat was palpable. In a flurry of strikes, the two warriors clashed in rapid succession, the sound of their fists connecting resonating through the air. They momentarily stepped back, assuming combat stances, eyes locked on one another. Goku thought to himself, this guy is indeed the real deal. Vegeta mused, how can this fool's body be so resilient? Without the aid of techniques like the Kaioken, Goku had devoted himself to enhancing his physical form, and his formidable physique left the prince feeling humbled. Each punch landed on Vegeta felt like striking a solid wall. With a fierce shout, Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy towards Goku, the ensuing dust cloud obscuring Goku's vision. I have him now, Vegeta thought, sensing Goku was within reach. Yet, to his astonishment, he struck only Goku's afterimage. Before the look of disbelief could fade from Vegeta's face, Goku's hand strike came from an unexpected angle. Missed again? Another mere afterimage? Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Goku's trickery. Goku, momentarily caught off guard, faced the onslaught of the enraged prince once more. The two resumed their fierce exchange. the sounds of their blows echoing around them. In a simultaneous strike, Vegeta's left fist and Goku's right collided, both warriors sustaining minor injuries as blood trickled from their lips. Neither was willing to concede, and they both prepared to charge at one another with headbutts. With a resounding crash, their foreheads met, producing a sound akin to ripe watermelons bursting. They quickly distanced themselves, exchanging confident smiles while wiping the blood from their mouths. However, in the next moment, both clutched their heads in pain. Ah, that Kakarote's head is as hard as a rock. Goku winced, tears welling in his eyes from the pain. That accursed Saiyan must have a pointed head. The two warriors then feigned indifference, glaring fiercely at one another, each determined to dominate the other. I never imagined that you, a lowly warrior, possessed such abilities, Vegeta remarked coldly. Goku, in response, assumed a fighting stance, acknowledging the sentiment. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan were fiercely engaged in battle with Nappa. You wretched brat. To think that at such a tender age, your combat power has reached a remarkable 10,000. Your potential is truly frightening. In comparison, that bald-headed fool pales in insignificance. At this moment, Gohan, under the dual guidance of his biological father Piccolo and his adoptive father Goku, exhibited rapid progress. The hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling indeed possessed extraordinary talent. Krillin, equally incensed, retorted, "Aren't you bald yourself?" He found himself evenly matched with Yamcha, even slightly surpassing him, having reached a power level of 5,000. The gravity chamber's impact on the warriors was undeniably apparent. The combined efforts of the two applied considerable pressure on Nappa, prompting him to adopt a strategy of taking them on individually. He successfully pushed Gohan back and delivered a vicious elbow strike to Krillin's bald head, the force of which sent blood splattering. Having landed a hit, Nappa showed no signs of relent. He unleashed a flurry of punches that nearly left Krillin unconscious. "Uncle Krillin!" Gohan cried out in desperation, unleashing his latent potential and accelerating to the front of Nappa. "Get away!" He executed a powerful kick that sent the towering figure flying. "Uncle Krillin, are you all right?" Krillin, mustering his strength, wiped the blood from his mouth and forehead. "I'm fine. Just let me rest a moment. I can still fight." "What a wretched little brat." Nappa's voice echoed from a distance as he rubbed his cheek where he had been kicked, spitting out blood furiously. "To think you could injure me. It seems this wild child cannot remain in this world any longer." With that, Nappa began to unleash his full power. His aura surged, radiating a familiar electric energy that steadily escalated, ultimately boosting his combat power to 16,000. "Die, you little brat." He charged at Gohan, who initially held his ground fueled by rage, trading blows with Nappa. However, as his emotions stabilized, his fighting prowess began to wane. "It appears you are nearing your limit. My dear nephew, perish," Nappa declared, unleashing a key sphere slash. From a distance, Krillin took a moment to recover his strength before unleashing his own key sphere slash. Nappa, now acutely focused, executed an extreme evasion, but the key sphere still grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep gash and slicing a chunk off a distant mountain peak. "Curse be this luck," Nappa thought, reflecting on how, had he underestimated the attack, he might have been cleaved in two. "You are indeed dangerous, little bald head," Nappa sneered, his gaze fixated on Krillin. "I have decided to change the order of my kills. I will take you down first." With that, he surged forward, his massive form darting to Krillin's side. "Die, you little bald head." In that moment, Krillin felt a wave of terror wash over him, while Gohan shouted frantically, "Uncle Krillin." The scene shifts to Yamcha, who is now battered and bloodied, the ground beneath him stained with the remnants of a fierce battle. His opponent, Deus, lies motionless on the ground, seemingly devoid of any signs of life. The detestable alien scoundrel had unleashed an energy blast. Yamcha, channeling his energy with one hand, conjured a violet orb, which he propelled skyward with a flick of his fingers. In an instant, he directed the orb downward, launching it with great velocity. "D!" he exclaimed. A tremendous explosion erupted as Deus was forcefully driven into the earth, beyond any hope of revival. Exhausted from the effort, Yamcha gradually sank to the ground. Meanwhile, Ten and Kaiatsu, having suffered greatly, warned him urgently of the dire situation. "Yamcha!" Tien called out. Bewildered, Yamcha turned to see an enormous wave of energy surging toward him. Chapter 61. The Intense Battle of the Empty Shell. Yifeng, in a state of urgency, raced toward Earth as Bulma's phone call connected once more. The battle had commenced, and circumstances had shifted. The unknown assailant from the descending spacecraft possessed formidable strength. Tien and Yamcha were embroiled in a desperate struggle. while Krillin and Gohan confronted a Saiyan warrior, and Goku faced the mightiest opponent. Can you make it in time? Yifeng asked. I do have a secret technique, but the distance is too great. I can't sense their energy. The spacecraft won't reach Earth for at least another month. For now, we must rely on Goku, he lamented. Yifeng felt helpless, having assumed that Goku and Piccolo could handle Vegeta and Nappa. Yet, to his surprise, Caretaker Piccolo had returned to his homeland. The remaining warriors were holding their ground, but who was this mysterious force that had emerged? You're truly unreliable, Yifeng remarked, and Bulma echoed his sentiment with a few complaints, though there was little they could do. We'll have to proceed as is. I will keep in touch, she concluded. All right, Yifeng replied obediently. The scene then shifts to Goku and Vegeta, where their second round of combat commenced. After testing each other's strength, both acknowledged their prowess and resolved to showcase their abilities. Vegeta gathered energy with both hands, the veins in his arms bulging, and the blood vessels on his forehead pulsating like a dragon. You wish to clash with me? I welcome it. Goku also concentrated his energy, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression tightened as he charged at Goku, vanishing into thin air. This is bad. It's a feint. Goku realized too late as Vegeta reappeared behind him. Quickly, Goku retracted his Kamehameha stance, crossing his arms in defense against the impending attack. With a smile, Vegeta unleashed his assault. A massive wave of energy erupted from his palms, engulfing Goku in an instant. Goku cried out in agony as his martial arts uniform disintegrated from the force. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta pressed his advantage, delivering a powerful punch fueled by rage directly into Goku's abdomen. You damned low-class warrior. Just standing before me is a crime, he proclaimed, his fury unabated. In an instant, a flurry of fists rained down upon Goku, who cried out in agony. It must be said that Goku's physique was remarkably resilient. After enduring rigorous training in the gravity chamber, his body had become even more formidable. He withstood a barrage of punches from the prince without sustaining severe injuries. Suddenly, Goku seized Vegeta's arms with both hands, and the two began to struggle, veins bulging on their foreheads, their faces flushed with exertion as energy surged around them, causing the earth to crack and sink beneath their feet. Vegeta, sensing Goku's strength, was overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. How could this lowly warrior possess such incredible power? In an instant, rage consumed him, unleashing an unparalleled ferocity. Goku had initially gained the upper hand, but unexpectedly, Vegeta summoned his strength, gradually pushing Goku's arms back. How infuriating! How can this little man possess such power? As Vegeta looked down at Goku with a smug expression, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision as Goku, disregarding the rules of combat, delivered a powerful headbutt. The impact struck Vegeta's face, eliciting a sharp pain that coursed through him, causing him to cry out in distress, internally cursing his misfortune. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Goku smirked and delivered a devastating elbow strike to Vegeta's abdomen, followed by another blow to his nose, causing the prince to weep with pain, tears and snot spilling forth. Without giving Vegeta a moment to recover, Goku executed a flying kick, sending the prince soaring into the air. Goku swiftly accelerated and positioned himself behind Vegeta, bringing down both fists with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as a deep crater formed in the ground. Not allowing Vegeta a moment's respite, Goku began to gather energy for the Kamehameha wave. The blue beam surged forth like a divine punishment, crashing down upon the earth. With a thunderous roar, the small crater expanded dramatically, becoming an unfathomable chasm. Goku landed beside the pit, peering in. Surely this level of damage won't be enough to finish you off, will it? After a moment, the sound of shifting rubble emerged, and a figure slowly ascended from the depths. It was Vegeta, his armor battered and torn, dusting himself off as he fixed an emotionless gaze upon Goku. Humph, he grunted, veins prominently visible on his forehead, clearly harboring murderous intent. Your body is indeed resilient, Vegeta, Goku remarked, rubbing his nose and excitedly continuing. Let the next round commence. At that moment, Goku suddenly sensed something amiss, his expression shifting to one of dread. Yamcha's energy has vanished? He glanced toward Yamcha and Tien's direction. This is bad. Tien and Kairatsu are in trouble. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Goku's desire to continue the fight dissipated, and he turned to ascend into the sky. Suddenly, his ankle was grasped tightly, and he was violently slammed to the ground. Looking up, Goku was met with the furious face of Vegeta. Kakarot, how dare you underestimate me? Until we determine the victor, you shall not leave. Goku gazed at the furious Vegeta, an involuntary smile of excitement creeping upon his lips. He thought to himself, "Forgive me, Yamcha, everyone. I must first defeat him to assist you. If need be, I shall use the Dragon Balls to bring you back." Meanwhile, the small bald figure on the ground sensed that Yamcha's energy had seemingly vanished. Struck heavily by Nappa, he had lost the ability to move. He observed Gohan and Nappa locked in fierce combat, with Gohan also nearing his limits. "Damn it, Goku, have you not resolved your battle with that Vegeta yet? Gohan, muster your spirit. Your Uncle Yamcha may be in grave peril." Hearing Krillin's words, Gohan, already at a disadvantage, became even more unsettled. He was still a child, having never faced the concept of death directly. His fierce spirit and anger had propelled him in his struggle against Nappa, but as time wore on, his stamina began to wane, while Nappa grew increasingly relentless. Just moments ago, he had exerted every ounce of strength to save Uncle Krillin. Otherwise, Krillin would have perished before his very eyes. Now, upon hearing the news of Uncle Yamcha's potential demise, Gohan's composure shattered. With a resounding thud, Nappa delivered a brutal knee strike to Gohan's abdomen, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness, his eyes rolling back. Nappa then seized Gohan's head, squeezing it with a bone-crunching grip. "Ah!" Gohan screamed in agony, and Nappa sneered, "This ends now, you little brat." Krillin, helpless on the ground, could only seethe in impotent rage. The scene shifted back to Tien and Kairatsu, where Yamcha had indeed not escaped unscathed. The blow had come too swiftly and forcefully, engulfing him entirely. Following a tremendous explosion, Yamcha lay in the crater, a testament to his classic heroic moment. "Ha ha ha, Kakarot, your laughter is unrestrained. One down, and now it's your turn," he bellowed. At that moment, Tien, consumed by fury, felt his body pulsating with an intense crimson energy, clearly pushing his ki to its limits. He cast a resolute glance at Kairatsu and declared, "Next, it shall be a battle to the death between him and us." Chapter 62. Great Ape Transformation. Krillin? Gohan? Sensing their energies gradually diminishing, Goku's heart raced with urgency. "Get away!" he cried. Goku's energy surged dramatically. Vegeta's obstruction had ignited a furious rage within him, propelling him toward Vegeta. Vegeta, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, watched as Goku charged. "Kakarot, has the instinct of Saiyan awakened within you? Silence! Dodge!" The two clashed, fists colliding with a force that sent blood splattering. "Ha ha ha! You wish to kill me, don't you? Kakarot, you are a true Saiyan. This is our warrior's instinct." Vegeta laughed with exhilaration, then continued with a fierce glare. "The facade of hypocrisy exhibited by the son, Wukong, on this earth nauseates me. Yet you seem to revel in the thrill of combat, Kakarot." "Silence! Silence! Silence!" Goku's mind is momentarily distracted. What is happening? My dearest friends, Yamcha, Krillin, and Gohan, even my son, are embroiled in grave peril. Yet I find myself exhilarated in this battle, trembling with excitement at having found an equally matched opponent. Why? Is it truly because I am a Saiyan? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Vegeta's fist struck Goku's cheek with tremendous force. "How does it feel, Kakarot? Speak. You wish to kill me. Admit it. This is the essence of your Saiyan blood." Goku's head was forced to the side by the impact, his fist embedded in his face. Yet his eyes, wide with fury, gleamed with a lack of pupils as he defiantly pushed Vegeta's fist away with his face. "I will kill you." A tremendous surge of energy blasted Vegeta away. The overwhelming aura instilled a tinge of fear in Vegeta. What? Kakarot's battle power has exceeded 440,000. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's brow as he realized the power was still escalating. Infuriated, he crushed the scouter in his hand. "Impossible! Impossible!" And there stood Goku, his form looming before him, one hand grasping Vegeta's head. "Are you ready to face my wrath, Vegeta? Release me, you filthy lower-class warrior." Vegeta pushed fiercely against Goku's arm, yet in his frenzied state, Goku's arm remained immovable, as if forged from steel. Turned to cosmic dust, Vegeta, with a flurry of strikes. Goku unleashed a torrential barrage of punches upon Vegeta. Vegeta, ignited with fury, retaliated passionately, yet in this moment his strength was clearly inferior. Despite his high spirits, his body began to falter under the relentless assault, soon becoming a canvas of bruises. Meanwhile, the bald-headed warrior sat beside Krillin and Gohan. Both collapsed in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. It appears that Prince Vegeta has encountered some difficulties, This battle is drawing to a close. Should I offer my assistance? After a moment of contemplation, Nappa remained stationary. Interfering in the prince's battle could lead to his own demise. At this time, Tien and Kaiotsu were battered and bruised, while Kakarot faced them, panting heavily. Kaiotsu, Goku's energy has shifted. He has grown stronger. Soon, he will eliminate that Saiyan and come to our aid. Hold on, Kaiotsu. Tien still retained some vitality, but Kaiotsu could barely endure, retreating to a safer distance to lend his meager psychic support to Tien. Returning to Vegeta, he was now teetering on the brink of consciousness, relying solely on his resilience to remain aware. Goku, too, was beginning to tire, his energy waning. The two warriors found themselves gradually returning to a level playing field. Yet Vegeta bore the heavier injuries. Continuing this struggle would surely spell his doom. To my astonishment, a lowly warrior has managed to push me to this extent. Vegeta clenched his fists, consumed by unparalleled rage. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, I shall never allow such a thing to transpire. Goku, however, regarded him with calm composure. Pride must be safeguarded by strength. Since you insist on obstructing my path to rescue my comrades, I shall personally shatter your pride. Do not underestimate me, Kakarot. Vegeta suddenly brimmed with confidence, despite his innate aversion to transforming into a great ape. With that, he hurled a spherical object, an artificial moon. Thankfully, Nappa had not accompanied him. You shall bitterly regret lacking a tail, you wretched low-class warrior. This is bad. Goku's expression shifted to one of alarm. It was too late. With a fearsome roar, a colossal ape appeared before him. Faced with the enormous form of the great ape, Goku instinctively took a step back. Humph, Kakarot, are you prepared to meet your demise beneath my foot? Vegeta sneered. What? You can maintain your sanity? Goku was bewildered. The great ape Vegeta laughed heartily. Only you low-class warriors lose your wits upon transformation. As a member of royal blood, endowed with the highest Saiyan lineage, I am incomparable to your kind. Enough of this prattle. Prepare to perish. With that, he brought his hand crashing down. Goku swiftly dodged the blow, intending to engage Vegeta in a flurry of speed. Yet to his astonishment, the transformed Vegeta possessed not only immense strength, but also remarkable speed. He found himself at a disadvantage. You insufferable little flea, accept your fate. With a powerful roar, Vegeta unleashed a tremendous blast upon the ground. Goku was sent reeling from the explosion, and as he attempted to regain his footing, Vegeta's hand strike descended upon him. Though Goku managed to evade the attack, his left ankle was exposed, and the great ape strike shattered the bone, causing Goku to cry out in agony. Undeterred, Goku concentrated all his strength into a punch aimed at Vegeta's finger, shattering the bones within, eliciting a primal scream of pain from Vegeta. Ah, Gustflia! Vegeta shrieked, clutching his injured finger, the intensity of his hatred for Goku reaching a boiling point. He unleashed another unprincipled blast towards Goku, who, despite his efforts to evade, was forcibly hurled away. At that moment, Vegeta approached Goku with a sinister intent, reaching out to seize him and crush him. Goku had awaited this close-quarters moment, seizing the opportunity. The target of his assault was none other than Vegeta's tail. With one leg exerting force, he unleashed a ki slash. However, Vegeta, in a flurry of panic, realized Goku aimed for his tail and swiftly twisted his body. The ki slash only grazed the great ape's thigh, inflicting a deep wound, and blood splattered forth. In pain, Vegeta flailed wildly, forcing Goku back. With a resounding laugh, the mighty ape Vegeta reveled in the impending restoration of his vision. A commendable tactic, Kakarot, but alas, your opportunity has slipped away. He leisurely opened one eye, dismissing the same strategy as ineffective against him. Goku, ensnared by despair as the colossal ape advanced, felt the weight of hopelessness. Although Vegeta's stamina was dwindling, the prospect of victory ignited a sense of triumph within him, causing him to overlook the approaching figure behind him. Indeed, the moment for the Dragon Ball's tale renewal had arrived. Chapter 63. A sudden turn of events, it was none other than the formidable Akira, the armored warrior. In a flash, Vegeta felt a chilling sensation as if his tail had vanished. What? Who dares? He roared in fury, realizing his form was reverting to its normal state. Meanwhile, Akira concealed himself amidst the rubble, too fearful to make sound. Goku, this is all I can do to assist you, he thought. As Goku witnessed Vegeta returning to his original form, he exhaled in relief. Though he limped on one leg, Vegeta was hardly in a better predicament, nearing exhaustion as well. The outcome between us remains uncertain, Vegeta declared. Upon hearing this, he expressionlessly waved his hand, obliterating the artificial moon in the sky, since it serves no further purpose. It is merely an eyesore. What was it you said, Kakarot? I didn't quite catch it. What havoc can a cripple such as you wreak? Only through combat will one truly understand, Goku replied. The two resumed their fierce clash. With Goku's mobility hindered, he suffered several setbacks, though his resilience kept him in the fight. Vegeta, too, bore his share of fatigue and injury, and their battle evolved from a martial arts duel to a frantic brawl, each grappling fiercely. In a moment of dominance, Vegeta overpowered Goku, delivering a relentless barrage of blows for a minute, finally staggering to his feet and sending Goku careening aside. Kakarot, in the end, I emerged victorious. Just then, Vegeta sensed a powerful gust behind him and turned to see a glimmering blade approaching. Gritting his teeth, he barely evaded the strike, yet subsequent attacks rained down upon him relentlessly. Akira fought with fervor, wielding his sword to force Vegeta back into a desperate position. You wretched fool, I shall take your life, Vegeta exclaimed, only to be driven back into Goku's vicinity, where Goku seized the opportunity to latch on a Vegeta's leg and bite down without hesitation. You scoundrel, Kakarot, Vegeta exclaimed, but as he momentarily faltered, Akira's blade struck his shoulder. You fat fool. Thus, the three became embroiled in a chaotic melee. At this moment, Bulma detected the waning battle powers of Goku and the invaders. Resolute, she decided to witness the conflict firsthand and, accompanied by Master Roshi, boarded a spaceship to the scene. Hurry up, old turtle. You need to muster your spirits. Danger is imminent, and you must protect me, Bulma urged the reluctant Master Roshi. Master Wu Tian, too, expressed his helplessness. At my age, they could easily extinguish my life with a mere finger. Stop dawdling and get on the spaceship. Beep, beep, beep. Prince Vegeta's battle power continues to decline. I must investigate. Nappa finally grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that their adversary was unexpectedly formidable. At that moment, Gohan and Krillin began to awaken. Where are we? Is this hell? Gohan, have we perished? Gohan glanced around, about to respond, when he caught sight of Nappa's gleaming bald head. Uncle Krillin, it seems we are still alive. Look, that Saiyan is still here. Krillin assessed his own condition, reasoning that if they were truly dead, they wouldn't feel such pain. He then asked in confusion, why don't you kill us? Nappa regarded them with indifference. It's of no consequence. I struck a deal with Raditz, or rather, it was that wind behind him who influenced him. I am unaware of what power that wind possesses to command Raditz's loyalty. When next we meet, I shall ensure he recognizes my might. Nappa stood up, stretching his limbs. Enough idle chatter. I must see how the prince fares. It appears your Kakarot is also nearing his end. What? Goku? What? Dad? Both exclaimed simultaneously. This sensation was alarming. Aside from Goku's waning energy, even Tien and Kairatsu's presence had vanished. Could it be? What has transpired? Krillin helped Gohan to his feet. Can you still fly? We must find Goku and then check on Tien and the others. Gohan nodded weakly, and Nappa had already soared towards Vegeta's location. The scene shifted back a few minutes earlier, where Tien lay exhausted on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Kairatsu, I have avenged you. Scattered about were the remnants of the half-mechanical Kakao, who had been obliterated by Tien's Kikaho. Despite Tien pushing his energy to its zenith, he could barely muster around 7,000 in battle power. The disparity in strength rendered his clash with Kakao particularly arduous. Were it not for Kairatsu's unwavering support, Tien would have likely succumbed to Kakao's onslaught. True to his title as a martial arts master, Tien, though gradually falling behind, had honed his techniques to their pinnacle. The four demon fist, solar fist, body hardening, and the myriad techniques of the Crane School, combined with Kairatsu's psychic abilities, had inflicted several injuries upon Kakao. They were tantalizingly close to delivering a decisive blow, just a breath away from victory. Kakao has discerned the crux of the problem. If he neutralizes that support, the situation would become considerably more manageable. Thus, he feigned an attack on Tianjin Fan, leading him to believe a direct confrontation was imminent, while he launched a surprise assault on Jiaozi, inflicting significant damage. Without Jiaozi's assistance, Tianjin Fan faced Kakao alone, experiencing immense pressure and retreating relentlessly. Just as he was on the brink of devastation, Jiaozi chose to sacrifice himself, using self-detonation to create a fleeting chance for Tianjin Fan. Jiaozi? Jiaozi could no longer be revived. Farewell, Tianjin, he uttered. A white steam enveloped Tianjin Fan as he resolved to fight with all his might. Jiaozi has died. I demand retribution through the Kamehameha. With a resounding boom, Kakao attempted to block with both arms, only to be met with excruciating pain as his bones shattered. Kamehameha! At that moment, Kakao's arms were indeed broken, and he emitted a wailing cry of agony. Yet, Tianjin Fan showed no signs of relenting. Kamehameha! 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 Time seemed to stretch as the onslaught continued. Kakao lay in ruins, while Tianjin Fan collapsed, utterly spent, without prompt medical attention. He faced the grim fate of exhaustion and death. Jiaozi, I have finally avenged you. As Tianjin Fan lay quietly awaiting his demise, a sinister laughter echoed nearby. You, the one resembling Goku. Tianjin Fan realized that hope had vanished entirely. Perhaps it was for the best. He would join Jiaozi sooner. Three-eyed boy, have you forgotten me? I have been conserving my strength for this moment. Once I deal with you, the other two shall follow. You intend to harm Goku? At this point, Tianjin Fan had lost the strength to speak. You ponder too much. Allow me to escort you on your journey. With a swift motion, Dale struck down, and Tianjin Fan's vision faded to darkness. He then cackled malevolently as he sped towards Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 64. Deceit and Cunning. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta had reached their limits, neither able to best the other. Meanwhile, Yakilobe, having endured a thorough beating from Vegeta, retreated to a hiding spot. Vegeta felt his injuries weigh heavily upon him. Continuing the fight would only lead to mutual destruction, so he decisively summoned his spaceship, intending to escape. Goku, injured more severely than Vegeta, had lost all capacity for movement and could only watch as Vegeta prepared to leave. With great effort, Vegeta opened the hatch, ready to board. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from behind. Yakilobe, whom he had just battered, reappeared. Nowhere to run. With a swift strike, he slashed through the prince's back, causing a torrent of blood to erupt. With a wail, the prince toppled over, collapsing against the spaceship, while Yakilobe stomped on his chest, poised to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Goku's voice resonated in his mind, urging wait. I still wish to engage him in another battle. He recounted the words spoken by Klin to Akirobe. But this time, the listener was the rotund Klin, distinguished by his long nose and hair. Akirobe, in a state of profound conflict, ultimately relinquished the long blade he had been gripping, choosing to disregard Vegeta. The prince, on the other hand, slumped to the ground, seemingly in need of recuperation. It appears someone approaches Akirobe. Quickly, Hemi is Senzabine. I must mend my injuries. There are several powerful presences converging towards us, and I find myself in dire condition, unable to accurately discern who they are or gauge their distance. One of them seems to be alarmingly close, Goku urged with urgency. Very well, Goku, Akirobe replied, tossing the Senzu beam towards him, which was on the verge of reaching Goku's grasp. Suddenly, a figure interposed itself, clearly exerting considerable effort, panting heavily while clutching the Senzu beam tightly. This little bean can restore injuries, correct? The figure inquired with a sinister grin. Then I shall not be polite, he declared, promptly consuming the bean. Why are there two Gokus? Akirobe stammered, bewildered by the uncanny sight before him. Hey, you fatso, do you have any more of those beans? If you wish to survive, hurry up. You dare to be so brazen, even when facing death. Just as Akirobe was about to reprimand Vegeta, a surge of immense energy erupted behind him. Ha 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 ha! Dale spread his arms wide, reveling in his newfound strength. I never anticipated that despite sustaining such grave injuries and utilizing so many healing resources, it would take such an extensive period to regain even a fraction of my power. This tiny bean is truly miraculous. Both Goku and Akirobe stood in stunned silence. What are you waiting for? Give it to me, Vegeta shouted urgently. Akirobe felt a surge of uncertainty, yet his trust in Vegeta had evaporated. Before he could make a decision, a wave of light emitted from Dale's finger surged toward them, intent on erasing them with a mere flick. Instinctively, the beefed-up Yasuo fled to the rubble for cover, but Vegeta was not as fortunate. The energy wave pierced through him, sending debris from the ship crashing around them. Vegeta coughed up blood, his consciousness fading, yet he sensed something in his mouth and instinctively chewed and swallowed. It was Akirobe's desperate maneuver to stuff a bean into Vegeta's mouth before fleeing. Seeing Vegeta struck and likely on the brink of death, Dales relaxed his guard. Let the be for now. But you, Kakarot, you indeed bear a striking resemblance to me, he said, gripping Goku's neck and lifting him off the ground. What do you intend to do? Goku gasped, struggling for breath. Nothing of consequence. The reason I am in this state is due to encountering a scoundrel, and it seems one of his associates is named Raditz. You must be his brother, Kakarot. Release him. At this moment, Vegeta had fully recovered. Despite the severity of his injuries, his combat power had surged from 30,000 to an impressive 70,000, and he exuded an air of unwavering confidence. "Oh, you, of all people, have managed to recover?" Darls sneered disdainfully. "What is this? Have you two developed some sort of bond? I've observed you for quite some time. Yet you've been so engrossed in your battle that you've failed to notice my presence." With a haughty scoff, the prince retorted, "I merely wish for you to refrain from touching my prey, you inferior warrior." Darls, unperturbed, replied, "Want him back? Here you go." With that, he hurled Goku towards Vegeta, and in that fleeting moment of obscured vision, Darls unleashed an energy blast aimed at Goku's abdomen, intending to ambush Vegeta through Goku's blind spot. Goku let out a pained scream as he collapsed, his inside shattered, and it became evident that he would not survive. "Goku! Goku! He is dead!" Ichiro exclaimed in shock. The energy blast rapidly approached Vegeta, who braced himself, his arms straining under the impact. "This Darls possesses power that rivals my own at present," he thought, feeling the strain in his arms. Impressive reflexes. "I had originally intended to eliminate both of you in one fell swoop," Darls remarked, no longer underestimating Vegeta. Both combatants were severely injured, with Darls nearly on the brink of death, yet he had a greater augmentation. Unfortunately, his innate talent paled in comparison to that of the prince. Starting from the same 30,000, both had now reached the terrifying threshold of 70,000 in combat power. Regrettably, Goku had lost this opportunity for passive enhancement. Otherwise, given his innate talent and the extent of his injuries, it was likely he would have surpassed both of them in strength. Alas, it seemed he had truly met his end. The heavenly being promptly retrieved his lifeless body, transporting him to the king of hell. Goku was now the fourth individual brought there that day, following Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Tien, who had already begun their journey along the snake path. I dead?" Goku inquired curiously. "Yes, I am taking you to meet the King Kai." The heavenly being replied, exasperated. "At this point, are you still uncertain about your own state? What has transpired is still fresh in your mind." Goku, however, wore an expression of excitement. After the heavenly being informed him of the fates of the others, Goku cheerfully proceeded to embark on his journey along the snake path once the necessary arrangements were made in the King of Hell. Meanwhile, Vegeta was locked in combat with Darls. After an intense exchange, neither could gain the upper hand. At that moment, Nappa arrived on the scene. Realizing the tide of battle had turned against him, Darls swiftly employed a prince's strategy to escape the collective gaze of his adversaries. "Damn it, he actually managed to flee." Vegeta seethed. "Is it Kakarot?" Nappa inquired, curious. "No, Kakarot is dead. That man merely bears a striking resemblance to him. He is the one who killed Kakarot." Just then, Bulma and Master Roshi arrived at the scene, horrified by the carnage and bloodshed. Bulma's heart raced as she beheld the two Saiyans standing unharmed not far away, nearly causing her to lose her composure. She instinctively attempted to retreat back to the spaceship. At that moment, she caught sight of a pair of feet before her, and upon looking up, she found Vegeta gazing down at her. "Greetings, woman. I have heard that the technology of your planet is quite remarkable. My spacecraft has suffered a malfunction. Who is the foremost scientist on Earth? Inform me, and I may spare your life." Bulma, trembling, pointed to herself. "Me?" Vegeta observed her with disdain and scoffed. "Humph, this crude Earth woman. Until your vessel is repaired, we shall take refuge in your abode." "Wait, what?" Bulma exclaimed, bewildered. "You expect me to repair your ship while also taking care of your every need? Is there a problem? Speak out of turn, and I shall end you." Chapter 65. Goku's demise. Vegeta and Nappa journeyed towards the capital. Under the weight of Vegeta's imposing presence, Bulma reluctantly acquiesced to his demands, agreeing to assist in the repair and enhancement of the spacecraft, as well as to provide shelter for him and Nappa in the capital. At that moment, Bulma realized Goku was missing. "Where's Goku?" she timidly inquired. "He was eliminated," Vegeta replied coldly. "What? You killed him?" Bulma gasped, her shock palpable. "You vile Saiyan. I would rather die than assist you," Vegeta retorted. "He was slain by another Saiyan who bore a striking resemblance to him." Bulma, filled with disbelief, was overwhelmed by a surge of anger and sorrow. Just then, she spotted Krillin and Gohan approaching, both trembling with fear. "Hey, Bulma," Krillin shouted, having also noticed her presence. "Krillin, that monster killed Goku." Bulma nearly screamed in anguish. "What?" Both Krillin and Gohan gasped in shock, and Gohan, consumed by rage, charged at Vegeta, losing all semblance of reason. Vegeta, however, remained unfazed, dismissing the need for explanation. "If it's a fight you seek, Then let us battle. You demon, return my Oozaru. Gohan screamed, nearly mad with grief, as he lunged at Vegeta with a flurry of punches. Vegeta effortlessly countered each strike with a single hand, unimpressed. Oof. This little brat possesses some strength, but it is ultimately tedious. Faced with such a disparity in power, Vegeta felt no pressure. Growing bored, he delivered a decisive blow to Gohan's chest, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing into a rocky outcrop. Gasping for breath, Gohan knelt, fury and tears streaming down his face. "Oh, Ozaru!" He crossed his arms, channeling his remaining energy, and shouted, "Special Beam Cannon," unleashing the formidable technique he had learned from his father, Piccolo. A torrent of terrifying energy surged towards Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta remained impassive, delivering a powerful kick that sent Gohan's energy soaring into the sky. A thunderous explosion erupted as the special beam cannon detonated, painting the heavens crimson. Exhausted and despondent, Gohan collapsed onto the ground, crying out for Ozaru. At that moment, Krillin rushed to Gohan's side, tears glistening in his eyes. "Gohan, don't give up. We can do this together." With determination, the two glared defiantly at Vegeta. "Oof. My patience is limited. I had no desire to engage with children, but since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall grant your wish." Vegeta gently lowered his hands, a murderous glint gathering in his eyes as his battle aura steadily intensified. He was poised to eliminate Gohan and Krillin. Wait. At that moment, the battered Yachirobe rushed over, having been in a state of distress for quite some time, suddenly sensing an unsettling atmosphere. "It's all a misunderstanding." He then recounted the events that had transpired. Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan were left speechless, shocked, and feeling a twinge of regret for misjudging Vegeta, while Vegeta remained cold and silent. Were it not for his need for Bulma's assistance in repairing his ship, he would have annihilated them all. Everyone was filled with sorrow and confusion, particularly over the disappearance of Goku's body. "Let us first gather Yamcha and the others' remains," Krillin suggested mournfully. Just a moment. At that instant, the voice of the Supreme Kai resonated from the heavens, having just finished attending to Goku's matters and hastily returning to the Kai's realm. "Is that the Supreme Kai?" "Indeed, Krillin. I have taken Goku and the others' bodies. They have already embarked on Snake Way to meet Lord Kai." "Lord Kai? Is he the one referred to by Mr. Yifeng?" "Yes, they have all gone to seek training from Lord Kai. When the time comes, you can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them." Upon hearing about the Dragon Balls, Vegeta suddenly recalled his primary purpose for coming to Earth. He was not there merely to fight. He strode directly to Krillin, seizing the little bald head. "Hand over the Dragon Balls." Krillin gasped for breath under the force of the kick. "Cough, cough. The Dragon Balls are for resurrecting our friends. I will not give them to you. You're asking for death." Vegeta was ready to strike, but Bulma quickly grasped his arm, feeling its firmness. "Release me, you uncouth Earthwoman. The Dragon Balls have already been used by Yifeng. They have turned to stone. After each use, they cannot be used again for a year. Killing Krillin will be of no benefit. Krillin, do not act impulsively. We can discuss this. At worst, you can fulfill your wish first, and we can wait another year." Bulma subtly signaled to Krillin, who understood that being eliminated now would serve little purpose. Once again, that Yifeng Vegeta then roughly threw Krillin to the ground. "Let us go. Woman, lead us." At this moment, Gohan hurriedly approached to help Krillin up. As he passed by Vegeta, he sincerely apologized to the prince. "I'm sorry. We misunderstood you earlier." Vegeta, however, grinned maliciously and delivered a powerful punch to Gohan's abdomen, sending him crumpling to the ground, then patted his head. "Do not misconstrue. I, Vegeta, am no benevolent being. The only reason I have spared you and that little bald head is that this woman still holds some value to me." He gestured disdainfully at them. You, you fat fool. When the day comes that I am in a foul mood, I shall eliminate all of you, especially you. Chubby one, you are at the top of my list." Akairobe instantly broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that this was indeed a man who held grudges. Thus, Vegeta and Nappa followed Bulma back to the capital, while the old turtle was unceremoniously ejected from the airship, watching the vessel recede into the distance. Master Roshi cannot help but curse loudly. Such uncouth Saiyans possess no understanding of respecting their elders and cherishing the young. If only I were a few years younger. Just wait and see how I would deal with you all. Krillin, listening intently, hurried to console Master Roshi, showering him with flattery until the old turtle calmed down. "Humph. Just wait until my disciple Yifeng returns. I will show you how to handle this." At that moment, Akairobe gave his last senzu beans to Krillin and Gohan. while he himself bore back to Corinne Tower, battered and bruised. Thus, everyone went their separate ways. Meanwhile, in a corner of Earth, a figure resembling Goku gradually emerged, gazing at the fertile soil and vibrant life of the planet. Unable to suppress his excitement, he burst into laughter. Oomph! This truly is a splendid place for the spirit tree to flourish. What nonsense, Prince Vegeta! And that Yifeng, along with the lofty Frisia, the universe shall belong to me. King Dales. Chapter 66, A New Crisis on Earth. On the spaceship, Yifeng, who had not received a call for Bulma for quite some time, finally awaited news. What? Goku has been eliminated? Nanny? The god of Tea, Tien, and Chaos have all perished? Have they all gone to King Kai? Wouldn't they be able to gather for a game of mahjong? At this moment, on King Kai's planet, Goku suddenly sneezed. Huh? Who is talking about me? Meanwhile, King Kai, with his long whiskers, was intrigued by Yifeng. Upon hearing Goku and the others recount their tales, it seemed that every story was somehow intertwined with this rising figure, Yifeng. Suddenly, King Kai stifled a laugh. For souls traveling from afar to play mahjong with me? Ha ha, what a cold joke. This Yifeng is rather interesting. If he happens to perish next time, I shall gladly take him on as my disciple for free. Yifeng, of course, was oblivious to the happenings on King Kai's planet. At that moment, he was burning with anxiety. Based on Bulma's descriptions, he had nearly identified the source of that mysterious force. It could only be the Dales gang. Though he was now alone, this individual was certainly not to be underestimated. Listen to me, Bulma. You must first keep Vegeta steady. The one who killed Goku is named Dales. He is a cosmic marauder and a Saiyan as well, albeit a low-class warrior like Goku. His formidable strength comes from the fact that wherever he travels, he plants a thing called the spirit tree, which drains the nutrients from entire planets, leading to widespread devastation. A planet drained of life signifies its demise, and the fruits of the spiritual tree that emerge will serve a purpose. Earth, being a planet teeming with vitality, will certainly not let this opportunity pass. Let Gohan and Krillin conduct an investigation first, and then I intend to incite Vegeta's wrath to utilize him against Dallas. I am still a considerable distance from Earth, and your energies are insufficient, perhaps as I draw nearer, with your powers further amplified. I may employ instant transmission to locate you. Bulma has also agreed and is now contemplating how to best leverage Vegeta. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng felt restless, and Kuna, the old ghost beside him, approached to offer comfort. Yifeng, worrying won't help. Instead, seize this opportunity to stabilize your mindset and enhance your control over your energy. The three of them had garnered some insights from their recent studies on Spalito. Indeed, the path of martial arts is an endless journey. Suddenly, Yifeng slapped his forehead, drawing the attention of the others. What happened? They inquired. Yifeng awkwardly smiled. Oh, it's nothing. Internally, he mused. I only mentioned to Bulma to keep Vegeta steady and to use him against Dallas. But who knows what methods Bulma will employ? Could it be through seduction? That one Timmy and Trunks would be born prematurely, would it? But could a prematurely born child even be Trunks? At this moment, Yifeng's mind was racing with fanciful thoughts. I've seen your scripts, you know. Hey, old Vegeta, I want to be sending my wife to you ahead of time. Will I? You'd better be grateful. In the evening, Bulma thoughtfully prepared a lavish banquet for Vegeta and Nappa, filling an entire long table with an array of dishes. Please enjoy. No need to be modest. I know your Saiyan appetites are substantial. Bulma attempted to adopt the demeanor of a gracious hostess. Vegeta remained stoic and proud, while Nappa was exceedingly excited. Saiyans are known for their large appetites, and Nappa, being particularly tall among them, had not eaten properly all day. Upon seeing the bountiful feast, he could hardly contain himself, and his demeanor toward Bulma softened considerably. Well then, Miss Bulma, I shall not hold back. He swiftly grabbed a leg of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, greedily biting down, juices spilling everywhere. Ah, how can Earth's cuisine be so delectable? Nappa exclaimed as he devoured the food voraciously. Having accompanied Prince Vegeta on countless battles across various planets, he had never tasted such exquisite fare. Seeing Nappa relish his meal so heartily, Vegeta discreetly swallowed a few times. No, I am the proud Saiyan prince. I cannot lose face before this Earth woman. Yet, as he thought this, he had already popped a slice of pizza into his mouth. What a trivial dish, he mused. We are proud warriors who have traversed much of the universe. What delicacies have we not savored? This insignificant little planet has nothing of consequence. Before long, the dining table fell into a silence, replaced only by the sounds of voracious feasting and the clattering of plates. As Vegeta was indulging in his meal, He noticed Bulma observing him with an amused expression. He abruptly halted his actions, forcefully swallowing the mouthful of food, and adopted a haughty demeanor. Bulma couldn't help but chuckle internally. This so-called ruthless and combative Saiyan had a certain charm to him. At that moment, Nappa approached. "Hey, Miss Bulma. The last time I encountered Yifeng, he brought an array of exquisite wines from Earth. I had a taste, and it was truly unforgettable. I wonder if you have any alcohol here?" Bulma replied, her expression one of disdain. "What if you get drunk and start causing a scene?" Nappa thumped his chest. "Don't let my fierce appearance fool you. I have a renowned tolerance for alcohol. Please, just bring it out." Nappa was genuinely craving a drink, as he had a deep fascination with alcoholic beverages, yet he found that extraterrestrial brews often lacked a certain quality. Reluctantly, Bulma provided him with a selection. "Here you go. Take your pick. We have sake, white liquor, whiskey, and both red and pale Alish. Choose as you wish. Then I'll join you for a drink." Nappa grinned widely, immediately seizing a bottle of sake and taking a swig. Too bland for my taste," he declared. He then downed a shot of potent white liquor, the intense flavor exploding in his mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. "Ah, this is the one Yifeng brought last time. Let me try something else." After a couple of drinks, Nappa's complexion flushed, and he appeared slightly exhilarated. He grabbed a bottle of whiskey and poured it into his glass, the rich aroma of malt and oak tantalizing his palate, prompting him to shove a hefty piece of meat into his mouth. "Oh, Miss Bulma, your affairs are now my concern. I shall not allow anyone to bully you." Bulma, rolling up her sleeves, playfully suggested a toast, and the two began to drink together. Vegeta scoffed internally, finding their behavior crude. "My prince, won't you try this? It's truly delightful," Nappa urged, the temptation evident, yet Vegeta found it difficult to lower his pride. As Bulma and Nappa were engaged in their merriment, a sudden sound caught their attention, an unmistakable slurping noise as someone sipped from a straw. The air filled with a symphony of bubbling liquid, suggesting that a bottle was nearly emptied. They both turned to Vegeta, whose face was flushed, his eyes glazed with intoxication. "Hey, Vegeta, have you been secretly drinking my alcohol?" Bulma accused. "If the prince desires to drink, then let him," Nappa chimed in, emboldened by the effects of the alcohol. "What did you say?" Vegeta snapped, spinning around, causing the straw to slip from his mouth. The three froze, and then Nappa and Bulma erupted in laughter, Bulma clutching her stomach in mirth. "I could just kill you." Vegeta seethed, his anger simmering. However, Bulma gently patted his shoulder. All right, let me toast to you." Nappa also raised a bottle in salute to the prince, suggesting, "Since we can't return just yet, why not relax a little?" Humph! Once again, this same rhetoric. "And you with your coarse tongue. Speak so boldly while your body betrays you." Before long, the atmosphere grew fervent. "Ah, ha ha ha. I, Vegeta, am undoubtedly the strongest warrior in the universe. Bah, I wager you couldn't even best Darls." "Who is Darls?" "Tomorrow, I shall confront him." "Frisia? He is of no consequence." "My prince, you are inebriated. Step aside. Do not hinder me. I can still drink." While Bulma and the others reveled in their merriment, Gohan and Krillin sought the whereabouts of Darls. In the shadows, Darls, equipped with a detector, monitored their movements. As a notorious cosmic bandit, how could he fail to conceal his energy? At this moment, Darls had already sown the seeds of the spirit tree. In a few days, they would take root and sprout, and by then, it would be too late for you to intervene. Darls refrained from engaging Krillin and Gohan. He was adept at patience. Lacking the certainty to triumph over Vegeta, he awaited the perfect moment to strike, much like a venomous serpent poised to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 67. Is it Vegeta who protects Earth? After yet another bout of intoxication, the prince awoke the following day, his head still clouded with fog. The bald Nappa and the blue-haired woman, Bulma, were no longer by his side. Vegeta rapped his knuckles against his head, cursing his fate. This was the second time in his life. At that moment, Bulma entered. "You're awake? It seems your tolerance for alcohol is rather lacking," Bulma teased. Yet Vegeta, having lost his memory of the previous night due to excessive drinking, insisted on downing bottle after bottle, with Nappa unable to restrain him. Vegeta, with a glum expression, finally queried Bulma, "Why can Kakarot progress so swiftly? Do you know his secret for enhancing his power?" "It's no secret. It is precisely the gravity chamber I invented that allows warriors on Earth to advance in strength," Bulma replied proudly. "Such a remarkable invention. Take me to it," Vegeta implored eagerly. "Perhaps you should first take a shower." "You reek," Bulma retorted, noticing the state of his tattered attire from the previous day's battle. embarrassed by his disheveled appearance and the effects of last night's revelry. Vegeta huffed and made his way to the bath. Before long, Vegeta emerged, his expression sour. "Where are my previous garments?" Upon seeing Vegeta clad in a pink shirt, Bulma nodded in satisfaction. "Doesn't it look splendid? It fits you well." Just as Vegeta was about to erupt in anger, he caught sight of Nappa in a blue shirt and sunglasses, clad in casual wear. "What's the meaning of this, Nappa? Why are you dressed like that?" Nappa, glancing at the exaggeratedly adorned Vegeta, remained silent out of respect for the prince. "When in Rome, my prince, Miss Bulma says I look quite stylish," he replied. "Enough. Come train with me," Vegeta said impatiently. "After much effort, I finally arrived here, where the bustling atmosphere captivates my senses. Today, I yearn to explore the grandeur of the capital, a rare opportunity to pay homage to the prince." Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, displaying a sense of frustration, and insisted that Bulma escort him to the training room. Upon entering the gravity chamber, Vegeta felt as though he had plunged into water, each cell in his body relishing the environment, as if it were his destined sanctuary. Thus, he commenced his fervent training. 3 days later, a colossal tree erupted from the ground, causing the Earth's environment to deteriorate rapidly, with dust storms swirling around. Krillin and Gohan were the first to arrive at the scene, yet they found no trace of Dallas. "What should we do, Uncle Krillin?" Gohan inquired. "We must find a way to destroy the roots of that spirit tree. It is siphoning the Earth's energy," Krillin replied, having been informed by Bulma of Dallas's intentions. The two young warriors unleashed a barrage against the spirit tree, but their efforts yielded little impact, merely stirring up clouds of dust. "Damn it, our attacks are having no effect at all." At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed through the air. "Ha ha ha, have you two little shrimp arrived first?" Dallas descended slowly from the treetop, exuding an air of divinity, as he looked down upon Krillin and Gohan. Gohan, however, was taken aback. "Udu-san?" A wave of sorrow washed over him, tears welling in his eyes as he approached Dallas. "I miss you so much, Udu-san." "Gohan, quickly, get away. He is not Goku," Krillin shouted anxiously. After all, Gohan was still a child, having just lost his father. Seeing someone who bore a striking resemblance to Dallas, he momentarily mistook him for his dearly missed father. Upon hearing Krillin's warning, Gohan hesitated, sensing the malevolent aura emanating from Dallas. Suddenly, he retreated, but in a battle of skilled fighters, such a significant opening could not be overlooked. Before Gohan could distance himself to safety, Dallas advanced swiftly, unleashing a powerful punch that struck Gohan squarely on the chin, rendering him unconscious. With one hand, Dallas grasped Gohan's head, lifting him effortlessly. "Gohan!" Krillin yelled in desperation, immediately unleashing his ultimate technique against Dallas. Kienzin. As the energy disc soared toward Dallas, he remained unfazed, sidestepping with ease and retaliating with an energy blast aimed at Krillin. The disparity in their combat prowess was overwhelming. Krillin had no time to react and was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. With both Gohan and Krillin down, Gohan's peril was evident, yet Krillin could do nothing to assist. At that moment, even Goku was absent. Was Gohan truly destined to perish here? "Ah, the son of Kakarot," Dallas mused, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he held Gohan in his grasp. "Let us see if you meet the same fate as your father." With that, he hurled Gohan into the sky and unleashed a wave of energy directed at Gohan's abdomen. As Gohan faced imminent peril, a tall and robust figure intervened, swiftly rescuing him from the clutches of doom. With a deft motion, the figure unleashed a wave of energy towards Dallas, revealing himself to be the formidable Nappa. Dallas, unperturbed, absorbed the impact of the energy blast, merely raising a cloud of dust in response. How could a being so strikingly reminiscent of Kakarot possess such extraordinary strength? Nappa, clad in his battle attire after relentless training in the gravity chamber, had intended to take a brief respite from his arduous regimen. However, upon witnessing the swirling sands, he deduced that something dire had transpired, prompting him to investigate. To his astonishment, he inadvertently saved Gohan in the process. Anxiety coursed through Nappa as he realized his combat prowess had escalated to 15,000, with the potential to reach 20,000 when fully unleashed. Yet before Dallas, this was woefully inadequate. He could only hope that the prince would arrive swiftly, maintaining a facade of bravado despite his instincts urging retreat. "How dare you, wretched lower-class warrior? Just as I was beginning to appreciate this place, you seek to destroy it? You must be courting death," Nappa declared defiantly, though his body betrayed him. Inching backward in search of an escape route, Dallas, observing his trepidation with a mocking gaze, taunted him. "Ah, the illustrious heir of a noble lineage, Naba? You appear to be trembling with fear." Exposed, Naba cast Gohan aside and fled in the opposite direction, abandoning any pretense of dignity. "Forgive me, Raditz's unfortunate nephew. This is as far as I can assist you. Whom I choose to confront next is left to fate." A glance over his shoulder revealed a grim reality. Dallas was indeed pursuing him. Ignoring Gohan's plight, Dallas unleashed another energy wave upon him, showing no concern for his survival. As he charged towards Naba, the opportunity to unleash his fury upon a once proud elite warrior, now a discarded lower-class fighter, exhilarated him. In no time, Dallas was upon Naba, who still clung to the hope of a desperate counterattack. However, before he could muster his full strength, Dallas began to pummel him mercilessly. Did you ever envision such a day? The lower-class warriors you exiled, now exacting vengeance upon you. Do you comprehend the suffering I endured during my exile? Dallas Kaskret, relentlessly assaulting Naba until he was on the brink of unconsciousness. Suddenly, a massive foot lunged towards Dallas's face, forcing him to block with his arm, which throbbed in protest. Before him stood Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyan, arms crossed, an icy gaze fixed on Dallas. Upon seeing Vegeta, Dallas paused in surprise, then erupted into laughter. What a sight! The esteemed Saiyan prince adorned in a pink shirt? How amusing! Vegeta's cheeks flushed with indignation as he seethed. "I will slay you." Chapter 68. The Proud Prince Vegeta. Due to the destruction of Vegeta's battle attire during his confrontation with Goku, he had been fervently training these past few days, often bare-chested and indifferent to his appearance. Upon mastering the ability to sense energy, he detected a conflict in the vicinity, as if Kakarot's son and the little bald warrior were in peril. He hastily donned a pink shirt and rushed towards the source. Subsequently, he also sensed Nappa's energy, which was gradually waning, prompting him to accelerate further. Fortunately, the distance was not too great, and Dales had squandered ample time in his intent to torment Nappa, allowing Vegeta to arrive in time to intervene. However, he did not anticipate that their first exchange would leave him vulnerable. "I'll kill you, you bastard." Dales, with that infuriating face, was indeed as detestable as Kakarot. "You irritate me as much as he does." With that, Vegeta charged furiously at Dales, and the two engaged in fierce combat. The wind from their fists howled as Dales felt a surge of pressure. What is happening? It has only been a few days since our last encounter. I recall it being evenly matched. Have you concealed your true strength? Vegeta scoffed. Do I need to resort to such trivial tactics? I have merely been diligently training these past days. A lower-class warrior like you is unworthy of being compared to a genius such as myself. After exchanging dozens of blows, Dales was sent flying by a powerful kick from Vegeta. Wiping the blood from his lips, he cast a mocking glance at Vegeta, formulating a plan. "Your Highness, you must harbor great animosity towards Frieza as well." Vegeta retorted coldly, "And what of it? Why not join forces to resist Frieza together?" Dales sneered. At present, his power stood at 70,000, while Vegeta had swiftly adapted to the 100-fold gravity, elevating his combat power to 88,000, with his physique stronger than ever. Dales clearly felt outmatched, resorting to a strategy of delay. If Vegeta agreed, it would grant him a significant ally. If not, he would await the ripening of the tree of Might's fruit, which would spell Vegeta's doom. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Dales pressed on. "Do you see that great tree? It is known as the Tree of Might. The fruit it bears nurtures the essence of this planet. Once we consume it, our power will surge. At that point, not even Frieza, nor his entire lineage, will stand a chance against us." Dales erupted into laughter. Unexpectedly, Vegeta flatly rejected the proposal. "Is this how you rely on such underhanded methods to grow stronger?" he said coldly. "What?" Dales was taken aback by Vegeta's words. "Underhanded? Such an opportunity is before you, and you dare to label it as such? We Saiyans possess our own pride. The way you seek power through shameless means is utterly contemptible to us. As the proud Saiyan prince, how could I ever stoop to your level?" With that, Vegeta, consumed by rage, charged at Dales once more. This wretched scoundrel, in his attempts to win over Vegeta, could not have anticipated this outcome. He presumed that Vegeta would at least contemplate his proposition, only to be confronted with an entire theory on dignity. How could a Saiyan, endowed with innate gifts that far surpass ours, ever comprehend the anguish and pride of us lower-tier warriors? In the face of strength, dignity holds no significance. Dales, incensed by Vegeta's demeanor, resolved to risk everything today and engage this arrogant fool to the bitter end. After a fierce exchange of blows, Vegeta's fist plunged deeply into Dale's abdomen, forcing him to his knees, retching. Gazing down at the prostrate Dales, Vegeta felt a surge of satisfaction. The pleasure of bringing this face low was exquisite. However, I retract my earlier statement. You are utterly unworthy of comparison with Kakarot. Though he too is a lower-tier warrior, he has never resorted to such means to enhance his power. You may perish, Dales. Do not underestimate me. The pride of the Saiyan race is not solely embodied in you, Vegeta. In a fit of rage, Dales' strength surged once more, momentarily matching Vegeta's. After consuming so many spirit tree fruits, do you think I did so in vain? Do not belittle the potency of the spirit tree fruit, Vegeta. Dales was nearly frenzied. Today, let the world witness the true power of a Saiyan who relies solely on his own efforts to ascend. Old Vegeta evaded Dale's explosive punch and countered with a fierce elbow strike to Dale's chest, disdainfully declaring, "How could power gained through such false means ever rival the relentless training of this prince?" He then delivered a flying knee strike that buried itself in Dale's abdomen. "When I was fighting for my life on the front lines, where were you? You were merely a coward hiding away." Another blow, a double-fisted hammer striking Dale's head, sent him crashing to the ground, continuing the lecture. "Now you believe you are ready to claim dominance? Huh, do you truly think you are worthy?" In this moment, Vegeta felt an unparalleled exhilaration. It had been ages since he had so thoroughly humiliated an opponent from such a position of superiority. With a single arm gathering energy, he prepared to take Dale's life. Naturally, one must make a grand gesture at such a climactic juncture. "As my adversary, do you think you are worthy?" Before you stands a Super Saiyan feared most by Frieza. Nanny? At this proclamation, Dale's eyes widened in astonishment. Even old Vegeta's expression turned slightly crimson, as though he had perhaps overstated his prowess. "No matter. Soon you shall be dead. Ha ha ha. Do not kill me, please, Prince." In a scene shift, Bulma had once again contacted Yifeng. "Hello, Bulma, what is the situation now?" "Yifeng-san, it is indeed true that Dales has planted the spirit tree on Earth. We were unable to locate him a few days ago, and environmental conditions on Earth are deteriorating rapidly. Krillin and Gohan have already gone, and even Vegeta and Nappa have subsequently lent their assistance. You managed to deal with Nappa as well?" In Yifeng's mind, an unsettling image emerged. "What is this? It's nothing. Just someone like Baba, rather simple-minded and easily excitable. You managed to handle him. Truly impressive, Bulma." After a drink, he became quite docile, and that Vegeta, seemingly proud and aloof, is actually a bit of a drunkard, haha. Remembering Vegeta from that day, Bulma couldn't help but smile. Was this a contrast? Yifeng let out a gentle sigh, realizing he had overthought the matter. "I will do my utmost to reach there. Vegeta may not necessarily be able to deal with this Dales. I've observed Vegeta's recent training. He's been pushing himself hard, so it should be fine, right?" Bulma still had great confidence in Vegeta. It may not solely be a matter of strength. Rather, Dales is exceedingly treacherous. The prince has weaknesses beyond his pride. He is quite arrogant as well. Chapter 69. The terrifying Dales at this moment. Vegeta looked down at Dales with a sense of pride. "Give me one reason not to kill you. I wish to serve you as my king and become your most loyal subordinate. Together, we could resist Frieza. United, we shall surely defeat him," Dales humbly proposed. "Ha ha ha. Do you think I will believe you?" "You can die," Vegeta responded, brimming with confidence. Prepare to send Dales to his demise. With a single hand, he unleashed an energy blast aimed at Dales. At that moment, a sinister smile crept across Dale's lips. "You've given me ample time to gather my energy." Kneeling, he thrust his hands upward, condensing all his energy into a powerful energy sphere, which shot directly from beneath Vegeta's feet towards his face. "You despicable scoundrel." Vegeta had no choice but to adapt, using his arms to block the attack. Barely managing to withstand the force, his arms trembling with strain. Mere parlor tricks. Your energy wave cannot harm me." However, as the dust settled, Dale's figure had vanished. "You coward, you disgrace of a Saiyan, have chosen to flee. Come out." Vegeta roared in impotent fury, launching himself into the sky, executing a series of prince-style combat maneuvers below. But aside from stirring up dust, it had no effect. Dales had concealed himself deeper amidst the chaos. "In that case, I will destroy this tree." Vegeta gathered energy in both hands, veins bulging on his forehead as he pushed his power to its peak, surpassing 100,000 in battle strength, albeit momentarily. Energy cannon. A colossal wave of light surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, roaring as it sought to engulf the earth. Even the hidden Dales could not help but break into a cold sweat. This bastard couldn't he genuinely obliterate the Tree of Might? Could he? Damn you, Vegeta! Boom! The immense energy instantly engulfed the entire Tree of Might. However, a sudden twist occurred. After being struck, the tree shook thrice and miraculously withstood Vegeta's energy. What is this monstrous being? Vegeta, equally astonished, could only curse Dales incessantly in frustration, hoping to provoke him into action. However, Dales remained unfazed by mere words, lurking in the shadows while patiently awaiting the ripening of the spirit tree's fruit. Soon you shall comprehend the terror of the power you disdain, Vegeta. Within the spaceship, Yifeng and his companions drew ever closer to Earth. At this moment, Kuna, who was meditating to gather her energy, suddenly felt a surge of brilliance in her eyes, as if awakening a latent power within her. It was as though a terrifying great ape resided within her, and through her connection with Spirito, she discovered her own potential, realizing she had harnessed a fragment of the ape's strength. Marvelous! Is this the true potential of a Saiyan? What's wrong, Kuna? Yifeng inquired with curiosity. I sensed a great ape within me during my meditation. By connecting with it, I believe I've acquired a portion of its strength. Perhaps I can now execute a technique akin to your ape transformation, she replied, abruptly rising to her feet, her eyes tightly shut as energy surged around her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, and a phantom of a great ape flickered before her, propelling her into a heightened state of power. Remarkable! Is this indeed the potential we Saiyans possess? If I fully unlock it, could I not achieve a tenfold increase? Nanny? Is that even possible? Yifeng exclaimed, astonished and envious. What kind of monstrous potential is this? Wait, a tenfold increase as a great ape in humanoid form. That would be Super Saiyan 4, right? My dear sister, you can't even transform into Super Saiyan 1 yet. What use is studying Super Saiyan 4 now? They build upon the foundation of Super Saiyan 3, while you're achieving a tenfold increase in your base form. Forget it, I won't dwell on that. I must continue searching for energy in the direction of Earth. It's infuriating. I know the general location, but my mind is still utterly blank. Yifeng, are you there? Huh, that voice sounds familiar. Could it be King Kai? Yifeng couldn't help but quip. It sounds exactly like the voice from the anime. You actually remember me? You continue to surprise me, King Kai responded. Of course. I am the man who has read the script, Yifeng thought silently. Though he spoke, your reputation spreads throughout the galaxy, and we on Earth greatly admire you. Is that so? King Kai felt a surge of joy at the compliment, increasingly eager to take him as a disciple. I've been observing you for some time. You seem quite eager to return to Earth, which is indeed facing a grave crisis. Perhaps I can assist you. Concentrate, and I will transmit the location and essence of Earth to your mind. Focus intently and seek the strongest energy on the planet. Yifeng promptly complied, and with King Kai's assistance, a vibrant blue planet materialized in his mind. At that moment, he felt a clarity envelop him, with only this immense blue sphere circling in his thoughts, providing a much clearer sense of direction than before. Now, it was time to locate the strongest energy on this planet. Who could it be? Vegeta or Dales? It is evident that neither of them possesses sufficient energy. Despite Yifeng's diligent efforts, he remains unable to sense their aura. It seems that only by closing the distance can he achieve this, as Lord Kai has indicated. Thus, time is of the essence for you, Yifeng. I perceive that Earth's energy is being incessantly drained and depleted. Lord Kai's words exacerbate Yifeng's sense of urgency, filled with frustration. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Who on Earth could be emanating such a formidable energy? Is that sinister presence Darius? At this moment, Yifeng disregards everything else, focusing intently on the aura of Darius, placing 2 fingers to his forehead. He attempts to teleport, but, after a flurry of movement, finds himself still in the same spot. Embarrassed, he chuckles awkwardly, admitting his lack of proficiency. The quartet of mahjong players behind Lord Kai can no longer contain their sarcasm. Yifeng, what on earth are you doing? If you don't hurry, Vegeta will soon meet his demise. Oh, Goku, you're here too? Yifeng feels increasingly uncomfortable in the conversation. Relax. You can sense the flow of Spirito. Kuna gently reassures him with a pat on the shoulder. Returning to a minute earlier on Earth, Vegeta suddenly feels a terrifying energy manifest behind him, one that exudes an oppressive force even more daunting than his encounter with Frieza. What person is this? Vegeta exclaims in horror. At that moment, a familiar laughter echoes. Ha ha ha. Prince Vegeta, do you not disdain my method of power enhancement? Darius mocks as he steps out from the shadows, continuing to taunt Vegeta. Then why do I detect the scent of fear emanating from you? Chapter 70, Double Kill and Avoid? As fate would have it, while Vegeta struggles in vain, a fruit from the spirit tree, embodying much of Earth's essence, has indeed ripened. Darius gazes at it with an ecstatic grin, marveling at its beauty. And some dare to consider this a shortcut? Utterly foolish. In an instant, he plucks the fruit without hesitation and swallows it whole. A peculiar energy begins to surge from within Darius, cleansing and refining each of his cells. Is this the energy of this planet? It is astonishingly immense. He exclaims, laughing maniacally. Vegeta, you are finished, you insignificant insect. As a villain who has clawed his way up from the depths, Darius acts with ruthless decisiveness, leaving no room for his adversary when he holds the advantage. His intention is to torment and eliminate Vegeta. At this moment, beads of cold sweat soak through Vegeta's pink shirt, as the vast disparity in power momentarily extinguishes his fighting spirit. A commendable choice, Vegeta. It appears you can sense my strength. Although I am uncertain of my precise combat metrics, I can assure you that my power has at least multiplied tenfold, potentially reaching 1,000,000. In this instance, fear seizes Vegeta as heart. He had not anticipated the existence of such a terrifying entity in the universe beyond Frieza, especially one who is a Saiyan, a mere lowly Saiyan at that. It is utterly inconceivable and unforgivable. The unwillingness to accept reality incited Vegeta's fury as he charged at Dallas, relentlessly throwing punches and kicks, while Dallas, with a mocking demeanor, effortlessly evaded his strikes. What is it, my proud prince? Were you not just brimming with arrogance? Have you not been lecturing me incessantly? Silence. Vegeta roared in anger. This is a dream, merely a dream. Oh, Dallas could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Then let us allow you to experience the sensation of being mercilessly slaughtered within your dream. With a mere light punch, he sent the prince crashing to the ground, causing him to kneel and spit blood. Do you feel the power bestowed upon you by my shortcuts, oh, esteemed Saiyan prince? Dallas leisurely approached Vegeta, stepping on his shoulder, and with a gentle kick, he flipped the prince onto his back. At this moment, Vegeta's abdomen had suffered grave injuries, leaving him utterly drained of strength. What are you, the prince of the Saiyans? You cower before Frieza, and when faced with the opportunity to grow stronger, you maintain that despicable pride. What do you have to be proud of? As he spoke, he brutally crushed Vegeta's right foot. Vegeta screamed in agony. Dallas, exhilarated, seized the prince by the neck, lifting him up, merely bearing the title of king, yet lacking the qualities of one. You and your pathetic father, King Vegeta, are but short-sighted monkeys dwelling on a tiny planet. Do you not look down upon me? You consider me a lowly warrior, yet I, Dallas, possess the qualifications of a true king. With that, he hurled Vegeta violently to the ground. Vegeta! A barrage of frenzied energy waves bombarded Vegeta. Whether it was Dallas' intent to toy with him or Vegeta's resilient vitality, he surprisingly still clung to life, muttering curses under his breath. What did you say? I cannot hear you, Dallas taunted, gathering energy in one hand, preparing to deliver the final blow to Vegeta. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Just in the nick of time, Yifeng had successfully executed an instantaneous move to arrive on Earth. It's you, Dallas exclaimed in a fit of rage, unleashing his energy to its maximum, hurling it towards Yifeng. Just having arrived and still disoriented by his surroundings, Yifeng sensed a colossal energy projectile hurtling towards him, imbued with overwhelming strength. At this moment, Yifeng had reached a combat power of 200,000, bolstered by the enhancements from Old Ghost and Kuna. Though the most significant improvement stemmed from his own efforts, the mastery over energy was indeed a remarkable asset. However, now was not the time for reflection. Yifeng could feel the genuine destructive power exceeding 1,000,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng activated the King Kai Fist, transforming into a primal state. Without time to gather energy for a counterattack, he clenched his teeth and elevated his own energy to its utmost potential for this singular strike. With a resounding crash, Yifeng was sent flying hundreds of meters, colliding with countless branches of the spirit tree. Yet nothing could halt his momentum. How has this fellow become so formidable? Yifeng's arms were enveloped in smoke, the impact causing him considerable pain. At that moment, a system notification chimed, indicating that Vegeta's base combat power had surged to 88,000, bolstering Yifeng's strength by 7,000 points. Oh, such an increase. Vegeta is impressive, but wait, where is he? It was then that Yifeng realized Vegeta lay battered beneath Dales, barely clinging to life. No way. How could someone this powerful be reduced to such a state? In the early stages, you truly were a tragic figure. The system chimed again, revealing that Dale's combat power had reached 1 million, an increase of 970,000, elevating Yifeng's strength by 97,000. Hearing this figure, Yifeng felt his mind reverberate with disbelief. What? How could Dale's possibly have grown to such an extent? I recall he was only at the level of 300,000 in the movie. What on earth transpired? System, you don't have a clue? It's because you activated your passive skill, profiting from the surge in power upon arriving on Earth. Truly, my home planet is extraordinary. I must first save the prince. According to Bulma, this lad has been performing rather well lately. Perhaps he has turned over a new leaf. With that thought, Yifeng swiftly closed the distance. Hey Dales, release Vegeta. I wish to settle our grievances properly. Upon hearing Yifeng's voice, Dales erupted in fury. Were it not for this brat, he would not have fallen to such a lowly state. You two have quite the bond, don't you? Today, I shall allow you to experience the taste of loss. With that, he viciously stomped down, shattering Vegeta's ribcage. A cry escaped the prince's lips as he coughed up blood, gazing at Yifeng with unseeing eyes. You scoundrel. Actually, I'm not that familiar with him, Yifeng shouted anxiously, but it was already too late. The prince had lost all vitality. I can't believe it. Yifeng, I'll make you pay. Dales roared in a frenzy. Dead? Yes, dead? Yifeng could hardly fathom it, his fury igniting. You, a mere minor character from a film, dared to eliminate the protagonist? Damn it, today I shall avenge his fans. Chapter 71, Crushing Dales. Yifeng turned back, glaring furiously at Dales. He could not accept such an outcome. At that moment, Naba slowly approached, grievously injured and struggling to move. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to Naba's base combat power increasing to 15,000, the host's strength rises by 1,100 points. Yifeng thought, oh, even Naba has made significant progress. However, he still pales in comparison to Raditz. Following me, he has a brighter future. Witnessing Vegeta's tragic plight, Naba could not bear it any longer and resolved to confront Dales despite his injuries. Naba, do not make a futile sacrifice, Yifeng shouted, halting him. Naba hesitated, looking in the direction of the voice. You? Who are you? It is I, Yifeng. Leave this to me. Do your best to preserve Vegeta's body, and I shall ensure his resurrection. You? No way. Naba was taken aback. Now is not the time for discussion. We must find a way to acquire the prince's body. Oh, Dales raised an eyebrow at the remark. How could I allow you to have your way so easily? You, my dear boy, are a thorn in my side. With that, he attempted to obliterate Vegeta's lifeless form. No, Naba exclaimed in horror, but at that moment, he was utterly powerless. In a critical moment, a blue shockwave surged fiercely toward Dales. It was Yifeng, who had long been prepared to strike Dales into a more desolate location. Dales was taken aback. At this moment, Yifeng's combat power had surged significantly, and the King Kai fist was in full effect. In this state, even a poorly charged Kamehameha would be sufficient to cause him considerable distress. He immediately halted his actions, crossing his arms to shield against the impending strike. The tremendous sound echoed like a dragon's roar or a tiger's howl as Yifeng's Kamehameha engulfed Dales, propelling him toward the horizon. Simultaneously, Yifeng darted to Vegeta's side, transporting his body to Naba. Upon witnessing the prince's tragic state up close, the bald warrior clenched his teeth in fury. At this juncture, Krillin and Gohan sensed the energy approaching. When Krillin discovered that this mysterious yet familiar energy belonged to a youth, he was utterly astounded. Who are you? What? Don't you recognize me? Little bald head, I nearly choked you to death back then, Yifeng boasted. Krillin pondered for a long while, but could not connect the figure before him with the plump, old man Yifeng. I am Yifeng. We can discuss the details later. You and Naba, take Vegeta's body to the capital and find Bulma. I will handle things here, Yifeng instructed. However, Krillin, suppressing his shock, questioned, aren't they the evil Saiyans? Shouldn't we reconsider? It was clear that Krillin disagreed with Yifeng's plan. What? Damn it, little bald head, I don't need your help. Naba spat through gritted teeth. Ding, I have a word to add. Congratulations to the host. Krillin and Gohan's combat power has increased, and the host gains an additional 1,100 points. Well, that's not bad. Shut up, you two bald heads. If you keep whining, I'll eliminate you both. Yifeng could not tolerate any further delay, casually unleashing a ki blast that shattered a root of the Tree of Might. If you can't help, don't create more chaos. I must save the Earth now. With that, Yifeng turned gracefully and flew away without looking back, leaving Krillin and Naba bewildered in the wind. After a long while, Krillin let out a deep sigh. Can you still move, big guy? Naba turned his face away, pride preventing him from accepting Krillin's assistance, though his body was on the brink of collapse, making every step arduous. Well, fine. Since you're also bald, I'll give you a hand. Then Krillin supported Naba, while Gohan carried Vegeta as they flew toward the capital. During the journey, Naba and Krillin engaged in a quarrel. You are the bald one. Aren't you bald? Once, this esteemed individual had a full head of hair. The scene shifts to Darius, who has shed the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique, now hovering steadily in the air, patiently awaiting the arrival of Yifeng. Are you so slow because you're suddenly afraid? Darius remarks, taking the lead in the confrontation upon seeing the tardy Yifeng. Just dealing with trivial matters. How could you know that fleeing is futile? You have chosen to await your demise here, haven't you? Yifeng, unwilling to be outdone, retorts. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall eliminate you first, and then deal with the rest. Today, we will settle both new grievances and old scores. As Darius unleashes his immense power, a staggering battle force of 1 million transforms the landscape, shaking the earth itself. Indeed, a genuine battle power of 1 million. However, you remain no match for me. Yifeng counters, also escalating his own energy. At this moment, Yifeng's combat power has surged to 306,200, amplified geometrically by the Kaioken technique in conjunction with his simian transformation. Even without the enhancement of martial arts, a flurry of punches from him could leave Darius unrecognizable. And Yifeng has no intention of holding back. Following a tremendous quake, Yifeng's aura begins to stabilize. Darius, now faced with an opponent of greater magnitude than himself, feels his confidence wane, yet he steels himself for the confrontation. Merely bluster, he declares, rushing forward to deliver a punch, proclaiming, I am a warrior of 1 million battle power. Even Frieza is no match for me. However, Yifeng stands resolute, meeting the blow head-on. The clash of their energies results in Darius feeling his knuckles shatter. Darius cries out as Yifeng unleashes his full might against him, causing the latter to wail in agony. This punch is meant to awaken you. If you have never witnessed Frieza's terror, cease your arrogance. With that, Yifeng lands another blow to Darius's abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground. This punch is for Yamcha. This one is for Tien. And these two are for Kaiotsu. Yifeng declares, delivering punishing strikes that leave Darius begging for mercy. Their deaths were primarily at the hands of my subordinates. Spare me, please. In a moment of desperation, Darius launches a surprise energy wave with one hand. Yet who is Yifeng? He effortlessly dodges and retaliates with a fierce elbow strike to Darius's face, sending blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Only a despicable coward would fall for such tricks. Only someone as arrogant as Vegeta would be ensnared by your deceit. This elbow strike is for Goku. At this point, Darius is reeling, his consciousness slipping away. By the way, did you not claim not to believe my acquaintance with Vegeta? This blow is for Vegeta. Yifeng taunts, playfully caressing Darius's face. Once, a red-haired individual did the same. But soon you will know nothing of it, for he seizes Darius's wrist and hurls him skyward. For my next strike is for Kara. What manner of creature dares to lay hands on my woman? At this moment, Yifeng's murderous intent surges forth. He is prepared to deliver the final blow to Darius. At this moment, Yifeng slowly drew forth his divine gun, targeting Darius. Farewell, theatrical boy. Meanwhile, Darius, soaring through the air, still yearned for a desperate struggle. Yifeng's act of hurling me into the sky would be your gravest error, he thought, as Darius gathered a sphere of light in his hands, preparing to launch it skyward. In this critical moment, he could think of nothing else. Even if it meant losing his sanity, he would transform into a great ape. Wally Wally, I too am eager to witness the terrifying transformation of a Saiyan with a battle power of 1 million into a great ape. However, the earth can no longer endure such turmoil. In an instant, Yifeng teleported to stand before Darius, the barrel of his gun pressed firmly against Darius's forehead. Darius felt the chilling grip of death and shouted frantically, You dare to attempt to kill me with such a primitive civilization? Yifeng, you madman! Even now, you wish to humiliate me? With a swift pull of the trigger, the divine shot erupted, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that detonated in the air. Under the intense concentration of energy, Darius's body vaporized instantaneously. My apologies, but I had no intention of humiliating you. This is merely my most formidable skill, Yifeng remarked nonchalantly, turning away as he landed. However, upon witnessing the swirling yellow sands engulfing the earth, he furrowed his brow and promptly soared towards the spirit tree. System. What should be done about this spirit tree? It seems challenging to obliterate it with mere energy blasts. I recall that Goku utilized a spirit bomb to vanquish it. At this juncture, you must swiftly grant me the spirit bomb skill. Stop trying to deceive me for my skills. Did you not witness the force separation on the planet Adralat? Test whether it can extract the energy absorbed by the spirit tree. However, I must remind you that most of the energy has already been consumed by Darius. Even if it could be restored, the Earth would never revert to its former state. It would require a wish from the Dragon Balls. I see. Then I shall give it a try. My command of these skills is still not very refined. Your direct grant of skills would be far more effective, maximizing my proficiency, Yifeng mused. Enough. What if one day I'm no longer around? You must not overly rely on me. Surely not. If you were to perish, would I not also meet the same fate? Yifeng questioned, perplexed. Stop with the nonsense. We share no pact of life and death. If you die, I shall not perish. Now hurry and act. If we do not thwart the spirit tree soon, once it bears a second fruit, the Earth will be doomed. The system expressed its growing impatience. All right, I understand. With that, Yifeng focused his mind, beginning to sense the flow of spirito. Indeed, he felt the Earth's energy continuously surging towards the trunk of the spirit tree. Expel the energy that does not belong to you, spirito. For separation now, Yifeng struck the trunk with one hand, producing a sound akin to a cork popping from a bottle, as the spirit tree released a trickle of energy. Still far from sufficient. It seems this is a labor-intensive task. Let us see whether my separation is quicker or your absorption, he declared, activating the King Kai fist and transforming into a primate. Behold my super acceleration. As the wind surged to its zenith, the spirit tree visibly withered, while the earth gradually regained some vitality. Ultimately, the spirit tree was left as a desiccated husk, its roots exposed and appearing utterly lifeless. Yet, the wind remained uneasy, unleashing a Kamehameha that leveled the entire area to the ground. Only then did it soar contentedly towards the capital. At this moment, Krillin had returned to the capital with Nappa, Gohan, and the lifeless body of Vegeta. Observing Vegeta, clad in a pink shirt and battered beyond recognition, a twinge of sorrow welled up in Bulma's heart. However, their relationship was still rather nascent. She merely felt that he had sacrificed himself for the Earth. Does Yifeng want us to help revive Vegeta? Krillin finally voiced his thoughts. Although this time the Saiyans did not inflict any significant harm on Earth, they remain our enemies. Nappa had succumbed to unconsciousness due to severe injuries, and Gohan, exhausted, lay on the ground. Only Bulma and Krillin remained to converse. Bulma remained silent, reflecting on their interactions in recent days. Indeed, the two Saiyans had displayed a volatile temperament and a fierce disposition, likely having committed many wrongdoings in the past. Yet, during their time on Earth, they had been relatively subdued, particularly the bald-headed one, who seemed to relish Earth's culinary delights. Despite being a villain, his thoughts appeared less convoluted. As for Vegeta, aside from his haughty demeanor, Bulma had noticed his relentless training. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Let us set this matter aside for now, Krillin. We can discuss it once the Dragon Balls are available. For now, I'll preserve his body. Sensing Bulma's inclination to assist them, Krillin was about to further persuade her when a familiar voice suddenly resonated. Please, revive him as well. I haven't encountered an opponent of equal strength in ages. Our last battle was truly exhilarating, and we haven't truly determined a victor yet. Is that Goku? Where are you? Krillin scanned the surroundings, unable to locate Goku's presence. I'm communicating with you through King Kai's body. The four of us are currently training diligently on King Kai's planet, and everything is going splendidly. However, you and Gohan must not fall behind. But Goku, Krillin began, wishing to dissuade him. Rest assured, Krillin. Trust me, next time I will defeat him. We've been undergoing rigorous training here at King Kai's. With no choice but to acquiesce to Goku's request, Krillin reluctantly accepted. As he and Bulma deliberated on how to aid Gohan and Nappa, a figure suddenly materialized beside them. At last, I have succeeded. It was Yifeng. Hello, Krillin and Bulma. It's delightful to see you again, Yifeng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Bulma, I truly owe you my gratitude. Without you, I could never have returned to my former self. Hearing that familiar voice and witnessing Yifeng's radiant and athletic form, Bulma couldn't help but feel captivated. Is it really you, Yifeng? Indeed, this is more appropriate. The previous appearance seemed discordant with this name, appearing quite youthful, almost like a child. Ah, the vigor of youth is truly delightful. As she spoke, she reached out to tousle Yifeng's hair. What do you say? Would you like to go on a date with your elder sister? Yifeng observed Bulma Cuna's infatuated demeanor. Recognizing that she was, after all, a goddess from Dragon Ball, it was evident that the early reputation of the Green Hat Tower was not unfounded. Before he could respond, a familiar voice interjected, "Of course not, for he has already found his belonging." A fist landed heavily on Yifeng's head. "Kuna, what a surprise to see you here," Yifeng exclaimed, astonished. "How did you end up in this place?" Chapter 73. A decision to visit Namek, the grand entrance of King Cold. "Don't concern yourself with how I arrived. Were you hesitating just now?" "You're in for it tonight," Kuna remarked, having just mastered instant transmission, intending to surprise Yifeng, but nearly startling herself instead. "If I had arrived a moment later, you two might have gone out on a date, wouldn't you?" "How could that be?" Yifeng scratched his head awkwardly, truly not having thought that far. He merely found Bulma's youthful charm quite captivating. "Huh? Even you have someone now?" Bulma murmured, pondering who the other person might be. She then forced a laugh. "I was just joking." Kuna did not engage in this banter, crossing her arms and turning her face away, clearly displeased with Yifeng's earlier hesitation. It took some time for Yifeng to ease the tension. "How did you master instant transmission?" "I recall not having taught you much," he inquired. "I secretly sought guidance from Elder Pibra. I initially wanted to surprise you, but now you must conceal your energy well during any mischief." "Little Yifeng," Kuna replied with a teasing tone. Yifeng broke into a cold sweat. Although he had no nefarious intentions at present, the thought of having a girlfriend capable of instant transmission, who could pinpoint his energy at any moment, was rather daunting. Would that not leave only old Ghost alone on the spaceship? Regardless, he cannot utilize instant transmission. Besides, someone must remain to pilot the ship, right? "Old Ghost, hey, is there no one to speak on my behalf? Now let us discuss serious matters. Our immediate priority is to hasten the healing of Gohan and the others," Bulma interjected. "And what of Earth? Can it be restored to its former state?" Yifeng scratched his head. "Although I defeated Dales, he had consumed the fruit of the spirit tree just before his demise, depleting much of Earth's energy. I managed to recover only a fraction with my abilities. If we wish to restore Earth, we must rely on the power of the dragon. But Goku and the others have not yet been resurrected, have they? What then?" Suddenly, Yifeng seemed to have an epiphany. "We can utilize the dragon from Namek, Purunga." "Huh? The dragon from Namek?" Bulma pondered. "Indeed, Piccolo and Kami are Namekians. Their homeland must possess Dragon Balls, possibly even more powerful than those on Earth." "How do you know this?" "Me? I've read the script, can I not say? I once encountered the Chronicles of Namek in a legendary tome, which you are undoubtedly aware of. The Frisia Force comprises an array of extraterrestrial beings from various realms. By the way, tomorrow I shall venture to Korin Tower to procure some senza beans." Yifeng hastily shifted the topic. "The mission to Namek will be entrusted to Gohan and Krillin, as I have my own obligations to attend to, returning to the Frisia Force where Piccolo will be there to assist them. As for matters concerning the spaceship, I must rely on Bulma." No witties. The following morning, Yifeng and Kuna set out for Korin Tower, revisiting the familiar site, and Yifeng was in high spirits, having greatly enhanced his strength. Soon arriving at the base of the tower, "Aren't you able to sense that cat hermit's energy? Wouldn't it be more efficient to teleport directly there?" "The cat hermit has a peculiar habit. One must be somewhat devout to obtain the senza beans," Yifeng replied. At that moment, he encountered UPA, who greeted him warmly and engaged him in conversation. UPA was astonished to realize that this individual, who appeared only slightly older than himself, was the same rotund man he had seen just months prior. After bidding farewell to UPA, the two began their ascent of Korin Tower, and it wasn't long before they encountered the cat hermit. "To think that upon our reunion, you have transformed so remarkably, and your strength has become unfathomable," the hermit remarked. "The production of senza beans remains disappointingly low. This is all I can offer you. 5 beans. Take them." Yifeng carefully stored the beans, reserving 3 for Krillin and the others, while he and Kuna each took 1, reminding her to keep it close at hand for emergencies, before preparing to bid farewell to the cat hermit. "Wait a moment. The girl by your side seems to possess potential akin to Goku's. Do you not wish for her to experience the ultra-divine water?" Yifeng hesitated at the thought of the torment and the potential risk to life, preparing to refuse on Kuna's behalf, but she interjected. "As a Saiyan, I yearn to grow stronger. As your future partner, I do not wish to perpetually hide behind you, relying on your protection." Seeing Kuna's resolute demeanor, Yifeng ceased his objections. After consuming the ultra-divine water, Kuna indeed collapsed in agony, as if her throat were being constricted, writhing and howling. After what felt like an eternity, a thunderous roar erupted from her. Kuna stood before Yifeng, transformed as if reborn. Though her combat power increased by only 5, reaching 35,000. She distinctly sensed her potential expanding like the vast cosmos. She marveled at the transformations within her body, exclaiming, "This is truly astonishing. I had no idea your planet possessed such miraculous substances. Did you not also experience significant enhancement from it?" "Indeed, I did," Yifeng chuckled. "Now, let us hasten our departure." He mused that indeed, Saiyans possess remarkable innate talents. Although Yifeng's own power had increased by a mere 500 points, he recalled nearly perishing from the ultra-divine water, only to gain a paltry increase in strength. How mortifying it was to compare himself to others. Yet, unbeknownst to Yifeng, his own potential was steadily growing stronger through each opportunity. Thus, they returned to the capital with great success, where Naba, Gohan, and Krillin had fully recovered. Naba's combat power soared to 20,000, and with his full power unleashed, he achieved a staggering 25,000. Gohan's power escalated dramatically, soaring to an astonishing 18,000, rendering his rage immeasurable. In stark contrast, Krillin remained stagnant at 5,000. Yifeng, however, experienced a total increase of 1,800, bringing his base combat power to 308,000, an impressive strength that rendered him nearly invincible in the early universe. Meanwhile, Bulma focused on the spaceship's research, while Krillin and Gohan prepared for their journey to Namek. They also planned to expand Naba's spaceship and left Dale's vessel behind, awaiting Goku and the others' revival. Naba, the big bald one, chose to remain on Earth, eagerly anticipating Vegeta's return. As long as there was food and drink, he cherished the planet. Yifeng and Cuna decided to wait for the old ghost's arrival, initially considering teleporting as soon as he was within range, but ultimately deemed it too cruel, opting instead to allow him a day of rest on Earth. Thus, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. In the depths of the cosmos, a colossal spaceship glided through the void. Within its confines sat a towering figure upon an immense throne, a wine glass in hand, his eyes partially closed. How dull this retired chairman's life is. It truly lacks excitement. I have entrusted all matters to Frisia and Cooler. After all, my sons are simply too exceptional, he mused, taking a generous sip of his wine. Indeed, my genes are remarkably potent, he chuckled. The speaker was none other than the father of the Cosmic Emperor, the formidable former monarch, King Cold. "Report, my lord King Cold. It appears a powerful individual has taken control of a planet ahead." King Cold's narrowed eyes sprang wide open. "A powerful being," he exclaimed with excitement. "Bring the ship closer, bring the ship closer." As the spaceship entered the planet's atmosphere, King Cold waved his hand, and his subordinates surged forth like a tidal wave towards the nameless planet, the air filled with the sounds of battle cries. "This is bad, my king. An attack is incoming. The sensors indicate that their leader possesses immense strength, comparable to yours. We cannot even estimate their combat power." "What?" An aged voice boomed. The speaker, a towering figure clad in a dark yellow cloak, sat upon a throne, surveying the enslaved natives gathered around, awaiting their torment for the amusement of their captors. "Who dares to disturb the affairs of King Slug?" The one who spoke was the malevolent and powerful Namekian, Slug, who had yet to regain his youth and remained in his elderly state. Slug slowly rose, observing a swarm of minions advancing toward him. This attire? Could it be Frisia's army? That exceptionally powerful individual cannot be Frisia himself, can it? How could that Frisia possibly appear here? Curse it, if I were at my peak, I would not fear him at all. Prepare to retreat quickly. Slug, for the moment, wished to avoid a direct confrontation with Frisia. His forces promptly began preparations for withdrawal, while Frisia's minions shouted incessantly behind them, "Halt! Leave some for me." Schlag gazed with a sinister grin at the group of hapless individuals seeking their demise. With a mere flick of his hand, a colossal wave of energy engulfed the airborne foot soldiers, obliterating the majority of the forces dispatched by King Cold. Countless charred corpses plummeted from the sky, leaving the few fortunate survivors paralyzed with terror, unable to move. How dare they underestimate me? Retreat. Though Schlag seethed with indignation, he prioritized the greater scheme and returned to his spacecraft, hastily departing from the planet. Meanwhile, King Cold, who had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle, had just poured himself a glass of red wine when his subordinates were swiftly annihilated. This individual is formidable. He could serve as an excellent adversary. King Cold's spirit soared. But before he could fully bask in his excitement, he witnessed the opponent ascend in a massive spaceship, only to vanish in an instant. Wait, why are you fleeing when you possess such strength? King Cold shouted in desperation, crushing his wine glass in frustration. This retired life is utterly tedious. It is my subordinate's incompetence to blame. At least Frisia has the Jinyu Force, and Cooler commands the mecha team. I must ensure I have a competent aide by my side in the future. Reflecting on his ennui, he considered persuading that remarkable individual to join his ranks. The old king found himself nostalgically reminiscing about his days of power. Yet he felt a sense of satisfaction in having ceded the stage to his son as Frisia rose to prominence. Let us descend and investigate. King Cooled commanded his entourage as they landed on the ravaged planet. The indigenous inhabitants, believing Schlag's departure heralded their salvation, expressed their gratitude towards King Cooled. Observing the civilians kneeling before him, King Cooled feigned delight, insincerely soothing their apprehensions. You must strive to live well from now on. With a sinister gesture to his subordinates, he added, we shall soon present you with a grand spectacle. In the spacecraft, King Cooled floated outside, coalescing a colossal sphere of light with a single finger. His expression brimming with anticipation as he hurled it toward the nameless planet. Below, the natives, having narrowly escaped death, were fervently celebrating with a bonfire and joyous laughter. Suddenly, this revelry was silenced, giving way to screams of terror, followed by a monumental explosion that shattered the planet. The core's molten lava erupted, producing a cacophony that caused Frisia's minions to cover their ears, while King Cooled stood atop his ship, reveling in the devastation. Boom! Indeed, the immense plume of smoke illuminated the cosmos, with energy waves rippling throughout the entire star system. King Cooled erupted into raucous laughter, amplifying his aura to form a protective shield. Now, this is a splendid display of fireworks. When boredom strikes, one must indulge in such sights. Nothing else will do. Report. My king, we have traced the whereabouts of that group once more. Pursue them. At this moment on Earth, Bulma had meticulously prepared everything, and Krillin, along with Gohan, was ready to embark on their journey. I must take responsibility for gathering the Dragon Balls, so I won't be accompanying you. Please be cautious. Bulma instructed. Krillin and Gohan nodded in agreement. Gohan had changed into a student attire, sporting a hairstyle that mirrored the original, undoubtedly a result of Chi-Chi's influence. Chi-Chi and Ox King bid farewell with tears in their eyes. Gohan, remember to study hard while on Namek, they urged. Yifeng, standing by, was at a loss for words. After all, this was the world of Dragon Balls. How could one expect a brilliant warrior to focus on studies? As long as I am here, at the very least, Gohan should continue his training until he encounters Beerus. Bulma proceeded to introduce Krillin and Gohan to the spaceship's features, equipping them with a gravity-adjustable training room, capped at 100 times Earth's gravity. Other details were omitted, but the spaceship was filled with music, video games, and a plethora of delectable foods. At Chi-Chi's insistence, a robotic tutor was even added to assist Gohan with his studies. With a thunderous roar, Krillin and Gohan set off towards Namek. Not long after bidding farewell to Gohan, Old Ghost finally descended upon Earth. With a sullen expression, he emerged from the cockpit, feeling utterly isolated after days without a soul to converse with. I want to file a complaint about the mistreatment of the elderly, he grumbled. Yifeng and Cuna exchanged awkward smiles, but Old Ghost's disheveled appearance caught Naba's attention. Your other companion is merely a vegetable creature? I expected a formidable opponent, yet you seem rather aged. Are you a professional spaceship pilot? Quite rare indeed. His words ignited a flush of anger in Old Ghost, prompting him to confront Naba. However, Naba dismissed him with indifference. I am a distinguished Saiyan warrior. How could I possibly engage in a duel with a vegetable? He declared. Old Ghost, having bottled up his frustration, exploded in rage, his power level soaring to 15,000. Let's have a match, he challenged. Chapter 75. Yifeng returns. Naba was taken aback by the reading on the scouter, but remained largely uninterested. Is this truly your peak ability, old man? Are you frightened? Old Ghost, consumed by fury, felt an urgent need to unleash his pent-up emotions. At that moment, Yifeng pulled Naba aside and whispered, just entertain him for a bit. Let him have his fun. After the matter is settled, I'll reward you handsomely. He gestured a weight of 20 pounds, indicating a significant height and power. Naba raised an eyebrow, signaling his agreement. Very well, Old Ghost, let this grand lord amuse you. Hearing Naba's condescension ignited Old Ghost's fury, and he charged at Naba, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks. Naba, displaying his acting skills, pretended to struggle while keeping pace with Old Ghost. Meanwhile, Cuna approached cautiously, fully aware of Old Ghost's capabilities, concerned for Naba's safety. You really should intervene. Old Ghost is not a match for him, she remarked. Yifeng calmly blinked, assuring himself that Old Ghost harbored some resentment. Yet it was unwise for him to direct it towards them, especially as they relied on him to pilot the ship. Kuna observed his unwavering confidence and suspected there was some trickery afoot. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Naba was sent flying, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Old Ghost, exhilarated, exclaimed that he had triumphed over the formidable Saiyan, finally experiencing a sense of relief. Lying on the ground, Naba discreetly winked at Yifeng, who reciprocated with a subtle thumbs up, and they later shared drinks and camaraderie. Yifeng also acknowledged that even the physique of his former uncle had its merits, such as a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, as he soon found himself inebriated. Thus, enveloped in a jovial atmosphere, they spent their final night before returning home. The next day, once all preparations were complete, Yifeng and his companions set forth on their journey back. Given that Earth had only Naba as its lone powerhouse, Yifeng was wary that he might suddenly change his mind during the wish-making process, rendering the situation difficult to manage. Consequently, he employed a technique to summon a puppet that inherited a quarter of his usual strength, approximately 80,000 units of power. Although the puppet couldn't utilize his skills, it was sufficient to handle a few Naba. With all arrangements in place, they finally embarked on their voyage, as the spacecraft from planet Adrat was remarkably swift, estimating a return to the military headquarters in just over a month. At the Frisia Army's main base, the king swirled his glass of red wine, lost in thought. Having been over a month since Yifeng's return journey commenced, could he have truly perished? It was a rare opportunity for their legion to gain a high-caliber warrior, and the calamity of planet Adrat was indeed formidable. Regrettably, Yifeng could not survive in the cosmos like their frozen demon race. Raditz, in his report, concealed the fact that Yifeng had safely traveled to Earth. To this day, Frisia still believed Yifeng's fate was uncertain, causing him a pang of heartache as he valued his talented subordinates. Suddenly, two familiar voices snapped the king from his reverie. "Frisia, we have returned." Frisia looked up to see Sabo and Dodoria, both with resolute expressions and noticeably more robust physiques than before. Dodoria appeared particularly well-built, suggesting he had undergone rigorous training. Frisia's melancholic mood lifted slightly. "Oh ho ho, Sabo and Dodoria, you have finally returned. It seems your training has yielded impressive results." Dodoria immediately showcased his prowess, declaring, "Frisia, this time I shall ensure that Raditz truly comprehends the meaning of fear." With that, he unleashed his full power, his already stout form seeming to swell even further. Ding ding ding. Oh, Dodoria's battle power stands at 35,000. Not bad at all. With further effort, he could potentially join the Jinyu force. And Sabo? Sabo, naturally, maintained a more graceful demeanor, still concealing his transformation. A mere glint in his eyes radiated a terrifying aura. Ding ding ding. Oh, Sabo, your battle power has reached 40,000. Truly splendid. Amidst his joy, Frisia suddenly exhaled a soft sigh. If only Yifeng were still here, it would be even better. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback by the remark, particularly Dodoria, who immediately voiced his complaints about Yifeng. However, before he could finish his sentence, a mere glance from Frisia silenced him. Indeed, Yifeng is a remarkable talent. This time, my decision was a miscalculation, leaving his fate uncertain. I will not permit any disparagement of him, for he has witnessed my ultimate form. What? The flicker of jealousy that had just surfaced in Dodoria and Sabo's hearts instantly transformed into fear upon hearing the king's words. Just how formidable is this individual? Although they were aware that the king could transform, they had only witnessed his first stage transformation once. In their minds, a battle power of 530,000 was an insurmountable barrier. Fortunately, this individual was currently unaccounted for, which brought a sigh of relief from both. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached. "Report, Your Majesty. News from the military district. Raditz informs that Yifeng, whom you often mention, has returned." "What?" Frisia, filled with excitement, leapt from his spacecraft. "Gulme, let us go to the military district to meet him. Your Majesty, he is already at the entrance, awaiting your summons." "Oh, let him in." Frisia's expression softened into a smile. Upon Yifeng's arrival at the military district, Raditz and the others had already received the news and lined up to welcome him, preparing a grand ceremony and a sumptuous feast. Raditz, however, felt a chasm between himself and Yifeng, unable to voice his thoughts. Yet unexpectedly, Yifeng placed a hand on his shoulder. "You did well, Raditz. In that situation, it was right not to make unnecessary sacrifices. You are embodying the qualities of a true leader more and more." Then, in a hushed tone, he advised, "It was impulsive of both of you. In future encounters, it is crucial to remain rational. Do not take it to heart. Raditz was deeply touched by Yifeng's words and embraced him warmly, leaving Yifeng somewhat flustered, recalling how he had once nearly perished at Yifeng's hands, and now he had become one of his most reliable subordinates. All right, the welcoming ceremony concludes here. You may proceed with the banquet. I must see Lord Frisia first. You shall handle the remaining arrangements, Yifeng instructed, before hastening to find Frisia, where formidable allies awaited him. Scene transition. The soldier promptly found Yifeng. Your Majesty, please enter. Yifeng nodded with a smile and strode confidently into the Grand Hall. Chapter 76. Supreme Commander Frisia and Yifeng. Watching Yifeng enter the hall, Frisia's smile widened. Yifeng, you have truly not disappointed me. I was genuinely concerned you might not return. Yifeng graciously thanked Frisia for his concern. Observing this familiar visage, Dodoria seethed in silence, while Sabo quietly inquired, "Is this Yifeng?" Dodoria, displeased, merely nodded without uttering a word. Yifeng, please regale me with tales of your experiences on planet Adrat. In response to his employer's inquiry, Yifeng entered a mode of whimsical fabrication, weaving a narrative that was half truth, half invention. He claimed that it was due to an electromagnetic storm that he found himself stranded on Adrat, a planet where the inhabitants possessed rather mediocre abilities, yet exhibited peculiar techniques. With great flair, Yifeng exaggerated his account, employing grandiose gestures reminiscent of the Jinyu Force, and even attempted a rather immature display of enlargement, causing Frisia's face to flush with embarrassment. That will suffice, Yifeng thought, realizing that planet Adrat was not as formidable as it seemed. Upon observing Frisia's waning interest in Adrat, Yifeng felt a wave of relief. Frisia, wary of Yifeng becoming another Jinyu, refrained from further mention of the planet, and the two engaged in casual banter. Suddenly, Frisia declared, "It is time to fulfill my promise. Yifeng, you are now the captain of my personal guard. Furthermore, both Dodoria and Zarbin will be under your command. I also appoint you as the supreme commander of my forces, subordinate only to me. With the exception of the Jinyu Force, feel free to direct all other personnel as you see fit." The gravity of Frisia's words stunned even Yifeng. What? Me? Supreme Commander? If you're trying to win me over, I might just defect. Tomorrow, I shall journey to Earth and resurrect the prince to serve you. Yifeng hastily knelt before Frisia, pledging his loyalty. Dodoria quickly interjected, "My lord, General Rule is still the commander." "Oh, Rule? The uncle of that Chiu? What qualifications does he have to be compared with my Yifeng? He shall be demoted to serve as Yifeng's deputy." Frisia then turned to Yifeng and added, "He may not take kindly to this arrangement. How you handle it is up to you. However, remember that he is still a vital asset to Frisia's army. So do not go overboard." Yifeng was deeply touched, realizing the significance Frisia placed upon him. He almost wished to adopt Frisia as his foster father. The system quipped, "Do you not already have me as your foster father? Quite the three-surname servant you are." Subsequently, Yifeng inquired about his father, King Kurd, and his brother Gula. Frisia, in a good mood and brimming with innate confidence, had no inkling that Yifeng's curiosity might provoke suspicion. "My father, King Kurd, is currently in retirement, leisurely wandering the cosmos. While his strength is slightly inferior to mine, he remains formidable. He was a former emperor, yet his ambition seems rather subdued. As for my brother Gula, Frisia's demeanor soured. He always acts as if he surpasses me, though he is hardly my match. Our relationship is rather indifferent. His domain does not overlap with mine, and unless in special circumstances, we rarely cross paths." "Why? Are you particularly interested in them?" Yifeng, feeling awkward, replied, "Not all. I'm merely curious about the extent of your family's power. That's quite all right. I can introduce you if the opportunity arises. Now, you haven't had a proper rest since your return. Go about your duties. Zarbin, Dodoria, please ensure Yifeng receive a thorough introduction to this environment." Once arrangements were made, Yifeng departed alongside Dodoria and the others. Upon arriving in the corridor, Doria and Sabo walked silently ahead. "Hey, King, I believe you should be introducing me to the surroundings." "What's the matter? Lost your voice?" Yifeng expressed his displeasure. Sabo, wary of Yifeng's strength, remained silent, but Doria, known for his fiery temper, could not hold back. "Don't think just because the king favors you, you can act recklessly. With Sabo and me united, you may not stand a chance against us. You've usurped General Role's position. He is our natural ally. Next time you wish to speak to me, think carefully. Is that so?" Yifeng's voice resonated beside Doria and Sabo, who stood side by side, with Yifeng now positioned between them. What are you?" Before Doria could react, Yifeng swiftly wrapped his arms around their necks. He did not even resort to instant teleportation, merely employing his speed to easily evade their instincts, highlighting the vast disparity in strength. Don't move. Answer my questions honestly, or I shall end you. At this moment, both Doria and Sabo, finding themselves at a disadvantage, nodded in compliance. What is the minimum threshold for Frisia's elite guard? Approximately how many members are there? Why do you ask? Doria retorted, only to be met with a tremendous force around his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. Iopuludisa. Listen here, pink chubby one. I have no desire to kill you. Answer my questions, or else I will make your demise swift. The minimum standard is 5000, but most warriors are at this level. The elite guard is not numerous, only about 30 members. Yifeng mused to himself, realizing that Frisia's army was not particularly formidable. Aside from Frisia, the rest were significantly weaker. Gather them immediately. I have matters to discuss with them. None shall be absent, he commanded. At this moment, Doria dared not utter a word of dissent. Sabo, being clever, allowed Doria to speak on his behalf, thus avoiding trouble. After a few minutes of tense silence, Doria finally spoke up. Lord Yifeng, is there anything else you require? Perhaps would you release us? Yifeng, not wishing to be burdened by holding two grown men, knew the time had not yet come for their release. Silence. Also, tell me the location of that fellow. Roll. I wish to have a word with him. Doria, too intimidated to ask further questions, obediently relayed all the information he possessed regarding Roll. Ding Host has successfully interacted with Doria and Sabo for 10 minutes. Reward. Battle power increased by 500 points. These two have surprisingly gained a significant boost in battle power. What a pity they remain at this level. Once, you were but stepping stones for the prince. Now, you may not even be worthy of serving Vegeta. Host S battle power has risen to 315,500. What a remarkable figure, precisely rounded. Now, you may leave. Remember, if you fail to fulfill my orders, I shall not hesitate to kill you. With this final warning, Yifeng made his way directly to Roll's domain. Having watched Yifeng depart for quite some time, Duodolia could no longer restrain himself from muttering a few curses. Meanwhile, Roar had already received the news. Seated in his office, enjoying lunch, he was astonished that his position had been usurped. Yifeng? Was it the same Yifeng who had once outmatched Chiu Yi? How could someone with my 50,000 combat power be so easily replaced? No, I must show this Yifeng what I am capable of. Lost in thought, the meal before him suddenly lost its appeal. With a resounding bang, the door to his office was forcefully kicked open, and a tall youth strode in confidently. Still eating? You're my way. Chapter 77. Unrestrained you? You are Yifeng? Roar exclaimed in shock. How dare this fellow confront him? So you must be Roar then? You look just like Chiu Yi. Even your forehead has two little chimneys. Yifeng teased with a wicked smile. You bastard. I hadn't even sought you out, yet you present yourself to me, seeking death. Roar exclaimed, ready to unleash his fury. No need for such theatrics. I'm pressed for time, Yifeng replied, casually tapping his ear before launching a punch. The gust of wind from his fist enveloped Roar, instilling an instant fear of death within him. Just as the fist was mere centimeters from Roar's face, Yifeng halted his assault, fearing that if he advanced any closer, he might inadvertently kill him. Roar, overwhelmed, collapsed to his knees before Yifeng. This fellow truly had no semblance of dignity. I've heard you are Chiu Yi's uncle. At Yifeng's inquiry, Roar shook his head vigorously in denial. No, we are not familiar, my lord. Please spare me. I was blind to your greatness. It was my error. Yifeng patted Roar's shoulder, commanding, now, hold this position and do not move. Roar dared not disobey. The pressure from earlier had made clear Yifeng's formidable strength. A terrifying presence that could rival Lord Frisia. It was no wonder Frisia had withdrawn. Yifeng was indeed a true expert. I want you to gather all the warriors in your army with combat power exceeding 2,000. Ensure this matter is settled today. Do you understand? Roar immediately nodded obediently. Good. I see you are sensible, Yifeng replied with satisfaction. Lord Yifeng, might I be released now? Roar asked cautiously. Not yet. From now on, whatever I wish to do or say, you shall not question or doubt. Just listen. Yifeng felt somewhat resigned to the constraints of the system, but acknowledged that as long as he could gain strength, little else mattered. Yifeng was prepared to embrace his true self, no longer hiding. He laid his cards on the table. I am indeed a pervert. I admit it. Ding. The system detected that the host had successfully engaged with Roar for over 10 minutes, earning 500 combat power points. The host's base combat power rose to 321,000. Ah, how delightful. I'm quite pleased. Let us wipe the zero as well. Who would have thought this fellow possesses 55,000 combat power, surpassing even the average members of the Jinyu force? Truly, he is a former commander of Frisia's army. Alas, he has crossed paths with me, Yifeng. Perhaps I should take advantage of this cheerful mood and indulge in a lottery? Having amassed several opportunities for the lottery without daring to use them, the system's persistent chimes urged, "Keep striving, host." As the notifications echoed, Yifeng's countenance grew increasingly pallid. It had been quite some time since he had acquired a new skill. He resolved to enhance his combat prowess first. Under Yifeng's authoritative presence, Doria, Sabo, and Roar diligently complied with his instructions, meticulously filtering out all soldiers from Frisia's army with combat power exceeding 2,000, so that Yifeng could utilize them. Though Frisia's army was vast, the majority of its soldiers possessed combat power below 2,000. Including a handful of elite commanders, only slightly over 500 individuals were selected, averaging just above 3,000 in combat capability. Yifeng devoted himself tirelessly to this endeavor. His notorious reputation as the colorful demon of Earth resonated throughout Frisia's ranks, with rumors circulating that the newly appointed commander had an insatiable appetite that transcended age and gender, ensnaring anyone who crossed his path. As tales of Yifeng's exploits grew increasingly ludicrous, even Kula could not resist using instant transmission to check on him multiple times a day, only to find that Yifeng was genuinely focused on becoming stronger. Unable to contain her sarcasm, she remarked, "You truly are becoming more audacious by the day." In pursuit of strength, Yifeng faced numerous challenges. Frisia had heard whispers of Yifeng's actions, with many reporting to the king about his behavior. Although the king could not help but express his astonishment at Yifeng's audacity, he ultimately accepted Yifeng's conduct, recognizing his potential as a valuable asset. At long last, through relentless effort, Yifeng made significant strides in his abilities. Utilizing a strategy of overwhelming numbers, his combat power surged to an impressive 500,000, nearly on par with Frisia's base form. The system announced, "Congratulations, host. Your combat power has reached 500,000, and the number of summoned soldiers has increased to 30. However, any individual with combat power below 10,000 will no longer contribute to your power augmentation." While this development was anticipated, Yifeng felt no disappointment, as he had already exhausted the resources of those with lower combat prowess. His next target was the Jinyu force, though any potential gains seemed minimal. Beyond the progress of the main cast, Yifeng's greatest opportunity lay within the Frisia family. Yet, the king rarely transformed, leaving Yifeng with no opportunity to confront him. While King Cold wandered the cosmos, seemingly colder than Frisia, approaching him recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Amidst these thoughts, the system unexpectedly granted Yifeng two new skills, the Demon Set, comprising the Demon Penetrating Light Cannon and the Demon Flash. "What utility do these moves possess, system?" Yifeng inquired. The system responded, "A plethora of skills is never burdensome. The Demon Flash boasts destructive power comparable to the Kamehameha, with a damage multiplier of 2 to 2.5 times. The Demon Penetrating Light Cannon is a formidable skill that can unleash 3 times your combat power." Reflecting on this, Yifeng recognized the value of these gifts, particularly their aesthetic appeal. Recently engrossed in his training, he had not visited the military district for quite some time. He resolved to pay a visit the following day. The scene shifted to King Kai's planet, where Goku and others were diligently honing their skills. Goku, focusing intently, suddenly shouted, "Kaioken!" The crimson aura radiated from his entire being, instantly doubling his combat prowess. Yet, Goku was far from satisfied. He pressed on, unleashing the Kaioken technique at 3 times, 4 times, and ultimately 10 times its original power. A terrifying wave of energy swept across King Kai's planet, causing even the king to tremble slightly. Truly, Goku had astoundingly mastered the formidable Kaioken technique within just a month, enabling him to withstand the immense force of the tenfold Kaioken. The king couldn't help but express his admiration, to which Goku bashfully scratched his head in response. Meanwhile, Tien and his companions were still engaged in their training, struggling to find their rhythm with the Kaioken technique despite their accelerating speed. At that moment, the battered Bregly and Baburus, covered in bruises, suggested they should begin sparring. Bregly remarked, "You should start practicing. We can no longer be of assistance." Tien and Yamcha found wisdom in his words and began to spar with each other. Listening to the sound of their fists colliding, Goku felt a pang of envy. "I wish I had someone to spar with," he mused, glancing at King Kai. The king shook his head, saying, "That fellow Vegeta, having done too much evil in life, has now descended into hell. Goku felt a sense of disappointment upon hearing this, but suddenly noticed two figures standing before him, Yamcha and Tien, both smiling at him. Goku, let us relive the glory of the world's greatest martial arts. In Chapter 78, Goten's astounding potential is revealed as Vegeta reunites with his son. Yamcha took the lead, striking a stance to execute the Wolf Fang Fist. A massive wolf silhouette, accompanied by a howl, charged at Goku. The familiar technique transported Goku back to his childhood, recalling their first encounter when Yamcha was still a bandit in the desert. Although he later trained under Master Roshi, his most powerful technique remained the Wolf Fang Fist. With a series of swift movements, Goku engaged Yamcha effortlessly. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, prompting Yamcha to panic. Where did he go? Goku's speed rendered Yamcha unable to perceive his presence, both visually and through his senses. Above, Tien maintained a keen awareness of Goku's overwhelming strength, launching a relentless attack without hesitation. Goku, however, opened his arms and, with a vigorous shout, chose to absorb the blow head-on. A tremendous shockwave reverberated from above, striking King Kai's planet. Goku, enveloped in a faint wisp of smoke, remained unharmed, merely swaying slightly. Thanks to the resilience of his physique, he successfully withstood the assault. Impressive power, Tien, he remarked. With a swift motion, Goku's figure vanished from spot. By the time Tien Shinhan regained his composure, Goku had already closed the distance, forcing Tien to hurriedly engage in a flurry of punches and kicks. Just as he felt a surge of confidence, Goku rubbed his nose and playfully waved a familiar belt in his hand. The scene was so reminiscent that I could not help but chuckle. Oh, Goku, it was amusing when you did this in your youth. But now that you have grown children, can't you exhibit a modicum of maturity? Tien's face flushed with embarrassment as he erupted in exasperation, his trousers having slipped down to reveal half of his backside. Beside him, Yamcha stifled a laugh. Goku promptly returned the belt to Tien, sharing an awkward chuckle. And thus this sparring session concluded in a light-hearted atmosphere. Seated on King Kai's planet, Goku and the others reminisced about days gone by, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. Indeed, time flies. Gohan has grown so much, I wonder how he and Krillin are faring now. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, Gohan and Krillin had just met with the Grand Elder. Today marked the day of their potential unlocking, as certain circumstances on Namek had recently led to the use of the Dragon Balls. Fortunately, the cycle of the Namekian Dragon Balls was relatively short, prompting Gohan and Krillin to decide to train on Namek for a while. Rewinding 2 days, after a lengthy journey, Gohan and Krillin finally arrived on Namek, landing near a village. Upon exiting their spacecraft, they were greeted by a group of Namekians resembling Piccolo, with an elder at the forefront, who immediately inquired with caution. Who are you? Krillin raised his hands in a gesture of goodwill. Please don't misunderstand. We come from Earth. Our planet has encountered some troubles, and we seek the assistance of the Namekian dragon. To foster camaraderie, he mentioned Piccolo. Hearing that they were friends of Piccolo, the elder's demeanor warmed. Unfortunately, the Dragon Balls had just been used to enhance the planet's environment, so they would have to wait for the next cycle. Before long, Piccolo, accompanied by Nail and a host of other formidable Namekians, arrived to meet Gohan and Krillin. It's good to see you again, Father Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him tightly. At that moment, Piccolo exuded an even more restrained aura, radiating confidence. After months of training, he had emerged as the strongest warrior on Namek. The Grand Elder informed him that, regrettably, he was not in his complete form. Otherwise, with his talent, his future would be boundless. Subsequently, Piccolo assessed Gohan and Krillin's martial skills and was pleasantly surprised by their progress, particularly Gohan, whose potential seemed limitless. Thus, they conferred about having the Grand Elder unlock their hidden abilities. Gohan and Krillin cautiously entered the Grand Elder's chamber. Due to the altered timeline, the Grand Elder's mental state was notably improved compared to the original narrative. He greeted Gohan and Krillin warmly, placing his hand on Krillin's head to unlock his potential, causing Krillin's battle power to surge to approximately 20,000. However, when the Elder placed his hand on Gohan's head, even he could not help but break into a cold sweat. Your potential is truly boundless. As the Grand Elder initiated the ritual, Gohan's latent abilities surged forth like a tempestuous tide, gradually being awakened. With a fierce shout, Gohan's normal battle power astonishingly reached 70,000, leaving even his father Piccolo in shock. Just a brief touch, and he is nearly at my level? Saiyans are indeed extraordinary. I still have to train. Nevertheless, as Gohan's father, Piccolo felt immense pride for Gohan's achievements, and he now had a capable sparring partner, which would greatly assist in his own cultivation. Before long, this information reached Earth, and even Yifeng, far away in the Frisia Force, became aware of it. Upon reflection, the timing of the Namekian Dragon Ball's refreshing was nearly identical to that of Earth, with scarcely any day's difference. The scene shifted to Hell, where Vegeta was curled in a corner, enduring the searing flames as penance for his past transgressions. Behind him stood many of his former kin. Indeed, most Saiyans found themselves in the same position after death. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. "Son, do you still refuse to forgive your father?" It was I who erred. Vegeta remained silent, coldly unresponsive, prompting a heavy sigh from the figure behind him. "I have instilled too much pressure upon you since your youth. Our Saiyan race has always revered strength. We fought valiantly to expel the Tsafruians and establish our kingdom, only to encounter the might of Frisia, to whom we were forced to submit. It fills me with hatred. How could our proud warrior race become slaves in my generation? Yet, the moment you were born, your extraordinary innate talent brought me immense joy. You are the hope of our entire lineage, the future of our rebellion against Frisia. After so many years in this hell, I have come to understand many truths. Our race bears too much bloodshed, and this outcome is our just punishment. My son, you have already done remarkably well. It was wrong of me to burden you with so much. There is no father in the world who does not love his child. Though it may be too late to express this, can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Yet, regardless of what King Vegeta said, Vegeta continued to face away, remaining silent. Chapter 79. Yifeng demonstrates his power, the Jinyu Force, a concert. Though Vegeta uttered not a word, his heart was stirred, for he had never imagined his equally proud father would express such sentiments. During this period, certain experiences on Earth have led to a transformation in his state of mind. He has truly borne an excessive burden, with all his tribulations stemming from Frisia's oppression of the Saiyan race and his own lack of strength. The animosity he harbors towards Frisia has intensified, yet it is too late to dwell on these thoughts, as he finds himself ensnared in a hellish existence. Each day, he must endure the trials of infernal flames while also listening to his father's incessant ramblings. In the past, Vegeta would have erupted in fury, interrupting him without hesitation. However, this time, despite not responding, he astonishingly listened intently. This unexpected behavior surprised King Vegeta, who took solace in sharing tales of the Saiyans' past, striving to compensate for the childhood that Vegeta had missed. Returning to Yifeng, he had now arrived at the military district, where he encountered Raditz and Kula. During this time, the two Saiyans had not been idle. They were diligently honing their skills. With appropriate sparring partners, Raditz's combat power surged to approximately 30,000, while Kula reached 40,000, providing Yifeng with an additional 1,000 points in attribute bonuses. Their base combat power soared to 501,000. Yifeng discussed the recent activities of Frisia's army with them. Sharing his future plans, he intended to confront the Jinyu Force and then seek to make contact with Frisia's family. Otherwise, his combat power would stagnate at a plateau. Curious about Yifeng's current prowess, Kula and Raditz urged him to demonstrate his abilities. Yifeng graciously agreed and led them to an open area. "Next, focus intently on sensing my energy. I will first reveal my base combat power." With a sudden glare, Yifeng's eyes sparkled, and an explosive aura caused the entire military district to tremble slightly. Raditz and Kula sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying presence, the oppressive force evoking memories of Yifeng's battle with Frisia. Then came the Kaioken. An eruption of crimson energy intensified the tremors throughout the military district. The phantom of the great ape flickered behind Yifeng, and his aura reached its zenith. With his combat power now at 2 million, capable of reaching 3 to 4 million with the use of skills. At this moment, chaos ensued in the military district. Is it an earthquake? Why is it so intense? The formidable pressure brought Raditz and Kula to their knees. How is this possible? We have trained so diligently. Why does the gap between us widen? Kula couldn't help but voice her frustration. At that juncture, Yifeng swiftly retracted his aura, reverting to the form of an ordinary warrior with a power level around 5,000. He approached Raditz and Kula to offer words of encouragement, suggesting that they could adopt a more aggressive training regimen. Your Saiyan bodies are remarkably resilient. During this time, you could fully immerse yourselves in the healing pods. Just as they were deliberating, a subordinate reached out to Raditz, urgently reporting a matter that required his attention. "Captain, it seems we are in dire straits. A powerful earthquake has just struck near the military district, and there appears to be a significant disturbance in the vicinity." Should we report this to Lord Frisia? Calm down. Raditz interjected sharply. There is no need for alarm. It is merely Lord Yifeng showcasing his power. There is no necessity to inform headquarters. Given the magnitude of this energy fluctuation, Lord Frisia is likely already aware. Raditz glanced back at Yifeng, silently questioning whether all was indeed well. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. I am currently in Lord Frisia's good graces, serving as the supreme commander of his army. He would be pleased, not distressed. Indeed, at that moment, the king was leisurely savoring a glass of red wine. Ho ho ho! It seems my dear Yifeng has grown stronger. My subordinates are robust, and henceforth, my dominion shall be even more secure. Observing the king's elation, both Dodoria and Zabon exchanged glances, their expressions revealing unspoken concerns. They felt a peculiar unease regarding Yifeng, whose ambitions appeared far greater than those of mere laborers like themselves. By the way, the king suddenly inquired of them, is the Jinyu force returning soon? I have heard they are preparing some event in the military district. Zabon promptly replied, yes, my lord. They are expected to arrive tomorrow, and it is rumored they are hosting a concert. Frisia's expression darkened momentarily. The Jinyu force was reliable in many respects, yet their multitude of talents was a double-edged sword. They dabbled in singing, dancing, and basketball, having trained for 2.5 years in these pursuits. However, as a quality employee, their prowess was second only to his own, and he could not afford to manage every task single-handedly. Thus, he showed a remarkable tolerance for their diverse interests. Inwardly, Frisia mused. With Yifeng present in the military district for the next few days, they are bound to cross paths. I must ensure that this talent I have painstakingly discovered does not get led astray by that Jinyu fellow. Meanwhile, Yifeng and Raditz had resolved to adopt a more rigorous training regimen. At that moment, Kuna unexpectedly grasped Yifeng's hand. My dear Yifeng, she said softly, we have not had a proper date in quite some time. Before the training commences, may we not enjoy a delightful outing together? Reflecting on this, Yifeng realized the truth in her words. They had been so engrossed in their training that even their relationship had become a mere routine, overshadowed by their daily work and cosmic travels. They had failed to slow down and truly savor life together. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement, pondering how best to arrange their date. Then Kuna suggested, let's attend the concert. I heard from Little Koei that a spectacular performance is scheduled in a few days, featuring the top-tier singing and dancing group of the Frisia Force. An intergalactic concert? Top-tier? Singing and dancing? Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. Believing he was skeptical, Kuna quickly added, indeed, I have already secured tickets in advance. Lao Guei and his companions are also attending, along with Xiao Kuei and Dejun. However, that fellow Lades is rather occupied with official duties. I have heard he is personally welcoming them. This group is not only exceptionally talented, but also possesses remarkable combat prowess. Are there truly such individuals? Yifeng noted that her description was quite vivid, yet he had never heard of them. Perhaps these details were absent from the comics, which is rather intriguing. After all, it is a rare opportunity for relaxation, and Yifeng found himself feeling a sense of anticipation. Of course, one of them is named Jais, who serves as the pillar of their group. Many young women admire him. Though I certainly do not include myself among them, my heart belongs to the beloved Yifeng, as Kuna continued her introduction. Jais. That name sounds familiar. Perhaps their fame is simply overwhelming. Oh, and there is another named like him, who is said to possess an extraordinary singing voice. Upon hearing this, Yifeng began to piece together the identity of this ensemble and exclaimed in disbelief, are you referring to the Jinyu Force?